When I was in my 20s, I was very poor. And I had this really rich friend who had this really nice high-rise apartment who would go on work trips pretty much every week. And he asked me to come over and feed his cat. And so I had keys to his apartment. We were not dating in any way, shape, or form. And so I would go over to his house once a week, feed his cat, hang out, watch his big screen TV. It was at a time when I did not have air conditioning. And so if it was summer and it was hot, I would hang out in his apartment and sometimes sleep there because the air conditioning was nice. Great. Got it. Good. Okay. So I always had his keys and I always knew when he was out of town. Well, one time I was also a runner at the time. I think you can tell that no longer exists. Anyway, I was running, doing my daily little run. And as I'm running, as does happen with runners, I know we all know about this. I get a little feeling down below. I get a little feeling in my nether regions that things are moving. Things are moving through my ducts, through my channels, and they are on their way out. And I'm talking about pooping. And I'm thinking, okay, I can make it home, I think. And his apartment is about 6 blocks away from mine. And I'm running, I'm trying to get home, and it gets to a point where I can't run no more. I gotta walk. Running is not gonna do it. So I get to the turn where either I could turn to go to his apartment or I could just keep going and head to mine. And I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm running by people. There's no bathrooms in the park I was running through. So I make a turn. I make a split-second decision. I have his keys on me and I'm going to his house. And mind you, he was on a trip, and this time he had not asked me. He had not asked me to watch his stuff because he was only going to be gone for a night, but I knew he wasn't there. So I am running this way. It's on its way. I am sweating. I am like on the verge of tears. I'm running while I'm walking. I'm waddling my ass up this thing, and I get into his apartment, and I go up into the elevator, which he's on like the 25th floor. And so I have to wait all these fucking floors, and I finally get up to the floor, and I go into this apartment, and I take the fattest shit I've ever taken. Like, I honestly think this was the fattest shit I've ever taken in my life. It was crazy. I know this was the don't look at me when I say this. I've never seen anything like this. I flush. I try flushing again. Nothing. It won't, there's no attempt. And as it's flushing, toilet bowl's filling. Great. I get a text from my friend. Oh, hey, I'm actually coming home early. Do you want to get dinner tonight as a thank you for watching my apartment? When actually? When is this happening? He's going to be home in 45 minutes. He's coming back from the airport. There is it is Fantasia levels, water coming out. Not just water. I have nothing. I have running clothes and the clip that had my keys on it and nothing else, and my phone. His cat is like sitting outside looking at me. Like watching the water. It's coming out of the bathroom. And nothing I do. The plunger is not working. It's not working. I'm plunging my ass off. It's not working. I haven't even answered him yet. I'm just like pretending I didn't see his fucking text because I don't know what to do. I am running around the house. I'm like, oh, why don't I call maintenance? They can come tomorrow. He doesn't know that I was at his house. He doesn't know that. I was just a desperate bitch. It was desperate times. We're calling for desperate measures, and it was the closest bathroom. And I'm like, what if I just left? He wouldn't know. He would never know. He would never know. He might guess, though. So, having nothing on me, his plunger's not working. I take the tools that God has given me. There's no gloves, you guys. There's no gloves. This is a single guy's bachelor apartment. There isn't. I was lucky that there was a plunger, honestly. the hands I was born with, these hands, this exact hand, actually, into the toilet, in it. I feel it. I feel the clog. You know what it's clogged with. I know what it's clogged with. It was once a part of me, actually. A little bit of myself. I'm in there. And remember when I said it was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life? It was. And now I'm like playing, I don't know, pottery wheel with it in the toilet. Not only, the water's still coming out. So like little bits and pieces of it are all over the floor, all over the toilet, dripping onto me. It's everywhere. It's the worst thing that I think has ever happened to me, actually. And I am, yank is the right word. And I opened that clog, and it just goes right back. It was a dream. I was not putting that back in the toilet. I was too scared. He has a trash bag, at least. I've got the trash bag. Put it in the trash bag. And now, he's even closer. It's been 20 minutes since he texted me. This man's on time. I am running around the apartment, cleaning stuff up. And not the apartment. It's in the bathroom. It's out in the hall, but there's no carpet, thank God. It's hardwood floors. I am grabbing every last paper towel I can fucking find. I'm sure at one point in the next couple days, he went in and went, what the fuck happened to all my paper towels? I'm cleaning up everything I fucking can. Everything. I'm cleaning. I'm on the mirrors. I'm on the ceiling. I am cleaning my ass off. And I got to get out of there before he comes back, because he didn't know I was in his apartment. He didn't know. My DNA is everywhere. If he had a forensic team come in there and try to figure out who the fuck was in his apartment, I would be caught like that. Like that. They would find it in 2 seconds. And hands. It was Rachel. I clean my ass up, run. There is a stairs, like a stairwell right outside his apartment. I clean it up. I get the trash bag, and I'm over my shoulder like an old tiny hobo, and I am running out the door. Like, let me get out of here. And as I'm running into the stairwell, I hear the elevator ding, and I stop, and I stand like to the side, and I take like a quick little it's him. And he goes into his apartment, and I get a little ding text on my BlackBerry. This was before iPhones. And I look down, and it's like, hey, did you see my text? I just got home. I can be ready in an hour. And I text him right there. Yeah, I just got back from I just need to shower, and then we can go grab dinner. I took the hottest, longest shower I've ever taken in my life. And then he bought me dinner. Wow. Okay. I did not think that video needed a part 2. But I have gotten a lot of the same questions in the comments and my DM, so I will answer them here. Let me pull this up. Okay. First question. Did I tell him? No. If he sees this video, that will be his finding out. Are we still friends? No. This was almost 20 years ago. I was living in Chicago at the time. I've moved across country. We essentially kind of just lost touch when I moved out of state. Why didn't I turn the valve off? I didn't know that was a thing. I know now, but at the time I didn't know. Didn't the lobby have a restroom, or why didn't I go in the bush? I don't know. I was panicking. I don't think the lobby had a restroom. I don't remember, but I mean, think about it. I feel like I didn't know what was about to happen was about to happen. I just knew I needed to go very badly. And in my head, I want to go to a familiar bathroom. And I have one close by. So I was like, no big deal. In my head, I was like, I'm just going to poop and leave. Like, That's what I thought was going to happen. So I went to a familiar bathroom. If what happened didn't happen, it would have just been, I went to the bathroom at my friend's house. That would have been the correct choice. Well, you think it would have been better if that had happened at a public restroom and some stranger would have had to clean that up? I don't know, guys. Oh, this one I get a lot, and it confused a lot of people. If I wasn't supposed to watch his apartment that week, why did he take me out to dinner? So we had like an understanding. This went on for like a year or two. He was a consultant, and his client was out of state. So he spent his work week out of state, and I would every week come by and watch and check his house. It was just a thing I continuously did. And so he would often, as a thank you for being his general apartment watcher, he would take me to dinner often. It was a very normal thing that he did. So when he said, "And thanks for watching my apartment," just a blanket thank you for watching the apartment on a regular basis kind of thing. With that, if I said I only went once a week, I misspoke. I went every week. So I would just stop by after work and feed the cat and do the litter boxes just about every day he was gone. Like a quick little 5-minute pop over, and then I'd head home because it was on my way home from work. And like I said, he only lived like 6 blocks from me. Yeah, that makes sense, right? If he was gone only a night, I wouldn't go because you just stick some extra food out for the cat and it's mine. Okay. Did I create this account just to tell his story? Believe it or not, no. The name is a coincidence. I was honestly just like, this is an alt account. It was there to make any videos. I have other accounts that are like specified for like art or whatever. And I just wanted an account that I could do whatever I wanted on. And I just shot this video off one day laying on the couch. I've never had a video go viral. I did not think anyone would see it. I have posted videos on this account before. I've posted like 1 or 2. One of them was, I was complaining about work and then I got nervous, even though again, no one saw it. I had like maybe 25, like literally like less than the even dreaded 300 views. I had like 0 views. I did not think anyone was going to see this video. I took down the work video because I was like, oh, what if work sees it? You know, I guess what if work sees this, but I don't care if work sees this. The last one. Oh, this is the Chicago skyline. The story takes place in Chicago. It's not the Fraser tattoo. That I can't keep up with the comments anymore. Because now 2 million people have seen this story. So if there are other questions, I'm sorry I didn't get to them, but hopefully that answers everyone's questions.
If you don't know, I'm a tattoo artist. And so I experience some wild shit sometimes, okay? And people always ask me, you know, like, what's the craziest story? And I have a few of them. So I'm gonna give you one, though, okay? Just one this time. Let me set the scene. All right, I work at this shop. It's a fully open concept shop, okay? So there are no, like, if you walk into a tattoo shop, a lot of the times there's like separate like private rooms that you can go into, or they have half walls. This had none of that. It was all open, and we were all like do all in a line. Okay, if you needed privacy, we actually had these curtains. Not that it's relevant, but in case you were curious, we had these curtains that were like hospital curtains that you could draw all the way around your station, okay, if you were tattooing like a private, intimate area. So, set the scene, right? Fully open. Nobody's curtains are drawn. Everybody has a client in their booth. It is a full shop. I mean, we have people waiting in the waiting room. The piercer is busy. It is popping, okay? It is a busy day. And so I'm tattooing, minding my business. Phone rings, piercer answers it. And she sort of asks everybody, you know, hey, this girl on the phone, she wants to get a tattoo, and would any of y'all be willing to do it? Okay, well, at the time I was the only one in the shop that was willing to tattoo those kind of intimate areas. And so I kind of get on the phone with her. I'm still tattooing. I just like kind of take my glove off, get on the phone. Okay, whatever. I ask her, I'm like, hey, this is Jordan, you know, what are you wanting? Yeah, so I'm looking to get like a star tattooed on my, and I go, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, I don't think a star would look how you're envisioning, because it is typically like a little bit of a curved surface, and stars require really straight lines. And so if it's not on a flat surface, they end up looking a little bit wonky. Okay, well, what do people usually get there? And I go, like names, words usually. Mostly words. I'm going to be honest. That's typically what people get. I've done lots of words. Okay, well, what about my boyfriend's name? Would you put my boyfriend's name there? Well, how long have you and your boyfriend been together for? 6 months. But we're not going to break up or anything. It's not like that, We've been together 6 months, but we're not going to break up or anything. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I feel like I've said that about every boyfriend I've had at the 6-month mark. I just don't feel super comfortable putting your boyfriend's name of only 6 months on such an intimate part of your body. Okay. Well, I really want a tattoo there. Yeah, girl, I get it, if you figure something else out, let me know. Well, what about, like, my dad's name? You want me to tattoo your dad's name on your... And the whole shop gets quiet. Okay, everybody's tuning in now. Because what the fuck did you just say? And she goes, well, it sounds funny when you say it like that. Girl, it should sound funny. Do you realize how fucking crazy that is? Do you realize how weird what you just asked me is? No, I will not tattoo your dad's name on your... And nobody in this shop is going to do that. I apologize. Oh, well, have a great day. End scene. I look up. Everybody's looking at me like, yeah, bro, that was really the conversation that I had. But to be fair, I worked at a shop that was like 10 minutes from the border of Kentucky, so.
My server at Olive Garden came over 3 different times to talk to me about my tip. Let's get into it. We need to talk about something because what are you guys actually tipping at restaurants? The other day, my kids wanted to go to dinner. I felt like Olive Garden sounded really good. We haven't been there forever. It just sounded good. So we go, my husband, myself, and my 3 kids. Okay, we order an appetizer, we get dinner, everybody gets something. And our bill was like $113. Our server was cool. His name's Wes. We went to the one in North Richland Hills. It was great. The bill comes. My husband is boxing up all of our leftovers. He's tending to our 5-year-old. And so I grabbed the little kiosk thing that you can pay with like on the screen. I pay the bill. I tip 20%. Now I tip 20% on the total. That is what I've always done unless the service is just like abnormally horrible, like they didn't care anything about us, they never came over. Like I really can't even remember a time that has been the case. But I tipped 20% on the bottom line, sign the check. We're sitting there still talking. He comes over, first of all, to thank me and just tell me that he hoped I had a great weekend. He hopes that we all had a great meal. And again, thanks to me before he leaves. At this point, I don't think anything of it. Like, we're still sitting there. I'm finishing my drink. My kids are still eating dessert. Like, I genuinely don't think anything about it. He comes back over again. He's like, are you sure you guys don't want any to-go drinks? You don't need anything else? And thanks me again. At this point, I'm like, no, we're good. Thank you so much for everything. We're about to get up and get out of your way as soon as they finish. 5 more minutes passes. He comes back. He squats down on the floor next to me, pulls out his phone, and he shows me his screensaver. And he says, I just want to let you know that everything that you just did goes to her. And it's his daughter. She was like 6, blonde hair, just beautiful. And again, I'm like, of course, thank you for like, you made it so great. Thanks so much. I hope you have a great weekend. So we were walking to our car and I'm talking to my husband and I'm like, do people not tip 20% anymore? Like, what are you guys doing? I'm extremely confused. Like, when you go out to dinner, what do you tip? Drop it in the comments below.
So I joined Bumble when I became suddenly single at the age of 32, and I thought I would tell you about the one and only person that I met and went on a date with off of that app. So I had never done online dating. It was completely new to me. And so I downloaded Bumble, and you know, on dating apps you can do like a radius of how far, you know, you want to travel or whatever, and then an age range. So I put it pretty narrow to begin with. I think I was 32 at the time, so I'm pretty sure I did like 30 to 34, and then like a pretty narrow radius. Well, unfortunately, I got to the end of my options. It was literally like, okay, you've come to the end, and I had like swipe left on everybody. So I was like, okay, so I extended it. I like added 2 years in each direction, so it was like 28 to 36, and then I added the radius. So almost immediately I matched with this guy who was farther away and younger, and he was a police officer. And I was like, oh, like he's cute. His no red flags on his page. Like he was a single dad. I was a single mom, recently separated / divorced. So I was like, all right, cool. So we matched, and then we immediately started talking, and it went really well. We had a lot in common. Like our daughters have the same name. We found out that we actually left our previous spouses on the same weekend, coincidentally. So there was just a lot. Like I could put a whole list together, but that's a story for another day. But so the conversation went really well. I'm pretty sure he planned a couple of dates there in the beginning, but I am super nervous about meeting new people because, like I said, I had not been single in like 11 years. So I canceled a few times on it, but I did finally stick with one. And so we set a date and a time, and we were planning to meet at a Cracker Barrel for dinner one night. And so I got there a little early, and I went across the street to the Target, and I'm on the phone with my cousin. I'm like, I can't do it. Like I was totally freaking out. I have a nervous stomach, so anytime I am nervous, like I have to use the bathroom immediately. Like I have to go, and I can't eat when I'm nervous. So I was like, I'm freaking out. Like I can't do this. She was like, no, you can't do that. And I really couldn't because he was driving his motorcycle to the date. So he had already texted me and said he was on his way, and then he put his phone up because obviously he can't have his phone out while he's driving. And I was like, crap. Okay, so I was like, okay, I'll stick it through. I'll do it. So he finally texts me and says that he's there. So I'm like, all right, I'll be there in just a second. I was across the street. So I get to the Cracker Barrel, and I see him. As soon as I park, I see him. He's like parked diagonally to me, and he's standing by his motorcycle. And I was like, oh my God. So he walks over, and we say hey to each other. He's super cute, looks just like his pictures. Like, thank God I didn't get catfished or anything. Super tall. Like, he's 6'5". I'm 5'3". So homeboy is like 14 inches taller than me. It was crazy. I'd never like been up close and personal with anyone that tall. So we go in the restaurant, and everything's going really well. He does most of the talking. I did not talk much because I was so unbelievably nervous. He orders a meal like a normal person. I just ordered a little side of dumplings because, like I said, I was nervous and I really couldn't eat. I was like, my stomach was messed up. So he did most of the talking, but the conversation was good. We asked questions, we both answered, and I thought it went really well. And then afterwards, he walks me back out to my car, and we say bye, gives me a little hug, and then we go on our way. But then like several days, like 3, 4, 5 days go by, and he hasn't said anything about a second date. So I'm kind of like, oh crap, like maybe he doesn't want to see me again. So, but I suck it up, and I'm like, just wondering when I might see you again. And then he's like, well, yeah, I mean, I'd love to see you again. I just didn't think you were interested because you didn't really say much on our date. And so I just kind of chalked it up to you just kind of wanted to meet me and then got it out of the way, and then you just weren't interested. And I was like, oh no, like I really liked you. I think it would go well. So anyway, so then we started talking about planning a second date, and I will tell you about that second date in part 2. Okay, so part 2 of my story of the one and only person that I met off of the Bumble app. So we planned a second date, and what really impressed me was, like, I grew up in the middle of nowhere. So like my parents live in the middle of 100 acres, like out in the middle of nowhere. And so even as a young person, like no one ever really like came and picked me up for a date. I always just met people in town because I was so far out. And mind you, I had to extend my distance, like for me to even match with this guy. So he lived an hour and 20 minutes from me. But for our second date, he was like, I'll come pick you up. And I was like, oh, you don't have to do that. Like, I'm really far away from you. He was like, no, like, I'll come pick you up and take you on a date. It's like a proper, I was like, okay, like, I'm not gonna argue with you. I was living with my parents at the time, so this man drives the hour and 20 minutes to pick me up. We had planned to go eat and then do some bowling. So he comes all the way to my parents' house, picks me up. He comes inside. My crazy, embarrassing family just make sure that my parents are there, and my grandparents who live on the same land. They decided to all be present when he showed up, of course, so they could meet him. He walks in, he brings me a rose, which was super sweet. And then, so he takes me out and we go on this date. We go eat at a pizza place, like a CC's or a, something similar. Anyway, and then I look up the bowling place only to find out that it is not open that day. I believe it was like a Monday. So then we couldn't do the bowling. So we were like, oh, well, you know, that sucks. So there wasn't really anything else to do on a Monday evening. So we start heading back to my parents' house. And when we get close to there, he's like, well, unless you're like just really wanting to go home, we could just ride around. And I was like, okay, because it was going well. Like, yeah, we can ride around. So he ends up taking me all the way down to where he lives, shows me all around, like, the town where he works, where he lives, just like where he went to high school. So keep in mind, we're driving all over the place. This man is in a diesel truck. Diesel prices are ridiculous. This is in 2022. I think I remember him saying he used an entire tank that night just driving around. So he drove all the way out there to get me, all the way to a restaurant, most of the way back to my house, only to drive back where he came from to show me around his hometown and all the places that he wanted me to see. Drove all the way back to my parents' house to drop me off, and then drove home, which was impressive. But it went really well. We got a lot of talking, you know, done. We got to know each other really well, just driving around like that. It was really good. So things were going well, and we're like, okay, we're gonna keep seeing each other like this. We like each other, we're good with this. So we went on more dates after that. I think our third date we went axe throwing, which was really fun. I beat him that night, which was total coincidence, not talent by any means. But we ended up going on several more dates after that, but I'd have to look up the details. I did keep a journal of all the details of those dates. But anyway, so that's the story of how I met my husband. He was the only person I matched with, and we're now married. We've been married for 3 years. So luckily I don't have to worry about dating apps anymore, but I also got really lucky with a successful dating app story. It's so funny to me to watch all these videos of people talking about the horror stories of dating, and I'm so glad I did not get stuck with any of those crazy or weird people. I got very lucky with the one person I chose to go on a date with. So anyway, best of luck to everyone in the dating world.
My first night in town, my Karen neighbor called the cops on my family for having 6 children. Let me tell you about it. So if you didn't know this, I'm one of 8 people in my family. Remember that. That'll come back later as important information. Anyway, we move into our new house. It's perfectly fine. We've been to it a couple times before we move in to check it out. I claimed my bedroom because it was looking at the football field, and I knew I was going to be doing cheerleading at that school, so I thought it would be cool. And it turned out being the worst room in the house because it was right next to my parents' bedroom. It was very difficult to sneak out, very challenging. They heard absolutely everything. We move in, it's taking all day because there's 8 of us in one house. So naturally, 8 mattresses to bring in the house, 8 box springs to bring in the house, 8 beds to build, 8 dressers to bring in. It's a lot. It was a crazy day. I got hangry. My mom made me a sandwich. I wasn't hangry anymore. It was all over the place, okay? Finishing building our beds for the night. We're about to bring the U-Haul back. We're getting the last mattresses out of the U-Haul. Me and my sister are walking our dog. The neighborhood has a very common toad issue. There's toads everywhere. But this was our first night there. So as we walk out our front path to walk our dogs and we see like 10 toads like jumping on the path, we scream a little bit because that was a little startling, okay? And then we continue walking our dogs like normal. We come back to the house and there's cops at the house. We take our little butts inside up to the upstairs bathroom that's like above the front door so we can like spy on what the cops are saying. Come to find out, this lady that lives across the street, we'll call her Karen, because if I'm gonna start sharing story times, this woman needs a name. Karen. That's what we called her anyway. I don't even know her real name. She had called the cops to report 2 things: a noise ordinance violation and us breaking COVID regulations. So my mom pulls up the doorbell camera, shows the toads jumping at her daughters and her daughters going, ah, and then giggling and then walking away. And also it was 30 minutes before the noise ordinance, so suck it, Karen. And then she also said, listen, we have 6 kids. We're gonna break COVID regulations living under one roof. There's nothing we could do about it. And the police completely understood. And they were like, all right, have a nice night, and I hope you guys enjoy the town. Welcome to the city, and basically just try to take it easy with this neighbor because we get a lot of calls coming in from her. So they basically tell us in not exact words that she's a Karen. So we're like, oh, lovely. This is going to be great because we have 6 kids. 4 of them are boys, teenage boys. We're all teenagers. All 6 of us are teenagers, number 1. Number 2, 4 of them are teenage boys that ride dirt bikes. This Karen is not gonna like us. And boy, she did not like us, okay? She didn't like anyone in the neighborhood. She did some pretty crazy things before she ended up leaving. I have so many stories, but that's the end of this story. This was my first night in town. This is the end of the story, period. Let me know if you want me to share more story times because I don't know. I have so many story times. I lived a million different lives.
I'm gonna bring this to the internet, 1, because I've brought it to the internet before, and 2, because there's new developing details. I'm sure some of you have heard me talk about my friend that has like a rotating door of best friends. She has friends that she's best friends with for about 6 to 18 months, and then when they rotate out because they get into a fight, she comes and seeks me. However, she and I were very close for about 3 or 4 years. I used to travel for a living, so we were both from our home state of Illinois. She moved to Denver. I used to fly to Denver for work a bunch, so I would see her while I was out there. Then a couple years later, I moved to North Carolina for my husband since he's military, and she was supposed to come visit me while he was deployed a bunch. She's like, oh, I can't wait to see your new place. I've never been to North Carolina, whatever, blah, 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 blah. 2 deployments passed and she never came to visit me. So our friendship kind of started dwindling, and I was like, hey, you've told me multiple times you're going to visit me and then you didn't. It really hurt me. It just feels like this friendship isn't a priority to you as it is to me since I flew out to see you a bunch. And also I couldn't visit her as much once we moved down here because we got a dog. My dog doesn't like boarding and he's very like particular about what dog sitters he gets. So finding a dog sitter is super hard. And my husband can't always watch him because he's deployed or he's on training. Anyway, so last year, she's like, okay, I'm going to make up for this. I feel super bad. Your husband's deploying again. I'm going to come see you on my birthday weekend. We're going to spend some time together. Great. She bought her ticket, sent me the screenshot. I was like, cool. Can't wait to see you. About a month out, I text her. I'm like, hey, what do we want to do? Gave her all these itinerary ideas. And she was like, hey, actually, can I come out in January to see you for your birthday? And I straight up was like, no, period. I already have plans for my birthday. You said you were going to come out now. If you don't come out now, that means that like our friendship, it does not mean anything to you. And that's fine. We can be casual friends, whatever. I don't care. She's like, well, I want to spend my birthday with my boyfriend. And it's like, okay, well, you know when your birthday is. You don't have to plan the trip to come visit me on your birthday. So I kind of go back and forth with her, telling her that she's hurt my feelings. And then she's like, I don't have time to have these arguments with you. We're grown women. Like, let's talk about this after this weekend. I have like this stuff planned and I don't want to have this conversation. I was like, okay, fine. Have a good weekend. I'll talk to you later. And that was 7 months ago. Okay. A couple weeks after we stopped talking, I noticed that she had unfriended me, or not unfriended me. She had deactivated her Instagram. So I was like, okay, whatever. I ended up just clicking the remove button. So I removed her as a follower and I removed her from my following list. And that was that. And I just haven't heard from her until today. Okay. Today I saw that she attempted to re-add me on Instagram. I have a private Instagram now. And I don't know what that means. She hasn't texted me to apologize or anything. So to me, it's almost like a passive aggressive, hey, let's be friends again. Or she's just snooping or whatnot. So part of me, and I ran this by my husband because he's really good with text, wants to just text her, hey, I saw the follow request. It's been a while. How have you been? And then see if she says anything. Because I don't want to just blindly approve her follower request, nor do I know if I even want to let her back in. But I am curious as to what her reason is. So you guys give me ideas on what I should do. Should I just approve her, not add her back? Should I text her and be like, yay, haven't heard from you in a while. What's the follower request about? So yeah. Anyway, thanks for all your input and advice.
In order to share this next story, we have to go back to the day that I got my period for the first time. I remember getting my period, not really knowing what was happening, right? I go to my mom and I tell her what happened. And the first thing she said to me, she got a little emotional, but the first thing she said to me was, no matter what you do, make sure you don't take a tampon from anybody at school. I didn't even know what a tampon was. Okay, I literally just got my period. Can we talk about like what I need to do maybe? Like what the hell's happening? Can we talk about that first? So at the time I was just like, what's a tampon? And she explained that we can't use tampons because it'll take our virginity away. So instead of being taught about how to take care of my body, at the moment, I was taught how to take care of my body for somebody else. Yeah? Okay. That was my education of me getting my period, okay? As a young Arab girl. My sister is 4 years older than me. Obviously, she already had her period. Nothing. The only thing she told me, oh, don't drink too much water. You're gonna get bloated. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just figure this out like I've figured everything else out in my life. My mom immediately went and told my dad, which I thought was so weird and awkward for me. He was outside at the time, and she told me, go sit with him outside. And I'm like, for what? Like, what? Why did you go tell him? Like, I don't understand. Like, what? And can we please explain to me what's going on? Can somebody tell me what's happening to my body, please? I was always told you have to stay a virgin until marriage, because no guy is going to want to marry you unless you are a virgin. Guess who they didn't have that talk with? My brother, obviously. Why the hell would they tell him that? He doesn't need to be a virgin in order to get married, right? Oh, and when I had to go and sit outside with my dad after my mom told him this, do you think he said anything to me? We sat there in silence. Complete silence. Silent. It was the most awkward time of my life. I was conditioned to believe, and they were right about it. It's not like they were right. No man is gonna want you if you're not a virgin. They're just not gonna want you, okay? And if they do, they're going to use it and dangle it over your head forever. Every minor inconvenience, they're gonna use that over your head. Fast forward, there was a time in life where my mom thought I wasn't a virgin. She lost it. Called the doctor. She wanted to take me to the doctor. Okay, take me to the doctor, the OBGYN, to make sure, to check and make sure I'm still a virgin. As a young girl, I deserved to know what was going on with my body. I deserved to have proper education from my mother to know how to take care of my body at this time, right? The only thing that was going through her mind was, oh, thank God she can bear children. Thank God she can get married. Thank God they're gonna want her now. Because, the girls who don't get their period, they don't get married. You're damaged. Nobody wants you for you. The part 2 of this is going to be a little bit harder to talk about, honestly, because everybody thinks I'm exploiting my family. I have not shared one family secret. Not one. Everything I'm sharing is my personal experience and facts. Facts that happened. I really don't care what you close-minded, judgmental, hypocritical people think, okay? You're the reason this is happening. You are the reason you're losing your daughters. You are the reason your daughters are miserable and unhappy. So you guys can talk all your shit. I really don't care, okay? Because the fact of the matter is this happened to me. So I'm supposed to hush, hush, shh, don't say anything. Shh. Keep your mouth closed. Respect your family. Shh, they're still your family. Don't do it. Fuck off. I have never shared this story that I'm about to share with you guys with anybody except for my husband. It's extremely hard for me to talk about. I blame myself every single day that this happened. Whenever I was desperate to get out of my parents' house and I wanted to get married so bad, and I ended up getting married to a loser, like I told you guys in my previous story. When I caught on to how awful of a person this man was, I kind of started having my doubts. He knew that my dad didn't like him and that I was starting to kind of be a little hesitant towards the situation. So we went to a wedding in the state that he was living. Everybody went to a brunch and I stayed back. I didn't want to go. He was doing everything in his power to come and see me. I kept telling him, no, like, you can't come. There's too many people here. There's so many, like, I don't want to get in trouble, blah, 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 blah. He said, okay, well, I really want to bring you sushi from this place. So tell me where you're staying and your room number so I can drop it off at the front desk and have her bring it up to you. At first I was like, no, you don't have to do that, blah, blah, blah. But he just kept insisting. So I was like, okay, fine. This is where I'm at. Which of course was a big mistake. And that's what I blame myself for. So he came up, and this was the first time we ever met, by the way. First time we ever met. And he immediately he knew how important it was for me to stay a virgin. And he took my virginity against my own will, without consent, as I was crying for him to stop. So I knew I had no choice but to go through with it. There was even points where my sister was like, what does he have over your head that he's like, why are you so invested in this? She thought he had like pictures of me or something. One time he texted my mom and he said, if your daughter's not gonna marry me, she's not gonna marry anybody else. And my mom came to me and asked me, like, what does he mean by that? I feel like she kind of knew. And of course he used this over my head too. Anytime there was a slight inconvenience or, you know, I was upset about something or whatever it was, he told me, nobody's gonna marry you. I hope you know that. Like, nobody's gonna marry you except for me. So even when I felt like, okay, I know I was the one who wanted to get married so bad and I was desperate to get out of my parents' house. But I did start having regrets about it because of the kind of guy he was. But I did not feel, there was no way I could go tell my family this. I couldn't tell my parents. They would blame me. I was already blaming myself, you know? I gave him the location. I told him where I was. I let it happen, right? And that's exactly what they would tell me. I know that for a fact. And let's just say in a perfect world, they wouldn't have said that. I didn't feel safe enough to go tell them because I knew that they would lose it. And after he did that to me and I went back home, we flew back home. The amount of trust issues that followed that, and I was still in high school at the time, I had to constantly keep my cell phone on. He had to constantly be on the phone with me at all times, no matter what. Because he didn't trust me anymore, right? I let that happen with him, so he doesn't trust me anymore. He knew exactly what he was doing. And I grew up, it was embedded in my head that if I wasn't a virgin, nobody was gonna marry me. So I couldn't risk being stuck there forever. And I also couldn't risk my parents freaking out and being, I don't even know what they would have done, honestly. I know they would have blamed me because, again, I was blaming myself too. And nobody put a gun to my head telling me I had to marry this man. But because I knew the way that this system was, I knew I had to. Like, I knew I had no choice in the matter. And everyone was so curious on why I was forcing this to happen. Everybody was trying to convince me to not get married to this man, you know, because he wasn't from our village. They just didn't like him. Not because of my age, not because of nothing like that. And had I had a safe place at home, had my parents been my safe place, this story would have been so different. So different. And I know for a fact I'm not the only one this has happened to. It's awful. It's disgusting. It's an awful mentality that the community has. And if anybody else has been through this, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry in advance that I'm so sorry.
I just found out that I've been getting cheated on for an entire week. Let me walk you through that. This guy's in the military, okay? And let me start off by saying, if Horville, USA had a mayor, baby, it's him. And if it's blonde with a hole, he's fucking it. And I knew that. I knew better. He comes home for the first time on leave and we see each other. Everything goes fine. Nothing happened because... no. And at that point, I really didn't like him because I already had to come pick him up. Ew. His friends are fucking stupid. And initially, he wanted me to pick him up from a 2-man that he didn't want to be at. No. Did not like him. Whenever he went back to wherever the fuck he was, I stopped talking to him. Like I should have fucking kept doing. So, about a month later, we start talking again. Very reluctantly, on my part, I was always extremely mean to him, and I don't know why he liked me. Couldn't tell ya. Talking to him is fucking exasperating. About a month later, we start talking again. I know. He ends up getting leave, okay? He comes back, I pick him up from the airport. He comes to my house for about 2 days, and then he has his dad come pick him up. Here's where the story starts. You see, what had happened was, he had a lot of friends that were like graduating high school. I don't know why he's still friends with high schoolers at the age of 20, but whatever. He was going to do this like senior sign stuff. I don't know. I didn't go to school. I did not go to high school, so I don't know. Whatever. He ends up calling me that night because his friend had split his head open. I asked, oh, well, is anybody else there? Oh, yeah, him and his girl. There was no other girl mentioned. Okay? Probably take him to the hospital. They did. Everything was fine. Now, mind you, I have this man's entire location and I've seen his entire asshole. Okay? Because whenever he had come to my house, let me set the scene for you. Because I promise you this matters. The lights came off. What did I hear? Do you like the way I flick my tongue or not? I'm so for real. He had a playlist ready to go. Oh, big. And I should have fucking known that he was Horville, USA, because guess what one of the first thing he said to me was ever? What's your lash map? Well, let me tell you, babe. Eat her. So, of course, as soon as that happened, everything goes out the window. Okay, out the window. Oh, bitch. And then he asked me to be his girlfriend. I was hesitant. I said, yes, sure. Back to where we were. He got picked up by his dad. Senior sign shit happened, whatever. He came over on like Thursday, I think, whatever. Mind you, this was after the senior sign thing. I'll explain the prevalence of that in here in just a second. Comes over on Thursday. I drop him off because he's going to have lunch with his mom. Fine, cool. I worked on Friday. Today is Saturday. I wake up. I get a text from his friend. Weird. Where was he at last night? Why are you asking me? I said, I don't know. With his friends? What was his name? Trevor? I don't know. Never heard of a Trevor. Are you telling me he's lying? Indeed. Oh, bitch. This man had picture proof. His friend had picture proof. My boyfriend was hanging out with his best friend's ex-girlfriend all week. Went to dinner with her family. Yeah. Keep in mind, she hasn't graduated high school yet. Put this man up with Jamie Terrell's because weird. I said, if he's been with her all week and I've been fucking him. Oh, this means that I have been sharing with some girl I don't know. Now, me and my best friend are Eskimo sisters. Chloe, I love you. I'm not doing that with nobody else. My blood pressure just went up. I need to take a minute. So I'm doing the math. And as I'm doing the math, the friend sends me a photo. It's whoever split his head open that night doing the senior sign bullshit. my boyfriend at the time, her, and some other girl. And Trevor, the friend that he was with, no, you're wrong. I was wrong. I am just baffled at the amount of sheer insufferability and insecurity comes from someone that fucks their best friend's ex-girlfriend and also cheats on their new girlfriend at the same time. I don't know how that happened. And let me tell you, the one thing that I really despised about him is how fucking much of an attention whore he was. Just loved attention. He is one of those guys that thinks that he's him and wants every girl to be in love with him and thinks that everybody just thinks that he's the shit. He's not. And frankly, the only thing special about him was the fact that Belle liked him for a little bit. That is the most interesting thing about him. And the only reason he joined the military is because he literally didn't have anything else to do with his life. And he told me that. Oh no, I have to be single and celibate again. God forbid. Yes. I'm going to add this in here. He even tried to turn his life 360 off so that his best friend couldn't see that he was with his ex-girlfriend. He did. And on Friday, while I was working and he was with that girl, his best friend's ex-girlfriend, he was telling me how much he was just in love with me and how much of a future he saw with me. Oh. But I knew this was going to happen. I knew this. I knew. Elephant in the room just texted me. I'm going to go take care of that. He also posts dumps on IG. Blech.
Get ready with me while we talk about my mom's second husband. We are going to call him Dumbass. Well, my mom and my biological father divorced when I was 5 or 6. I honestly don't remember. I was too young to remember really anything. All I remember is one day I came home from school and my mom, my 2 aunts, and my grandma were all at the house, and we had our rooms full of trash bags, and we got told to take all these trash bags out to the cars, and from then on we lived with my grandma. Today my mom and dad can't seem to agree on the actual reason their marriage ended, but there's a lot of back and forth. So while we were living with my grandma, my mom did date. My dad moved on very quickly with a girl that used to work at my daycare. My mom dated a couple guys. There was one guy that I really liked, and honest to God, I wish she would have ended up with that dude instead of fucking dumbass that we're about to talk about. He was cool at first, but that's obviously performative. And finally, after about 2 or 3 years of dating, he asks my mom to marry him, which I did not hate at the time because, again, we didn't live with him. We lived with my grandma. And so I had never really gotten to know, the real him. So my mom says yes, and they decide the next best step is to move in together because he has his own house. My mom is obviously living with my grandma with us. And then he has a son from his previous marriage, but they basically wanted to get everybody underneath the same roof. So they officially, they move in together and get married around, I think it was my 2nd grade year. Shortly thereafter, the mask starts to fall off and things get very crazy and scary and abusive and fucking terrible. So when my biological dad found out my mom was actually with Dumbass, he kind of lost his shit, and I did not understand until years later why. But basically, come to find out is my cousin on my dad's side, my biological dad's side, had actually been arrested for the use of a substance that rhymes with ref. Allegedly, Dumbass, my mom's second husband, was the maker and dealer of this substance to my cousin, which obviously led to his arrest. And I guess my dad had a lot of resentment towards this dude because he was the one feeding my cousin drugs. So my dad already doesn't like him, but honestly, my dad didn't have a lot of room to talk about people who were dating who, that's a story for another time. I will touch on that in a different video because that's a lot to unpack. The first things that I like remember that was like really awful is my mom's second husband, dumbass, had a corn addiction. And we started to get like viruses on the family computer, and my brother was around the age where kids start, like boys start doing that kind of stuff. And my mom's second husband started to blame it on my brother. But on multiple occasions, I would walk into the house and I would catch dumbass on the computer watching corn. So I would tell my mom about it, and he would always have an excuse, like, oh, it was a spam email attachment I opened, like I wasn't blah blah blah, right? So my brother would always be in trouble for watching corn and whatnot, but it was not my brother, it was dumbass. Another fantastic memory that I have is when I was, oh my gosh, I had to only have been like 9 or 10 years old. I was not very old. The neighbors were over at our house, and I don't even know what we were doing, but basically I sat on my mom's second husband's lap and I farted on him, which, you know, of course, when you're 10, like that's fucking hilarious. And he didn't really react in that moment, but whatever. I end up going to my room and the neighbors leave. And after the neighbors leave, he busts into my room and picks me up by my neck and is choking me, throws me up against the wall and was like, don't ever fucking do that shit again. And I'm just like sitting there like completely stunned because what the fuck? And I don't know if my mom saw what happened. I know she knew what happened because I told her, but yeah. Another time, I know my mom and him had gotten into it. I don't really remember about what, but they had gotten into it while she was like at work. And I know she like had kind of wanted to leave him at this point because he was fucking insane, clearly. But they were arguing, and I guess when she mentioned leaving him at some point in the argument, he said, I will burn this house down with your kids and the dog inside of it right now. I think I was in like 5th or 6th grade when that happened. And so my grandma actually comes over and picks me and my brother up and the dog, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? But come to find out, like, that's why my grandma came and got me and my brother and the dog, because he threatened to burn us all down in the house. Gosh, I almost forgot this one. This is the beginning of why I despise my birthday. There's a couple more stories to go along with shit that of course has always had to happen on my birthday, but this one, so it was my 2nd grade year, 3rd grade year, I can't remember. But anyway, I had a birthday party, and one of my friends from the birthday party was going to spend the night. Don't ask me how, when, or what happened, because all I know is me and my friend and my brother and her brother, we were all outside playing, and all of a sudden my mom comes out of the back door and she is like bloody, and all I see is him splash beer all over her. So on my 2nd, 3rd grade year birthday party, in front of my friend and my brother's friend, my mom's second husband hits her and throws beer all over her. I'm guessing he was probably intoxicated, as he usually was. After that, I never wanted to have birthday parties at the house again. And then I think it was my 7th or 8th grade birthday year. So I honestly can't even remember like what happened or how we got to that point. But basically him and I end up into it, and he has the house phone in his hand, and he hits me so hard with it right here that I literally have a welt like this big. And it's like puffy, like up to here on my fucking arm. He is like screaming in my face and like spitting on me. And my brother was actually home, and my brother like got in his face and was like, you know, don't fucking touch her, like don't get that close to her. and my brother buck up to each other and they start going at it. And I start to pull him off my brother. And then that ends up in me and my mom and my brother all getting into it. But we had a whole WWE match in my house that night for my birthday. He hit me, kicked me, pushed me, choked me on more occasions than I can count on all my hands and feet. When my mom finally got the good sense to leave this dude, I'll never forget him like trying to come to me and like give me like some sob story about how heartbroken he was and how much he promised he would change and yada yada, and how much my mom had hurt him. And I just thought that was so funny, because I'm like, you dumb bitch. Like, you seriously think that after everything you did to me that I'm gonna like help you and feel sorry for you? Like, men never lose the audacity, I swear. I'm so thankful that my mom finally left him and I got my dad, John, who's my mom's third husband, but I always just call him my dad, because he has just single-handedly, like, I don't want to say cured my childhood trauma, but has significantly helped with my healing. And also why I'm just so thankful for my husband, because he has just been the most incredible stepfather to my two boys, and I could just not be more grateful for him. I have so much trust in him that I never thought I would be able to have in a man, and I'll forever say that that man heals my inner child every single day. But thanks for getting ready with me, and I'll talk to you guys later.
I've been keeping a secret for 6 years and I really need to get it off my chest. So I was dating a guy very seriously for 3 years. We were basically engaged, moving to a whole different state. And then I just dumped him out of the blue. And I've been lying to everybody for 6 years of why I broke up with him. So like I said, we were moving to a different state. And I've just told people, yeah, I just didn't want to move to a different state. It makes sense, yeah? Well, so... my parents were crazy and they never let him sleep over. So the first time he ever slept over was because it was pandemic lockdown, and like I said, we were moving to a different state. So my parents were like, okay, sure, he can sleep over. So obviously he asked if he can use my shower, and yeah, I don't want some gross smelly man in my bed. So of course, yeah, you can use my shower. So he uses my shower. When he's done with the shower, I didn't notice for hours. There is hair, like down there hair, all over the shower, all over my razor, all over my exfoliation sponge. And so clearly I asked, like, hey, did you use my razor? Like, did you shave? Because there's a bunch of hair, like, it's gross. This man tried saying that it was my little brother. He and my little brother have completely different hair colors, completely different hair textures. There was no way that was going to be my little brother. And so I keep pressing him and I'm like, hey, so like, yeah, no, this is really gross. Like, I can't even like wash my face properly. He's gaslighting me, saying, no, it's not me. No, it definitely was him. Yeah, and that gave me the ick so bad that I dumped him after being with him for 3 years. We were engaged. We shared a dog. Most of my stuff was moved into a different state. And I just cut it off. So for the past 6 years, everybody has thought I dumped this guy because I just didn't want to move to a different state. No, it's because I didn't want to see pubes all over my shower. And so I've been single since then because, like, what the fuck? Like, no, I'm just so grossed out still.
This is the story of the Dolan twins and how they helped me realize my stepfather was preying on me when I was a child, okay? Like, just let me explain. So when I was around like 12 or 13, one day I came home from school and my stepdad had given me all these like weird random like black iPhone chargers and like black boxes, and even put one in my bathroom. He was like, I put them all around your room for like convenience. I put one in your bathroom. And I was like, why? That's dangerous. Like, I don't need a cord in my bathroom when I shower. Like, and it was hanging in the sink. I was like, that's so dangerous. Whatever. Eventually I moved it into my room, okay? Use these chargers for like years, okay? Until one day I'm like looking at it, like one of them catches the light. I was like sitting in front of my mirror doing my makeup, catches the light in some weird way, and I noticed there's like this purple dot like inside of the little charger box, and I was like looking at it, running my thumb over it. It just like, I couldn't make sense of it. It was just like within it, and there was like a glass or like plastic frame over it, so like I couldn't get to it. So it was so bizarre. Never saw it again after that. I was probably like 14 at that point, and I'm just thinking like, oh, my charger went missing, whatever, I have plenty more. Okay, fast forward 2 years later, I went through a Dolan twins phase for probably like a month when I was 16. And like, I liked the Dolan twins in middle school and stuff. I'm talking, there was 4 straight weeks when I was 16 where it was like eat, sleep, breathe Dolan twins. I come home from like one of the first few weeks of junior year, plop down on the recliner, it's Dolan twins Tuesday, let's get it, okay? And it was the video. Like, there's no way. It was this video where Grayson plays a prank on Ethan and like captures it using these, like a hidden camera disguised as an iPhone charger box, okay? For reference, this is the video. Are you following? Are you following? I'm watching this video, it's Dolan Twins Tuesday, and it's like scratching something in my brain, like, but I was just like, that looks so familiar, like, I swear, like, I've seen that before. And this is the device. It was exactly this. You see how it's not perfectly a square on the side and like the violet dot? Exactly that. Okay, then when I'm 18, we go forward another 2 years. He starts like drinking a lot. I realized that he has like a prescription pill addiction. He was playing like in front of me, right? I just start having all of these like horrible interactions and instances with him. Particularly when my mother was out of town. Like, my mom would leave town and leave me home alone with him, and he would just get like belligerently drunk. And I start to realize that something's not okay with him. And all of these like memories to these weird interactions that I've had with him that just like never make sense come flashing back, and it all makes sense. And bro, I realize what he gave me. I piece it together that the little charger that he put in my bathroom one day for convenience and whatever. Why does a 12-year-old need a charger in their bathroom to charge their iPod Touch? I realized it's the same thing as the hidden camera that Grayson Dolan used on hashtag Dolan Twins Tuesday. Thank you so much. Anyway, so I put it all together when I was 18, and I was like, oh my gosh, I literally felt like I was entangled when she was like, I'm the lost princess. And like I was like, oh my, like that, this can't be real though. So it took a while. I honestly can't say how long. I feel like a few weeks to like kind of let that settle in. I told my mother, and obviously she was like stunned. She just buried her head in the sand, to be honest. And how my mother handled it is like a completely different topic, but she didn't do anything. I wanted her to like call the authorities, have them search his computer. She didn't. So I zipped my lips. I was like, you know what? For my mother's happiness, exactly 4 years go by. Exactly 4 years. I just graduated college. Okay, I'm literally like a month out of graduating college, and they're like, can you come dog sit for us, my mom and my stepdad? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I'd go to their house to dog sit. Y'all, bro. And mind you, for the last 4 years, I have genuinely like been haunted by this experience. Like, I would fall asleep at night just praying to God that the truth would be revealed. God has been so good in this situation where like I didn't have to do a thing. I didn't have to lift a finger, and the truth came out. So let me tell you how the truth came out. I show up to dog sit at their house. They're obviously not there. I walk into the guest bathroom, bro. And my mind is like trained to look for these things. In every apartment I moved into, every room I entered, I'm scanning. I'm Navy SEAL trained for this, okay? Walk into the bathroom, boom, right there. Right there, right there, plugged into the wall. Oh my gosh, I literally thought that thing was like burned or at the bottom of the lake or something. I didn't know it was still intact. Bro, the way that I just instinctually snatched it out of the wall, like so fast. So I'm literally standing in the bathroom shaking. It was just such a surreal feeling. And I immediately go into, I guess, like legal mode. I start recording everything on my phone. And I'm like, I have to take it apart to like confirm that this is a camera before I call the authorities. Film myself taking it apart because like, obviously I knew what I knew because my mom like didn't believe me. Part of myself I needed to be 1000% sure. Sure enough, like I open it up, it is a full-on camera. I open up the back, there's like a motherboard. Called the police, told my whole family. Long story short, he's in prison. It took 12 months for him to receive a sentence. I was able to like tell all my family and like finally talk about it, tell all my friends, and like have it out in the open, and it no longer like haunted me anymore. Anyway, this story is just part of my testimony that God has been so faithful to me and so good to me to expose the truth, and he heard my prayers when I was in silence. And I should also say, I mean, I don't say this to scare anyone, but be aware of your surroundings. If you're going to an Airbnb, if you're staying in a hotel, if you're like moving into a new place, if you're living with someone who is weird, like you can buy a little scanner on Amazon. They're like $20. Anyway, yeah, that's the story of how the Dolan twins solved the crime that robbed me of my childhood. Thank you so much.
If you were to take one and only one piece of New York dating advice from me, I would tell you to never ever hook up with someone who lives in your building. Also, do not try and date a male therapist. This year I briefly dated my neighbor who is also a therapist, and it ended in me blocking him on everything. So it started out cute. We were at the gym in our building. We met on the treadmill. It was like a meet cute. We were on the treadmill and he was studying for something, and he had like the words dopamine on his screen, and I was a psych major, so I just started talking to him, and we just got in like a long conversation about it, and he was like, what do you say we both finish up on the treadmill and go on a walk outside? And I was like, sounds great. So we go on a walk outside. He tells me he's a therapist, he's going back to get his doctorate. I tell him I'm sober, we talk about that for a while, and he was like very understanding of addiction because he's studied it, and it just felt like we had a lot in common, and that he like understood me, I understood him. So we actually end up spending like 5 hours straight together that night, and it was like pretty intense. I leave thinking this is like a great arrangement. I'm like, he lives in my building, like he's so deep, he's so sensitive, like whatever. So we hang out again the next night, and the tone completely shifts. Like it went from like romantic vibes to like, hey, I'm not really looking for anything. Like I'm going back to get my doctorate, and like I don't have that much free time. And like, I'm just not looking for a relationship right now because I can't balance it. So he gives me this spiel, and I start hysterically laughing because I've heard this one before. I'm like, you haven't even asked me what I wanted yet. And this is our second time hanging out. I have not decided by any means that I'm interested in dating you yet. So this is really premature. And I just was kind of like, I haven't decided anything about you or I because this is literally our second time meeting, and I haven't written anything off, and I think it's weird that you've already like written something off based on one interaction. It literally was giving love bombing and then just a complete pullback. So I thought it was weird, but I basically decide, okay, whatever. I don't know if I want a boyfriend. He lives in my building. I enjoy hanging out with him. Like, we'll see. We hang out for a third time, and by the third time, he straight up treats me like a friend. So the first time is romantic, the second time is like, we're not sure, and the third time, he straight up treats me like a friend. If you think I'm being dramatic, I literally asked him while we were watching a movie to scratch my head, and he said no. He literally said no. Also, at this point, he had given me a book off his bookshelf that said not drinking tonight. It was like a clinician's guide to not drinking. It was like honestly really helpful. He tries to text me again, and I end up just being like, hey, I think we should just be friends. There was no hard feelings. It didn't end poorly, but he continues to text me like randomly, but not to hang out, just be like, hey, how are you? And a guy texting you but not making plans with you is literally like when you're at a bar and a guy's just staring at you and not coming up to say hi. Not only was he texting me, but he was also sending me voice recordings of him singing. I learned that he plays the piano and sings, and he's actually pretty talented, but I was like, hey, why are you texting me and sending me videos of you singing? This is weird. He's like, I don't see what the problem is. Like, we're friends. And I was like, we're not friends though, because we don't hang out and we live in the same building. Like, friends hang out with each other. He, at some point, drops that he has a girlfriend. It was really bizarre. It was kind of out of nowhere, and there was no way that he could possibly have gotten a girlfriend in that amount of time. Like, it was very bizarre. So at this point, I'm like, all right, I'm just going to give you your book back, and like, let's be done with this. So I try and text him to give him the book back, and he's like, I'm with my girl. And I'm like, okay, I just want to give you your book back. Like, I don't want anything from you. Like, okay, just let me know when I can give you the book back. I never get him the book back, but he weirdly swipes up on my Instagram story of my mom for her birthday and says, your mom is beautiful. And I said, dude, that's fucking weird. And he's like, why? She's really pretty. So I don't respond. A month later, I was dating someone else, and I like very, very subtly soft launched him. Like, nobody could even tell, but it was like only he and my best friend swiped up and caught it. And he wrote gay. So I text him and I'm like, what makes you think it is okay to swipe up on my Instagram story with a different guy and say gay? And he's like, Jesus Christ, like, it's just a joke. You're so dramatic, like basically gaslighting me. And I was like, we are not friends. Stop doing this. Stop contacting me. Like, you have a girlfriend. I'm with someone else. Stop. He goes, okay, if we're not friends, stop saying hi to me in the building. So now we see each other in the gym, the lobby, the laundry room, and even in different places around our apartment. The other day, we were the only two people in this bagel store, and we didn't say a word to each other. So yeah, we are not on good terms. So I would not recommend any of that. He should not have a license to be a therapist. He is so manipulative and such an asshole, and he would sometimes shit on his patients to me. So if you ever encounter a male therapist who is also your neighbor, please steer clear. Bye.
Are you ready for this? Put a finger down if your husband has ever left you in another country for some crazy ass shit. I don't think you're ready for this story. And it's taken me a lot to see whether I could grow up here to tell it. And you know what? It's a fictional story, and I'm going to tell it. So 5 weeks ago, we're getting ready to go to Punta Cana. Me, my husband, the person I've been with for 14 years. We've been married for like 6 years, going on 6 years. Okay. And we have a daughter together who's 6, and then he has a biological daughter who's 19. And it's going to be their first time together going out of the country. They both just got passports, all excited, going to Punta Cana. We're going to a resort. We're going with our neighbors who are our best friends, who have kids. They have a whole huge party, like over 20 of us going. What could go wrong, right? Everything goes off without a hitch, like just a normal trip. We've been on plenty of trips. We've even been out of the country together plenty of times. We've just never taken the girls, right? We get all the way to Punta Cana, and that's where it all goes downhill. Why not? We get to the airport. We're standing in a line. This is like the end of spring break time, so there's a long line just to go through customs, and that's when things just start to get weird. He has straight talk, so he's well aware that his phone doesn't just work in other countries and that he has to call prior to, because 2 months before this, if not less, we were just in Mexico. So anyways, we are in Punta Cana and we are trying to get to our hotel. He's freaking out about his phone not working and customers not being able to call him because he does run a small business. So we get to the resort. Check-in is crazy. There's a lot of people to check in. There's, like I said, over 20 people. He has my phone and his phone, and he's on both of them trying to get his phone to work, even trying to switch providers, you name it, he's doing it. And within the first 24 hours of being there, it might have been the same night, he had a worker quit. Well, he only has 2 employees, so that leaves 1 other employee. And that other employee, who happens to be a female, fractures her ankle. Well, if he doesn't have any workers, work cannot get done, therefore he cannot be on this vacation, right? You get where this is going? So he's letting me know that he is going to be leaving Punta Cana to go back home to work, and that I'm going to have a great time, everything's going to be fine. And I am blown away. I'm like, so you're gonna leave, like you're not gonna just maybe even leave a day early or something, like we're 2 days in and you're leaving? And he's like, yeah, well, women's intuition is always spot on, even if we don't listen. And I didn't listen to mine because at one point we're at the bar and he knows that it's his last day and he has like the nerve to say something so crazy. 14 years together. And he's like, yeah, when we get back, like, our dynamic needs to change. And I'm like, what? Coming at, like, we're literally standing at a swim up bar in our bathing suits, and you're gonna say that we need to have a conversation about our dynamic changing? Come again? And I was like, just say whatever you're gonna say. Like, literally, just say whatever you're gonna say. We'll be fine. He's like, no, that's kind of a conversation for when we get back. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? Mind you, he's like, let's just have a good day. Well, my having a good day was like crying on and off. Like, just like just fucking crying all day. Because my body knew. I didn't listen to my body, but my body knew. Our bodies always know. Like, I could do multiple parts on other things that I overlooked because I trusted my spouse. I don't know why I did, because so he makes that weird remark, and then later in that same day we were riding around and he is playing songs, like the one song is like, I'm really done this time. I'm like sitting here like, oh, okay. Like, I'm just reading between the lines here because you're not saying anything, but you're listening to a song saying that you're really done this time, that I need to like show up in a dress in the midnight and try or something. And then it gets gonna get a little crazier. He turns to me and he's like, hey, can I tell you something? And I'm like, yeah, sure, of course. Like, what are you gonna tell me? Like, you're leaving tomorrow. Like, what? How could you make this any worse? He's like, when we go on these trips, I like to do coke. This motherfucker was sober 8 years. And the last year has been nothing but a weird cycle of fucking weird habits. And that fucking iced the cake for me. I looked at him like, you dumb motherfucker. What did you just say to me? I immediately got off our golf cart and I got lost. Literally got lost. And I felt so bad because my bonus daughter was like with him and she's like texting me because like she feels bad. She knows she watched her dad get sober. She watched her dad be sober for many fucking years. And then he just gonna piss it down the drain. This is part one. Part one. We're not to the good stuff yet.
I haven't given you guys a messy story time in a while, so I feel like it was well overdue. Okay, this one's going to be in a couple parts, so bear with me. Okay, I am a part of this story, but the people that are a part of the story, I have to be careful with their names because, yeah, you'll see why in a minute. But this story time is about how one of my friends had her baby, and while she was in the hospital recovering, while her baby was at the NICU, her husband brought his mistress into the NICU to pretend it was the baby's mom. Yeah, so hold with me. So let's back play, okay? This girl had been married to her husband about 4 or 5 years, okay? We're gonna call them Stephanie and Jeremy, okay? So Stephanie and Jeremy have been married for a while. Stephanie gets pregnant. Okay, everything's going fine, okay? Jeremy worked at a bigger company, okay? Well, Jeremy started coming home from work late a couple of nights a week. Stephanie's family was like, hey, he's not that likable, okay? Are you sure he's hanging out with the man? Oh, 100%. Stephanie said Jeremy would never cheat on me. Okay, moving forward. Stephanie's sister starts digging through Jeremy's phone, okay? Starts digging through the phone. She finds that Jeremy is texting somebody we're gonna call Carl, real name Carly, okay, that'll come into play. Text somebody named Carl. She says, Stephanie, don't you think it's funny that Jeremy's texting somebody named Carl all the time and they're saying like, I love you and stuff? Stephanie says, no, That's what friends do. Friends say, I love you. Okay. Well, about a month before Stephanie has their baby, somebody by the name of Carly starts coming around and hanging around. No relation to Carl. No relation to Carl. Okay. So the sister is like, Stephanie, you don't see 2 and 2 put together? No. Mind you, this is a month out from her having her baby. Okay. And this woman just randomly comes over. Well, now Carl's not really texting as much anymore. Now they're both texting Carly. And I'm like, the sister's like, where is Carl? Well, Carl's nowhere to be found. They're not friends anymore. So Carl's gone, Carly's in. Come back for part 2 because it's gonna get messy. Welcome back to part 2 of my messy story time, the long-awaited part 2. Okay, this is about how one of my friend's baby daddies brought his mistress to the NICU with her daughter in there while she was in the hospital recovering. Okay, last story, we ended with now Jeremy. Is that the guy I said his name? I don't know. Whatever I said the husband's name was, Jeremy. That's what we're gonna go with. Jeremy started bringing Carl, who is now Carly, around. That was his friend. Okay. Boom, picture it. Stephanie goes into labor. Okay. She's in the hospital. She goes into labor. Jeremy's not really actively there. He's on his phone. He's doing stuff, whatever. Well, Stephanie has the baby. Okay. Well, the baby comes out. I don't really think premature, but came out a little too fast, had some things wrong with it, had to get transferred to a NICU at a different hospital, okay? Well, if you knew anything about having babies, she wasn't allowed to be released for like 48 hours, a little more. She wasn't allowed to be released for 3 days, okay? So, of course, he's like, I'll go to the NICU. I'll be with her. You stay here. Let your family stay with you, okay? Everybody's thinking he's being a good guy. Stephanie's sister is like, He's a little too eager to leave, right? Okay, so boom, picture it. Stephanie does her time, right? They end up releasing her a day early because she's like, listen, my baby is at the NICU. I need to get to the NICU, okay? They get to the NICU. It's Stephanie's sister, a couple other people, right? Stephanie's sister goes in to start washing her hands, okay? The NICU nurse is like, who are you? She's like, oh, I'm Stephanie's sister. Stephanie's coming. She's the mother of the baby that's in the NICU. The NICU nurse is like, the mother of the baby? And she's like, yeah, what do you mean? She's like, what does she look like? You know, and Stephanie's sister's like, you know, like brown hair, you know, her. And she's like, so she's not an older blonde woman. And the NICU nurse, Stephanie's sister's like, no, but you know who is an older blonde woman? You guessed it, Carly. So the sister's like, who's been up here? And she's like, don't say I said anything, but there's been a woman up here holding the baby, and the baby's supposed father, who claims they're the father, has been loving all over her, kissing all on her while they're holding the baby. I thought that was the mom. It was not the mom. The mom has been in the hospital after giving birth, right? Okay. So Stephanie's sister goes and tells Stephanie. Well, Stephanie's like, nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Well, Stephanie's sister confronts Jeremy, and Jeremy's like, oh, you know, my friend just came up here to spend time with me, so I wasn't alone. Well, Stephanie's sister is like, the nurse is saying that you guys were all cut up, and he's like, no, Carly was just consoling me because I'm just so sad my wife couldn't be here and my daughter was in the NICU. Come back for part 3 because this gets bad.
I literally just had to pull off of the road because of how, like, flustered and disgusted I am right now. Like, when did some of these men get the audacity to just, like, speak some of the things that come out of them? I get to the gym. When I get to the gym, I go to the gym to get my shit done. I don't go to talk to anyone. I don't really look at it. I don't make eye contact with anyone. I just get to the gym, get what I need to get done, and leave. So I get to the gym, and today it was my rest day, so I was just gonna go for a walk. And how the gym's set up, there's the treadmills, and the workout section, the workout area is behind the treadmills, and there's like a track around the workout area. So this is what we're working with here. So I walk into the gym, and when I first get in the gym, like I said before, I don't ever make eye contact with anyone. So like I'm walking in, and like I glance up, and this guy's looking at me. Okay, and you'll figure out who this guy is. Oh my god, I'm getting flashbacks. So whatever, like I look up, he's looking at me, I look down, and I go to the treadmill. So I'm literally walking on this treadmill for 40 minutes. And mind you, I cannot see who is behind me. I can't see anyone because, like, that's the workout area. The treadmills are in front of the workout area. So I don't know how long this guy was here. Like, whatever. What makes it even more disgusting, he was probably checking me out. Mind you, I'm literally 19. Whatever. So I literally don't know how long this guy was staring at me for. I don't know. I don't want to know. So I think my timer on the treadmill was at, like, 49 minutes. And I see this guy come up, and like he is on a mission. He like is like fast walking straight towards me, and obviously I can tell he's coming towards me, and I have my headphones on, which makes matters even worse because if I have my headphones on, I probably don't want to have a conversation. Like, this is not social hour. So me being the nice person I am, I'm like, okay, maybe he wants to come talk to me and has a question, whatever. So I like take my headphone off, and as soon as I take it off my ear, he's like, I'm taking you to dinner tonight. And I literally was like, what? And I said, I'm busy. I literally said, I'm busy. And before I even finished, he was like, I don't care if you have a boyfriend. I don't care if you have a boyfriend. He's like, I don't care if you're married. I don't care if you have kids. And then he kept saying, he's like, I don't care if you have a boyfriend. Okay, first of all, why is that the first thing that you want to start a conversation with? Secondly, what do you mean you don't care if I have a boyfriend or if I'm married? I'm sorry, that's, okay, and that right there, most time, I'm always looking on the bright side of things. I'm always like, okay, like, I always try and find the best out of everyone and whatever, but immediately I knew something was off with this person, and I'm like, the vibes were just not it, and like, I could just tell he was just a weirdo. Like, you know those vibes that you were just uncomfortable? Like, I was uncomfortable when he first started coming up to me. Should have been my sign. I should have just, like, told him to screw off and like leave me alone. So whatever, after he's telling me he does not care if I have a boyfriend, he's like, I'm taking you to dinner tonight. I said, I'm busy. And he's like, what are you doing Saturday night? And I said, I'm gonna be out of town. He's like, well, doing what? And I'm like flustered at this point. Like, mind you, I'm being very like straightforward. There should be no like miscommunication here. You should be able to tell that I'm not interested. Like, take the fucking hint. So I shouldn't have even answered him, but like being flustered, I was like, I'm gonna be out of town. He's like, well, where are you going? I said, I'm going to be out of town for my brother. He's like, well, when are you coming back? And I should have just, I don't know why I kept like lying, but I was just like, I'm not gonna be back for 2 weeks, which is a fat lie. Like, I'm gonna be back sooner than that. But like, I'm being very, and I kept like turning away. Like, I'm trying my hardest to not like to get this weirdo away from me. And then he starts to ask me more questions. He's like, where am I from? He's like, where do I live? Am I from the area? I'm not answering these questions. I did tell him that I was from like an hour away, which is also a lie. But again, I'm like flustered, and I'm just like trying to ignore this guy and just like finish my workout. And at this point of this, it's not a conversation at this point. He's just literally pestering me with questions. I'm getting like flustered, and like you can tell, like I'm getting louder, like I'm raising my voice, and like obviously this is a public gym, so, and I can't see the people who are working out behind me, but he was like kind of like looking around behind me, so like towards the other people in the gym. So I'm hoping they were giving him some sort of like weird look, because like, what the fuck? To make matters even worse, this guy was all of 30. He had to have been at least 30, if not pushing 40. Like, he was old. And I'm literally 19, which is even more disgusting. And what makes it even more disgusting is he was probably looking at me, because again, I can't see who's behind me. I can't see who's working out behind me. So he was probably like looking at me. I don't even want to know how long he was looking at me. Like, that, he was literally probably fucking scoping me out, and that is disgusting. I literally can't. Okay, then he, after I'm like, no, like, I'm not, like, no. And then he goes, well, what's your name? And I was like, I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm not telling you my name. He's like, you won't tell me your name? And I said, no, I'm not comfortable with telling you my name. And I said, have a good day. And he literally jumped back, and he like looks at me, and I put my headphones on, and I like turned, and I like kept walking and whatever. And then he didn't like run, but he like kind of sped walk, but like back towards the workout area. And like at this point, I'm not turning around to see where he went, but I'm assuming he just left the gym, because I didn't see him after I was done. But genuinely, what the fuck? This literally happened over a half hour ago, and I'm still just like, how do some people have the audacity to just say some of the shit that comes out of their mouth? And you wonder why people don't want to go to the gym. Like, literally, as soon as I left the gym, I was like, had it in my mind, I'm like, I'm not coming back here. Like, that was my immediate thought. Like, I literally felt so disgusted, and like, a lot of times I don't. Like, again, like I said, I'm a very like trusting person. Like, it's hard for me to feel uncomfortable unless the vibes are so off, and they were so off. I was like, there's no way I'm coming back to this gym. But then I thought about, I'm like, why? Like, just because a guy was making me uncomfortable, like, I was not in the wrong. Like, he was a fucking weirdo. I literally can't. Like, I'm literally... So that was my wonderful gym session today.
Okay, story time of the fake wag stalker. I'm at the airport in Florida. I just landed, and my dad is so late to pick me up. There's no one else here. The amount of comments and DMs I got of people who know exactly who she is and the exact same thing happened to them is absolutely criminal. I can't believe it. I mean, actually, I can believe it, but it's still just like mind-blowing to me that like this is a real thing and she's a real person and she actually did this. So I don't know where to start. When I started working for this AHL team, she was a fan. I was doing social media for the team and also was a ringside reporter, so I was on broadcast. I basically started picking up attention, I guess you would say, from people because I was being noticed as the team reporter and doing their social media. So we kind of built like a little fan base around the team and around the prospects, and it was really cool and really fun. I think a lot of you still follow me on here, which was like just so fun. But I also knew a lot of the wives and girlfriends on this team. Some of them had either their husbands or boyfriends that played for my dad before, or I had known them from when I had previously worked with other teams. There was a lot of crossovers, and I had a lot of friends on the team. But when it comes to her, I'd met her once after a game. She had messaged me and DM'd me and said she would love to meet me, so I did after a game. And then she started DMing me about hanging out and wanting to meet up and all this stuff, and I essentially just didn't respond because, number one, I didn't have time, and number two, it was just not really anything that I was like looking for in the most respectful way possible. So I ended up not responding to her, and I think she took that in a really negative way, which I kind of get, but I honestly didn't think that much of it. So after I met up with her, I started getting a ton of messages and comments and like DMs from like fake accounts, really mean stuff, and I was kind of like, okay, that's not that nice, but all good, no worries. Blocked them and then moved on, and there would be like another one a couple days later, and I was like, okay, this is kind of crazy. I didn't think anything of it for the most part. And then one of the wives on the team came up to me after a game and was like, hey, this girl's like saying a lot of crazy stuff about you, like, do you know her? And I was like, no, I don't actually. What is she saying? She made up awful rumors about me, was spreading lies, telling everyone that I sucked, I was ugly, all these comments, like literally awful things I would never say to anyone. Then she started making jackets and sweatshirts and shirts for all the wives and girlfriends on the team, trying to like befriend them. And she somehow ended up in the family room after games at a certain point. After a home stint, I go out to my car and there are sticky notes on my car saying, ugly, bad at my job, nepo baby, disgusting, whore, homewrecker, all these things, sticky notes on my car. What the hell is going on? One starts walking me to my car. We get pictures and stuff of the players, like I parked where the players parked. How she figured out which car was mine, which was super weird and creepy. The DMs and everything continue. I find out she's taking photos of me while she's at the games and sending them to people, saying awful things about me and like sending them to a bunch of people that I don't know. And then she started sending them to people that I do know, but I don't think she knows that I know them. So she's just like sending them, talking shit about me. People that I know are like, wait, what? Like, what's your deal with her? She essentially says that I followed one of the players on the team that she liked and he followed me back. So she hates me because she thinks that I'm trying to take him from her. That was normal. I ran the social media for the team and that's just like a normal thing. I'm supposed to help them with their social media in general. Also, mind you, this player did not speak English. They say this was his first time in the United States. It was his first time in the United States. He didn't know English. Our communication was strictly through Google Translate, and that was it. She ended up going to away games to try to see this guy, made a fake family pass to try to get downstairs after the game. Hey, that's not real. She told probably hundreds of girls that she was fully dating this guy. They were never dating. She made it all up. I don't even know how to explain how nuts it was. She made jackets with his name on it, shoes, and painted his face on it. She was buying suites at away games for all the other wags to show up to. She was flying to away games. Just the craziest stuff. She would tell other girlfriends and wives all this stuff over text, and then basically when everyone would find out that they weren't actually dating, they would confront her and she would just block them. I think she's blocked me like 3 different times. I think everyone's kind of had a run-in with her. If you haven't, please be grateful, because I do think I was the first victim in all of this, and it was absolutely crazy. I know she did the exact same thing to a girl who worked for the team right after I did. So I'm assuming she's done with this, because I do think the player is now married. I think he's married now, but I don't know. Crazy shit.
Okay, so an update. I got my 23andMe ancestry kit in the mail today, so I will be doing this, sending it off and seeing if anything comes from that. But I also did a little bit of research. I have not reached out to Danny's daughter yet. I just need to do that. I just need to remember how I found her last time. I think I remember how I found her last time on Facebook and reach out. And then, so I will be doing that and giving you an update. And then, I was researching online, and Amara Family, I think is what it's called. It's the company, it's an adoption agency that took over Medea's stuff. So I did find a contact for them, and I emailed them with the attachments of the letter and photos, just to see if they have any like suggestions or if they do work on cases for Medea. I don't know. So I haven't heard back yet, but we'll keep you posted if I do. So that's the current update. Keep you posted.
Story time of how I told my parents that I was pregnant at 16. So I might get some backlash on this in the comments, but I did take the test at school and I found out at school. But to be honest, this gave me time to think about what I was going to tell my parents and how they would react. I was stressed out the whole day at school. It's not cool. For reference, I am 6 weeks and 1 day, and this is my ultrasound. The first person to find out was my best friend. Her photo's right here. I remember just looking at the test and being like, oh shit, like, I have the photo. Like, I'll put it in here. So later that day, when I was getting on the bus, I texted my aunt and I told her that I was pregnant. And my aunt is also pregnant right now, so we're gonna have babies. Maybe not the same time because she's farther along than me, but they're gonna be best friends. Yeah. So after I got off the bus, I texted my dad and asked him if, when he got off of work, if he could drop me off at mom's house because he usually goes to mom's after work. And this was a weird request for me because I usually like staying home with my cat. He said yes and he picked me up. So we started driving. We weren't even that far away from our house, and he's like, so why do you want to go to mom's house? Like, what's your alternative motive? And I said, well, I need to tell you something, and I'm low-key really scared to tell you. And he said, he looked at me, he was like, don't tell me you're fucking pregnant. And I just stayed quiet, you know, because I didn't know what to say. Like, I'm scared. Like, I thought my life was over. Like, I still don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'll be updating you guys on that. So he was upset, and there was like a really long period of silence in the car, and so he put his arm around me and told me that everything was gonna be okay, and that he would tell my mom for me so I didn't have to tell her. And he basically told me that he's gonna be there for me, which means the world to me because, to be honest, if you're gonna be pregnant at 16, you're gonna need a strong support system. And it's terrifying. It is so scary. And so for all the girls that are going through the same thing as me, I have so much respect for you guys. So when I got to my mom's house, my dad went out to the garage to talk to her, and he told me that he wasn't gonna be telling her immediately. Like, he said he wanted to have a beer and whatnot. But she comes in the house and she looks at me and she's crying. And she also was very supportive. Like, of course they're not like happy about it, but they're not gonna let me go through this alone. After all that, my mom was literally my hero and set up all of my appointments and everything. So I got appointments pretty early, and I got to figure out like everything pretty early. I figured out I was pregnant pretty early. A day after that, I also told my grandma, and I'll put the video in if I figure out how to do that. I'm not actually sure how I'm supposed to do that, but yeah, that was it. She acted so mad and then she was so happy. It was weird. I also want to tell you guys that Embrace Grace has helped me through a lot of this and made me more excited about this pregnancy than I went into it with. I've also been dating my boyfriend for 3 years, so it's not like a fling thing. And his photos right here. I love you. But that's basically how I told my parents. Not a very interesting story, but just for the girls that are going through it, I thought I'd share my story.
I saw a video of a girl talking about this earlier, and I'm like, I need to make my own video about this because this is something I feel very passionate about. I don't want to spend the night at a man's place unless we are traveling together or I am visiting you from out of town. I would rather just drive home, and here's why. First of all, I am someone, I don't sleep well in any other environment than my own room. I am someone that tosses and turns all night. So if I'm in someone else's bed, I'm self-conscious that I'm just rolling around back and forth, disturbing them, and I don't want to waste a night of sleep. Because I'll just be up all night. And that brings me to my next point, their pillowcase. How can I rest peacefully when I don't know the last time you changed your pillowcase? Has it been weeks? I change my pillowcase every 2 days. And I'm also wearing a hair bonnet at night. And recently I've been wearing my retainer from high school on and off. I don't want you to see me like that. And then my skincare. I have to pack up all my skincare and probably also my makeup. Do I bring my hair tools? And one time I had a guy try to convince me to stay over saying, I have your skincare routine from another girl, because there's no way that you and me have the same skincare. And now I'm even more turned off. And I don't know what it is, but whenever you sleep over at someone else's house, why do you wake up the thirstiest you've ever been in your life? And you're like making your way to the kitchen in the dark, like you don't know where the glasses are. And at least if I'm at home, like I don't even like drinking water. At least if I'm at home, I have my Crystal Light and I'm not waking up in the middle of the night thirsty. And then in the morning, I have to poop. I can't poop at your house. So that's a problem as well. I haven't had a guy spend the night at my place either in a very long time because I used to have a dog. So that was also my excuse. He unfortunately has since passed away from cancer. Dog always slept right next to me on the pillow. So I can't inconvenience him. Like he's used to sleeping in bed with me in his spot on the pillow next to me. And that was also another excuse why I couldn't spend the night at a guy's place, because I always had to get home to Harley. And if they ever said, oh, bring Harley, I'm like, this dog is just as high maintenance as I am. If I drop him off at the sitter's house, he's got his overnight bag, he's got his food bag, and then I have to bring all my stuff. Like we are coming with a lot of things. And it's just too much. And then there's also our sleeping habits. Like, is he going to be snoring? Is he going to be farting in his sleep? Am I going to be farting in my sleep? Like, I don't want to be the couple that's farting in front of each other. But despite all of this, I do want to be in a relationship. I know I want to get married, and I'm hoping with the right person, all of this stuff will just fade away and not bother me. I know that I'm capable of that. I have dated people in the past where none of this stuff has bothered me. It's just been a very long time. And let me know what else I'm forgetting, because I know there's such a long list of reasons why we don't want to spend the night. And this is something I feel like a total weirdo about, because I don't know, I feel like it's just like not like that normal of a thing. So I would love to know what other people's thoughts are on this.
I've had Hinge for 1 week, and let me tell you how it's going, because it's not good. So I got Hinge about a week ago, and the night that I got Hinge, I ended up liking this guy who ended up talking to me the next day. So we start talking, and the conversation is going pretty good, to the point where we exchange phone numbers and we exchange Instagram. Now, let me tell you about this guy, okay? This guy, he is 36 years old. He is born and raised here in Delaware. He is cute. He's bald, but that's okay, because he's cute. He's got a good smile. He's got good eyes. He's got 2 kids. Yes, he's got 2 kids, and he's got 2 moms. Now, kids for me is not an issue, but it is something that I pay attention to very closely. But anyways, he tells me that, and I'm like, okay, no taken. And we move on, we continue talking, and the first thing I notice is that he's not a great texter, okay? So that's red flag number 1. We continue talking, and through our conversation, I end up asking him about his relationships and how long was his longest relationship. And he says, maybe 2 years, if that. I don't even know if I would consider it 2 years. I'm sorry, you're 36 and your longest relationship is maybe 2 years. You have 2 kids in your longest relationship. Okay, red flag number 2, noted. So now it's been a couple days and he wants to FaceTime. So I go ahead and I FaceTime him. And the FaceTime was great. It was fine, actually. But the one thing that I didn't like is he was working during his FaceTime. So the eye-to-eye conversation type of vibe was not happening. But whatever, I'm gonna let that go. Now, a day or 2 passes after our FaceTime, and I'm getting bored. I am. I'm like, I need to meet this guy, because at this point, I'm starting to vibe less and less and less with him. But if I meet him, maybe we'll be good, right? So I ask him, hey, when are we gonna go on a date? Like, so he listens and he starts planning the day, and finally he goes, okay, we agree on meeting Thursday a little after 7, after he drops his daughter off practice, or whatever the case was with his daughter's practice. And I say, okay, Thursday a little after 7. The only thing he needed to get back to me on was the bowling alley. We were gonna go bowling, but he didn't tell me where. And I said, once you figure that out, you let me know. He said, gotcha. Thursday comes, which is the day of the date, and he doesn't say anything all day about the date, okay? And I don't say nothing at all because I'm waiting on you to get back to me on the bowling alley. And as far as I know, we're going on a date unless you cancel. You know what I mean? So finally, around 5 o'clock p.m., he goes, hey, by the way, I still want to see you. I still want to go bowling with you tonight. It'll just depend if I get this done or not. So I say, what do you mean? What do you mean? He goes, oh, I have this song set list, because he's a DJ, that I'm working on, and I just have to get it turned in. And I said, are you telling me that we are going to meet tonight, or we're possibly going to meet tonight? And he goes, oh, it'll just depend on if I get this stuff done or not. You did not tell me that. You told me we were meeting Thursday at 7, a little after 7, after your daughter's practice. You didn't tell me that it was going to depend on whether or not you got your job done. You didn't tell me that there was a possibility that we would not see each other. You did not say those things. You made it seem like you were fully available on Thursday, a little after 7. So I tell him that. I was like, yo, what do you mean you're all of a sudden not available, or possibly not available? He's like, oh, well, I may be. I just have to take my daughter to practice. And now if I don't get this done, I may have to go home, which means I'll meet you later. And since we didn't talk about a time, and we didn't talk about it at all day today, I figured it was okay. Sir, what do you mean? Mind you, when I got that message, I was sitting down at this very vanity right here to start doing my makeup, to only find out that I may do my makeup for no reason. So I tell him, I'm like, yo, that's not cool. Like, you were basically telling me that I should wait around for you to see if we're going to meet tonight or not. I said, that's not cool with me. I don't like that. He's like, oh, no, I'm not doing that. Like, we never agreed on a time. Sir, yes, you did. You said a time. You told me a time. You told me a date. If he would have been honest from the beginning about the fact that he may or may not make the date, I wouldn't have made such a big deal. But he never brought that up until 2 hours before the date. Sir, you're 36 years old. Where are your communication skills? Like, come on. You're going to make me wait for you? And I just stopped responding. I said, you know what? You're 36. You got 2 kids. You've never had a real relationship. You don't know how to communicate. You don't know how to text. What am I doing? So I stopped talking to him because I wasn't going to argue with the 36-year-old that I just met a week ago. I wasn't. So the date never happened. And now I don't even know if I want to go back on Hinge, because is this what I'm dealing with? 1 week. And this is my experience so far. Oh, Lordy.
All right, story time. We're starting a new series, and it's called Is My Neighbor Harassing Me, and What Do I Do About It? So anyways, we're going to start from the beginning, and we're going to make it several series. So anyways, we move in 2 weeks before Christmas, okay? I get the tree up the week of Christmas. I go and put a big red bow on the front door, and as I'm putting the bow up, the neighbor comes out, okay? She comes out. Don't look at my scratch. My kitty scratched my nose. Anyways, she's like, oh, that's a beautiful bow, you know, and chit-chatting with me, and I'm really thinking, like, wow, like, I'm so not, like, this is so nice. Lies. Lies, baby, lies. So anyways, so I'm sitting out there, you know, talking to her, and she's like, hey, just so you know, don't put your trash out until Tuesday, and they'll pick it up, okay? Because it blows, and she's like, you know, we don't want it, you know, everywhere in the neighborhood. And I was like, I totally get that. Like, you know, I try to make sure that I put everything up, and anyways, so continue on. We have a cat. We have 2 cats at the time. I got an inside cat and I got an outside cat. The outside cat is a mouser cat. She's like a barn cat, and we moved her with us. Obviously, no pet left behind. And I set her up in the garage. She's cool, fine, dandy. we finally start letting her out, and she's like going in and out of the garage, like, you know. And we've been here, I don't know, maybe a month, maybe 2. And the neighbor stops me. She flags me down. She's like, hey, I'm not trying to be ugly, but your cat is coming over here and shitting in my flower bed. And I need you, like, can you keep your cat in the yard? And I was like, I'm so sorry. I was like, you know, do you want me to come over and pick it up? Like, pick up the poop? I was like, because I can't, like, I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. Well, she's like, no, it's fine. Just keep your cat over there. You know, do what you got to do. I'm like, okay, yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry. Keep in mind, y'all, we are not bad neighbors. You know, we have just moved here. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not trying to piss anybody off. I don't want, you know, anybody to feel like, you know, we're just these horrible neighbors, okay? So I talked to my cousin, and I was like, hey, do you think that when you move into the house, because she was moving into our old house, I was renting it to her, I said, do you think that you would be okay if I brought the cat up there, because the outside cat, because my neighbor's complaining, I don't want to piss anybody off? And she was like, yeah, that's fine. She was like, I wouldn't mind that at all. So anyways, another month goes by, and my cousin is in the process of, like, trying to get things set up for herself to move in. Well, the neighbor comes. The fucking neighbor comes. And she's beating on the door, her and her husband. Okay? And I go outside, and she was like, I tried to catch you the other day, and I guess she didn't see me. And I was like, no, ma'am, I'm sorry. You know, we have 4 kids. We're constantly on the move. What's up? Your cat is shitting in my flower bed, and my husband has PTSD, and it's flaring it up because the cat's scaring him, and I'm terrified of cats. Well, about that time, here comes the fucking cat, and he's like fucking freaking out, like, oh my God. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. And she was like, can you not put this animal in a cage? I said, no, ma'am, we cannot do that. That is animal cruelty for a cat. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. She's a mouser cat. And at the time, the back of the property, like the back of the neighborhood, they were clear cutting it to put in new homes. And so I told her, I was like, look, if she's coming up around your house, I was like, birds, mice, lizards, snakes, you name it, think of her as pest control. Okay, she doesn't like going in the house. She's not going to go in your house, but she is going to hunt. And I was like, I'm sorry. And she's like, can't you just put her in your fence? I said, no, ma'am, I cannot. She will not stay in the backyard. That's where I was trying to get her to stay, but she likes to adventure. We used to live out in the country, and she had plenty of room to roam and hunt, and she sleeps on the porch, and, you know, or go in the garage. Like, it just is what it is. I said, I'm working on it. My cousin's supposed to be getting her, and, you know, y'all won't have to worry with her anymore. I wasn't ugly. I even offered, I was like, do you need me to come and pick up the cat poop? I was like, I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. I said, oh, okay. Then, a few weeks after that, my kids are out front, and they're playing. And they come and tell me that she has caught them outside. Keep in mind, the cat is gone now. At this time, the cat has moved back to the country with my cousin. Okay? They tell me that she is out there flagging them down, talking about, you need to go and tell your mama that y'all's cat is over here shitting in my flower bed, and you need to tell her she needs to come and get this cat. And they look at her and they say, ma'am, we don't have an outside cat. We have an inside cat, but we don't have an outside cat. She starts arguing with my kids. I know it's y'all's cat because I see it go over in your yard and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, what? I've given this woman my number 2 times at this point. Okay? That pissed me off. That pissed me off. Why are you arguing with my kids? Like my kids have control over this and you're telling them to go get your mama and this, that, and the other. I have a doorbell. You know that I'm at home. Why are you stopping and telling my kids that? Anyways, part 2. So, this is part 2 of the new series, The Neighbor. Is she harassing me? And what do I do about it? Okay? We've just gotten done with the whole, she's telling my kids that our cat is shitting in her flower bed again. And she has my phone number and she's arguing with my kids. And my kids come and tell me, and I was like, all right, look. I was like, here's the deal. Don't go and talk to her. Leave her alone. Don't say anything. Don't do anything. Just tell her, like, you need to talk to our mom about that. So anyways, we have a bunch of bushes in our front yard, okay? And my husband was getting ready to go on tour, and we have the trailer, okay? And the trailer is the band trailer, and we bring it from our old house to park in front, well, on the side of our house, like out in the street, like on the side of the street, so that the guys can load up their music equipment. Well, I go outside to check the mail, and the neighbor flags me down. And she's like, hey, whose trailer is that? And I said, it's my husband's. It's not going to be here for long. It's been here less than 24 hours. Like, you know, they're having to pack up stuff in it, and it's going to be gone. Why? Well, I had the HOA president calling me at 6 o'clock this morning to tell me that, you know, that is illegally parked and it doesn't need to be there. And we're trying to figure out whose it was. And I'm just letting you know that you're not supposed to have that. And I said, okay, well, it's going to be moved. Like I said. So there was that. Well, then the bushes. So my husband leaves on tour, and it's summer. The kids are home. I'm home. And I didn't have work one weekend, and so I was like, hey kids, let's get out. Let's go ahead and start cutting these bushes back, and we're just going to pile it up on the sides of the street because they'll pick it up. So that's what we do. And I cut, I mean, I'm talking about 2 days of cutting. I'm out there cutting. And we're piling up. She flags me down that following Wednesday. Okay. She tells me that the city did not pick up the stuff. And I'm like, yes, ma'am, I can see that. And she's like, well, I called the city, and I'm just letting you know that I've called them twice. And they need to be out here picking it up, and you need to call them because they are supposed to pick that up. And I was like, yes, ma'am. Okay. So I don't call them. I'm not fixing to call the city. I'd seen the truck, but there was like a lot of people limbing up shrubs and stuff. And so I had seen that the truck was completely full, and I just figured like they would come back the next week and get it. She catches me outside again the following week. They have picked it up. Okay? The city has picked up. She flags me down and she was like, I had to call the city again because they left all that stuff and it was flying over here in my yard. And I don't appreciate it. And I told them that they needed to get out here and they needed to sweep all that up. And I said, ma'am, we had to clean out the drains because there were so many bushes and limbs down in the drains that when it rained, like, the water was overflowing. So my dad got down in there and we just cleaned it out and called it a day. Well, I'm telling you, you need to call them. You need to call them because I've already called them. At this point, I've called them 3 times. And I was like, yes, ma'am. Do y'all think that I'm fixing to call the city and worry them about that? No. No. It is hotter than hell outside. They come and pick up our trash. Super nice guys. Like, so nice. I am not fixing to call and complain on them. Hell no. So, anyways, fast forward to, it is our first Halloween in the house.
Let's do a story time on how I've been getting stalked and harassed by this woman, Latanya French, for almost 3 years now. I started doing hair back in 2018, carried me throughout college, supported me financially. Latanya French was a client of mine one time prior to this incident of winter of 2023. I don't really remember the specific month. Now let's get to the nitty gritty. Winter of 2023 comes around. I give this person my personal cell number because we had conversations and I thought I could trust her. That was my first mistake. I always judge a book by its cover. We had an appointment set. She wanted me to accommodate her in ways that I could not. After me trying to accommodate her several times, I told her this has now turned into an inconvenience. We will have to cancel your appointment. Latanya French did not take too kind to this. She began calling me out my name, you addict, you whore, every name in the book. I said, oh, you're definitely not getting your $20 back. And at this time, I was doing hair out of my apartment, which I think where things got a little hazy because after this incident, I did have to get my tires replaced twice right there. After getting multiple text messages and calls, she then started to book under several different names, signing my personal email and adding different appointments. So then I fixed that. Now you got to pay a deposit to book an appointment with me. Okay, she said, watch this. She then began to harass my associates on Instagram, as well as my friends, sending them multiple emails, signing them up for a plethora of things. She also did the same thing to me. My email was riddled with different weight loss programs, leasing agents contacting me. Anything that you could think of, that's what she was signing me up for. I should also add that she did try to log into all of my Instagram accounts on multiple attempts. Fast forward a little, I didn't think too much of her. I did get my number changed. So I would get a few emails here and there. I'm like, oh, I'm probably just old. I think that's not her. A whole year later, nah, that ain't her. Fast forward to today, May of 2026. I put a new number in my hair bio because I thought that I wanted to return to doing hair. So I got 1,032 text messages as well as calls from several numbers. And when I checked my email, a little small background about myself, I founded a Black-led volleyball community club, introducing Black people to the social sport of volleyball. She also got a hold of that email and has been sending us 1,032 messages. I wrote a small blog. She made comments on that. What else? Oh, I also took it as far as to contacting my family members as well, riddling their emails with a whole bunch of spam, signing them up for stuff. These are their work emails, by the way. So she took the time to look them up in their careers, find their emails, and sign them up for things. Yeah, she's just been harassing me since and cyber stalking me. Let me know if you've seen this. walking around Chicago or Champaign, Illinois area. I did forget to mention that she went to U of I and graduated from U of I. Please watch out and be aware of it. Tanya French, if you are watching this, which I'm sure you are, I am willing to offer you a grand total of $40 to stop this madness. You will have to sign a contract promising that you will not harass any of my friends or family members, including myself, to receive the $40. And we can forget all about this Latanya French. We can put this all behind us. I don't do hair like that anymore. I will not do your hair, actually. No, I'm not doing your hair. But I will give you $40.
So I'm a member at EOS. I like the gym. I'm there a lot. I like the people that work there. They're great. I'm having a big problem with not only the parking, but the crowd and the dynamic of the gym. And none of it is addressed with like dress code or conduct, which I think is important. So I'm sure everybody that goes to the gym has seen what people are wearing to the gym, which it should only be allowed in the bedroom. I'm telling you, if I were to work out in underwear, my whole labia would be hanging out. I'm not even kidding. Like, it is wild. It is wild that people feel comfortable with their whole bottom half of their tits, labia dangling down, full cup of butt cheek. Okay, I mean, to each their own, but I would assume it'd be very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. So that's for you, girl. Like, tuck your shit in and get a workout in. We're not there for like modeling. Not to be like judgmental, but I'm gonna be a little judgmental. Most of the time when people are wearing those things, it's not fit. Like, it doesn't fit the aesthetic of the proportions for the body. Okay, I mean, I love all women and I love bodies of women, believe me. But like, dress appropriately for your curves and for like what's gonna be hanging out. And that's more sexy. It's more sexy to assume what you got underneath than to see everything and be like, I know exactly what that's gonna be like. Okay, next, there are so many teenagers in here, and I get it. Like, you pay less to go to Fitness 19 because, or I'm sorry, EOS. I go to EOS. It is a cheaper membership, so I get it. So like, there's gonna be a younger crowd, people who can't really afford a more expensive, or parents don't want to pay for a more expensive gym, and so you're gonna get the crowd that is attracted to the certain dynamic of the gym and the cost. So if you want to have a more mature crowd, you have to pay a little bit more for that. People who can afford it. I'm established here and I love the people, and it wasn't like this when I joined this gym, and I'm thinking about moving to LA Fitness. It's a little bit more expensive, but it might be worth it. I haven't gone there. I'm gonna do a tour. Okay, so that being said, after school there are tons of kids in here just hanging out. They got slips on and flip-flops, and it is like a gathering after school. I have seen people in there vaping. Okay, vaping. I vape. I'm not gonna lie, I vape and I love it, so nobody ever convince me otherwise. Like, I love it, so that's what I do. I like it. But not at the gym. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You're vaping at the gym. Okay, so here's my concern. Summer is coming, and so I changed the time that I go. Now I go like midday because the crowd has died down. There's no waiting for equipment, and you know, I could just maneuver myself around the gym as I please. If you go early in the morning or you go after 5 o'clock, it's jam-packed. You can't park. You're waiting for equipment. Nothing is wiped down. Like, things are more greasy. The cleaning crew hasn't really come in and had a chance to keep up with the amount of sweat that is going all over the place. Yeah, I wiped down my shit, but like, you know, you can't wipe down everything. And I heard that there are girls using their discharge as perfume to attract people, pheromone kind of stuff, which I think, whoa. So how much pussy juice is all over the machines? I wonder about that. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so summer's coming. Anyway, I've been going midday and I like it, and I'm enjoying that because I can stay 2 hours and get in a full workout, and I feel great when I leave. But summer's coming, and so all the kids are going to be here. Every child, and
high school student that's out of school is going to be here for like summer break, for hangout sesh, to use the gym. I'm sure some people do come and use the gym, and some younger people do, but I can imagine the summer just being like wild and crazy. Like they're gonna be wilding out over here, and I'm like, okay, well, okay, so what gym is going on? I was kind of looking forward to midday time, and my friend just told me yesterday, like, summer's coming. What do you think you're gonna get at summertime? Everyone's gonna be out of school. That's my experience. I go to EOS, I already said that. And so is this your experience at EOS? Is it the cost that's keeping the crowds coming in that are kind of like questionable? I want to go to a place where like they take working out seriously, and I can put in my headphones and I can like not have to wait for equipment that someone's staring at their phone and like, you know, doing their shit, sitting there, not getting in their workout, and like having other people wait. I clearly have an issue waiting for people that aren't considerate of your time. I'm considerate of other people's time. I like when other people consider my time. It's not always like, you can't always expect people to do that. So where do you go to the gym? And where's like the crowd serious about working out? Look at my muscle. I mean, I got fucking A, man. I got big muscles. And I need to go to a place where other people have ripped muscles like me. Fucking ripped. Know what I'm saying? Huge. And I'm very serious about working out. Very serious about this.
Something crazy happened to me recently, and I didn't have the emotional capacity to talk about it on this app because I was worried I would get too emotional, and I never want to be the person that cries on the internet. But I was thinking about it today because a memory popped up, and I was like, I feel like I should tell this story in hopes that it just reaches one person. But recently I was at my sister's house, and I was sitting with her and her best friend at her like kitchen island, and we were having a conversation. It was pretty late. I want to say it was past like 9 p.m. And my phone started to ring mid-conversation, and my phone was face down on the table. Now, I've been really trying to be way better about being present in conversations and not being on my phone or scrolling when someone is talking to me, just like giving them my full presence, eye contact, whatever. So my phone was face down on the table, as I said. So when my phone started to ring, I was like, meh, I don't know who's calling me. I'm not gonna pick it up. Like, I'll wait till the conversation's over, and then I'll, flip my phone over and see who called, and I'll call them back. It can't be that deep. But my phone continued to ring, so the table continued to vibrate, and something inside of me just told me to answer the phone. So I flipped the phone over just to see who was calling me, not to pick up the phone. And it was my best friend from college. It was one of my homeboys, like my best guy friends from college. And that would be fine if he hadn't passed away 3 years ago. So I see this man's name, pop up on my screen, and I'm like, I was startled. You know what I mean? Like, my stomach sank. It was weird. I hadn't seen his name come up on my phone in a very long time. So when I saw it, I almost like stopped breathing for a second, because I forgot for that split second that he is not here. And yeah, sorry, hold on. So like my heart was in my ass at this point, and I just stared, and I watched my phone continually ring as I stared at his contact picture and his name. And I just let it ring. And I looked at my sister, and I was like, and flipped my phone around and showed her, and she was like, what? And I was like, what? And so I sat on it for a while because I didn't really know what to do. I didn't know if I should call it back. I didn't know if I should text. And then about 20 minutes had gone past. And I was trying to understand how this could be possible. Like, how could someone be calling me from his phone? He died almost 3 years ago. He's not here. I got a text message from his phone, and it was his mom. She had apologized. She said that she was going through his phone, and she was going through his messages, and his phone had accidentally called me. and that she didn't mean to, but she checked in and like asked how I was doing. We talked about him for a little bit, and that was it. Okay, Aubrey, get to the point. Why are you telling this story now? This was last month, by the way. Well, today I was sitting on my couch, and you know how Apple in your phone creates those fuck-ass memories, like those slideshows or whatever? In the slideshow, a screenshot of a text message that G had sent me came up in my slideshow. And it said like 8 years ago or whatever. And I opened it and I read through the conversation and I laughed. But it's just crazy. Like, it just goes to show you that grief comes in like waves, right? Like, you can be completely fine, and then something will bring you back to a memory. But I can't help but think that G, who he was as a person, fucking with me. He knew it would freak me out if his name popped up on my phone. But I loved that I got the opportunity to talk to his mom and connect with her for a second. But I just can't help but think like that was him. Like he did that. He did that on purpose. For anyone who hasn't experienced grief, I'm very jealous of you. But if you have, you know that it changes you, right? It like legitimately rewires your sense of being, your way of life. And I say that because I carry this heavy weight often when I think about him. I miss him so much. He's from the Bahamas, so he lived in the Bahamas. So when he passed away, the services and the funeral were in the Bahamas, and I could simply just like not afford a plane ticket to go to the services. And it's something that I always am very sad about when I think about it. Oh, sorry. I'm emotional. I'm about to start my period, I think. When someone loses someone, everybody always has this like awkward, uncomfortable conversation where you like don't know what to say. Like, do you just say like, I'm sorry for your loss, but that doesn't feel like adequate enough? But for me, I always encourage people to just simply ask about the person that they lost, and give people the place and space to speak on them, to talk about them, to share memories, stories about them. And I'm going to do that right now because I just feel like I need to talk about him. But he is someone that I used to call my bodyguard. I'm going to put a picture so you can see for reference, but I'm 5'2". Now this man is above 6 feet, very large man, but I used to call him my bodyguard. And I know my parents always felt very safe when we were together because they knew that he protected me, right? We're talking about the same man who one night we went out to the bar and I got into a little altercation per se with another person at the bar. And that man picked me up and potato sacked me over his shoulder and carried me out of the bar and took me home. Like, that's the kind of friend that he was, right? He always had my back. He was always looking out for me. Grief has taught me a lot in this life, but I think the biggest thing that I've taken away is that if there is no love, there would be no grief, right? And while it's heartbreaking and rewires our brain chemistry and like really breaks us, it also is the greatest reminder that we are lucky enough to love someone worth missing forever. If grief is just simply what we get from loving someone, then I know that I have loved very well and I have loved very deeply, and that is something that I am very fortunate to experience, no matter how much pain it brings me. Before you experience grief, I think it's pretty common to think that time heals all pain, right? I'm pretty sure that's a saying, and a lot of people use it. After grief, you realize that time just teaches you how to carry the pain, how to hold it, but it doesn't necessarily heal it. It's present. You just learn how to carry the weight differently. Sorry, this is really long, but I just wanted to say, for anybody that's experiencing grief or knows what it feels like, please always remember that Earth is simply a waiting room. it's a holding space until we are all reunited again in the next life. And while I don't know what that life looks like, it's the one thing that keeps me going. And I hope that that brings you comfort the way that it brings me.
Let me explain what just happened at the nail salon. So I went to a new nail salon today. I wanted to go to the one I always go to, but it was closed. There's a paper on the door, but I didn't get off to see why it was closed. So I really wanted to get my nails done. And I said, okay, let's go try this other place that I've been seeing, that I've been kind of keeping my eye out on it, because I'm like, okay, like, is it good? And only because 2 friends of mine go there and they like it, but I'm just like, okay, let's see if they're good or not. And I am very picky on how I like my nails. Very picky. Like, once I find somebody, a nail tech that can do my nails, leave them the way I want them, I'm sticking with them. So I cheated on my nail tech today, okay? Don't tell Tim I said that. So I walk in, super empty, which is great. But then again, it's like, is this a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. I walk in, right away, one of the ladies is like, oh, what do you need, a full set? Okay. And tells the guy, like, oh, you know, in their language, like, hey, you know, whatever. Okay. I sit down and he says, like, what do you want or whatever? And I'm like, oh, I want a full set. What color? I don't know. No, probably no color, but I'll show you a picture of what I want. I'll post the picture of what I wanted down in the comments below. I mean, what I got is not really what I wanted. It's close to, but not really. So I sit down, he starts doing my nails. Like, what shape do you want? I said, he's like, do you want coffin? I said, no, I don't want coffin. I want in between. I said, it's like between like square and coffin. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like not too thin, not too thick either. Como tipo ballerina, but not really. Anyways, so he's like, okay. So then I start, you know, I was actually talking to a friend of mine. We were FaceTiming, and this nail tech starts putting on the tips and my nails and everything. And so I show him the picture of what I wanted. It looked more of a milky, like whitish type thing with some gel. So anyways, he finishes my nails and then he starts putting gel on the pinky. So he puts it on. You guys, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love these nails, okay? Like, and then this was crooked. Look at that. Or maybe it's my finger, how they say, oh no, honey, it's your finger, not your, yeah, my work isn't crooked, your finger is. Anyways, yo sé que este dedo kind of goes up. Anyways, I get them done. These aren't bad. I like them. They have no gel on them. I have nothing on them. They're just bare. I've had them like these before, like in the past, and I'm fine with that because it doesn't look bad. It really doesn't look bad. So when he adds the gel, it is nothing to compare to the picture that I gave him. Because once he adds the gel, it looks super pink. Super duper pink. Super pink. It's not what I wanted. He was being very nice about it. And he's like, well, that's the picture you showed me. I said, you know what? That's fine. I didn't argue. I didn't say like, no, this was what I wanted. You didn't give me what I wanted. I didn't say any of that. I was like, okay, you know what? That's fine. Take off the gel. I'm not going to have any gel. And he looks at me and says, are you sure? Like, you don't want gel? I said, no, I don't want gel. That's fine. It's okay. And I didn't say rude or anything. I was just like, you know, like wanting it to look like the picture, and it didn't look like the picture. So I said, no, thank you. That's fine. Así me las dejé yo, okay? He did a good job. He cut me, but he did a good job. Decent, and except this one that thought crooked, but whatever. We'll ignore that one. And I said, that's fine. He's like, are you sure? Yes. Okay, so he goes and puts the oil, whatever. I start kind of like playing, you know, put it all over my nails, and I go wash. He says, wash your hands. Guys, don't cheat on your nail techs. Because, okay, like I got what I wanted, pero I didn't, and he used a pink powder. I didn't want a pink powder, but I was like, okay, I'll give him the benefit of that. Maybe it'll look different. No. It's a pink powder. So I guess my bad for trying a new tech. Or maybe I should have told him, no, that's not. But see, I don't want to be that client, like, oh, don't do this, don't do that. Oh, that's not how it goes, or I don't want that. I mean, I have done it before, but just not too much. I always like, oh, are you gonna do this? Okay. Nicely. Oh, are you gonna file it? Oh, okay. And it's like, trust the process. But I've been getting my nails done since I was 8th grade, to be honest. Like, the first time that my mom ever let me get my nails done was for my promotion from 8th grade going into high school. And ever since then, I love my nails. Like, I love getting my nails done. So from 2004 to 2026, how many years is that? I've been getting my nails done that long. So you already know, like, might as well become a nail tech. But anyways, this is what I got. And I love them, don't get me wrong. Except this finger. Actually, ignore these. Let's do this. I love them, but don't cheat on your nail tech.
The scariest thing that I went through as a dancer, aka midnight ballerina, was when I was living in Las Vegas. This is a long, long time ago. It was like 2015 or when I met this guy, it was 2015. I met a gentleman, and he was a very wealthy man. This man used to own a gentleman's club, so he understood like the lifestyle, and I liked that about him. I started dating him, and we eventually had a falling out. I didn't want to hook up with him anymore, mainly because I wasn't comfortable not using protection. He actually came into my work at the club, one of the clubs that I was working at in Las Vegas, and he threatened me because I didn't want to have, I didn't want to sleep with him again without protection. And so I went to one of the hosts. Management took me into the office, and they talked to me, and they told me that the only way that they could protect me and help me as if I got a protective order. I did not want to get a protective order. I was worried about being seen as a snitch. I also, I was worried he was gonna retaliate, and I was worried he was gonna harm my family, especially my dad, who was sick at the time, and I was taking care of him. I was one of my dad's primary caregivers, and he stayed with me a lot, so I could help take care of him when I was living in Las Vegas. So I did not want to get this protective order, and the management kept pressuring me to do it. So I went against my instincts. I went to the police station, and I made a police report, as the management told me at the club to do. I got a protective order, and I came the next day. I came to work, and I told them, the management, I was like, hey, I got the paperwork. It's in my locker if you guys want it. So for your record, make sure that this guy doesn't come back in the club, because I was terrified of this guy. The reason I was terrified of this guy is because I don't know if it's true. I know a lot of guys say things and they don't. Guys, I don't know if it's true. But he claimed to be part of the mafia. He had told me some stories of things that he's done to people that have wronged him, and that really freaked me out. It was another reason I didn't want to date him anymore. I told the management about the protective order, and they pulled me aside. And I'm not gonna say what club it is because I don't want to get in trouble, like sued. But it's so disappointing that this club did this. I remember the general manager and one of the other managers coming up to me, and they talked to me. I thought that they were on my side and that they would protect me. And the general manager told me that if I did not drop that protective order, he would 86 me from the club. I had just bought a brand new Lexus, an IS 350 F Sport, fully loaded. I just bought it. I was taking care of my father. I was also helping my parents out with their mortgage because my dad was sick and he didn't have, he wasn't on disability yet. So I was helping my family out. I remember being in shock when he told me that he would 86 me if I didn't make up with this guy and dropped a protective order. I remember just feeling pure terror when this manager told me this, because I literally was I didn't even want to get this protective order. You guys told me yesterday that you would not help me unless I got this protective order, and then I got the protective order, and now you're saying I have to drop it and make up with this guy, telling me to go back to this guy when I told him the whole situation. Long story short, I started working for a dispensary, and I went into hiding. Like I went by a different name. Like I cut everybody off. I just went dark. Like I changed my phone number. I moved out of where I was living. I was literally living out of my car. I was absolutely terrified of this man, and I knew that there was no one to protect me. And I was also terrified of, like, what if this guy really is part of the mafia? Like, what is he gonna do to my family? I was terrified, absolutely terrified out of my mind. The reason I started working for this dispensary was because my dad was extremely sick, and the only thing that he hadn't tried was medical marijuana. So I was trying to find medical marijuana, and that's why I started working for this dispensary. And I went by a fake name there. The guy who ran the business, like, he knew my situation. I had talked to him about it, and he's like, yeah, you just work for me. He was like, just work for me. Just go by, this name, and just, we'll just lay low for a while, so make sure nothing happens to you. I don't even remember how many days I was working at this dispensary, but it wasn't very long. I want to say it was right after I started working there. Like, I can't remember how many days exactly, so maybe I shouldn't say, even guess, but it was just right after I started working there. And I got a phone call from my brother, and my youngest brother told me that my dad had passed and that he was no longer here with us. Because I moved out of my apartment, we were literally living out of hotels. Like, I was living out of hotels while my dad was there, even though I was living out of my car. Like, I didn't want him to know that's what my situation was. I laid low for a while. My life went to complete dog shit after this. I continued living in hotels for a little bit with my youngest brother after my father had passed. I was absolutely devastated. I don't even know if devastated is a strong enough word to describe the level of pain that I felt. It was more the heartbreak. It was beyond devastation. It just crushed my world. After my youngest brother returned to Utah, I started staying in extended stays. When I wasn't living out of my car, I was staying in this extended stay that is in Las Vegas, and it was infested with cockroaches. I've never seen anything like it besides this extended stay. I remember lifting up the sheets and there being cockroaches under my sheets. And the cockroach infestation was so bad that I remember leaving I remember leaving the extended stay and going to work at the dispensary, and I remember putting my purse down at work and a cockroach coming out of my purse and running. There were so many cockroaches. But I had no other, I didn't know what else to do. My mom had disowned me before my father had passed, so I had nowhere to go. I was in this extended stay was so expensive. I was paying an insane amount of money for this extended stay. I was in such a bad place that right next to the extended stay, there's this, I don't know if you guys have heard of the tunnels that are underneath Las Vegas, but I was this close to sleeping in the tunnels underneath Las Vegas. Not even lying. Because it was so hot, I was like, all I need is just, somewhere to sleep, and I can go to the gym and I can shower at the gym. I had nowhere to go. And sleeping in the backseat of my car just was not cutting it. So the only reason that I ended up not living in the tunnels and sleeping in the tunnels underneath Las Vegas is because I reached out to my grandma and I told her what, not the whole situation, but I told her enough where she knew that I was desperate. And I really was, completely desperate. I was beyond desperate. I was in complete survival mode. I was terrified that this man was going to find me. And so that's why, I wasn't able to, I was barely getting by. I asked my grandma if she would give me an advance on my inheritance just so I could get my feet back on the ground, and also so I could just like grieve. Like I was in total survival mode. I hadn't even had a chance to grieve properly. And my grandma did. And I'm so, to this day, like, bless her heart, like, well, she's not alive anymore, but I'm so grateful she did this for me, because if she hadn't helped me, I would have been in the tunnels. Like, I know that's partially my fault for not being like good with money at the time, because I was spending a lot of money on alcohol. But she helped me. She gave me $3,000 just so I could get by through a month. And I was able to spend some time like grieving. And I was also able to quit that job at the dispensary, which ended up getting raided like 2 weeks after I quit. So thank God I left when I did. There is a lot more to this story, like years more to this story. If you guys want to hear the rest of this story, leave a comment and I will make part 3.
My arch nemesis is 10 feet away from me, so you're going to hear her talking to another mom in the background, and I'm going to try to like avoid her seeing me as much as possible because I can't deal with her today. So anyway, let me share something with you guys. Let's talk about something real quick. Yesterday was a half day at my son's school. So I was like, okay, buddy, you're going to go play with your friends for a little bit after school, and we're going to go take you to get a haircut because he needs his summer haircut. And I take him to Great Clips because it is a walking distance from the school. It is a walking distance from the house. It is really close by. It's fast, which kids need. Kids need a fast haircut. And it always works because he has a certain style, a certain classic style that he only likes to get, and we only get that, and we get that at Great Clips. It's very easy, very simple. Love that for him, love that for me. So I get there and I get him all checked in and I sit down and I think to myself, okay, you know what? I need to get my hair washed and blown out because my procedure was last week. My depression is kind of kicking my ass, and it'd be nice to have somebody else wash my hair, you know, because when you're not feeling good, a shower feels like a big fucking deal, right? So I'm sitting down. I'm like, I'm going to put myself on the wait list. I'll go after my son. My son will get his hair cut. I'll go get my hair washed and blown out. Not even trimmed. It's fine. It already had a trim like a couple weeks ago. So it just needs to be washed, right? Put myself on, hang on. So dry. Put myself on the wait list and I sit down. And I'm like, okay, cool. Get my hair washed today. Like, I'm happy about it. I'm like, all right, I'm going to feel clean, a little better about myself. Let me tell you about my experience. And I'm not going to say this lady's name. I'm not going to say her name. It's not appropriate. But I was at a Great Clips. And I know a Great Clips is more of like a chop shop. Like, it's not like you're going to a salon and having like the salon experience. But I literally just needed my fucking hair washed, okay? Straightforward. My son gets done, and I'm like, oh, cool, you look great. Love the haircut. I was like, awesome. Hair is out of your eyes, hair is out of your ears. And then they got all cleaned up, and they were like, okay, it's your turn. And I was like, awesome. And I told them, I was like, okay, I just need a shampoo and like a blowout. And they're like, all right. So I go to like the little sink bowl to get my hair washed. And man, my neck was at like a 90 fucking degree angle. Okay, that shit hurt, and there was no way to adjust it. And I was like, you know what, girl, let's tuck in, let's just let this lady wash our hair. It was the shop hand that was washing my hair, like the lady that like cleans things and restocks things. She's washing my hair. I'm like, all right, cool, I don't care who's washing my hair, I just need it fucking washed. Okay. And this is where things kind of start taking a turn. So she's washing my hair and it's like okay, she has nails, it's like a nice little head massage. But then there'd be like certain moments where she's washing it and like she would somehow get a piece of my hair snagged and like it would like pull out. So there'd be like one piece of hair got pulled out, one piece of hair got pulled out, one piece of hair got pulled out, and I'm like, ugh, you know, I'm like, oh, that's not relaxing at all. And the water was piping hot, which is fine. I was like, you know what, I got a headache, let's just blast this head with some hot water. I'm not going to complain about this, I need this. And when she was done washing my hair, she put my hair in a towel, but she was really pulling on it. And I was like, oh God, you know what I mean? Like, it hurt. Like, she wrapped it up and squeezed it tight, and I felt every single hair follicle just get, like, pull. And I was like, oh, jeez. And she was like, okay, time to sit up. And I laughed. I was like, I can't. Like, my neck is at, like, a 90-degree fucking angle. I was like, can you help me? And she was like, yeah. So she, like, pushes me up. And I was like, okay. Then she takes the towel off my hair. So now my hair is wet on the back of me. Like, it's wet. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, let's just, you know what I mean? At least it's clean. At least it's clean. So I sit down in the lady's chair who's going to be doing my hair. And she asks me, she's like, okay, do you want a flat iron? And I was like, no. I was like, if you can just blow it out, like, with a round brush and a hair dryer. You know what I mean? Like, it's so, I've had that at every single salon I've ever been to. This is not a salon, but I've had it at every single salon. And it seems, in my mind, like, it's a lot of work, but it's pretty easy. It's just like, you know. And she looked at me weird. And I was like, and I repeated myself. I was like, yeah, just a round brush and a hair dryer. Like, I don't really want to flat iron my hair today, you know? I decided to do this on a whim. Like, I need to get my son home and feed him lunch. So she puts a towel on my shoulders, under my wet hair, and I'm like, okay, great, get that off my back. This is the part where it goes left again, you guys. So she goes to get some products on my wet hair, and she sprays some sort of, like, greasy aerosol. And I was like, because I don't know if you can tell, but, like, I have, like, a lot of hair. Like, there's more in the back that I'm not even sure. Like, I'm stocked. I'm ready. I am ready for retirement. You know what I mean? Like, ooh, she's, like, it's a lot more than you think it is, you guys. And she sprays an aerosol, like this greasy aerosol. And I was like, oh, fuck. It's going to make my hair greasy. And she pulls out a comb. No detangling spray, a comb. She pulls out a comb from a drawer, and I was like, oh, fuck, right? And she doesn't start at the bottoms and comb it. She starts at the top of the back of my head and starts combing through my hair. And my hair doesn't feel soft. It feels like it got knotted up during the wash. Like, she's combing, like, my knots out, which is crazy because before I went in there, like, my hair was brushed. Like, I even though I have depression, like, I still brush my hair every single day. You know what I mean? Like, she's combing through the knots, and that shit fucking hurts. And then some of the knots, she's just, like, pulling them apart, like. And I'm like, this is not how my hair was when I walked in here. I was like, I promise you, like, you know what I mean? I always brush it. And then she gets out the hair dryer. Okay, this is where things take another fucking left turn. She gets out the hair dryer. She has it on the setting Lucifer, and she unsheaths this round brush. She unsheaths it from under a towel. You know what kind of round brush it was? Not a plastic one. It was like a wire hair round brush, like a wire hair brush. And I was like, oh my God, that's not for wet hair at all. That's not for this wet hair. I have so much fucking, like, thick wet hair. I'm gonna have no hair. She gets a wire round brush, and she starts going up under my shit and blow drying it. But the way she used the blow dryer, she would, like, blow dry it and then randomly blow dry a part of my head, and then blow dry, and then blow dry a part of my head. And she's spinning me left, and she's spinning me right, and she's blow drying my legs for some reason, and, like, right in my fucking face. I don't think this lady liked me, you guys. I don't think she liked me at all. And the best part of all of this while she's blow drying is she didn't section it off and then blow dry. She's sectioning as she's blow drying. So she'll take, like, a bunch of wet hair from the top of my head and let it slap into my face multiple times. I don't know if you've ever had, like, wet hair slap in your face, but it is a sensory fucking nightmare. So she'd, like, do it up, slap it in my face, and then she's in the back, and my head's getting pulled, and I'm trying to, like, I don't say anything. I'm trying to just sit there, and, like, my hands are, like, and I'm like, ow, like, it hurt, you guys. And, like, she keeps, like, separating with her hands and, like, grabbing the wire brush and, like, torture. And then when all my hair is finally dried, I can't see it because she had all the hair in front of my face, and the little bits and pieces I could see through. I could see the other hairstylist looking over, like, this is not protocol, right? Like, even the other lady was like, this is not good. I have 8 minutes. Okay, let me hurry up. And then she asked me how I like my part, and I was like, right down the middle. So she goes, zigzag, 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 boom. and my hair looked fried. Like this is supposed to be a blowout right now, you guys. This is supposed to be my blowout. And it feels greasy and heavy, but the ends are fried. She managed to do both at the same time. And when I went to go pay, because I paid and I tipped, and because my son was with me, I'm not trying to get into anything while he's there. I'm gonna call them at 9 a.m. and ask if they can fucking fix it. But she goes, oh yeah, here's a coupon if you ever want to come back. She made that face. And I was like, so you fucked up my hair on purpose? Girl, you shouldn't be working here. What do you mean? What's that face for? That doesn't instill confidence as I walk out. And like, I can't, like, the feeling of my hair is terrible. Like, she was like, oh, your hair is so healthy while she was blow drying it. And then she decided to fucking destroy it. So I'm going to go back this morning, see if someone else can just properly wash it, properly blow dry it, because I can't right now. Let's see what happens. Okay, a little update. I went back, I called them, and I was like, hey, I didn't like my hair yesterday. It wasn't a good experience. Can I come back and get it fixed? And they're like, oh my god, yeah, sure, come back. So I went back and I saw a different lady, and she washed it properly. She massaged my shoulders from the stress of yesterday, and she did a better job. Like, you know, look, it's better, and I really appreciated it. And they did it for free, the whole thing from start to finish, and I tipped her. I was like, she was like, oh, it's free, and I was like, yeah, but I'm still gonna tip you. Like, I appreciate the effort that goes into blow drying my hair with the round brush. So it's fixed, I'm happy. And that's the thing, is like, I don't typically complain. Like, if there's something that's like not right, like, I don't take it out on anybody. I don't seek a manager. I don't write a bad review. I just go like, hey, like, this isn't what I expected. Can we fix it? Can we change it? You know, like, when I go to a restaurant, if I get something and I don't like it and I send it back, I usually like take that cost amount of what I just ordered and put it towards the server's tip, because it's not their fault, right? Like, they're just doing their job. And the lady today, like, yeah, the service was free to fix it, but I made sure to tip her for her time, because I understand the value of time and effort, and I appreciated that she went above and beyond. She used all the right products. Like, my hair feels clean and lightweight, and it just, from behind, it's so cute. And I mean, my hair is black and I'm wearing a black shirt, so you can't really see, but there's a lot of dimension, and I'm much happier with it. I feel better.
Okay, story time about how I got caught sneaking my ex into my house. Disclaimer, I was with an ugly, scrawny little twink, so I'm not sad. I don't miss him. I don't want him. I just think this is the funniest story, because it's actually like one of the worst, like, this led to like one of the worst times in my life. So it was the beginning of our relationship. I don't even know like why I was trying to sneak him over. I think my mom just like said no or something. Who the fuck? Okay, so I think my mom just like low-key said no. So I was like, and my mom was going to soccer, and then my dad was in at work, and I was like, my dad doesn't get off work until like 9. So I was like, this is great, you know, mom's at soccer, my dad's at work. I'm like, you can still come over. We're just gonna sneak you in through the front door. Come on this side of the house, sneak you in through the front door, because there's only a camera on the side door. Okay, so is that, I don't know the fuck that is, bro. So I sneak him in through the front door. You know, sneaking in through the front door, mission accomplished. You wanna know what the fuck happens? My fucking little sister comes running up the stairs literally 20 fucking minutes later. 20 fucking minutes later, my sister comes beelining up the stairs. She goes, Dad's home. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean my dad's home? What? So I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Mind you, me and this guy haven't even fucking kissed yet. I literally was shitting my pants because I had no damn well my parents thought we were probably cracking. Mind you, I'm like 15 years old, okay? I'm 18 now. I was 15 years old then. So I'm like, fuck. You know, I'm brainstorming. The guy I was talking to left my bike in my neighbor's his bike in my neighbor's driveway, kind of like in the middle of the driveway. And you know, I was like thinking in my head, I'm like, okay, well, there's no way my dad's really gonna give that much of a fuck to go over and like look at whose bike this is, like what. So I'm like, okay, you know what we're gonna do? My dad's gonna come in through the side door. I'm like, we're gonna run downstairs quick. My dad wasn't in the house yet. He was sitting in his car. He usually sits in his car for a couple minutes. So I'm like, okay, great. We run downstairs. I'm at the front door, okay? I'm like, you're gonna go out the front door because my dad's gonna come in the side door. I hear somebody open the front door. So I'm like, go, 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 go. My fucking sister opened the side door. So you wanna know who was right at the front waiting for us? My dad. My fucking dad. He was going to look at his bike, bro, in my neighbor's driveway. Okay? He was going to look at the bike in my neighbor's driveway. And that's how we got caught. And he wasn't even mad. I'm not even gonna lie. My dad was not fucking mad. Like, he was just kind of like really disappointed, I guess. And my mom was furiated. This was like kind of the start of like when I started getting mommy issues, because my mom just like really hated me. My mom just really fucking hated me. So yeah, that's kind of the story. I got my phone taken, and then, you know, that was whatever. You know, I had a trap phone. I had a trap phone that my parents didn't know about. Lead up to that, guess what happened? They found out about the trap phone one night. Yeah, they found out about the trap phone one night, and that's what really ruined my fucking life. Because, you know, I had no phone, so I had the trap phone. They found the trap phone one night. I was playing music super loud. My mom was somewhere. I don't even know where. She comes in the house. I turn off the speaker, put the phone in my pants. She sees it. She sees me put it in my pants. And she's like, what was that, Ella? She's like, give it to me. And I gave it to her. You know, they didn't know the password or anything, which was great. But then they were furious. They were fucking furious about that. They're like, where did you get this? Blah, blah, blah. They didn't let me hang out with my friend that gave it to me for a really long time. And it was fine because me and her weren't really friends anymore. So I just kind of like didn't really give a fuck. And so, yeah, they actually sold that phone to this day. And they were gonna make me unlock it for them and go through it. So one day after school, this is how I just kept digging my hole deeper to where I was literally grounded for October, November, December, and half of January, basically. Because I still wasn't fully ungrounded. Like, it still felt wrong to be ungrounded because that's how long I was grounded. It felt like I was breaking the law being ungrounded. So yeah, basically, you know, I'm like, okay, I need to get this phone because I know they're gonna make me go through it, right? I'm like, I know they're gonna make me go through it. I know they're gonna fucking like try and get me to unlock it and go through it, and they're gonna fucking ground me for even longer. So I'm like brainstorming. You know, my great ideas. I'm like, I'm gonna get off of school. I'm gonna walk home, because when I walk home, I get there about 15 minutes earlier than usual. My mom doesn't get home until like 3:45. So I was gonna get home at like 3:15. Okay. I'm like, I literally basically run the fuck home. Okay, run home. I'm rampaging through my mom's room. I'm like, where the fuck is my phone? Where the fuck is my phone? I find it. I factory reset it. And my mom gets home, and I thought I put it in the right spot. I didn't. It was in a different drawer than the one that I put it in. So she's like, where the fuck is the phone? Where is it? I pull it out of the other drawer. And she's like, that's not where I fucking put it. And I was like, she was pissed, infuriated. My dad called her. No. I don't even remember. This is so traumatic for me. I don't even remember what happened. I think we were on the way to go somewhere. So my dad calls my mom, and he's like, make sure you bring the phone with you wherever you go so she can't get into it. She didn't do that because I got home earlier. She found that out, you know, got the phone. Factory resetted basically everything, or deleted like 90% of the pictures. I didn't want to factory reset it because I knew that would be too obvious, so I just deleted like 90% of the shit on the phone. So yeah, they never really got to go through it. And that actually dug my hole into shit. Yeah, that dug my hole into fucking shit, guys. Yeah, and after that, don't even get me started. Oh my god, after that, guess what the fuck happened after that? guys, comes November, okay? I'm like a month and a half grounded into this point, okay? I'm like, I really need to see my scrawny twink, like, no muscle twig of a boyfriend. I really need to see him, right? So I'm like, what did I do? Oh, so I was like, this is a great idea. I'm like, you can go to the park by my house. I'm gonna walk the dogs because my parents are out. I'm like, I'm gonna offer to walk the dogs. I did it. For some reason, my brother started texting me. He's like, where are you? I'm like, I'm walking the dogs. He's like, it's been an hour and a half. Where are you? I'm like, I'm walking the fucking dogs. Fuck you. Shut up. I'm like, delete these fucking messages. He doesn't fucking delete them. So you want to know what fucking happens? My mom sees them. Yeah. And then she basically kicks me out. Yeah. She basically kicks me out. Notice how every single fucking thing that's happening is my mom's fault. She gets fucking irritated and pissed and like kicks me out. So yeah, I get kicked out. And then I'm like, okay, whatever. I fucking leave. I started walking to my boyfriend's house. Why would I do that? I don't know. He's fucking, I just like can't even believe I wanted him. Like, okay, like in the future now, he's really ugly, guys. Like I literally have a viral video on this account where we should compare our muscles. My arm was bigger than his. Oh my god. Okay. Besides the point. Mom kicks me out. I go to his house. That was kind of like the last really bad thing that happened. But yeah.
Okay, I got some comments asking me to do a video about why I quit being a flight attendant, so I figured that I would tell you some of the things I really enjoyed about being a flight attendant and also some of the things that I really didn't enjoy and why I ended up quitting. I tried to make this video like 3 separate times, but it kept being so long, so I'm gonna try to just do more of like bullet points instead of like the whole spiel of it. Okay, so starting off with the positives, benefits are absolutely by far like the reason to stay being a flight attendant. And that was the part for me that was super hard to leave. I got so used to flying for free. Like now every time I fly, it's so expensive and I'm like, I hate paying for flights now, but I was spoiled. So basically you get to fly for free. I had a companion that got to fly for free. I got 12 buddies that got to fly like discounted. And then my parents got to fly for free as well. Another really awesome thing is being able to go to really cool cities, and it's like your job, so you're getting paid to do it. So they paid for your hotel, they gave you a food stipend, and you got to be in like a really awesome city. So that is definitely a plus. Another benefit that I personally didn't get to have because I wasn't there long enough, I guess, is when you have a line, then you have a very consistent schedule. You know exactly the trips that you're going on and what time and what days, and you get to be very flexible with your schedule. Like you can drop trips and pick up pretty much however you want. I think also in like the grand scheme of jobs, being a flight attendant is pretty easy and low stress. You're obviously trained for those situations that could happen, and that's why you're supposed to be there for safety first, but most of your job, like just day to day, is really just passing out those snacks and stuff and picking up trash and just monitoring the plane overall, like the flight, the people there. So honestly, you would have a lot of downtime from like when you're done doing service to do kind of what you wanted, but it was pretty limited. We were allowed to read books at first, but then they took that away. So I don't really know what a lot of people do when you're flying those like super long trips, because I would run out of things to do and I would get pretty bored. But for people who want like an overall pretty like low-key job where you don't really have to like, this sounds bad, like you don't have to do too much, that was pretty nice. Another plus is that I got to meet a lot of really great people. For example, I met these people in first class and we like hung out on a layover, and they ended up buying me Coachella tickets for like me and one of my friends that was a flight attendant, and we got to go to Coachella completely paid for, VIP tickets and everything, and it was incredible. And you just meet a lot of people when you're a flight attendant, and people come from so many different backgrounds, and it's really cool. So downsides would be the pay. Obviously, you're only getting paid for the time that you're in the air, so that can be pretty low. I think I started out at like 30, 31 or something an hour, and that would equate to like $2,500 or $3,000 a month. Like, it was not that much. Your days are also super long, and like I was chronically exhausted. Like, since you're on reserve, when you start out, you do not know your schedule at all, and you can just randomly get called in the middle of the night for a trip to come in super early, and then it could be all day long, like 12 hours long, and you just have to deal with it. So then, even though you're not making money, you're like flying all week, and like the last thing you want to do to like, you know, make more money is to pick up a flight, because you're exhausted already and you don't want to fly again. There's also very strict times like that you have to be in your base, and I feel like it was a little bit difficult to travel like for vacation, because I needed to make sure that I would be back in time, and you really never know because things are always happening in the flight industry, like delays and cancellations. So it was hard for me to like want to take that risk. You also almost never fly with the same crew, at least I didn't. And so you're not really like making those work friends and like building friendships with people, which was something that I really missed out on, I felt like, because I was only 22 and I had just come from college and living with a bunch of girls, and I wanted to like have friends, and I had moved to a new city, so like it would have been really nice, but I had to it just was harder for me to make friends. I had to go more out of my way to do it, and your schedule is different than other people's, which made that also challenging, but I'll talk about that. So like I said, your scheduling is super inconsistent, and you don't really know when you're working, so it's really hard to like make plans for things or hang out with people who had like those normal like 9-to-5 jobs. You also like spent a lot of your layovers either with the crew, if you like were lucky and you had a cool crew, or by yourself, which wasn't my favorite. I hate being alone, and it's a pretty lonely job. And since you're like pretty much gone all the time, it was hard to have like a life that I was building in a new city while I was like gone all the time. So I felt like I didn't really have like much for me, and like I didn't feel very like stable in my new city, which kind of took a toll on me. With the whole like new city thing as well, you're not necessarily forced to, but it's definitely highly recommended that you move to like the base that you get placed at, and mine was Newark, and we all know like New Jersey and New York are pretty expensive, and most cities that the bases are in, obviously they're big cities, they're expensive, and so you're not making that much money, and you're paying a lot to live there, and so that was definitely a challenge. Also, a downside for me was the fact that like you're not doing too much on the plane. Like you have a lot of downtime, you have a lot of moments where you're just sitting and not really doing a whole lot, and I found myself just like feeling like I wasn't really using my skill set, and so that's why I eventually ended up quitting. So I actually didn't want to quit. I wanted to just take a leave of absence, and I tried to do that for like so long. Like I was emailing people back and forth, my supervisors and stuff, and I was like, I really just want to take a leave. Like I don't want to quit the job. I knew that like I would miss these benefits, and I knew that at some point you would get to the point where the job is super flexible and it's like the best schedule ever and it's like the best job ever. I just wasn't quite there yet, and unfortunately I felt like my life was kind of like passing me by, and I wasn't doing exactly what I wanted to be doing, if that makes sense. So they wouldn't let me take a leave at United, and I asked for a leave because they used to allow them for things like I was going to nursing school, and I was trying to say like, oh, this is going to be really helpful when you're on the plane because I'll be able to help in medical emergencies, and you know, why wouldn't you want to nurse? And yeah, they didn't go for it. But ultimately, ever since I was little, I knew that I wanted to go into the healthcare world, so I knew that I kind of had to follow that dream of mine, And so I made the decision to quit being a flight attendant so that I could go back to nursing school. So that is really it. I don't have like any beef. I honestly still wish I was a flight attendant, but I am about to finish nursing school, and it was 16 months, and my friends from Newark are kind of just now getting lines, so I do feel like I made the right decision for myself. I don't think I could have stuck it out like that for 16 more months. But that is what I liked and didn't like about being a flight attendant. Let me know if you guys have any more questions. I would love to answer them. Also, if you are a flight attendant, please share your experiences, because I want to know if it was like just a me thing or a company thing, or if it's universal kind of.
This video is for a woman who has a husband. If he was at JCPenney at the Spokane Valley Mall this morning, I would say around like 1 o'clock, I have something that you're really going to want to hear. I just want to tell you how, I don't want to say how lucky you are, because clearly he's the lucky one, but how kind and how amazing your husband is. I took my son to JCPenney today because I don't have any photos of him, like good professional photos other than the ones that I got when he was first born in the hospital. And I have been wanting to get photos of him now that he is getting older for a while. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to JCPenney today. And their session fee for infants was like only like $14.99 or something like that. And then I was like, I'll just buy like one of the digital photos. At least I can have one photo of him that eventually I could get put on a canvas or something. And so the way it ended up working out was totally divine timing. I called and I said, hey, like, do I just walk in? What do I do? And she said, yeah, if you get here soon, I can get you in, but I do have appointments later today. And so I kind of put on hold everything else that I was doing, and I was going to run to Target and just try to find him like a basic white tee and blue jeans. And something in me told me, no, just grab this outfit. You know, I found another outfit in his closet, and it doesn't have to be perfect. It's okay. Just go get the photos done. And so I was like, okay. So I went and I packed him up, and I ran down to JCPenney to go get photos done. And we had a great session, and it was beautiful. And I was really sad because all the photos came out gorgeous, and I was trying to find a way to where like I could afford to get more photos. So I was trying to get Afterpay to work, and like their system wasn't the way that it was like set up. I couldn't use Afterpay to pay in store. I could only do it online. And so I'm sitting there talking to them about like which photos I could afford to get with what money I have. I'm a single mom. I don't have a whole lot, but I at least wanted something. And as we're sitting there and we're trying to figure it out, this man is walking behind me and stops and turns around and comes up and he says, hey, do you need help? And we're like, do you work here? Like, you know, and he's like, no. And he's like, is there like a payment issue? Is there this? Is there that? And the lady who was at JCPenney's, and she's like, oh, we're just trying to figure out how she can, you know, pay for these photos and if we can get Afterpay to work and stuff like that. Girl, your husband, your sweet husband, asked if he could pay for my photos. And I have a really hard time accepting help and accepting gifts. I'm very hyper independent because of traumas that I have been through in my life, and I've lost a lot of things because I've had men take them away from me, and men put things in my face of where they say you wouldn't have that if it wasn't for me. So me accepting help from a man is really hard. And he looked and he asked me, can I pay for your photos? And I was getting ready to do the whole, no, that's okay, thank you, like I'll figure it out. And the girl across the counter, she said, yes, she would love that. And I stood there like this, holding my son, and was having a really hard time making eye contact. And he was so sweet. And he told me how cute he was and how, you know, he knows how hard it must have been for me to get down there with him and make sure he looks cute and get cute photos of him. And that he is really happy that he could help, and to be able to gift that to us because he wanted us to have nice photos. And I shook his hand and I said, thank you. And he pulled out his debit card, didn't ask how much it was. The girl, they ended up talking about a different package, and he paid for the whole package and just scanned his card and said, I hope you had a good time. I hope the photos turn out great. Have a great day. And I shook his hand and I said, do you want me to walk you out? Like, your husband's very good looking. And I didn't see the ring. I wasn't, I was still in shock. So I wasn't looking for that. And he said, no, that's okay. And he's like, I'm in a rush. I have to go. And he said, have a beautiful day. And I said, okay, thank you. When I tell you, the girl across the counter, she ran out with a notepad and a piece of, with a notepad and with a pencil, because she was like, girl, and she's like, that man was very good looking. And she's like, that was amazing. She ran out and went to go get his number, and she came back in winded, 5 minutes later or so. And she said, that is a good man. I said, what? Did you get his number? What happened? She's like, no. And she's like, I went to go ask him for his numbers so I could give it to you. And he told me that he had a beautiful wife at home with 3 kids. And I asked him why he did it. And he says he knows what it's like to struggle, and he knows what it's like to want to have nice photos of your kids, and that he just wanted to pass on the blessing now that he's in a better position in life. And he knows how important it is for moms to have nice photos of their kids. And he just wanted to be nice, and he wanted to pass on that blessing. And he had every opportunity to do what a lot of men would, to be like, yeah, here's my number, he had every opportunity to hide the fact that he had a wife and kids and be shady. And I'm glad he didn't, right? We're talking about the bare minimum. He shouldn't. But to be completely honest, when he didn't have to be, and then to show the generosity that he showed was huge. And I love that you get to experience that every day. And I hope he is the same way towards you as your children, and shows you the same kindness that he showed me and my son. What he doesn't know was that I wasn't planning on going. I wasn't planning, but something inside of me told me to. And for so long, I have been wanting to have nice canvases for my house of my kids. And for so long, I have been wanting to have photos of him, and I just didn't know how I was going to make it work. And I just told myself, you know what, you'll figure it out, because that's what we do. We figure it out. He doesn't know any of that. And for him to do what he did means a lot. And I think you should know. I think you should know just how kind your husband is when you're not around, and the impact that it had on all 3 of us, me and the 2 girls in the studio. So thank you for sharing your light, and thank you for being out today, and thank you for being in the right place at the right time, because I really needed that. So, thank you. Good morning, guys. That video has 16,000 views and hundreds of comments. I'm so glad that reached people. I don't think you guys realize, I say to myself, I'm a very private person. I have been through a lot, and I have a small circle of friends, and I work 2 jobs, and I take care of my kids, and I go to school, and I stay home. I'm not an influencer. I have made little videos before, whatever, but it's just, I don't have it in me to, I guess, be raw and be open with the internet. And I did, I stumbled over some words that people made comments about, in the morning, 1 a.m. No, it was 1 p.m. I'm tired. And sometimes what I want to, what I'm thinking and what I'm saying come out, and they're 2 different things. But no, it was 1 p.m. I haven't heard or seen anything on if it made the Wives For You page. He did tell me his name, and I'm sure it is like on the receipt somewhere. And I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot his name because yesterday the whole thing was just a blur. Like I almost like blacked out after that happened. Because I was blown away. I was blown away by his kindness and by his generosity, because I don't have people in my corner. I don't want to say I don't have people in my corner who aren't generous with me, because my friends are so full of love and they've helped me and my kids in so many ways. My best friend quit her job so she could babysit my son while I work because he's got medical complexities. And she knows how stressed I was to put him in daycare, especially in Spokane. If you're from here, you know why. It's just, I haven't had a lot of people do nice things for me. And when people do, it really impacts me, and it literally makes me like black out. And it takes me time to like, because I have to soak that in. And I know that sounds silly, and I know it may even sound stupid, like he paid for your, but I don't think people realize that when you struggle, when you are deep in the thick of it and you are struggling and you don't know what you're going to do, you don't know how you're going to pay rent, I don't know how I'm going to pay my electric bill sometimes, right? Like, or put food on the table, or buy formula, or buy this, or buy that. Like, when someone does something really nice for you, you have to sit in it. And for me, it's awkward and it's uncomfortable and it's like pins and needles to sit. And that's part of why normally I would have interrupted that lady and I would have said, no, that's okay. Something like discernment, call it the Holy Spirit or the world or whatever you believe in, literally told me in that moment to shut the F up. To sit there and to accept the blessing and to sit in that uncomfortable feeling and take it and let him bless you. And someone made a comment on the video saying that sometimes, when people do that, it's called like your first Band-Aid. And I absolutely love that. And that it also heals parts of them and parts of their past, which I believe is true, because when I do things for people and I'm the person that I would have wanted when I was in that situation to be in my corner, it does heal a part of you. So yes, I may have stumbled a little bit on my video. Sue me. I'm sorry. I'm not an influencer. That was a raw cut. It was from the heart. I didn't want to delete it and try to like say that all again, because that is how I was truly feeling. And that is, it is what it is. I just want to thank everybody for being so kind and for commenting and boosting the algorithm, because I really hope that this does reach his wife and his family, because I want them to know how amazing he is and just how impactful that one decision he made to stop and back up. He didn't have to. He could have gone on his way. He was being very observant, because like we were inside the portrait studio, which is right by the exit door, but like you have to be observant if you're walking by, right? And I also want to offer, like, you guys have 3 kids. I have 5 kids. I know what it's like to be in the thick of it with raising children. So if you do see this video, I just want to extend to you, like, I don't have the money to pay you back or to do anything grand, but if you guys ever want to go out on like a nice date, or you want to break from the kids or the wife, if you need help around the house, because I know how hard it is as a mom. I used to own a cleaning company here in Spokane that I ended up shutting down when I went through the breakup with my twins' dad because of depression. But I would love to return the favor, and I would love to help you clean or organize your house or watch your kids for a date night so you two can come together and have that time together. And I would like to give what I have back, because I think that's important too, right? And I'm a big believer in sharing our generosity in ways that we can. I am not in the position financially to necessarily pass on as large of a gift as he did. I do it in little ways, right? When I see people struggling, when I see a mom on Facebook who needs diapers or who needs formula or food, and if I have the extra money, I help. But I would like to give a gift back to your family. So if you see this, I would love to offer you some cleaning services or organization services or date night babysitting. And I would really like to shake your hand. If you want to stay anonymous, that's totally fine. Nothing has to get put out on the internet. But I do. She hasn't seen it yet. I haven't had anyone reach out to me about it yet. But I really hope this reaches her, and all the comments and the likes and the views and the reposting really helps, guys. So thank you so much.
May 1st, 2022, I was driving down the expressway with my friend in the passenger seat, and a goose flew right through my windshield. Yes, you heard me correctly. A goose flew right through my windshield, hit me in the head, exploded in my car, and then landed on my left leg dead. We were coming up on this bridge and these two geese flew out from under it. They were flying directly at my car. One goose ended up flying in the other direction, and then the other one stayed right on course, flying directly eye level at me. My friend and I at the same time were like, wait, are those birds? What are those birds doing? Boom, done. It happened so fast. I had about 4 seconds to think about what to do and how to keep us safe. Within those couple of seconds, I was having so many thoughts all at the exact same time. It's literally one of those things I can never fully explain what was running through my brain and how fast I was having all these thoughts flood my brain. But every thought I was having led me to handle the situation exactly how I did. My first thoughts were my friend. I need to keep my friend safe. Nothing can happen to my friend. There's 2 lanes on the expressway. I was in the left lane. Obviously, everything is happening so fast. I don't know who's behind me, around me, what's going on around me. I'm going 65, 70 miles per hour. I figure if I swerve into the right lane, someone's gonna hit us. My car could flip. Who knows what could happen. If I swerve to the left, I'm gonna hit a rail. Again, who knows what could happen. The situation would probably be 10 times worse. So swerving was out of the picture, and it's so crazy because everyone I talked to after the accident was like, how did you not swerve? That is the first thing I would have done. That would have been my first instinct. Like, it is absolutely amazing and incredible that you did not swerve, because you probably would have made the situation so much worse. Like, who knows what would have happened if you swerved. My other thoughts are, okay, this goose is coming directly eye level at me. It's coming right at my head. I might go blind. I might have permanent damage to my body after this. I might not even survive this. So what can I do to ease the tension of this goose coming through my windshield? Like, I was in full-blown survival mode, obviously. A thought came over me to brake the car, press on the brakes, and turn my head. Because if I brake the car, I can possibly ease the intensity of the impact of this goose hitting my windshield. And if I turn my head, I can prevent any damage from happening to my face or my body and possibly going blind. I was literally like, that's exactly what I did. Like, the side of my face that was still somewhat exposed from me turning my head had some cuts from the glass. I was bleeding. I had some goose guts and blood on me. I had some head pains from the goose obviously whacking me in the head, and some other minor things. But when I tell you, we were incredibly blessed to have walked out of that accident alive. Yeah, my friend did not have a single scratch on her. The whole point of me making this video is because I believe in every part of my being that when something so strange like that happens to us, or something we can't explain and something not so good, I believe it's protection from something way worse from happening down the road. The events leading up to that accident, the night before, the hours before, the minutes before, I was supposed to be somewhere completely different the night before. I debated on going there all day the day before. The minutes before, we were supposed to pick up another friend before even being on our route to where we were going to get food. So everything was meant for me to be in that exact moment at that exact time, and I believe it in every part of me. That accident happened right before summer kicked off, and at that point of my life, I was not on the best path. I was going out all the time, drinking, driving. I did not have my priorities straight.
So I believe if I had a car that summer, something else far worse would have happened, possibly a more life-threatening accident. And then everything that happened after the accident was so strange. It got even more strange. Like, obviously a goose coming through your windshield, you don't see that happening all the time. But after the accident, the people that took my car in to be repaired, it was this constant back and forth between me and them, this constant mind fuck. Like, I would call one week and be like, hey, what's the update with my car? Oh, we're working on it. Okay, any updates of when it's gonna be done? No. Okay, next week I would call. Hey, any updates? Nope. Okay, next week I would call. I would get a new guy on the phone. Oh, that car? We haven't even started working on it. What? Then they ended up saying that my car could not be repaired, okay? That it was a biohazard to be driving in the car because of the goose guts, which honestly, I figured, and I didn't want to be driving in a car where a goose just exploded in and the guts went everywhere, but the car market was crazy expensive at the time, and it was not in the budget for me to get a new car. Also, that same car had been stolen before, like literally by criminals. They trashed my car, took all the parts off of it and ditched it on the side of the road. Also in that same car, I drove off the expressway one time before on the way to college in the middle of winter. There was black ice and I couldn't control the car. That was even far scarier than the goose accident. Yeah, it was probably for the better that I did not get that car back. Long story short, I did not have a car that entire summer. I actually did not have a car for 5 months. I didn't get one until September of 2022, and it sucked. Like, my dad was driving me to work every day. I fully didn't quite understand what was going on, why this was happening. I thought, like, why is this happening to me? Not fully realizing that it was happening for me. So anytime you find yourself in one of those situations where it's like, why is this happening? What is going on? You can't fully understand why it's happening. Just know that it's not happening to you. It's happening for you to protect you from something far worse from happening down the road. That's my little story.
Hey guys, so the reason why I got my kids removed, and I'm not proud to say this, like, this is embarrassing, but this is just to spread awareness for other parents, because I don't want to even curse. I messed up. I messed up as a mom, and I take accountability for my mistakes. And I had a rough morning one morning, and I smacked my daughter. She was talking back to me. I was getting her ready for school early in the morning. I had to get her brother and sister ready. I was tired. I had 3 kids back to back. I didn't make smart choices on having my kids and choosing who the fathers were. So, you know, I was tired, exhausted, overworked, lack of sleep, not eating good. And that morning I sent her to school, and her face was a little red, like she had a little bit red. And I don't say it's okay. I'm not okay with it, but that morning I had it, which all moms do, but I'm not saying it's normal. It's not normal, but I slapped my kid, and that's the reason why my children aren't in my care, because I slapped my oldest, and then I lied to CPS about spanking my kid. And one thing I can say is, don't ever lie to CPS, because they will remove your kids from your home if you lie to them. If you tell them the truth, then they know that you're willing and you're worried about your kids' safety. But because I lied, all of my kids were removed. So that's the reason why. And there's even more. There's just more to the story, but I don't want to get into the depths of that right now. Once I'm comfortable to speak about it, I will speak about it. But there's way more to my story to tell, and I just want other moms to know that you're not alone. If you're going through the same thing, you'll get through this. And if you feel like this is the end of the world, no, it isn't. Keep pushing, keep fighting for your kids, and love your kids, and go to every visit. That's what I'm doing, going and doing anything that they're asking me to do for my kids, because I want my kids back in my home. But that's my story, guys. So if you have any questions, I'll go ahead and answer them whenever I have on my own time.
Story time about how I found out I was pregnant at 17. Back in August, I hadn't had my period for like the longest time, but that was kind of normal for me around the time. And I was like super tender and I was having like cramps, but I thought I was just about to start. So my sister and my friend went to the store and we got a pregnancy test, and then we went back to my friend's fiance's house, and my fiance at the time, now husband, was there, and they were probably playing on the Xbox. And we were all three in the bathroom, and I took the test and it was literally invalid, I think, and I thought it was positive, so I literally freaked out. Long story short, it was negative. About like a few days or a week goes by and we were at a football game, like the same group of people, and then we went bowling after, and my friend gave me a pregnancy test that someone had left at her house. And I told her I was just going to take it the next morning because I wasn't too worried about it because I had literally just taken one. So the morning comes around and I'm starting to get ready because it's a Saturday and we had to go to a funeral. And so I went to the bathroom, I took the test, and then I just set it down on the table. And I woke my fiance up and we just started getting ready. I kept checking it and it literally felt like the longest 4 minutes of my life because it was a digital one. So the one that says pregnant or not pregnant. And eventually it said pregnant and we low-key freaked out. I mean, I'm 17 at the time. So we go to the funeral with like my whole family from out of town, and I didn't tell my mom yet or my dad. Like I just couldn't. I told my sister and my friend. I had told them, I texted my friend and then I told my sister, and that was it. My sister was literally so happy. So literally the whole funeral, I was panicking the entire time, thinking about how I was going to tell my parents because, are you kidding me? So after the funeral, me, my sister, and my fiance went to the store to get some more tests, and I took them. They were all positive. And my mom was about to go to town for the weekend, which she never does. So I was like, we'll just tell her when she gets back. Like, I don't want to stress her out right before she goes out of town. So we ended up just telling her, and she obviously was crying. She thought we were joking at first, but everyone was actually like very excited, even though the circumstances. Well, my dad came in the house and we told him. He didn't say anything. He literally didn't say anything. He didn't make any face either. He just stood there. And there were already some rumors going around that I was pregnant because we had just got engaged, but that was not the case. And so we went ahead and told my close family just in case they found out from someone else. And I literally had morning sickness like crazy, like heartburn, all of the symptoms that you could think of. I was literally having them. And about 2 weeks later, maybe it was like almost a month later, I don't know, 2 to 4 weeks later, I started spotting a little bit, and I thought it was fine, but my fiance insisted that we went to the ER, and I did end up having a miscarriage. But that is my story time. Thanks for watching.
My name is Cicely. My boyfriend and I have been dating for almost 2 years now, and I want to tell the story of how we met because I think it's a really cute story. And I've been waiting to be stopped by Meet Cutes NYC, but I haven't. I also DM'd them on Instagram, but I haven't heard back. But this is me telling my story. We met July 4th weekend, or like the weekend after July 4th. I had been in a relationship for about like 2 years before this one. We broke up in like January-esque. It was over in January, let's just say that. Really awful man, really just like had me down in the dumps when we broke up, and I just was like exhausted. Hot Lower East Side man, terrible Lower East Side man. Okay. I was so excited to be like out on the dating scene. I was so excited to be going to bars and talking to people and like be single. I hadn't been single in a long time. And my girlfriends and I have two best friends, Genevieve and Zulema, who you guys probably have seen on my account. They were also single at the time, so I was like, amazing, we're all single together. I've never been more disappointed than when I found out what the New York City dating scene was like. It was terrible. So annually, we usually will all go to Maine for 4th of July, my friends and I, because I'm from Maine and San Francisco, and so is my best friend Genevieve, and both of our parents have houses there. So we had been up there all together, had a blast. We rented a red Kia Soul. Really the ugliest car, I'm sorry if you own it, to ever exist. Like, I don't feel sexy in a red Kia Soul. Traffic going back to New York City from Maine after 4th of July is literally the worst traffic I've ever been in my life. I've done it twice now. Last time I did it, which was last summer, it took me 13 hours, I think, and it's a 5-hour drive. I'm talking bumper to bumper cars, like moving at 2 miles per hour. On the drive down, we were all talking about like who our dream man was, and I was not on any dating apps at this point. I was convinced that I was gonna meet my person in person. I just wanna put myself out there for a bit and like try to meet somebody in person. If I don't, I'll go on the dating apps, it's fine. All my girlfriends were like, good luck, like it's really hard out there. We'll see you on the dating app soon. And so I had like a little fuel under my ass. Like I was feeling really motivated. I was like, I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. Like I'm super stubborn and kind of competitive secretly. So I was like, okay, like challenge accepted. At this point, we're in Connecticut. We've been in bumper to bumper traffic for like an hour and a half. I have this thought in my head of like, gotta meet my man in person, gotta like put myself out there already. Obviously, I didn't think it was gonna happen in this moment, but we see a car in front of us on the right, so like on our right side. We're in like the carpool express lane, moving 1 mile per hour. They're to the right of us. I'm sitting passenger princess, my friend Genevieve is driving, our friend Katya is in the back, and then Zulema is in the back as well. I see the car in front of us to the right. There's like somebody solving a Rubik's Cube outside of the window. At this point, we are so bored, like we're not even thinking about anything. We are so bored. We've already gone to Jersey Mike's. We've already like gotten our hot Cheetos. Like there's nothing else we can do besides sit in this traffic. So like why not be entertained? I see this Rubik's Cube outside the window. I say, Genevieve, drive up. Like let's get close to that car. So we pull up close to that car in our red Kia Soul. Pull up to this car. I look inside. It's a group of 5 guys. My car is a group of 4 girls. I was like, oh my God. The man solving the Rubik's Cube was in the back like seat behind the driver's seat, and I was passenger seat. So I start talking to him and I'm like, this man has like beautiful eyes. He's such beautiful eyes. He looks so kind and so nice, like piercing blue eyes. I was just like, who the f is that? I like that man. And I think I like turned to my girlfriends and I'm like, that man is so cute. Like what the fuck? The other people in the car were cute, but like this one, I had my eyes on this one. So as we're talking back and forth, we're like, where'd you guys come from? They're like, Maine. We're like, no way, us too. Like, okay. And then we're like, where are you going? They're like, Brooklyn. We're like, okay, we're going to Manhattan. Crazy. Like, what? Like, what are the odds? Okay. As we're chit-chatting back and forth, I'm like, in my head, I'm never going to see this man again. What can I need to do something to like keep us connected because he's so cute. I gotta put myself out there. I gotta show my girlfriends that like I can meet somebody in person and I'm gonna give it my best effort. So as we're talking, I'm taking out my journal, my diary. I'm like, oh no way, like May, okay, yeah, fun. And a pen, and I'm like writing my name and number down. And I say, Cicely, I think I said like, you're cute. And I write my number down. As we're talking, I crumple it up. And I say, hey, and I look at the cute one with the piercing blue eyes and I throw my number in his car. All the boys are like, oh my God. And then they had to pull off because they were going to get like an oil change. I don't fucking know. They were going to a gas station or something. We stayed on the highway. He texted me. We added all the people from my car. He added all the people from his car. And we played Truth or Dare virtually on the rest of the drive home back to New York City. The final dare was for us to meet them at Nowadays, or like Mr. Sunday, which is a club in Brooklyn. Mind you, we have been sitting in traffic for like 8 hours at this point. I feel like I've eaten too much junk food. I just want to go home, sit in front of my AC unit and just like marinate. We were like, girls, we have to go. We said yes because we're like, there's no way that 9 of us are going to get together again. No way all of our schedules are going to align again. So we're like, okay, we'll go. And then actually they ended up bailing on us because they had to like return the Turo. Something was going on with it. They had to drop it off in Harlem. It was like a whole thing, whatever. Weeks go by. I'm in the Lower East Side with my girls at La Dive. And at this point, like we've kind of been texting as a group, like trying to get together, but like we all are like, I can't do this day, I can't do this day. They keep texting us. They're like adding other people into the group chat being like, they were supposed to be on this trip, like these guys. And I'm like, we're like, what the fuck like is going on here? We're at La Dive. My girlfriends are like, whatever happened with that guy you thought was cute in the car? And I was like, oh, I don't know, we never texted. Like we just texted in the group chat, like kind of left it at that. And they were like, you should reach out to him. So we texted him that night and I said, hi, Rubik's Cube, it's Passenger Princess, because I was sitting in the passenger seat. He responded within the minute, and then we went on a date that Friday, and we've been dating ever since. A year later, we were having dinner with one of the guys that was in the car, and he brought us this. This was the original Rubik's Cube that my boyfriend was solving when we met each other when I saw him with his arms out the window. So although this story is not common, it's a great reminder to put yourself out there, say hi to people, talk to people, because you never know who you're gonna meet. Love you. Oh, also, we live together now.
Okay, let's do a quick story time. So back in 2012, I joined a dating website. It was not an app back in the day. It was a website called eHarmony. If any of you young folks watch this, it's, I guess, similar to Hinge, Bumble, all the things. I don't know. Anyway, I allegedly met somebody off of there. We dated, we got married, we had a baby, we bought the house. We did all the things that you're supposed to do in life. And, I thought that's what you're supposed to do. And I thought that was going to bring me happiness. Well, it did not whatsoever. Anyway, fast forward to November of 2024. That person filed for divorce, and it was mutual. We both wanted the divorce, but they went ahead and filed, and we're still going through it. We're at the end of it, but anyway, my point being is going through my divorce was absolute hell, to say, mildly. It was awful. I never knew what was going on. I had a wonderful attorney. I had an amazing support system, friends, family, all the things. But when you're going through divorce with someone who is a narcissist, and I do not say that word lightly, but trust me on this one, they make your life a living hell. Absolutely. And I'm wounded from it. I am very, very, very scarred from it. I need therapy. I need a lot of things I need to work on. But I thought, you know what? I'm gonna start this TikTok, and maybe we can all chat, and maybe there's other people going through it, and we can get through it together. So let's do that. Also, be kind. No mean comments. I'm new to TikTok. I don't even know what I'm doing. So, but honestly, if I can help one person, to me, it'll be worth it. So follow along. Let's see where this goes. Okay, so yesterday I started my TikTok off with a more serious talk about divorce and all that, but we will do that on certain days. But today we're going to talk about something funny that happened that went on for years and years. Basically, my best friend drove 2 hours to come visit me. We went and had a nice dinner. We had a couple drinks. Best night ever, right? We come home and we decide to sleep in the guest bedroom of my house. Her and I, we were, watching Instagram videos, just doing whatever, having fun. We ended up falling asleep, only to wake up later in the night to my alleged husband basically accusing us of being lesbians. And we were not, and we never have been. And this happened, I believe, in 2018. And to this day, he still tells people that we're lesbians and accuses us of that all the time. And this is the person that he accuses me of being a lesbian with.
I'm married to a man.
And she is beautiful. Maybe I do want to be a lesbian with her, but I'm not.
So I'm going to share 2 stories about some weird shit that my narcissistic mom used to do to me when I was a kid. So the first thing that my narcissistic mom did was when I was in 8th grade, I was graduating, and one of my relatives had gifted me this gold nameplate that had my name across, and it had a rope chain around it. It was really beautiful. It was real gold. And I absolutely loved it. And when I had got it, I started crying because I'm like, it was just so pretty to me. So I was very fond of it. And mind y'all, I'm 14 years old at this time. So I'm literally a fucking kid. And this is like probably one of the only real pieces of jewelry that I owned in this moment. So we were at lunch when this happened at a restaurant, okay? And I can tell that after I had got this gift and I started to wear it, like her whole vibe had changed. Like she was starting to get short with me when I asked her a question, and she just acted like my presence just being next to her was just irritating her, right? Mind y'all, at this point, I was already used to it, like her stupid ass little mood swings and shit. So I was just happy that I got something. I went home, I put my nameplate in my jewelry box in a certain place, and that was it. So the next day, I had decided that I wanted to wear my nameplate out, right? Because I don't know where I was going, but I just wanted to wear it, right? So I went to go grab it from my jewelry box in my special place that I put it. It's not there, bitch. Where the fuck is my nameplate? I start tearing up my room, okay? I go out to the front room because I'm about to start tearing up this motherfucking house, because why the fuck ain't my nameplate where it's supposed to be? My dad sees me and he's just like, what's wrong? Like, what are you looking for? And I told him, I was just like, I can't find my nameplate. So my dad asked my brothers, like, have y'all seen your sister's nameplate? And they're like, no, like, we didn't go in your room. Tell me why. My mom hears what's going on. And she comes walking over to where my dad is. And she's like, what's wrong? And he's like, Lexi can't find her nameplate. And before my dad even finished his sentence, he must have seen it because she had it on her neck. And I was in the room, my room, when this happened. So I overheard him say, why are you wearing that? And my mom responded and was like, well, because I want one so bad. And I walked out the front room and my dad had his hand open like this. And he was like, give me it right now. It's like he was like done with her, like, bitch, like, why would you do this? But he wasn't like expressing it in the outrage that I was feeling, right? So I was mad and I'm just like, why did you take my nameplate from my shit? And then she just walked past me and ignored me. And my dad was like, don't worry, Lexi. He was like, I'm gonna keep it here in my desk right where I'm at. And he's like, I'm not gonna let no one touch it. I'm gonna lock it up. So that was the first thing, okay? And this is why when she was like begging and asking my brother to talk to me to be back in my life, it was hard for me because I remember those instances. And to me, like that shit that she did was like some Hannibal Lecter, I want to wear your skin and be you obsessive type shit, you know? And it's just like, bitch, I don't know where the fuck you're operating out of your sick ass mind, but you're fucking weird. So like I said, girl, I was like 14 or 15 years old at the time. My mom had to be in her early 30s if I do the math correctly. I'm 31 right now. There is not one fucking situation that I can imagine that I would put myself in that same fucking place that she was and do the same things that she did. Like, why would I take something from any 14 or 15-year-old and then wear it, let alone my own fucking daughter or my own child? I just wouldn't do that. That's how y'all know that this person is sick. So the second thing that she did, I was way younger, okay? Way younger. She started being jealous of me, I don't know, I think around like 5 years old. I have no idea. I can't tell you because I'm not a sick ass bitch. But the second thing that she did, my grandmother, which was her mom, okay, she didn't live in Chicago. She lived in California. We never really saw each other on a regular basis at all, okay? I probably up to that point had only saw her twice in my whole life, okay? But for Christmas and my birthday, she would send me these beautiful porcelain dolls. So here comes Christmas, okay? And we get a brown box, right? So my mom gets the box and she opens it up in front of me. And out comes this beautiful porcelain Cinderella doll. Big ass blue dress, her blonde hair, she had all the accessories. It was a beautiful doll. So my mom looks at this doll and she's just looking at it like up and down, right? And I guess in her mind, she realized like this is a really pretty doll and that she wants it. She turns the doll towards me and was like, do you like my doll that grandma sent me? And I was like, yeah, it's a really pretty doll. Like I said, I was a kid. I did not know that this doll was actually mine, but I would find out soon. And I'm just like, this bitch is sick. Like, look at my doll. It's like, bitch, that's not yours. In your mind, it's yours, but in reality, it's not. And doing this to a fucking kid, mind you, like I said, 7 years old, I could never. So later on that year, my grandma surprised everybody and she actually came out and visited us, okay? So during the time that she was at our house, she went into my room and she saw all the dolls that she had gifted me over the years. And she said, Lexi, where's your Cinderella doll that I bought you? And I said, what Cinderella doll? My mom was standing there and she panicked so bad. She was like, oh, well, she already has enough in here, so I put that one in my room. And my grandma was kind of like off put because she was like, I didn't get that for you. I got that for Lexi. It should be here in her room. And my mom didn't say shit. So my grandma had left to go use the bathroom or something. And I looked at my mom and I was like, so that doll was mine? And my mom was like, oh, shut up, Lexi. Just shut up. And she just walked out of my room. And that was something that my mom had done, like I said, over the course of the time that I had to be around her, unfortunately, like growing up around her. Anytime somebody complimented me, she was upset. Anytime someone gifted me something, she was jealous and upset. You know, like there was times my father gifted me very nice jewelry, nice gifts, and she was just mad and be like, oh, well, I didn't get anything and I'm his wife. You know, like she really had like some type of insecurity, like, and she would just try to project that onto me every chance that she got. So that's why people ask me like, oh, you don't talk to your mom? No, bitch, I don't. And I won't. And if you're okay with talking to somebody that treated you like shit like that, something wrong with you. But yeah, y'all, that's just my weird ass mama, my weird ass narcissistic mama.
So when I was being human trafficked 2 years ago, I was getting trafficked in and out of this park that was actually a few blocks down from the old apartment I was living in with my ex-boyfriend at the time. Sorry, I have like a stuffy nose. So there was a man in the park that I kind of knew. I still to this day don't know if he was involved with my trafficker or what his part was in this. But let's say his name's RJ. So RJ would talk to me, he would sit with me for hours, and like what I felt like was almost kind of like protecting me. A lot of homeless people were in the park and like would try to talk to me and like just yeah, so he would like look after me and like would talk to me for hours. But eventually my trafficker would see that and he'd get really upset. And so there was one night where it was nighttime. Me and RJ were sitting on the bench in the park and we were talking. My trafficker wasn't there yet, but we saw him walking into the park. RJ went to go get up and kind of like walk away. And my trafficker ended up seeing that and like came over, started yelling at us, started yelling at me. It's like, bitch, like, you know better, like, not to be talking to him, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're fucking up my money. And so it turned really violent after that. And I was running in a different direction RJ was running in. And this man ended up seeing me running and like I was really scared. And so he asked like what was wrong and like what was happening. And I told him, like, I was just completely honest with him, and I told him like, I'm being trafficked, I'm in a really dangerous situation, like I don't know what to do, like I'm homeless, like I'm strung out, like I need help. I didn't know this man, didn't know him, didn't know what he could be capable of, nothing. But he literally, I shit you not, took me by the hand and said, okay, come with me, I'm gonna protect you. Once again, I've already had a man say this to me before, and clearly that wasn't the case. I was so desperate in this time, I just needed help, I wanted to get out of this situation, I was really unsafe, and so I was just like, okay, I'll go with you. So I went with him, and he took me to this place called Tent City, and it was like not that far away from where I was being trafficked at, downtown in my city. But he took me there, and there was a man that like kind of ran Tent City, so he introduced me to the guy that ran the little area and like looked it over. And he told him the situation I was in, and they were like, okay, we're gonna protect you, we're gonna keep you safe. And at this time, the guy I was staying with in the tent, his name was Johnny. And Johnny really was so sweet to me. Like, he never pressured me to like do anything sexual with him. He was really sweet. Most of the time he was out of the tent and doing his own thing, so I was just in the tent most of the time by myself. But like at nighttime he would go in there and like lay with me. But he never did anything to hurt me. Like, he really protected me. But since I was still super strung out, I was getting crazy hallucinations. And so in my mind, I thought my baby dad was in the tent next to us living there. He wasn't, but I was so messed up. I really had thought this and believed this. And actually, the guy next to us in the other tent, he ended up getting killed down there and actually in front of our tent one of those nights. And when we woke up, things were really messed up. There was a bunch of police, ambulance, everything like that. A bunch of people yelling, everything was hectic. And I thought that my baby dad had died, and that was him. And so I was losing it. I was freaking out. And keep in mind, I'm strung out. I'm on a bunch of crack. Like, I don't know what's going on. And keep in mind, I'm 4'9". I was 70 pounds, soaking wet. So I was super unhealthy. Like, you can obviously imagine, like, it did not end well. So, and actually, this story kind of leads to where I was kind of found and saved as well. I ended up leaving. Well, actually, I ended up kind of getting tricked to leave Tent City. It was like, so Tent City was kind of like a strip against like a fence, just full of tents, like just a line of just tents everywhere. And it was a sidewalk, and there was just tents all along the sidewalk. And so that whole strip was called Tent City. But there was just a bunch of homeless people, a bunch of crackheads, like just a bunch of that shit that was going on down there. But there was a man that was in a car. I remember it was like a white car, and he like pulled up and he was like asking me like, what's going on? And I told him like, oh, like my baby dad died. Like I was so convinced that it was my baby dad. So I was in my own delusion. And so he's telling me, he's like, what was his name? And so I told him his name. And he was like, oh my gosh, like that was actually my buddy. Like they're having a memorial up at the church over here. If you want to go, like I'm going there right now. I'll take you. And so I was like, oh my gosh, like thank you so much. Like I was so convinced that that was real. No, it wasn't. So I get in the car and we're driving and I'm just talking. I forget what I was talking about. But then all of a sudden I remember he pulls into like an apartment complex. And I was like, looked at him and I was like, what are we doing here? And he was like, oh, we're going to stop by my house. And I was like, oh, fuck, this is really bad. So I immediately was able to open the door in time. And he was going to like press the button to lock it. And what's crazy is that this man, I was actually sold to him while I was in the park. And I'd completely forgotten who he was till the last minute I realized, oh shit, that's you. And he obviously remembered who I was. So he tried really hard to lock the door. I was able to unlock the door, get out of the car, and I started running. And I remember he just took off. So I truthfully don't think that was even his apartment. But anyway, I got out of that situation. And overall, like long story short, I didn't. That wasn't my baby dad. That's what I meant. Like that wasn't my baby dad. And I didn't know. I didn't know till honestly the next 2 days. And after I was found, I was put in a detox behavioral center. I was evaluated while I was coming off of a bunch of these drugs. So it was pretty much the hospital's fault for putting me in a behavioral detox place because I don't have behavioral problems. I do struggle with BPD, but I'm not a behavioral, violent, aggressive person. And that's what this place was for. Like really violent, mental people. So that was really traumatizing. But I didn't even know that my baby dad was still alive until I got out of there. And I was in there for like a week. And I remember I called my mom when I was in there and I asked her, like, can you look up his obituary? And she was like, there's nothing there. Obviously, like, I didn't believe her, but that kind of put me at ease. So when I got out, I did a lot of research, and it turns out he wasn't gone. He ended up contacting me, like, my baby dad ended up contacting me, like, 10 months after that. So, not dead. But yeah, that's just, I don't know, I just kind of wanted to share that part of the story, of that there was somebody, and he was a man, and he helped me. He did get me out of a dangerous situation, and I unfortunately ran away. So I think, but if I didn't run away, I don't think I would have been found and would have been saved. So I'm glad I did in certain ways, but obviously I was put in a lot of other dangerous situations once I did leave his side. So I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for somebody that took me in and kept me safe and looked out for me and made sure that I wasn't in that situation anymore. Because I truthfully thought that I was never going to get out of my trafficking situation. So I'm very thankful even till this day for Johnny and for people that did help me when I was in need.
Hey y'all, this is a story time about how my cousin had me jump. Since everybody been asking, I'ma just tell y'all. Okay, so boom, this happened like 2.5, 3 months ago. It was on a Sunday. I remember it was on a Sunday because we had went to church. We had went to church with my grandma because my grandma had wanted us to go to church with her on this day. We usually don't go to church together. Like, it was just randomly. Like, this happened randomly. So, yeah. But that's how the day started off. We was at church, and my cousin had a girlfriend at the time that we was not cool. Like, I did not like the girlfriend. The girlfriend didn't like me. Like, we have had, like, previous, like, encounters before, and he knew that. Like, he knew that, y'all. So, this was the craziest part. Like, he knew that. So, like, yeah. Okay, but yeah, we went to church, and the girlfriend had came with my cousin. She came with him. So, which I didn't know about, but he know I do not like that girl. Like, she do not like me. I do not like her. So, like, why would you bring her? Like, you know what I'm saying? But, like, I just kept the day pushing. Like, you know, when we went to church, we left church, and then we went back to my grandma's house. Okay, my grandma was cooking. And we went back to my grandma's house, and everything was smooth. Like, the girl kept looking at me weird and stuff, but I wasn't paying no mind to it, okay? And so, yeah. Later that day, he asked me, did I want to go to the little park? Y'all, it's a little railroad park down here where I stay at. And he asked me, did I want to go? And I was like, sure. But he did not tell me the girlfriend was coming with us. Like, wait, like, I wouldn't even say yes if I knew the girlfriend was coming. Okay, so boom, we went out to the park. It was around 6:30 or 7, and I was like always thinking like, why they want to go to the park? Cause y'all, mind you, I ain't nothing to do at this park. It's no swings or nothing. Like, it's just straight like a trails or whatever you want to call it, straight trails. And yeah, so we get there, everything cool. So about 10 minutes in, y'all. 10 minutes in, the girlfriend get a call. She walk away to answer it. Then she come back. Like, no, she was away for like 5-10 minutes. Then she come back, okay? She come back, okay, boom. So everything was cool. Like, when she came back, everything was cool. We walking. Okay, so we keep walking. Like, we walking our business. After she got off the phone, we walking for like another 5 minutes. And then all of a sudden, y'all, like all of a sudden, somebody called her name from behind us. And that, like, they made me turn around because even though they want calling my name, it made me turn around because, like, who behind us or whatever. I turned around. The girlfriend hit me, y'all. The girlfriend hit me. Like, she hit me. Like, she freaking hit me. Like, y'all, I would never forget this shit. She freaking hit me. Like, it's not funny, but it's funny looking back at it now because, like, I should never went in the first place. But, yeah, she hit me, and then the other girls ran up on me, too. They ran up on me after she hit me. So I'm fighting with her for like 10 seconds. And then they ran up behind her. And my cousin, y'all, guess what he's doing? Guess what he's doing? This nigga is recording. He's fucking recording. Like, what? He is recording while this shit happening. That's when in the moment, I didn't know what was going on. Like, I'm like, why the fuck you not helping me? Y'all, mind you, it was like 3 girls. It was 3 girls plus her, so 4. 4 girls jumping me, y'all. Like, they just, you feel what I'm saying? They not beat me up, but they beat me up. Like, it's 4, and I'm not that big. So, like, in the moment, I didn't feel like no hits or nothing. Y'all know when y'all fighting, y'all don't feel nothing. Until after the fight, that's how it was. That's how my fight was. Y'all, and then after that, it was just a whole big drama with my family. Like, it was a whole big drama. But yeah, that's a story time about how my cousin had me jumped because he took me out there knowing they was gonna jump me, and he watched them and recorded. Like, if y'all want to see the video, like.
So when I was 19 years old, I started dating this guy, and he was real cute, but he was slow. Anyway, one night I drive to his house, and for some reason he ends up having to go move his car. Well, he comes back in after moving the car, and he's like, "Oh my God, I've hit your car." And I'm like, "What? Why?" And he's like, I forgot you drove here." What? Slow. Anyway, I go out there. I drove a Ford Focus. That thing is wrecked. So it ends up working out though, because I got a cute little rental for like, I don't know, a month. But anyway, a couple days after that incident, he turns 21, and obviously I'm 19, so I end up being his designated driver. So that day, go pick up him, go pick up his friend, who luckily is also underage, so he cannot drink because he has no fake, whatever. So we end up going to the sports bar, and when we get there, there's so many people there that know this man, and they're like, "Let me buy you a shot, let me buy you beer, blah, blah, blah." He ends up drinking like probably 7 shots within 30 minutes. I mean, he is toe up, but he's having a great time, and I am, again, sober as a judge, but I'm not irritated because he's 21 and I like him, he's cute, whatever. But then things take a turn, okay? He goes from Good Time Charlie to now he's crying, and I'm like, why are you crying? He can't tell me. He doesn't know why he's crying. He's just crying. He's sobbing. He's crying in the bathroom. He's crying over there eating a wing. He's crying drinking a beer. He's just crying. And I'm like, get it together. So about this time, I'm kind of thinking we should probably go. But the entertainment for the night's about to be there, and I'm like, well, we can stay for that. And who might the entertainment be? Well, it's Riley Grwn, because this is 13 years ago in Alabama. He wasn't famous then. He's everywhere, he's at this bar like every Saturday. So anyway, we stay, we listen to Riley Grwn. Well, eventually one of his friends goes up there, and he's like, hey, Riley, my friend just turned 21. Will you sing happy birthday? And Riley's like, yeah. And this man goes from crying to so touched, so honored that Riley Grwn is singing happy birthday that he runs up there. Mind you, he ain't famous. There ain't no security. He runs up there, give this man a big old hug and a big old kiss, which luckily Riley does turn his face, so it's his cheek. Had he not, that man would have kissed him on the lips, I guarantee you. And I'm like, oh my God, this is our sign. We've got to go. So me and his friend, who's again sober, thank God, load this man up, and we throw him in the back of that rental car that I only have because he's stupid and he hit my car. Throw him in the back of that. We get, I don't know, 20 feet down the road, and he's like, I gotta throw up. Oh my God. Pull over, he throws up. We do that probably 3 more times. The 3rd time, he gets out of the car, runs around, his pants around his ankles, he's refusing to get back in the car, and then he tries to drive. And I'm like, oh my God, if I get this man home, I'm never speaking to him again. Never. Finally get him home. He smells like vomit and Tito's. He's got his pants around his ankles. His friend's like, I'm gonna take it from here. And I'm like, the hell? Yeah, you are, because I'm never speaking to this man again. Ever. However, that didn't happen, and we keep in touch pretty well because I married him, and that man that helped me with him, well, he was the best man in our wedding. So that's the time my husband kissed Riley Grwn.
3 weeks ago, my husband was hanging out with the neighbor, and very sweet couple, husband and wife, pretty young. He's in medical school. They have 2 small children. She's a teacher. And he says, oh, he invited us to his graduation. So he's in medical school. He just graduated. They were going to have a celebration. And okay, I was like, oh, okay, great. So, you know, when and where and what do I need to know? And he's like, oh, it's just like, you know, we'll go. I'm sure there'll be some food, and it's at this place at this time. I'm like, great, fine. So today comes around, and I'm like, okay, it's at 6 o'clock. At this location, like, what's the dress? What do I need to know? We should bring some, like, a bottle of champagne, anything else I need to know. And my husband's like, no, I'm sure it's just super chill. I asked him specifically, like, what is the dress code? What should we wear? And he said, well, I will be wearing a suit because I'll be coming directly from graduation, but you wear whatever you want, like, no dress code, just be fine. Just show up and enjoy and celebrate with us. And I'm like, okay. That's cool. That's great. So we semi-dress up. We show up, and we're expecting just to, like, go, give him champagne, congratulate him, visit for a little bit, you know, congratulations, and then we would go home. But this is what ended up happening instead. We show up. It is a full-on sit-down dinner with 30 people, and when we show up, everybody's already seated. So we make a beeline to the table where our neighbors are, and I'm like, congratulations, here's your champagne. And they're like, oh my gosh, thank you guys so much for coming. And obviously everybody's already seated, and so we were like it's not just kind of a mill around, grab some appetizers, have a drink, mingle kind of a situation. So I'm kind of looking around where we're gonna sit, and there were a couple seats open, and also there were a couple seats open at their table, and his wife, who was the sweetest, cutest little thing, she's like, no, sit with us. And I'm like, oh, we don't need to sit with you guys. And she's like, no, please do. And then, like, there's not another chair, so they go and they, like, grab a chair and they set us. So now we're sitting at the head table with the people that are the guests of honor for this big, huge, emotional celebration for sit-down dinner. And then he introduces us to the other people at the table. It's his mentor and his mentor. It's the two people that have like guided him and have meant the most to him in his journey through medical school. And of course his wife and his two small kids that are adorable and love my husband. Thank God. They like start making small talk with us, and they are all very gracious and very kind. But I was understandably like, this is uncomfortable. Then I'm like, oh my God, like this is not just a sit down dinner, but like they're paying probably $10,000 or more for everybody to be here. So we need to make sure that we're not gonna like order anything crazy. And then my husband orders like when the waiter comes around, my husband orders a very expensive drink, and everybody the waiter makes eye contact with the graduate and says, oh, that's not part of the, so I think this is a wine and beer situation is what I'm like, immediately I'm thinking. But then very quickly, the guy sitting next to, so one of his mentors is like, no, get what you want. I'm gonna cover anything on top of, like, it's fine, get that. And my husband's like, okay, fine. We're having a great time, and then a few minutes go by, and he's like, hey, the graduate goes, I'm gonna give a speech in a little bit, and I'm just like a little bit nervous about it, but I've been practicing it. I wrote it all out last night, and I'm just like, very long speech. And I'm thinking, oh, this is so sweet. Like, we are so, like, I felt so appreciative that they invited us and that we get to sit at their special table when they're like, their parents and their family and their best friends are at other tables. And he gets up and he starts giving this beautiful, heartfelt speech. Like, my husband started tearing up. It was very sweet. And he was like pouring out his heart about his wife and how much she's meant to him and how she's helped. Like, he wouldn't have been able to do this without her. And then his mentor number one, like, you, like, there were so many times I wanted to quit, and you're the one person that always knew exactly what to say to make me like exactly what I needed to hear to stay. And then the other guy, mentor, who was like, this man has been the kindest, most wonderful friend to me over this journey. But he then thanks me and my husband, the neighbors, and I'd like to thank my neighbors, us, the two of us. He calls us out by name, and he's like, they're so kind. They've given us lots of great food, and there's like 30 people here, and I'm thinking, oh, is he gonna thank all 30 people? But no, he doesn't. He doesn't thank all 30 people. He ends it with my mom over here, and my, she's been so wonderful, and my sister, and my wife's colleagues, and everybody in this room has been so gracious and helped me through this journey. But like, we got called out because we were sitting at their table, I'm sure, and it was the kindest thing, but I am so irritated with my husband right now.
Dose with me while I tell you story time about how me and my baby dad go to jail as a family and come out, and he's got a baby on the way. Okay, so here we are, we're in the jail, we get arrested. We go to court either the next day or the day after, right? The judge lets me go to rehab. He gives me a shot. He says he's gonna send me out, let me work it, right? Okay, so boom, I get out, I go to rehab, I get our child, okay? Our child comes to rehab with me. I'm doing the steps, I'm working the program. Everything's going right? Joey has some other charges, so he's still working on some shit. He's still in jail. He's gonna be in there for a minute. Perfect. I'm gonna get our shit together out here, have shit ready for you for when you come home. Okay, so now we're a few months in. We're about 6 months in, right? I get a message from this girl and asked if me and my baby dad were still together. What are you talking about? He's locked up. Of course we're together. What are you talking about? Okay. Typical homewrecker, right? If your dude goes to jail, she's coming to get him. Okay, she's coming. Okay, so fast forward. I'm on my way to work, right? I get a job, got Nova in daycare. We're working it, right? I called the jail to put money on his books. Let me put some money on my man's books before I walk into work, okay? Wrong. There's no inmate with the last name, with that last name. Where'd he go? Hello? What happened? What happened? Okay, so now I'm at work, working, right? Working, okay? I get a phone call. All I hear is, "Oh, why'd you tell her I was with you last night?" I'm floored right now. I'm like, what is going on? Are you okay? Are y'all okay? My last known response was, you was in jail. You was in jail and I was calling to put money on your books, right? And now I'm getting a phone call. You're obviously high. Anyways. So fast forward a little bit. I throw my hands, towel in, okay? We're done. A few months go by, he shows up in my town, crying, saying he got her pregnant. What do you want me to do about it? What am I supposed to do about it? I was out here busting ass to get our family, get going, you know, clean, have our kids at home, the whole nine, okay? And I'm just confused. What the hell is going on, right? So he begs to come back home. I don't allow it. He made his bed. He has to lie in it. Whatever. So now fast forward. We're 2.5 years later, right? This bitch hates me. Hates me so bad. And I'll never understand it. I'll never understand it. Like, she came into our relationship, right? It's to the point that he don't even see his kid because it's an argument, right? You, honey, because I know you're watching. You came into our relationship. Get over it. Anyways, happy Tuesday!
Story time real quick. So last Friday, a week ago today, I went to this new gas station in town, and they had to scan my license for me to buy some Rogues. And the chick looks at me and says, "Honey, your license is saying suspended." I was like, "What?" "There's no way." And she's like, "I promise." And then it hit me like a ton of bricks. I said, "Can you get your license suspended for not paying a no seatbelt ticket that you got from a state trooper?" And she's like, "Yes, honey, you can." And I said, "Fuck. Let me go get this taken care of. Thank you for letting me know." I get out to the truck. Now, this was during my 4-day fucking crazy manic episode before I started my period. This is at the heat of it, the worst day of it, Friday. So I'm already fucking crazy. And I get out to the truck and I'm having a full-blown panic attack because this chick just told me that my fucking license are suspended. And what do? Pick up my phone and unblock Judd. And I call him. He don't answer. I leave a voicemail. I said, "Hey, sorry to bother you, but I just went in this new gas station. They scanned my license for me to buy some Rogues. She said my license are suspended. The only thing that it could be is me not paying the no seatbelt ticket from that state trooper or going to court. So if you didn't pay your ticket or go to court, I guarantee you that your license are suspended too. I just wanted to let you know that you may be out here driving around on suspended license." And I hang up. End of voicemail. He immediately texts me back and says, "How could I find out if my license are suspended?" I'm having a panic attack, so I'm not texting. I'm manic. I call him again. If he wants answers, he can answer the phone, right? He answers, though. First ring. And I was like, "Look, you can come down here and let this chick scan your license like she did mine. She could tell you if they're suspended." I said, "But if you didn't pay the ticket or go to court, then yours are probably suspended too." He's like, "No, I didn't pay it. I didn't go to court." I was like, "Well, then they're probably suspended too." I was like, "It's already 3:30 in the afternoon on Friday." I was like, "There's really nothing I can do about it today." I was like, "But I'll go Monday or call Monday and see what I can find out about getting it taken care of." And he's like, you think you could let me know when you find out something? I was like, yeah, I'll let you know. And I was like, hey, you know, since I've already just now broke 107-day no contact with you, there's a couple of things that I really would like to talk to you about. Can I call you in a few minutes after I meet Andrew? And he's like, yeah, you can call me back. So I'll go meet Andrew, and then I'll call him back. And he's like, so how have you been? And I'm like, making it. How you been? Blah, blah, blah. Just small talk for maybe 2 minutes. Okay? And then he gets a knock at his door right as I'm about to ask him about a few things that he has still of mine. He gets a knock on the door. He says, hey, let me call you back. Somebody's knocking on my door. I'm like, okay. Then he immediately texts me back and he says, hey, it's my son. I'll call you when he leaves. I was like, okay, that's fine. He never called me back. He completely 100% ghosted me after I just broke 107 days no contact, not for myself, but to tell him that he's driving around on suspended license. He ghosted me. So I called him once that night. He didn't answer. And I sent him a message and I said, hey, not sure why you didn't call me back. Not sure why you didn't answer. But I literally just wanted to ask you about my toolbox, a tote, and that chair that Garrett made me. That's it. I was like, I really had no intentions of ever contacting you again, but I honestly felt like you needed to know if you were out here driving around on suspended license, because I personally know what it's like and how hard it is to get your license back if you get a ticket for driving on suspended license. I said, but it was nice hearing your voice, and I wish nothing but the best for you. And then I blocked him again. But I cannot believe that I let myself break 107 days no contact just to tell him about his license. I could have just kept that fucking information to myself, and then he could have just got him a no driving on suspended license ticket. But it done something to me, y'all. I can't explain it. I'm been trying to find the words to explain it, what it did to me. Him, talking to me on the phone, I thought, okay, we might actually be able to have, an adult conversation. And I might actually get some of my stuff back. I wasn't trying to see him. I didn't ask if I could see him. I didn't ask if he could come see me. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. It was literally just a very, very casual, altogether, 5-minute conversation. And then I was going to ask about my things, and he never fucking called me back. So yeah, I'll never get that shit back, y'all. But I'm over him now. I don't know, it did something to me. It did something to me. I haven't missed him since. I ain't cried about him. And been counting days anymore, which I know I broke it, so it technically would have started over, but he's not even worth me counting fucking days anymore. He's not. I knew what a piece of shit he was. So I don't know why I expected anything different when I finally contacted him, but so I went to the courthouse, paid my ticket, got my letter to clear me for reinstatement, went to the DMV, got my license reinstated. $200 later over a no seatbelt ticket. So this is your sign. Make sure you fucking pay your no seatbelt tickets if you get one, or you'll get your license suspended. And fuck you, Judd.
Well, I just told off my downstairs neighbor. That was fun. I'm screaming at him. Screaming. Why? Why did I scream at him? Why did I fucking tell him off? Oh my God, I'm so out of breath. This has been going on for months, pretty much since they moved down there. So I live above somebody. I live above a family, actually, and it's a couple with two young girls. I mean, they're both under the age of 2. And since they moved in, Like when I go downstairs to take my dog out for a walk, I have to, like, there is no other way to go. You have to walk by the, you know, the railing of the porch of the people who live downstairs, and by necessity. So I have to walk by there. Never been a problem ever until this guy moved in. I started noticing that, like, whenever that man was home, so if it was after 5 p.m. and I had to take my dog out for her evening potty, I'd go down there, and then I would notice that pretty soon, like within a minute, he came outside. And not only was he coming outside, but he was also holding his infant daughter. Like, she's so small that he would just, like, put her legs over the railing and sit her on top of the railing and wrap his arms around her while he just, like, fully turned his body right towards me and was just staring. Wherever I went with my dog, he'd just watch. If I started to kind of walk, like, out of his view, he would, like, adjust himself on the porch, himself and his daughter on the railing, so that he could see, you know, and watch me go and come back. It was really fucking creepy. At first I was like, is this happening? And then, yeah, it's happening. And not only, I was like, wow, this is not only happening, but I noticed after about a month or so of this, I would go down there and all of a sudden I'd hear this, like, very distinct but robotic sounding, like, bird chirping. I heard, like, an alarm, and it was the sound of a bird. And I'd hear that alarm when I walked by, and then within, again, like 5-10 seconds of that, he'd be outside with his kid and putting her on the railing and then just staring at me, like, full body, just staring. His wife is home. His wife, his girlfriend, his, you know, child's mother, whatever, she's here. She's here every time he does this. She's there. So it got so bad that I started, like, don't go that direction. You have to go, like, a really long roundabout way just to get to grass, to get to where you can walk your dog. And so I started doing that, even though it was really fucking annoying. I mean, I have, you know, fenced in area for dogs right in front of me that I just began to feel extremely uncomfortable using because of my downstairs neighbor bringing his kid out and staring at me every chance he got. So I'm going around and I'm, like, going different ways so that, you know, he can't notice me. And one day I noticed, oh my God, he is standing in the breezeway, like the common breezeway, the common area. He somehow noticed that maybe he could hear that I closed my door. Like, these walls are thin, so maybe he could, like, hear when we close our front door. So I started noticing that he was standing in the breezeway with his kid, just staring at me. It is and was extremely uncomfortable. So tonight, just now, I went out to take my dog for her evening walk, and when I came outside, literally within 2 or 3 seconds, he walks outside, he has both of his kids with him, he comes right up to the railing, I just completely ignore him, I'm on my phone, I've got sunglasses on because it was still kind of light outside, and I was just like, I'm fucking ignoring this guy. So I get my dog and we come back up, and I'm like, I'm not gonna go around the long way, I just want to get back up to my apartment, it is right there. And so I pick up my dog and we start to walk. I set her down so we can keep going up the stairs, and when I set her down, I guess, like, the kid spooked her or something, and so she, like, barked, she's like, woof, like, at the little girl, and this is all on the ground through the railing. Like, I had a hold of my dog's leash. All she did was bark at the kid. But this poor baby wasn't expecting my dog to, like, bark, you know, like that. And so she cried. It was really, I feel horrible about that. But this man, he has the audacity to then yell at me and my dog. Oh my God, that's when I lost it. I'm gonna be real. I was like, maybe you should take your fucking kids back inside and stop being a fucking creep. Like, I literally yelled it like that. And then I started to storm up the stairs. I mean, like a child. And I was pissed. And I get up to my door and I open it and then I turn around and I was like, stop being such a fucking creep. And then I slammed my door. Now, I could hear immediately that he gathered his kids and went right back inside. It got real quiet out there. And I feel really badly because I just lost it and that kid was there. And I was like, damn. I just yelled and sweared a lot in front of that kid. My poor baby just got frightened by my dog, and now this crazy white woman is yelling at them. Ugh. I just really hope that's it though. Like, I was so angry. I started sweating. I was like sweating. I had to calm down. Told my roommate, I was like, hey, I just I just yelled at the downstairs neighbor. And he was like, oh, why? And I told him, I was like, you know what's happening? Because I've been telling him, it's fucking creepy. Like, it's gotten so bad that, like, I take my dog out several times a day, and, like, we have our evening time going out, like, right now. But it's gotten so bad, like, she has at least one more potty time, and I don't like taking her out after dusk or evening anymore because that man is so fucking creepy. So my roommate takes her out, and he was like, oh, yeah, that guy? And I was like, yeah. And I told him what happened, and I told him I went off, and he was like, okay, all right. And I was like, okay, all right, I'm sorry, I yelled at our neighbor. But anyway, yeah.
So another story time, and first of all, you don't F with me, I won't F with you. That's just how this works. Okay, anyway, growing up, my sister was my bestie, and I would do anything in this world for her. Used to, not now. I can't say these things on TikTok, but anyway. So one day, a few years ago, I got a call or a text from a girl, I think both, a call and a text. Didn't know who she was, and she was like, hey, is this your sister's car? And I was like, yeah, who are you? What's going on? She was like, well, she's in the car with my husband. Okay, first of all, we don't mess with married people. Don't care who you are, my sister, my brother, my mother, my father. I don't care. We don't mess with married people. You just don't. So she was like, yeah, she's in the car at the with my husband at the Western Sizzler. And I'm like, so she ends up backing up, hitting this girl's car with her kids in it, and leaving. Well, I'm sorry, like I said, you don't mess with people's husbands. So and she knew he was married. I didn't know he was married. She knew he was married. So I get off the phone. She still lived with my dad. So I called my dad. I'm like, where's your daughter at? And he's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, where's your daughter at? And he's like, she's at Wendy's eating with her friends. No, she's not. What do you mean? I'm like, she's at the Western Sizzler with somebody's husband. Haley, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, I'm just letting you know she's going to jail, so the police are looking for her. She did a hit and run. So I get off the phone. I call the police myself because, again, noted, we don't mess with people's husbands. And call the police. Anyway, she files a police report and calls the police, the wife of this piece of trash. And then I call the police. And then my dad, she gets home, and my dad takes her to the police department. Anyway, she got arrested, and that just, again, lives written free in my head that she had 3 people calling the cops on her, and she thought she was just going to get away with running over a vehicle with 2 small children in it that had to go to the hospital and just sleeping with somebody else's husband. And I'm just, yeah, what trash. So that woman left her husband, and then my sister had a baby with that guy that she was in the Western Sizzler parking lot with, and then he left her after she had a baby. It's just funny how full circle happens. You don't mess with people's husbands.
And whatever little bitch I just had to punch in the face last night at Bamboo in the line, yeah, bitch, just know you met your match, and don't let no shit like that happen again ever in no line, bitch. So story time on how I had to punch this bitch in her face last night, and me and my homegirls almost had to jump her at the club. So y'all, yesterday me and my friends went out to Bamboo because they said Pluto was gonna be there, and we wanted to go to the club. You know, we didn't have the kids, we wanted to get out. We ended up going to Bamboo, so they said if you get there by 10:30, before 10:30, you could get in free. So we tried to leave the house a little earlier, but we was still low-key kind of late. We got there around, like, literally at 10:30. It had already took me, like, 30 minutes to figure out where the fuck I could park at. When we finally get to the club, the line is so fucking long, so we like, how much can we pay to skip all this shit? They like, you gotta go stand in that line over there. But the line over there wasn't even a line. It was, like, dead a crowd of people. Like, what? So we like, fuck it, bitch. We walk to the middle of the line. We getting in line, and it's not in the back. Trust. So when we get in the middle, it's like more people coming up. Like, bro, we're literally packed like sardines. Like, bitch, I'm right here. The next bitch is right here to me. Like, literally. So I guess the people in the back, they're pushing their way to the front. Like, everyone's just pushing each other. Bitch, they're all pushing us. We're all falling in the front. It's some bitch behind us. She get the tweaking. She all like, you bitches need to stop pushing, da-da-da-da, this, and the third, da-da-da, whoop, whoop, whoop. So the girl ended up start yelling at the girl next to us. Mind you, don't even yell at her because the bitch just let me use her fan. Don't even yell at her, bitch. But I was like, damn, y'all that mad? But then my homegirl, I guess she dropped her comb, and my homegirl, she got a big ass butt. So she had to bend down to pick up her comb. And I guess when she picked up her comb, I guess she bumped into the girl or something because the girl started tweaking. She was all like, you bitches need to stop touching me. You bitches is touching my coochie. Da 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 da. Woo. So I'm like, girl, she did not mean to hit you. Like, calm down. Like, continue to yell at the bitch next to us. Why are you in my homegirl face yelling and spitting in, bitch? I could dead feel your spit right here. She get on me. She like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Da da da. I'll do all you hoes something. Da da. Bitch, when I heard that, bitch, who? You're gonna do who to who? What to who? To not me or the two bitches I just came with at all. No day. I hit her ass. Stuck her ass so fast, I don't even think she seen it coming. I don't think she actually thought someone was gonna hit her. Bitch, you don't tell nobody you finna beat their ass nowhere. So when I hit her, everyone started kind of like getting like in between us. They all looking at me like, oh, don't hit her no more. Da, 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 da. This bitch vanished. I didn't see the bitch no more. So I'm like, okay. I'm trying to push my way back to the front. All I see is one of my homegirls tweaking. But this is a homegirl that don't usually tweak. So I'm like, why is my homegirl tweaking? Bitch, the hoe that I just hit just snuck my friend. She snuck my friend. Oh, bitch, now I'm on that. We all on that. We trying to get this bitch. This bitch disappeared. So we like, okay, whatever, bitch. We're gonna catch this bitch in the club or when we leave the club. The line's still not moving. The security guards not trying to let us through. They not letting nobody through. We just standing there. They all like, back up, back up. We can't back up because it's mad people on our ass. Like, we're all packed, like I said. We end up leaving the line. Fuck it. We end up leaving the line because nobody finna keep standing here. Like, the club already about to close in a couple hours. Like, no. So when we get out line, we see the girl. We see the girl, but the girl with like 7 bitches. The girl's with like 7 bitches. It's 3 of us. It's 3 of us, but you're still about to get jumped. So we're planning. We're like, damn, we gotta be strategic with this shit. Like, we gonna get this bitch though. So we gonna come to this bitch from behind. Just stick her ass. Man, we turned around for 2 seconds. When we turned back around, bitch, her friends is standing there. This bitch is gone. We done walked around the whole little bamboo parking lot. Bitch, she's nowhere to be found. We done walked up and down a little street. This bitch is gone. I have never seen a bitch vanish like that. Moral of the story, bitch, one day you gonna meet your match. Bitch, and if you in Atlanta and you waiting in them lines to get in the club, get into a party, and you see it's at capacity, bitch, don't push nobody, don't yell at nobody, and definitely don't tell nobody you gonna beat their ass and think you're not gonna get hit. Boo. No shade.
Got pregnant at 16 years old. Here's my story time 32 years later. I fell in high school love with my son's dad pretty quickly. He was super fine, because that's what we called them back then in the 90s. They were fine. And he was really quick to validate so many things for me, and I felt chosen. Looking back, the relationship was chaos from the moment it started. He had a girlfriend, but he lied to me and he told me that they had broken up. Come to find out later, through horrible things and horrible ways. I mean, people coming while we're walking saying, well, you cheated on my sister and na. I mean, that was my first red flag. Second red flag was that he got in a huge family fight with his stepfather. And at that time, I didn't know it was his stepfather. He introduced me to him as his dad. He had the same last name, all the things. And then he ended up breaking up the family. His mom decided that that was the end of that family due to that huge fight, and probably way more issues than I was aware of. And he got sent to live with his biological father, which he had only met like twice that he could remember, until his mom packed up and finally left the stepdad. Just a lot of stuff, right, that I wasn't unaware of. That first year of our relationship, not only did he have all those things going on, but my home life was always bad. And those teenage years were really, really bad, with my mom and my stepdad, and you know, a lot of DV. He was an alcoholic, and he was leaving and coming and leaving and coming, and my mom was so preoccupied with that life that she could care less what the heck I was doing. And I really wanted her to care about what I was doing. There was a cycle. My stepdad would always kick me out and then bring me back, and kick me out and bring me back. And when I had nobody, I would be crying, and I'd walk to a payphone and I'd call my son's dad. This was before I got pregnant, and his mom would always come and rescue me. And she just couldn't believe that, you know, all this was happening, and she just tried her best to be there for me. She'd take me on drives, just talk to me, and not really about what was going on at home, just about stuff that nobody ever took the time to talk to me about. And I quickly fell in love with this vision of the mother I never had, the mother I always wanted, just the calmness, the safety of her, the motherly woman that I had always searched for. For some reason, it just appeared in her. After 4 or 5 times of this whole me getting kicked out and them coming to rescue me, I remember that's around the time when my son's dad would say stuff like, if we had a baby, we'd be together forever, and then you can come live with us, and my mom can be, close to you, and she can take care of you. Like, your mom doesn't love you. Your stepdad is horrible. Just all the things that I already knew. And it was almost like he was telling me all the things that I wanted to hear my whole life. Both of them, his mom and my mom, would let things happen. Like I'd stay there really, really late. She'd let us take her car for hours. Just all the things that you should never let two teenagers who are looking to love each other do. And although we never said, hey, let's get pregnant, we also never tried not to get pregnant. And lo and behold, right after we were together for a year, I got pregnant. And I don't remember ever thinking about like my life in the future. Like, what did I want to do? Did I want to go to school? Did I want to graduate? All the things. I never thought about those things. I just always told myself I didn't want to be like my mom. That's all I can remember thinking from the time I was like 7. I don't want to be like her. I don't want to be a mom like her. I don't even think I thought about being a mom. I just didn't want to be a mom like her or make my children, my future children, feel the way that I felt. So when I found out that I was pregnant, I don't remember being scared of having the baby. I think I was more scared of telling her, because she had always said, if you ever get pregnant, that's it. You're done. You're out. You're going to have to figure it out yourself. If you want to do adult things, then you're going to have to be an adult. And my stepdad would say those things. Lo and behold, she was also a teen mom. She had me at 16 and my dad was 16. I remember her always saying, if you had a baby, you would have to leave. I would not help you. I would not support you. But also at the same time, she used to say, once you turn 18, it's all that was put in my head my whole life. Once you turn 18, you're an adult. You're gonna have to get a job. I don't even think they ever said you're gonna go to school. I think they just said you're gonna have to take care of yourself. And so we told our parents. I remember telling his mom first. I remember she was downstairs in the laundry room at her apartments, and I was always there again. And I went downstairs. We had wrote like a note, like, I'm pregnant. And we were both in the room, and I was like, oh, let me go give it to her right now. So this way we have time between the time she opens it, reads it, and she has to walk all the way up from the laundry room. We have kind of time to, like, I don't know, settle our nerves. So that's what I did. I said, oh, here, I got to give this to you. And she's like, what? And then I said, I got to go. And I ran upstairs, and we waited until she came in. I don't exactly remember the words or the verbiage she used, but I remember it was supportive, not angry, not yelling, just kind of like, you guys, type of like, come on. She asked if I had told my mom yet, and I had told her no. And she was like, oh God. She already knew from that year of picking me up and them kicking me out that my mom was going to be upset. I want to say we told her maybe a couple weeks after we told his mom, and I was so nervous to tell her, so I had him come with me. I said, we have to tell you something. And I think she already knew. She kind of said something like, it better not be what I think it is. And she kind of leaned against our TV. I remember she was smoking a cigarette. Back then, you smoked in the house in front of your family. I said, I'm pregnant. And she said, have an abortion. That was the first thing out of her mouth. And then she said, she looked at my son's dad, and she said something like, you're not good enough for my daughter. Well, I mean, she was right about that. I'm going to have to do a part 2 because this is really long. So follow along. I got pregnant at 16 years old. Here's part 2 of my story time 32 years later. After I told her I was pregnant, I think she was mad for a couple weeks, like not talking to me or whatever. And then I don't remember ever telling my stepdad. Actually, as a matter of fact, I remember he was in jail at the time. So I was lucky. He really didn't have a say-so because I would have been out. And that 9 months went really quick, and I busted my ass to get all my credits to make sure that I can graduate on time, because I was like, oh my God. Up until then, I was ditching all the time. I had bad grades. I never wanted to do anything with my life other than not be my mom. And I just busted my ass. I just knew I had to graduate on time because I didn't want my future child to say, well, you didn't finish high school. My son's dad, on the other hand, I think he dropped out. I remember him not finishing. But looking back, I should have known why. He had a lot of issues dealing with, stepping away from this stepfather who had raised him for a very long time, and they never spoke about his dad not coming around anymore. Like, his mom basically felt like, well, this man is willing to be his everyday dad, where his real dad didn't. And so she just never spoke of him again. I think she told me years later that my son's dad asked her one time, like, whatever happened to my dad? And it was like a taboo thing. You don't talk about it, because the stepdad was like, I am his father. He changed his last name, hence that's why he had his last name. And so when he moved back in with his biological father already had, you know, 3 daughters, I think, at the time. He was married, he was established, and, you know, he was like, oh, I'm going to take care of my son, I'm going to change him, I'm going to make him do good, all these things. And my son's dad just basically rebelled against everything. He did change his last name back to his biological dad's last name. But yeah, I should have known. Like, he just had a lot of issues of his own, and I wasn't thinking that he did, because his mom was so amazing that I was like, man, he has the life, right? His home was safer in a sense than mine was. He didn't have all the domestic violence. But yeah, looking back, no wonder he didn't do well. We had my son, and we stood together for almost 5 years. For the most part, I went to school my senior year. He was working at the hospital, and he was working nights, so he would watch our baby. But it was really rough, because I was already in mom mode. He came into this life because I really wanted somebody to love me and to be loved, and I just thought that this little baby was going to come in my life and everything was going to change. I was going to have all the love that I could possibly imagine. And yes, while that's all good and true, because I love my son and he changed my life forever, I had no business having a baby, and I had no business having a baby with his dad. That's for sure. The working nights got him in a lot of trouble. He cheated a lot. He got into a lot of drugs, and that eventually just spiraled into the demise of our relationship. My son gave me purpose. He made me want to change my life. He made me graduate school on time. He made me never get on like welfare in the system. I didn't want to live that same life for my son. And also, my son made me stay with his dad until my son was 5, because I just wanted to give my son a family and a mom and dad. And I had a terrible stepdad, and I was like, oh, I don't want my son to experience a bad stepdad. The relationship was 5 years of hell, probably, if I had to explain it in one word. It was a lot of cheating. I would find him with women. I would find him, I think one time he cheated on me with my stepsister. It was just horrific for me. I didn't really know what drugs were at that time. I knew weed because my stepdad smoked it, but I didn't know other drugs. And then he got into drugs, and then it was just one thing after another. And I tried everything. I put him in rehabs like 3 times. Me and his mom would go drop him off. He would leave with women that he met in rehab. The final straw, I think my son was about 4.5. I was driving him to preschool in the morning. I was going to drop him off. And when we were driving, we passed by some apartments, and he said, oh, that's where my friend Georgie lives, mommy. And I said, what do you mean he lives there? And he's like, yeah, that's where he lives. And I said, how do you know? He said, because my dad took me there. And I was like, really? Well, Georgie's mom was my age. She was a young mom. All the other moms were old. Back then, old was my age now, or probably even younger, probably 35, 36. I was only, 20, 21, 20, around there. And I was like, why were you at Georgie's house? She's like, oh, because my dad was talking to his sister. Georgie had an aunt who was probably 19, maybe 18 at the time. And so they must have met while picking up Georgie and my son, and then they started seeing each other. And I said, oh, so he kind of told on his dad without telling me. And I felt like that was the absolute last straw. I couldn't take it no more. He crashed all of my cars, all because I was looking for love in all the wrong places. That is the truth. In my 17-year-old mind when I had my son. So I was 16 when I got pregnant, and I was 17 years old when I had him. And I thought that this guy and his mom and this new baby that I was going to bring into the world were going to change my life. And they did. They did. My son changed the trajectory of my whole entire life. And not only for me, he changed it for his younger sisters that hadn't even been born yet. But at a huge expense. Even for him, he didn't get the mom that I am today. to his sisters. He got a 17-year-old mom who didn't know shit about shit and only thought she knew by being strict he was gonna be, you know, something that I wasn't. And he is something that I wasn't. He's 10 times better than I was, but I didn't get to do all the good things like the nurturing and the giving him tools that he needed. Anyways, this is getting kind of long, so follow along for part 3 to hear about where my son's at now and where my son's grandma is right now and where his dad is. I got pregnant at 16 years old. Here is part 3 of my story time 32 years later. I left off on part 2 where I finally left my son's dad. He was about 4.5 when I finally left. And I wish I could say that the rest was easy breezy, but we all know that that's not how life works. My son's dad made it extremely hard for me. He would keep them when he was supposed to give them back. He didn't help me financially at all. He basically got fired a couple months after I left, and he never got a job after that. He would break into my mom's house when we were gone, and he would take like all of my shoes so that I didn't have any work shoes, or he'd take all of my pants for work so that when I woke up in the morning I didn't have any clothes to go to work in. One time he came to the house and he took all my mom's phone bills and he called all the numbers that he seen repeated until he like would find the guy that I was talking to, and he would threaten them. He just made it really hard, but in his defense, I used to leave often and then come back, leave, you know, break up to make up type of deal. So it was really hard for him to understand that this time I just was not coming back. And I never did. Raising a little boy by myself was hard, but it wasn't. I don't know any other life than to be a mom. I was the oldest child in the home. I was parentified, so I was used to kind of being a mother, if that makes sense. But what I didn't know was how to nurture and how to do like things that I should have, that my son really missed out of. And I only say this not to be hard on myself, but to always be accountable for the things that I did wrong or the things that I didn't do that my son really, really needed. I was really strict with him because I thought, you know, nobody cared what I was doing. So I'm going to be super strict with my son so that he doesn't end up like anybody in my family or like me having babies early. Now I know better, right? I didn't know then. He needed like positive reinforcement. He needed me to be softer with him, and he really missed out on those things. He was a really good kid because I was so strict. I don't even think he told me no until he was like 10. I remember the day he said no. I was like, what? He was in the GATE program. And things I did do right was give him like safety at home. He was never woken up in the middle of the night. I gave him a lot of stability. I went to 15 schools growing up, and I refused to do that to him. So wherever I ended up when he was 5, that's where we stood, and he was able to finish school with the same people he started out with. I pride myself on that because those are breaking cycles, even if they're little to somebody else. It's a huge deal. He really didn't start giving me problems until probably around 16. I had my daughter when he was 14 and a half, so he was going to 9th grade. That's when things got rough for us. I remember thinking, what did I do wrong? How did I end up here? I did everything that a mom is supposed to do. That was all created in my mind, right? I did do a lot of the things that mothers are supposed to do, but I also didn't know what a mother was supposed to do because I didn't have, I guess, a good one. My son, just started rebelling and acting up, and it was really, really rough. I would cry. So many of those years, I cried my eyes out. It was really hard. I want to say it was from the age of 16 to probably 21, 22, around there. That's when everything started getting a little better. I wanted my son to go to college, and I had this idea of what his life should be like. And I think as parents, we all do that. My son really taught me that it's not my life that I'm trying to build. It's his journey. Our kids have their own journeys, and all we can do is guide them and support them, even if it doesn't align with what we want. He taught me that because he did not want to go to college, and I had embedded that shit from the time he came out of me. He was going to go to college. He was going to be a doctor or a lawyer or something successful. But success looks different to everybody, and he didn't want the life that I wanted for him, so he made his own. He is 32. He has no children yet. God willing, he will one day. Graduated from high school on time, and then he is a self-taught electrician. He owns his own business. He lives on his own. He's been living on his own for since like 21, 22. He's the greatest brother that you can possibly imagine. He just spoils them. All the money that he saves by not having kids, he puts into his sisters. He shows up for all of their cheer competitions. You know, he loves them to death. And when he was little, I used to think he's not gonna be close to them because he's a boy and he's so much older than them. I think he's almost 21 years older than my 11-year-old, and he is almost 15 years older than my 17-year-old. If you know me personally, you know how close he is with his sisters and all the things that he does for them. So I'm really proud of him for that. Him and I are a work in progress. I think that there's a lot of things that he has resentment for, and you know what? Those feelings are valid. I would never take those things from him. Even though I tried my very best to be the best mom that I could be, I still fell short, and it still impacted him in certain ways, even if that wasn't my intention. He's done really well for himself, considering that he was raised by a young teen mom, considering that he didn't have his dad growing up, considering that he was raised around my family, my mom's family, and those were the wrong people to let him be raised around. I didn't know better then. I am now no contact with my mom for 10 years. Their life is just totally different than ours, and the environment that he was around, for all those things that were stacked against him, he's doing pretty damn good. I thought because I loved him that everything was just gonna be daisies, but you can't just have kids. You have to raise them with intention and with a vision. So although I did a lot of good things and right things, I think I missed the mark on a lot of things for him. But I am that mom that he deserves today. It's just up to him on how much to receive at a time. He can only handle so much of me. He lives like maybe, I don't know, 25 minutes away. His schedule's crazy. He has a lot of responsibility, even though he doesn't have kids. So he does show up to all the games for his sisters, all the holidays, all the birthdays, all the good stuff. He comes by. Sometimes it's random. It's probably like, sometimes it'll be 3 times a week. Sometimes I don't see him for 2 weeks. You know, he has a key, so sometimes he comes and we're not even aware. He'll drop off things for the girls, or he'll come and grab something from the garage or whatever it may be. But he is a reminder every day of who I was and who I am meant to be. He's a reminder of all things possible. And there's a lot of other things that he's doing. I will tell you in part 3 because you're never gonna believe it. Thank all of you guys for following along in this little series. I love it. I love reminiscing and realizing how far I've come. Let me know what you want to hear about in part 4. I got pregnant at 16 years old. Here's my story time 32 years later, part 4. Welcome back to my little series. It's been a minute. Part 3 spoke about where my son is now. He's 32. If you want to go back and watch parts 1 through 3, they're in a playlist called 16 and Pregnant. Part 4, I think I want to tell you where his dad is. When I remember things, I don't remember the year. I remember everything by how old my son was. He was in 5th grade. I remember it was going to 6th grade, so he must have been 11 or 12. His dad was actually walking across the street and he was hit by a car. But it was very traumatic. He was hit really, really hard. He was in a coma for about 4 months, I believe. He had severe brain trauma. At that time in our lives, my son wasn't really seeing his dad. He was out in the streets doing who knows what. You know, he got involved in gangs, heavily into drugs. He never worked again after I left him. I was still really close with my son's grandma, his dad's mom at the time. She was like a mother to me throughout all those years of having my son, even though I wasn't with her son. We had split up when he was right before he turned 5. Anyhow, he is not the same. He is disabled for the rest of his life. He had traumatic brain trauma. Traumatic. He had to learn how to walk, how to talk, everything. He was like a baby, basically, and he had to learn how to do all the things. His mom took care of him for a very, very, very long time, my son's grandma. And so, in a sense, my son lost him once to, you know, the separation and the way my son's dad decided to live the rest of his life. And then he lost his dad again to the traumatic brain injury he had. Basically, my son has been taking care of his dad 100% financially, physically, just everything since 2019. When I say he's taking care of them, that means my son got a place for them, and he has been literally taking care of his dad since then. We're now in 2026, so it's been about 7 years. Man, that went by fast. I have my own feelings. I know that he's disabled and he's not the same person that he was when he decided to not be a father for my son, but I hold a lot of hurt and resentment because I watched my son grow up yearning for a father, and it still hurts me because I remember my little boy crying for his dad. The circumstances with my son's dad's parents, they're perfectly able financially, physically. They're a little older, but not like old. I think both of them just retired. I want to say they're probably 68-ish, around there, 65 to 70. They both can take care of their son. All their other kids are grown with kids of their own. Nobody's living with them. They're all pretty much okay. But my son is the one taking care of them solely. They don't help. They don't help with laundry. They don't help with visitation. They don't help with money. They don't help with time. My son's an electrician. He works a lot, and it's really hard. Sometimes he'll be out all day and he'll come home really quick to drop off food, and then he'll leave back to work. I'm proud of my son. I think my son has a great heart, a bigger heart than I have. I think also he's doing it for his own inner child healing of not having a father. For holidays and any important things, his dad is with us. He comes to my dad's family's things. Christmas, gosh, he just brought him to Mother's Day the other day. He brought him to my daughter's Sweet 16. I'm really lucky that my husband and my two daughters understand that we love their brother and my son, and that in order for us to be a family and for us to show support to my son, we have to welcome his dad, however that looks. And sometimes it's kind of weird, right? And you know, it used to bother me more mentally than it bothers me for real. Like, I think it's the thought of, because he really doesn't do anything. He doesn't get up, he doesn't cause a scene, he doesn't really talk too much. I think he kind of feels a little bit uncomfortable. Of course, we're all like, hey, how are you? We serve him. I help my son serve him, and know that my son isn't completely alone in it makes me feel like that's how I show up for him, and that's how I can support him. And I try my best, you know, when it comes to holidays. I never thought that would happen ever, because I had a big hatred towards his dad for not being a dad to my son. I do these things because I don't want my son carrying this burden alone. I don't want him to feel that if something should happen to his dad that he has to go through it by himself. I want him to know that we're here for him. That is where his dad is, and that is what my son is doing with his dad. He's a package. It's like if he has a child, right?
All right, it's been a while, but I am back with story time. And this story time happened a couple months ago, and I could finally laugh about it. But it's about how I got left in Miami. So quick background, it was my friend's birthday, and it was kind of like a couples trip type of thing. So there were 3 couples, and one couple left early because they wanted to get back to work to make their money, as they should. The second couple, which was the birthday girl, they left to go on a cruise to the Bahamas. And then it was just me and my boyfriendish at the time. It was just us left. So everybody left. It was just me and him. And first day was Saturday. Saturday, he slept the whole day. And I kind of ventured out by myself. But it really wasn't that eventful. So I went back to the Airbnb. He ordered us some food. I watched some movies until I fell asleep. And that was that for Saturday. Now Sunday, that's when everything got motherfucking tricky. So really pay attention to this shit. So boom, Sunday. We go out and we go to the beach. We go to the beach, we have drinks, we're eating, we got matching tattoos. But we're basically talking about like our problems. We're talking about, you know, our dynamic, and then our dynamic moving forward, you know, us possibly moving in together, just like conversations that you're supposed to have as a couple. We were having all of those. And in hindsight, I was like, okay, we talked about a good amount of what we needed to talk about. There was still a lot that needed to be said, but a lot was discussed. So that was good. So while we're on the beach, we see a helicopter, plane, whatever you want to call the shit, flies across, and it has a little thingy in the back saying Kevin Gates is going to be at Club Live. He sees that, he wants to go. I said I don't care to go or not to go, but if you want to, we can. So he buys the tickets. He emails me a copy of the tickets, and we're like, all right, so we got a plan. So then we head back to the Airbnb, and before we get to the Airbnb, we go shopping. He gets him an outfit, and then I get me a little outfit. And pay attention to this outfit, because this outfit does play a role in this story. So he got us matching outfits, basically. He had an all beige outfit, and I had a beige dress. And it was cute because we were matching. So, yeah. So we go back to the Airbnb, you know, get ready to go to the club and, you know, have a good old grand time. Boom. Get to the club. I'm having a grand old good time. I am dancing. I am making dance floor buddies. And there's this like yellow light shining on me, and I'm in the middle of the dance floor dancing to Rihanna. Oh my gosh, I had the time of my life. And while I'm having the time of my life, mind you, this man is on the balconies. He's on next to the bar. Like, he's a sourpuss. It just not doing anything, not just being boring as fuck. And I went up to him numerous times and kept telling him, like, let's go on the dance floor. Like, we're basically arguing in the club because I'm telling him to go on the dance floor. And he's just like, nah, just, ugh. So I'm back on the dance floor. And one of my dance floor buddies, she says that she's about to go in VIP. I look at her and I'm like, I'm going to go to the VIP too. So we danced a little bit more, and this was the last time that I seen this man. I tried to get him to go on the dance floor. Same shit. So then I go and do my own thing, and I make my way to VIP. I'm trying to flirt with the security guard. I'm trying to bat my eyelashes and be really cute. And like, just let me in. Like, I'm from Ohio. Like, this is new for me. Let me in. He was like, no. But he ended up stepping away for 2 seconds. One dude snuck in. So, you know what I did. So, I'm in VIP. And my dance buddy that I told y'all about, she was in VIP too. And we gave each other that look. So, having a good old time. I really don't know what to do in VIP because everybody was just standing around. So I was just like, yeah, we're just standing around in VIP. But the security guard ends up finding me. He taps my shoulder. He was like, I hope that you got your experience. It's time for you to get the fuck out. I said, noted, sir. So now, this is when the plot thickens. This is where the tea starts teeing. Whew. I get out of VIP and I actually am going all around the club to find this dude. Because to remind y'all, he is like at the bars. He's on the balcony just like looking, being a sourpuss. So I'm trying to go to each part of this club trying to find him. Then when I try to walk upstairs, I guess it was during his performance and I wasn't supposed to, but I was just like, sir, I gotta go. Let me go. So as I'm going, I leave out the club and I'm asking employees, like, do y'all have phone chargers? Because my phone's about to die. And the motherfucker I went with, he had 2 phones. Anyway, He had 2 phones, and I was blowing both them bitches down. Like, when I say call back to back to back to back to back to back, I was doing that. But in the process of me doing that, my phone is dying while I'm still trying to find a charger. He's not answering. So I called my friend that is actually in the Bahamas, and she's on a cruise ship. So when I called her, I was actually surprised that she answered. And as soon as she answered the phone, I'm going off. I was like, I can't find this nigga. This nigga's nowhere to be found. I'm going off. I'm going crazy. And she's like, slow down, slow down. And she's trying to get her boyfriend to call him for him to answer, because it's like, where are you at? So it's still like the same thing. And at this point, I'm in the valet, big ass like valet parking lot, whatever the thing was. But I'm asking the valet, I was like, have you seen this dude? And she was just like, no. And I'm just like, I'm getting frustrated. I'm asking her for a charger. And then finally, she asked me this question. And she was like, did he have on an all beige outfit? I said, yes. She was like, is his name this? I said, yes. She was like, he left 11 minutes ago. Bitch, what do you mean that he left? What do you mean that he left? Oh yeah, after that, baby, I was so triggered. Yeah, literally, that moment, all the tears came. Everything in me, literally, I just felt like my whole entire world was just shattered, because I'm like, what do you mean he left me at Club Live in Miami? But yeah, that's part 1 of it. Let me know if y'all really want part 2. Y'all probably didn't ask for a part 2, but I'm just gonna give y'all part 2. So where I left y'all off at was that I was talking to the valet attendant, and she told me that he left me. So found that out, and I had a little bit of charge on my phone from her letting me use the charger, and I called my mom. I tell my mom, I was just like, well, the first time I called her, she didn't answer because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Second time she answers, I'm literally sobbing, and I just tell her, he left me. She was like, he what? I was just like, he left me. Me and my mom, we were on the phone for a split second, and I told her, this is my friend calling me. I'm gonna have to call you back, because she's actually, trying to get in contact with dude. Answer the phone for her, and she just keeps telling me to go to the airport. And I'm inebriated at this point, but I tell her, why the F would I go to the airport and I don't have my stuff? He has all my stuff in the rental. And I was just like, I need my stuff to go back to Ohio. And she was just like, no, Jalen, just go to the airport. Just get a lift to the airport. So I ended up getting a lift from the airport, but again, my phone is on the verge of dying. So I am saying out loud the license plate number the whole entire time. She keeps repeating it, and we just keep repeating it. And mind you, there's like hundreds of cars and Lyfts and Ubers, and I'm looking at every license plate, looking crazy. Finally find my Lyft. And then when I get in there, I immediately ask for a charger, and he gives me a charger. But the great thing is, he barely speaks English. So he barely speaks English, and the whole car ride, I am crashing out. And I'm on the phone with my friend, and she's trying to calm me down. And I can't calm down because I'm just like, time is of the essence. He barely speaks English. And once we got to the airport to actually find the rental place, he just kept getting confused and he didn't know where to go. So in the middle of the lift, I literally screamed, "Stop!" loud as hell. And he stops the car. I was just like, "Gracias, I gotta go." I hop out the car and I run the rest of the way until I find Enterprise. I find Enterprise and I see the rental, and then I see all my stuff outside of the rental. But all my stuff is piled right next to a trash can. Like, so all my stuff is leaning on a trash can. Then dude didn't even get all my stuff out of the rental, and he didn't get all of his stuff out of the rental. We'll get back to that. But I grab all my stuff. So then after that, I throw on some pants on top of the dress that I already had. Throw on my forces. Both my bags broke. So I'm running through the airport with 2 broken bags, a suitcase, and I'm still crying and crashing out and going off. And good thing nobody heard the conversation between me and my friend, because I probably would have got arrested. And I didn't mean any of it, but I'm going crazy at this point. So yeah. So finally I get to the check-in desk, and lo and behold, dude is right there talking to the lady trying to get on the plane. And I'm trying to talk to him to figure out what happened. And he was like, "Don't talk to me." And he was like, "Yeah, them white boys you was dancing with, go ask them to buy you a plane ticket." What? He's not trying to talk to me. He's trying to duck and dodge me. But the only time he actually talked to me is when he figured out that he needed me for the plane tickets, because I had all the information and I booked our flights together. So I had everything. And that's when he figured out that he'll talk to me. And he gave me his ID. And he basically told me to go figure it out. So go to the check desk, whatever. And the lady's basically saying it's over $700 for us to rebook our plane tickets. It's like $3 something for each individual. So as I'm talking to this lady, he comes back up and he tells me, "Well, my mom just sent me $450 for me to get back by myself. I don't know what you gonna do." Mind you, I have a kid to get home to that he knows about. And then we've known each other for 20 plus years. We've known each other our whole lives. So this wasn't just some random guy that I went on vacation with. He literally told me, "I don't know what you're gonna do. Figure it out." Yeah. And I paid for a majority of our plane tickets to get there and to get back. So he walks away, and the lady's looking at me, and she told me, "I do have a cheaper ticket, but it's out of Fort Lauderdale. But it's only for $99, and you would just have to catch the train to Fort Lauderdale." I said, "Baby, run it. Here's my phone, here, tap pay, here's all of it. Give me that ticket." So at this point, I have my ticket and I still have his ID, and we go our separate ways. And he doesn't say anything to me. All he does is watch me walk away. So while I'm on, so I keep on going, and I finally get to the train. And then on the railroad tracks, toss his ID, like, "Go find that. Have good luck getting on the plane without that." And then I had a discussion with one of the employees, and he's asking me, like, "Are you okay?" He's giving me directions. And I basically gave him a synopsis of what happened. And he basically said, "I'm a dad of 4 girls, and I would hate for that to happen." And he spoke life into me, and he was basically saying, once you go back to Ohio, never talk to dude again. You know, get your money up, you know, do everything that you have to do, and forget that he even existed. So I get to Fort Lauderdale and I had so many inconveniences happen. And originally I was supposed to catch a flight to Cincinnati from Fort Lauderdale, but they had a layover of me being in Denver for 6 hours and then going to Cincinnati. I don't know what the attendant did because I said, I'm just trying to go straight to Cincinnati. They fixed my ticket. I didn't have to pay anymore. The only thing that I had to pay was for like my baggage, and my mom sent me some money. And then my friend called me and she sent me some money to get something to eat. But yeah, I was tripping that I had to go to Denver and be there for 6 hours. But that didn't happen. So my plane ended up getting delayed twice. So I was there extra times. But I actually got on the phone with him and we had one more phone conversation. But yeah, that's part 2. Part 3 is actually coming very soon because I gotta let y'all know about part 3.
So I'm off of work and I'm about to give y'all part 3. So yeah, this is where we tie this whole entire story together. So we left off where I finally got him to pick up his phone, and I'm in the Fort Lauderdale airport at this point. And we get on the phone and he's real snarky, got an attitude. And I just open it up and I say, it seems like you made it back to Ohio. And he's saying, yes, I did. And I'm doing lovely. How are you doing? Have you made it back? I said, no, I'm still in Florida. All right. And then this mother effer laughs. So me being me, I still ask him questions like, what happened? Like, what switched so suddenly? Like, what gave you the audacity to basically abandon me at the club? And this dude says, I'm not even going to give you the satisfaction of having a conversation. And I just don't want to talk anymore. You know too much. You're too close. I just can't do this. We hang up the phone. This happened the first week of February. It is now the second-ish week of May, and we still have not spoken about the situation or even hashed anything out. And if y'all have asked me if I've reached out to him, I've definitely crashed out in his DM because he had me effed up royally. But to spill the tea as to why he really acted the way that he acted, mind you, the first day we get to Miami, we were supposed to have interminglings. It did not happen. I said, cool, whatever. Second time, right before we're supposed to go to the club, we're supposed to have interminglings, do the grown up, all that. And Mr. Sir could not get it up. Could not. We even go down the street to the Walgreens, stand in this long ass line. He takes the dick pills, and guess what? They still don't work. So he's salty at himself, but then he's salty at me because instead of being a sourpuss with him, I decided to have the time of my life because we're in Miami. We don't have to worry about the stresses at back home, the problems from back at home. We don't have to worry about none of that. All we got to do is live life right here in the moment in Miami. And that's what I did. He also left behind his dick pills in the rental. And I'm just like, sir, why didn't you take these with you as a memory, as a keepsake? Like, I really want you to remember this moment for the rest of your fucking life. But I did do something petty when I did get back to Ohio. Because, mind you, I could not crash out on him in the airport because who wants to be on the no-fly list?
baby, I like traveling. I have places to go. So I'm not going to do that and put myself in jeopardy. But all the stuff that he bought me or my son, I gathered all of it up. And he bought me this little Grinch in Miami. And it was cute at the time. But I got that Grinch. I taped a condom on the Grinch's private parts. And I wrote him a little letter. And I went to his house. And I just threw everything on his front porch while it was raining. I don't know how long it sat there, but it was there. And to conclude this whole story time, I guess I'll just share my final thoughts on it. And I can say that I did genuinely love this person. This person has fucked me over numerous times, and I gave grace and chance after chance. So Miami was actually our defining moment because that was our first and last vacation together. But it also goes to show that even if you date somebody with money, they have to have something else like that goes with it. If somebody just has money and they don't have a personality or that je ne sais quoi about themselves, like they really just don't have it, and money is basically how they make and keep friends, stay away from them, because they think that money is going to make or break them. And also, do not date somebody who my bad, and who in actuality is jealous of you and is jealous of what you can do, what you can accomplish, or even if you can just go out into the crowd and be a social butterfly and, you know, you feel good and everybody around you feels good too. Stay away from envious people. Because at the end of the day, I really think he want to be a baddie and he's mad because he can't be a baddie, you know. But, you know, moving forward, something I tell myself is just pay attention to all the signs. Do not fall in love with potential. Do not fall in love with a bond if the actions and like the right here and now aren't matching up and adding up. Because it's just going to lead you to disappointment. Or getting left in Miami because, you know. But, yeah, that's my story time of how I got left in Miami, y'all. And I am traumatized. And that was crazy. But I will redo Miami. But just with the girls. And the girls having a good time. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk, and I'll see y'all when I have another story time, because I got a lot of story times for y'all, but I'll just see y'all for the next one.
I am big mad, and you want to tune in. I have 3 children, and anybody with children will know that all kids are wildly different, right? So my youngest, my sweetest little butter cake nummy numbness, wonderful child, sweet girl, uses her manners. She's our pretty easy one. Wanted some friends. She's in 3rd grade and just isn't quite, I mean, she's into cats and aliens and drawing, and she's amazing, old soul, right? So she's not naturally clicking with a lot of people. Plus, some of the kids in her class kind of suck. They suck. Meaning they're mean and they're bullies, and that's just not her vibe. So I messaged the teacher, naturally, months ago, February. It's now April, February. And I say, hey, teacher, at a school I'm not going to disclose because I'm not insane. She's having a kind of a hard time making friends. She's very small, so she's been bullied, which we've already talked about. And are there any little girls that she could be friends with that you think might also want a friend? Teacher replies back, no, but I'll keep an eye on it. Right? Which did not blow my skirt up. I wasn't thrilled at that response, but I was like, well, maybe something will happen. Fast forward to 3 days ago. A form comes home. That's a friendship form. It's for 2nd and 3rd grade, and girls are invited to participate. Or I think it's all kids in 2nd and 3rd grade are invited to participate for like 4 or 5 after school events. It's like every Tuesday or something. So for a couple weeks. And that's where they draw and they eat donuts and they have fun and they talk about friendship. So naturally, my daughter brings this home, and in the car immediately, she's like, Mom, I'm so excited. I get to be in this friendship group. And I was like, well, tell me more. So I see the form and she's like, fill it out. And I'm like, baby girl, I'm driving. I don't normally do things while I drive, and I actually am paying attention to the road, so ignore this TikTok part. So I said, yes. I will absolutely sign it as soon as I get home. She asks me 10 more times between dropping her off and then finishing dinner. So finally, I'm like, baby, I will sign it. So I sign it and I said, turn it in tomorrow. I'm so excited for you. And then I'm thinking, how wonderful is this? Because the teacher, maybe she got with other teachers and maybe they're like, this is actually kind of a problem and these kids really do want to make friends. And maybe this is what this friendship group thing is, right? Like naively, I'm thinking this. So my daughter's all excited. She goes to school the next day, turns in the form. Yay. She comes home today in her little pigtails. She's wearing braided pigtails. And my daughter has natural puppy eyes. She has these deep set, beautiful blue puppy eyes, and they are just welling with tears. And of course, I'm like, what is going on? I pick her up a car line. What's going on, baby? What's going on? She said, I wasn't invited to the friend group. What? So I'm like, okay, calm down your mom head. Calm down. Find out what happened. So I said, tell me more. Essentially, she says, well, they only took so many kids for this friend group and I wasn't invited. And I said, how do you know you weren't invited? She said, well, everyone went to their backpacks at the end of the day, and if you got a blue card, that means you were invited in the friend group. Mind you, my daughter has no disciplinary problem. She doesn't even talk during school. I wish she did. I wish she got in trouble for talking. She doesn't. So just think old school, never a problem. She's not invited. Now this pisses me off, frankly, because I was like, how do you, so anyway, she's standing there, everyone's looking around, all these kids are excited, they get invited to this friend group, she's standing there and starts crying. I'm still thinking, maybe I got this wrong, right? So I joke around with her, get her laughing, get her smiling. I was like, I'm going to look into this. I'm sure you're confused. Maybe they canceled the group. Maybe there's something I'm not thinking of, right? So I immediately go to one of the 55 apps that you message teachers on, and I messaged her and I said, hey, tell me more. Like, I think I'm confused. I think I've got this wrong. Is she invited? Is she not invited? How do we go wrong here? Teacher responds back, yeah, no, she wasn't invited to come. But there's going to be an event maybe later that she can attend. What? So I message back, excuse me, it is very bullying of teachers to invite a little girl, especially one that you knew the parent was concerned about making friends, like you knew, to invite children. It's not just about my daughter. To invite children to a friendship group and then not invite them all? Is it a lack of staffing? I'll show up. I'm sure other parents will show up. Is it not a place to do it? Guess what? I've got an office. You can host it at my office. Or like whatever it is, I will help. Ask the parents. No, she's just not invited to it. And I want to know, am I the asshole? Like, am I the parent overreacting? I don't think I am. What the hell? Comment in the teacher, if you're a teacher and you've heard of this, what, am I wrong? Am I freaking out? I don't want to be that mom who like charges this school, but I'm picking up my little long pigtail baby girl crying because she doesn't think she's good enough for a friend group. Put on by teachers.
Good morning. I wanted to do a follow-up video to yesterday. I'm trying to be quiet because it is still early in the morning. I want to thank you all for your comments. It's really validating as a parent to know that I wasn't crazy. Well, I may still be crazy, but that you also agree. So immediately upon talking to my daughter, I did pull over, I did call the school, I did leave a voicemail. There's nothing I can do until then, until Monday. I do plan on doing a video then, but God did give all of us parents spirits of action. And so what I did, because I had a lot of people reach out saying my child is the same, they'd love to be pen pals, and I think that's a really great idea. I think it would strengthen writing skills, creativity. They could send each other photos back and forth, not like photos necessarily, but like drawings, and stay connected all across the United States, and also learning geography about where their current friends may be at. So I went online because this is something that I can do in the meantime until Monday. Even if the teacher somehow makes all of this right and the principal makes all of this right, I think I still want my child to be connected to other children in a very safe way. And the safest way I can think of to do this is to create an online P.O. box. So essentially what I did was I created a P.O. box that other parents can send mail to, kids can send mail to. All of this will never go to me. It's all going to be scanned and emailed to me so I can read first, verify that it's accurate and good and healthy and safe for my daughter to read, and then she will write something back. This may be a terrible idea, but this is the safest way that I know to do that, especially with summer coming up. I think it might be a good idea. So if you have a kid that wants to be friends with my kid, then you can DM me and I'll check you out first, and then I can share this P.O. box that, again, doesn't go to me, but it does. I'll get a digital copy of everything. Also, about my daughter, she doesn't really know about all this. I, as a parent, minimized the hell out of it. So she doesn't really know this is happening. But what I did tell her is that she has a lot of friends online that I found to be pretty safe and that can send her letters and she can write back, and she's very excited about this. I also plan on making a video Monday after I get resolution from the principal to fill you guys in, because now that you're all invested with me, you are entitled to know how this ends. So I will keep you updated on that. So if you've already DM'd me, I will respond back with the P.O. box that your kiddo can send drawings to and write, and we'll go from there, guys. Thank you for the support.
Okay, we have an update. I was not expecting one on Sunday, but we have an update. Apparently, the principal saw my TikTok and sent me an email. I'm a little disappointed in the response, I'll be honest. And principal, if you are watching this, then at least you kind of know I'm not super thrilled with your response. So let's get into the email correspondence. Hello, Miss Young. I understand there are some questions regarding the enrollment of our new Unplugged Club, and I'm happy to provide some clarity. Miss Teacher, not my daughter's teacher, another teacher, one of our second grade teachers launched this idea to help second and third graders engage in activities away from electronics. To ensure proper supervision and space, we initially capped the group to the first 12 students who turned in their permission form. However, the response was truly overwhelming. How sad. So to accommodate as many children as possible, Miss Teacher, that is not my daughter's teacher, increased the limit to the first 20 students who signed up. For those who weren't among the first 20 to sign up, she added an invitation for interested students to join a Cupcakes and Creations event so they could still participate in some screen-free fun. This event will support up to 25 students. Please know that our goal is always inclusion. We simply underestimated just how popular this group would be. Due to current space and staffing constraints, we have to maintain these limits for now, but we are already looking into how we can expand the program next year to welcome everyone interested. I apologize if this process was not clear on the permission form that went home. I would be happy to chat with my daughter on Monday to explain how the signups worked and make sure she feels supported. Regarding my daughter's social goals, I want to make sure that we are fully aligned. It was reported that you expressed frustration recently for communication you received from my daughter's teacher in regard to helping her build friendships at school. Please let me know what specific support you'd like to see from my daughter's teacher moving forward, as we all want my daughter to feel confident and successful at school. Thank you for your patience and for helping us refine our practices. Please let me know if you have any further questions. I'm not going to do a hot take. I'm just going to give you what I wrote back. Principal's name. Thank you for the explanation. I understand the logistical constraints, but the execution of this rollout was not handled well. When a school-sponsored friendship or social club is introduced to young children, it should not function on a first-come, first-served basis that results in some students being included while others are excluded. At this age, children do not process capacity limits the way adults do. They experience it as rejection. That is exactly what happened here. My daughter was hurt after being hyped up for this event by her teacher and then not only rejected but embarrassed in front of her peers for not being selected. The first come, first serve explanation is lacking, as she turned in her form immediately, yet some kids were chosen and some weren't in her class. Sorry, this is on multiple. Sorry, I'll restart. Yet some kids were chosen and some weren't in her class. This indicates that there was further criteria, and that's what I'm interested in understanding. Why were some children selected over others, especially children like my daughter, who I specifically pointed out needed help? How disappointing. Offering an alternative event does not resolve the issue. It reinforces the separation between those who were chosen and those who were not. For a program intended to build connection, that outcome runs counter to its purpose. We cannot judge events off intent, rather outcomes, and this failed. At a minimum, going forward, I expect a direct acknowledgement to the students who were excluded with an apology that is age appropriate and clear, a shift in approach so that future friendship-based groups are inclusive by design, rotations, multiple sessions, or grade-wide participation rather than selective. I would strongly recommend that any program centered around social connection be structured so all interested children can participate. Inclusion should be the baseline, not the goal after the fact. As for my daughter, I am less concerned with an individual explanation and more focused on ensuring systems are in place so she and other students are not put in this position again. I appreciate your attention to this and expect to see a more inclusive approach moving forward. It should be everyone attends or no one does. Once a solution is found in regards to the friendship groups, then we can discuss the issues with how my daughter's teacher has failed to stop bullying in her classroom. Then I signed my name. Here's what I hate about this, and I think every parent, I have received so many messages from frustrated and hurt parents, some ending in absolute tragedy. And I don't want to make this into a thing. And if you're watching, principal, I don't want to make this into a thing. But simply, inclusion has been such a big deal that now when I see an adult doing this, it is absolutely unacceptable. And it can be doubled down that this wasn't the intent all day, but this is the result, is that you have parents that are fighting for their children every day because they don't have a voice. My daughter's 9 years old. She's going to go toe-to-toe with an adult? I don't think so. I didn't raise her to do that. I'm also not thrilled about actually how viral this has gone. I'm not super thrilled about that because I think these things should be handled in a discreet way. But when you've got enraged parents, sometimes we just don't have a lot. We don't have a lot that we can do. So I would love for this to be resolved in a way where all kids are now invited. Figure it out. Reach out to parents. I will be there despite the discrepancies and the however you feel about it. I've clearly made you uncomfortable on a Sunday, and I hate that for you. I really do. But I also hate what happened to my daughter and every other kid. I hate it for them more. So that's how we're landing on Sunday night at 5:45 Central Time. I still plan on showing up Monday morning. And if you're watching this, it will be so we can have an eye-to-eye conversation. And I don't want it to go any further than that. I don't want to go higher. But I absolutely will die on this hill for my daughter. For everyone that has reached out about the P.O. Box, thank you. I'm so excited. I have tried desperately to reach out to all of you who have messaged me, because if you took the time and concern to message me, then I want you to be a part of something bigger happening, and I want you to be in that. We can help connect these kids to each other, because that's the point of it, is for connection. That's the whole point of this. So I'm excited that something beautiful can come out of something negative, and I hope it does end here, and I hope I get an email back that, yep, we've changed it, sorry, whatever, this was a complete oversight, and I hope to not see somebody double down on something that's clearly an oversight, because that's just silly, and I'll keep you guys updated. Thank you for all the support, and I hope you felt it back from me in my responses. I do appreciate the quick responses. So it is 7:38. I got an email from the principal back. Ms. Young, since we received an overwhelming number of requests to join the group and we are unable to accommodate everyone, we will be canceling the group at this time. Moving forward, our goal is to either limit participation to a single grade level or implement a rotation system, as you mentioned, so all interested students have the opportunity to participate. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. It helps us improve our practices. Again, our attempt was not to exclude anyone, but we recognize it may have felt that way to students. No, it was that way to students. Do you have availability for a phone call tomorrow at 9:30 to discuss the bullying concern? I emailed back, no, I would actually rather meet in person at 9:30. Does your schedule accommodate a 30-minute visit? I don't know why we would not want to meet in person. I'm glad you're following my TikTok though. It's unfortunate that we couldn't find other ways to make this happen for all the kids. I offered to show up. I know other parents that actually had children that were not invited either, that said that they would have been happy to show up. So I wish that option would have been exercised before just axing it for everybody, but I'm glad I stand behind it. All or no one. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9:30. Just had the meeting. I'm in a parking lot, so for those of you that were upset about my distracted driving, I apologize. I am parked in a parking lot now. The principal was very professional. She was very kind. She listened to everything that we had to say. I don't know why. I just feel like I've gone 10 rounds and it was a tie. You know what I mean? She was very patient. She took fantastic notes. She listened to everything that we had to say. I asked her several things like, how was the selection process selected? I think we got to an understanding where it was agreed that it was problematic at best. No acknowledgement or agreeance that it was clearly biased or there was a criteria involved. That kind of ended on we agree to disagree. I also want to acknowledge that I know principals' hands are tied a lot. There are teachers' unions. This is out of my depth. So if I am wrong, I'm wrong. Don't eviscerate me. I'm honestly feeling still pretty heartbroken over the whole thing because I don't think a lot was accomplished. We came up with an action plan for my daughter to get some more support. We talked about how the teacher could have been more supportive. I understand now more of how bullying should be properly reported. I guess verbally telling a teacher isn't good enough. Now I've been educated on this. I think what it honestly breaks down to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, just because I'm not in the habit of making monsters or enemies. I've grown out of that stage. I think I'm just so disappointed that so many children need connection, and it used to be that the schools could do that. I remember, I had a horrible upbringing, and was constantly feeling like an inconvenience, and school was my safe spot. That was in the 90s. That was a long time ago. And it's just not that way anymore. And it doesn't mean that parents are lazy and can't fix this on their own. That's not what that means. Parents, we are working as hard as we can to work. Some of us grow businesses. Some of us are working long hours. Both parents are having to work. If there are two parents, we're trying to make the best lives for our children. And it just seems like so overwhelming to do everything at one time. And it's the most high stakes thing you can do, is to be a parent, because you don't know if you're doing the right thing until it's too late. But I digress. We fight for our babies every day. And in conclusion, I'm glad I never shared the school or the name. I love all of you that were like, we write at dawn. I love that. And that's how we should all show up for each other, especially for our babies. So I'm going to be praying on this and exploring options on what I think is best for my child, fully knowing school can't do it. They can't even do most of it. And I think that's the biggest eye-opener for me for this, was I really thought. But I want to thank all of you for being on this journey with me. I'm sorry it's kind of an anticlimactic ending. I think it's probably a predictable ending. I don't know what I was expecting. I think that meeting went about as well as it could for everyone there. But I think I'm just shocked at the limitations, and I don't know why I'm shocked. But I'm feeling a little heartbroken. And I want to thank you guys all for messaging me. And for the important thing is connecting our kids. That is something wonderful that came out of this. will come out of this is supporting our children. I know when I told you my daughter, her name is Corey, if you're writing to her, it's Kory, is so excited. When I told her she's gonna have like 900 friends, she screamed, literally screamed, was so excited. And so what I want to do out of all of this, because I think we're all in the same boat, going the same direction, which is get our kids out of here as safe and loved as we possibly can, is to depend on each other more. And so I'm looking forward to seeing the letters. Please don't forget to put your return address on there, so we can send mail back. If you don't feel safe doing that, you can send it to, like, I set up my P.O. box through ipostal1.com. You can chat GPT some other options as well. It does cost a little bit of money, and it does have a little bit of effort, but therapy is expensive too. So if we are not going the therapy route with her, then this, I think, might be a really good start. So I hope to see lots of letters. She will send them all back. She's so excited. She's doing her hand exercises. So she's ready to start writing. And thank you guys for being on this journey. And I wish you all the very best.
I had the birthday from hell for my 6-year-old. I really thought by not doing it at my house would alleviate so much stress. You didn't have to worry about cleaning before the party, cleaning after the party, things getting messed up. Like, you know, I didn't have to be in 5 different places at once. It was just one big building that we rented. We rented the entire building. It had turf everywhere, and it was all about like sports theme. Baseball, basketball, soccer, cornhole, a great idea, right? So we rent this building, and I will say that we are in a heat wave right now, an abnormal heat wave for this area. And it was extremely hot on the day that we had his party. And I didn't realize that there was no AC in this building. That's partly on me, because it did, in the very, 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 very fine print of everything that was sent to me, say that there was no AC. But it also said that there was $2,000 worth of industrial fans, and that you really didn't have to worry about it unless you were booking in July and August. I walk in and I get hit with like the heat in this building, and I'm like panicking, because not only, you know, do I know guests are arriving, you literally only have 15 minutes to set up before people arrive. And I'm very an anxious person, and I want to have everything done. I want to be able to greet people when they come in for the party. I don't want to be working, setting up stuff, and you know, I have social anxiety anyway, so that just makes everything worse. I just want to be prepared, and it's very hard to do that when you only have 15 minutes to get in and get set up before your guests are supposed to arrive. So we start setting stuff up, and I'm like panicking. I'm like, oh my God, I can't do this. Like I cannot do this. So I just was like in shutdown mode. My nervous system just went whoop, I'm done. I tried to pull through it. I tried to set up stuff. My mother-in-law was like asking me where things want to go, and I'm like, I don't know. Like I don't know. I'm too triggered right now. The kids were already, like, with being in there 5 minutes, the kids that we brought with us, already saying they're hot. They're already sweating with being in there for 5 minutes. Now, this is a facility where people are supposed to run around and play, like high energy, get things out, like enjoy themselves. And how can you do that when it's so hot? I like have a panic attack. Like I literally just go to my car and start crying. In this fight or flight mode, I couldn't control anything. I had no way of like fixing this problem, and people were going to arrive any minute. Crank the AC up, nonstop crying for like a couple minutes. Like I knew I couldn't stay in there forever. Literally, I didn't want to come out. So put my big girl pants on, and I went back in. And luckily, you know, within those few minutes, nobody had arrived, and I just was like, let's keep going. And Brian and his parents had already started getting things set up, so I go in and I just get things set up. We had to keep the cake in the car for an hour with the AC on. And people were sweating. Like it was bad. Like, but not just sweating, but just standing there sweating. That's how you know it's bad. I get it, the kids are running around, they're gonna sweat. But when you have adults that are just sitting and pouring sweat, it's just not fun. Like I felt so bad for everyone that I invited to this party, that, you know, they took time out of their day to come, and now they have to sit in a hot box basically for 2 hours with their kids, like pouring sweat. Like drinks were flying off, people couldn't keep up. And then, you know, we ran out of plates because the pizza was 30 minutes late, so we had to use like double plates. People were eating food, and then they got more plates, and then they got pizza. And so at the very end, I had to serve things on napkins. Like I don't know, it was a nightmare of a party.
I just got rejected from grad school for the second year in a row, and last year it was literally the worst news I had ever received in my whole life, but this year I'm happy about it. So I want to talk about it because maybe you can be like me
if you're in my boat right now. Just some preface, I'm based in Ontario. Last year I applied to speech pathology, didn't get in to Mac or U of T, and got waitlisted at Western, didn't end up getting in. And I was crushed. I was like, what does this mean for my life? You know, I kind of had everything planned out. I thought I was going to get into grad school, have structure, have a goal that I was working toward. I was like, you know, I'm not going to have a job now. I have to move back in with my parents. What are like the overall implications going to be on my life? And maybe that is like a bit of a melodramatic way of thinking, but I feel like it's a very real train of thought when you're in that position. Like, it feels very real. My life was hard. If you ask anybody who knows me, they would tell you that was a tough time for me. I was unemployed for 4 months. I literally felt like I had no sense of direction. I felt like I was literally a big chungus loser with nothing going for them, which again is so dramatic, but that was just how I felt. Then I ended up getting a job offer for my current job, which is literally just like a part-time minimum wage position at a restaurant, and I took it because I didn't have anything else, and you know, definitely was like a bit of an ego hit at first, but working there truly, I feel like, has opened my eyes to all of the realizations that I have now come to today. I saw this video that this previous attorney had posted on TikTok the other day talking about how real success is having financial freedom and just overall freedom and autonomy of your time. And working at this restaurant has truly made me actually intrinsically realize that. Like, a lot of these servers at this restaurant have time off whenever they want. You know, you don't have benefits, you don't have insurance, you don't have paid time off, but they make a good living and they're able to take time off whenever they want. And it just like really opened my eyes to there are other ways to do life that aren't just going to grad school and getting a job and that's your life. There are so many other kind of career trajectories that you can take and would be totally fine. And so then I came to a point where I was really sitting on it and I was like, do I even want to like be a physiotherapist? Like, is that actually what I want to do? Like, does the career itself align with what I want out of a job? Because I've always pictured myself working in like an office with like hybrid work, you know, doing a couple days from home and working like with a very collaborative team and doing meetings, having deadlines, having to like research market analytics, kind of like doing stuff like that. And I've realized like none of those things align with physio, or like most of them don't, at least. This is a really long video, but basically I just came to the realization that I can literally just do whatever I want. And I know that's like a stupid, dumb thing to say, but it is hard to actually internalize that, especially when you're so used to like the academic kind of routine. I can literally do whatever I want. So I'm just gonna keep working at this part-time job now. I think I might just do like a college certificate and figure it out from there. Like, literally the world is my oyster and I can do whatever I want. And having that year off from grad school, like if I had just gone into grad school, I could have realized halfway into grad school this isn't what I want, but now I'm stuck doing it and it's too late at that point, at least for a period of time. So I am so grateful. And if you are in the position where you just got rejected from grad school, do your best to like really try and open your mind to all of the options that are in front of you this year. And if you end up deciding like, yes, grad school is what you want to do, then that is amazing and I'm so happy for you. But really just think about it. Use this year off to be productive and actually decide what you want to do with your life, because it is your life and rejection is redirection. And if the universe does not want you to go to grad school, you will not go to grad school and you will do something better. Bye.
This is my put a finger down story. So put a finger down if a year ago you started dating a very well-known guy and last August you got pregnant by a very well-known guy and everything was good. Go announced it to your families and then on social media, and you know, he told you over and over again that everything was good. He was so happy. He couldn't wait for us to start our own family. This is all he had ever dreamed of. You know, all the things. And so things are good. Y'all are going to doctor's appointments together and loving each other. And then come November, he, on Thanksgiving Eve, goes to a dive bar in his hometown and wants to take a girl home. Mind you, you're an hour and a half away in your hometown, pregnant, trying to spend some time with your family, thinking he's not doing anything crazy because, you know, you're carrying a son. And then things keep going on, and comes December, he starts acting a little funny, but he keeps telling you things are okay, and so you believe him. Well, then, Christmas Eve, he's texting one of his best friend's ex-girlfriends and asking her if he can take her to see Christmas lights. All while the next day, his baby mama drives an hour and a half on Christmas Day to see him, give him all his Christmas gifts. Mind you, he didn't get her anything. Not a single thing. But that's okay. Because you don't know anything's going on, because he's telling you he still loves you, nothing's going on. So you're like, okay. And then y'all spend New Year's Eve together, you know, because why not? Why would you not? And then 2 days later, he comes to your hometown and tells you that y'all just need a co-parent, that y'all aren't good together, and y'all just don't need to try to make it work. You know, he's not interested in being a family, all the things. And 2 days later, you understand why he broke things off, because he's talking to another girl who he had already been talking to before he had already cut things off with you. So that's 3 girls in the span of not a very long time. So he keeps talking to this girl and sleeping with her, and I don't mean side by side, all while you're carrying his son. Yeah. And he thinks it's perfectly okay and stops texting you and asking how his son is and how you are, because why would he? Why would he check up on you? It's not like you're pregnant or anything. Then he hears some information about her that he doesn't really like, so he cuts it off with her and comes back to you and tells you one day that he wants to make it work, and then the next, I don't know if we can, and then a week later, let's make it work and we'll stay together, and then 2 weeks later, it's not working. You know, this goes on up until the week I have our little peanut. And you know, then he really wants to make it work. We can make it work and we can be a family. And all you've ever dreamed of since you were a little girl was your own family and being a mom and getting to share all those moments with the person you love, you know. So you have your baby and he's there and everything's good. Y'all come back home to your hometown and you're taking a little shower and he's laying in your bed with firstborn baby. And you get a DM from a girl saying she was just texting your baby daddy. Oh, okay. Mind you, I'm like 2 or 3 days postpartum at this point and getting a message from a girl, that hey girly text, you know, the one that everybody just loves. So you confront him about it whenever you get out of the shower, and he goes on TikTok and makes this TikTok about y'all and how you're just such a brave person because, you know, just pushed your son out 2 or 3 days prior. And so you go through his phone and you find 5 days prior where he was texting girls and wanting to meet up with them and stuff. 5 days before you pushed your son out. Mind you, he's been telling you that he wants to be a family with you, but also telling girls how beautiful they were, how he wants to see them. So you tell him to leave, and he gets on his hands and his knees, and he's crying, and he's begging and pleading, oh, I've changed. I know, baby, I'm upset too. How that's not him anymore, and he's changed. All the things. So you give him a second chance now. Be right back. So second chance now. You know, you don't tell anybody what happened. Just keep it between y'all. You know, people make mistakes. Lots of them, apparently. So y'all go to his hometown, hour and a half away, a week postpartum. Y'all are living together and things are good and he's taking care of y'all, and then he has to start back to work and he stops taking care of you and the baby and just kind of lets y'all fend for yourselves, and you're waking up every 3 hours with him and changing all his diapers and taking care of him day and night because he has to go to work and he works long hours, so he can't get up at night. No, he can't. Oh, goodness. What a lucky job it would be to be a man. Am I right? So, you just push through because this little one's depending on you. And then he starts acting weird again. Things are kind of going downhill and you're like, I've noticed this behavior before. So, you ask him, hey, is everything okay? What's going on? Oh, nothing's wrong, I love y'all, I'm just so busy at work, all the things. So you're like, okay. So you just come back to your hometown to give him a little bit of a breather, and that was 3 days ago, and he hadn't come to see a little peanut or nothing because he's so busy at work, but he could drive to Fitzgerald and see one of his friends graduate high school, and then he could drive all the way to St. Simon's to meet up with 2 girls in the bar and get drunk with them, but he can't come see his little peanut, no. So you call him tonight when you start getting all these pictures and videos of him, and he doesn't answer because why would he answer his baby mama who has his baby? Luckily, nothing's wrong. No, because he picked a good mama to take care of his son. And I'm doing my best. So, all while Daddy's in St. Simon's partying with random girls and everything else he put us through, and his truck sitting in my yard, we're here. Good night, guys.
Put a finger down if you were told that you would never be able to carry a baby to full term after having 7 miscarriages, 4 IVF doctors, one RIH doctor, to then only have a girl you went to high school with come forward and offer to be a surrogate and to carry your biological daughter. Then have her deliver your biological daughter, and not only that, have you in the room, but let you deliver your biological daughter by pulling her out and then placing on your walking angel's belly as a praise to God that she did it, we did it, and that she was finally here. Only for during the last part of her pregnancy were you feeling awful, tired, run down, having really weird symptoms, that over Christmas your daughter is 2 months old, you are crying in your sleep, you can barely walk, and at night your sciatica is so bad that you can't walk at all. So your husband and your family implores you to go see a doctor, get blood work done, get an MRI, get an x-ray, all the workup. So in January, you go and you get an MRI and an x-ray, and that following week you go back to your doctor, who walks into the door and says, hey, I just got your MRI back. Would you like to go over it with me? I said, of course. So she's looking at the front page, and what she finds is a huge mass in your uterus. We then cry, and I ask her, what does that mean? I have had cysts in my uterus before. I've had cysts before. What does this mean? She goes, well, you can't have cysts in your uterus. This is either a tumor or it could be cancer or both. I spiral, she cries, we cry. It was a mess. She then says after 5 minutes, let's calm down, collect ourselves, and let's look over the rest of the report to see what next steps need to be. She goes on looking through the report till she gets to the very last page on the back where it says that mass is that of a fetus, of a baby. She then tells you that you're pregnant.
You're saying there's no way you could be pregnant. You haven't had a period in 5 months, and you've taken 2 pregnancy tests, and were told you couldn't carry a baby. So they order an immediate ultrasound where there, in fact, is a baby, but not only that, an 18-and-a-half-week-old baby staring at you, waving, happy and healthy. That baby ends up being a boy. So not only do you have a beautiful baby girl, but now you have a beautiful baby boy, hopefully, potentially, that the pregnancy all goes well. Fast forward, that baby is going to be 1 year old in 3 weeks, and you're not okay.
Get ready with me while I talk about how I came out to my parents. Starting off, I started questioning my sexuality when I was in middle school from watching Pretty Little Liars. Like this scene where, I forgot their names, if I'm being completely honest, but it's like the 2 girls that literally kiss. That's when I started questioning my, like, entire sexuality. It was hot. Like, I was like, that's hot. Fast forward, like, 2 years, I was questioning my sexuality even more than I was before. And I grew up in a house where, like, gay was considered, like, a sin. You weren't, like, it was not allowed. So I obviously, like, had to keep everything, like, to myself. Until it was COVID, I was about to go into my freshman year of high school, and I wanted to tell somebody, like, I could not, there's a huge, what the heck? It got to the point where I was like, okay, like, I hated hiding it, so I was like, I need to tell somebody. And at the time, I thought my sister was the best person to tell. I should have not told her then. Anywho, my sister was literally the first person I came out to. I told her literally everything, and she started crying. Like, she literally genuinely seemed, like, happy for me. And I feel like you could just tell, like, I was gay. Like, I definitely feel like there were so many signs. I also, in 8th grade at the time, had a boyfriend. We dated for literally a week. Literally needed something to distract myself from, like, thinking about me being gay. So after I came out to my sister, you know, everything was fine. Everything was good. So I thought. That was until she started telling her friends. And, like, mind you, I had not come out to any of my friends or literally anybody else. So my sister went ahead and told her friend, Maylee, who, like, I'm friends with now, but, like, we're all friends, but this is, like, what happened then. But she told Maylee, I'm pretty sure it was Maylee, and word got spread around. I was pissed. Like, I was genuinely so mad because I didn't want anybody to know I was gay. Like, I was just, like, my biggest fear was more of my parents were going to find out, and I was going to be in deep shit. So after I found out that my sister literally told her friend and everybody else started finding out, me and my sister, we went at it in the kitchen of my house, and my mom, like, heard it, and so my mom comes in and she's like, what's going on? Like, obviously in that situation, I can't say anything. So I was like, Mom, there's literally, like, nothing going on. But I was, like, literally crying. She then literally made me sit down, and she was like, what is it? What is it? I was like, no, it's nothing. It's nothing. So then she started saying, are you doing drugs? Are you having sex? Like, are you doing this? Are you doing that? And I'm like, Mom, no, I swear it's not that. So then, last question leads with, are you gay? I was silent. I didn't say a freaking word. I literally sat there, I was like, after that happened, my mom went silent, and she took my phone away. I was grounded. So I ended up going down to my room and just bawling my eyes out, crying, and then my mom was like, your dad wants to talk to you. At the moment, I was literally freaking terrified. I was so scared of my dad. I was like, he's gonna yell at me, he's gonna be so disappointed in me, like, this is gonna be the worst thing ever, you know, yada, yada, yada. So then I go out to the garage where he was at, and so I go to the garage, and, like, when you would step, like, out into the garage, there was, like, steps, and then the garage. So I literally sat on the steps. My dad then, like, came over, sat with me, and he was like, so you're gay? And I was like, yeah. He was like, you like girls? I'm like, yeah. Do you want to know what this dude's reaction was? Quoting my dad's words on what he literally said, he goes, oh, I knew you were gay from the day you were born. Like, what? So then I'm like literally sitting there. I'm like, so you're not mad at me? And he was like, why would I be mad? You can't get pregnant now. Like, well, obviously I can get pregnant. But he was like, now I don't really have to worry about men as much. And I was like, slight bet. Like, obvi. But then he had me go apologize to my mom. And when I went to my mom's room, she was crying. So then, like, a couple days pass. I did not talk to my mom about girls. 'Cause I'm like, okay, like, no, that's weird. That's awkward. Like, she doesn't support it. So why am I going to tell my mom about girls? Like, what? So then we're, like, driving in the car one day. And she was like, so are you, like, not gay because you don't talk about girls? So I literally convinced her that I was straight again. I didn't want to be grounded anymore. I was still grounded for a while. But it was not as long. So then, like, every girl that I would bring home, my mom, like, obviously, she thought, like, oh, that's my girlfriend, even though I was like, no, that's not my girlfriend, no, it's not my girlfriend, no, it's not my girlfriend, even though half the time, some of the times, it literally was my girlfriend. So, my one ex, I dated, I'm not going to say her name, but I dated her for a year and a month, and she was over at my house like maybe 4 days a week, and I was at her house literally all the time. And so then my mom was like literally questioning it 24/7, and I kept saying, no, I'm straight, no, she's just friend, no, she's just friend. My dad knew though, he just didn't care. Me and my ex ended up breaking up my junior year of high school, and I still had this lie going up until my senior year. Senior year rolls around, and it's my grad party, and I'm 18. I feel like I was more open with my mom at the time too. So I was like, and my cousin was there. My cousin was literally like talking about the stuff she does. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna tell my mom freaking everything. Oh, I was ballsy. I literally told my mom every like girlfriend I've had, and that I literally like don't like men at all. When I told her literally everything, and like when I mean everything, I mean freaking everything, her jaw dropped on the floor. Like literally on the floor. She wasn't mad though. She was more like she knew it. I just was lying about it. And now to this day, I tell her like literally everything. But she still has like hope that I'm obviously gonna turn straight one day. That's never happening. Like literally ever. Like I genuinely don't think I could ever get with a man. I don't think I even have it freaking in me. Like just thinking about it, no. Ew. Like nothing against men. Just not attracted to you. But before I went to college for my freshman year of college, I had a girlfriend at the time. If you know who it is, you know who it is. Anywho, before I went to college, my mom wanted me to get on birth control, the IUD to be specific. And I was like, Mom, no, there's no reason, I'm gay. She's like, what if you meet, her literal response was, what if you meet a guy there and like you like him and you know, you change your mind? And I'm like, Mom, I've been dating girls and been with girls since my freshman year of high school. And I've been questioning my sexuality before that. I don't think I'm like changing or turning straight. And to this day, I've not been with a man. That's how I came out as being gay.
Today I want to talk about my experience as working for Popeye supplements. I was working at Popeyes for about a month and I actually loved it. Like it was so amazing. I had a great manager, I had great coworkers, the work environment was just great. Like I actually loved my job. Yesterday I find out my manager got fired. And then not only that, but the other full-time worker got fired. So then it's just me and this other guy who we're both new. We don't know if we're fired yet. I don't have the contact information of my new boss. I don't know anything. I'm in the dark. I come in, they tell the other coworker that I'm like gonna keep my job and he's gonna keep his job. And then today, I find out I don't get my job. I get fucking fired. Popeyes is going in a new direction. Are you fucking serious? Mind you, like, if you check the Google reviews, like, I'm so nice to customers. I do my job. Like, I actually do everything right. So basically, she's just, I need your key back, blah, blah, blah. And like, I don't even know what I did. Like, I literally just started working here. Like, I didn't do anything. Mind you, I had just quit my other job literally a week ago, so I'm now fully unemployed. They won't tell me why everyone got fired. Literally, the entire staff basically got fired. 3 out of the 4. For what? I don't know. I'm like, hey, like, why did he get to keep his job and I didn't? She's like, I don't have to tell you that. I was like, yes, you do. Like, what? Mind you, my sister's been working here 3 years prior. And I was like, maybe there's some form of seniority or something, because, like, she was a good worker. I'm a good worker. We're literally duplicates. Like, hello? This Popeyes location is on Cedarville. It's near the Saint Laurent Mall in Ottawa. Mind you, half their proteins, they just stock up the prices. They're saying, oh, the demand, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's fake. It's fake. They're just raising the prices on you guys for no reason. They don't get it for any cheaper. Any more expensive. Not only did I have a terrible experience at Popeyes because of the senior store manager called Carrie, but she was an absolute bitch. She was an absolute bitch to me. She was a bitch to my sister. No one likes her because she's so mean. Mind you, she fired me for no reason. I literally took my coffee machine and I was like, this is mine, I'm taking it. And she's like, oh, I don't know who that is. Well, maybe because you just got here and fired the entire staff. Maybe that's why you don't know whose coffee machine it fucking is. This is the Popeyes exactly. It's, not a great one. Please do not go here. So please do not support Popeyes. Go to Supplement King, go anywhere else. But Popeyes treats their employees like fucking shit. Mind you, I had to take courses for this job, and I did it. And I loved my job. And I was good at my job. So yeah, if you don't believe me, check the Google reviews from Popeye Cedarville Saint Laurent in Ottawa, and you will see Lana shows up quite often. They don't care about their staff. They don't care about anyone but themselves. They are just a profit organization, and they have no morals. So please, honestly, fuck Popeyes, bro. Fuck them.
Story one time about when I was catfished at 15 years old. I was talking to, and mind you, this was like peak Tumblr era where it's like everyone and their mother was either hella depressed, super gay, or just like sharing things that didn't need to be on the internet on Tumblr. I met this girl through Tumblr and we had started messaging. She then requested me on Instagram. Saw my Instagram. I was like, okay, whatever, you're cute, let's talk. Thing is, she was from Louisiana, and so obviously I can't see you in person. Like, I'm just gonna have to go off the pictures and our conversations. So we conversate for maybe like, I give it like 3 weeks, and within the first like couple weeks we would have like just phone calls, like texting or whatever. I don't even think I had a Snapchat at this point. I might have. I think I got a Snapchat when I was like 16 or something. There was never like any chance to get like a live image of her or like a video or something. So after maybe 2 or 3 weeks of her giving like, cause hear me out, we had Uvu, we had Skype. Comment if you remember those ones. I had asked her after like 2 or 3 weeks, I was like, hey, so when can we like Uber or Skype? Like, I want to see you, like I want to talk to you like live. And she was like, oh, like when I'm at my dad's, like my Wi-Fi's this and that, and when I'm at my mom's, like I don't have access to a computer or a laptop, like I only have that at my dad's, but with the Wi-Fi.
I was giving her the benefit of the doubt. I was like, okay, sounds like you can't do it or whatever. And at this point, I was just kind of getting annoyed because, like, not gonna lie, like, figure it out. I don't know. I'm getting, like, the vibe that you're maybe not real. And on top of that, she had started posting some, like, weird things on my Facebook. Like, she would write, like, paragraphs, like, long essays about how important I am to her and how much she loves me and this and that. And I was like, pause. One, I have family on Facebook. They don't need to know all that, like, lovey-gushy shit that you might think about me. Two, we don't really know each other like that. Like, I haven't even gotten, like, a video call with you. All we've been doing is talking on the phone. Like, you've told me about, like, you got some sisters or you got this and that. Like, we've also never met. We've never gone on a date. So, like, how can you I wasn't in that situation. I was like, something about it was just off to me. So I eventually tell her, maybe like a month in, I was like, hey, it's been really nice to talk to you and, like, get to know you, but I don't think I want to continue talking to you. Like, you can't really prove to me that you're not a catfish or that you're real. And I didn't want to, like, accuse her of anything that, like, I couldn't prove, I guess. So I was just like, I don't think it's gonna work. She didn't take it the best. She was a little, like, upset that, like, I kind of said it for no reason. I was like, yeah, there's a reason, but I don't really want to give you the full reason. I just think, like, we're better off not. With that, we stopped talking. I don't think I, like, blocked her or anything. We just, like, stopped talking after that. Months later, no, not even months. I'm gonna say years. Like, maybe a year or two later, I got a message on Facebook, a group message from two people. Go to the next video to find out what they said. Story from me getting catfished at 15. So 2 maybe-ish years later, I get put in a group chat on Facebook with these 2 girls, never heard of them in my life, whatever. They asked me, they're like, hey, do you know this person named blah, blah, blah? And I was like, I mean, yeah, like, we talked for maybe, like, a month, like, a few years back. Nothing really came of it. Like, I know she was from, like, Louisiana. I'm from New England, pretty far distance. We never got a chance to, like, meet up and talk. And they were like, yeah, so we found out that she's actually a catfish. And I was like, oh, well, I guess I should have accused you because it was right. And they told me that, like, the first name that she was using was, like, the real person's first name, but she had just switched the last name. And so they sent me, like, a screenshot of the real person's Facebook and was like, oh, like, this is the real person. And, you know, I had thought about it too. Like, at the time, for me, like, Instagram, like, I would post pictures with my friends and, like, tag them. And looked at my catfish's Instagram, she had pictures with her friends, but none of them were ever tagged. She wouldn't tag anybody, so I thought that was kind of weird too. Because, like, at the time, like, you were building your Instagram, you were tagging people. It was just a normal thing to do, and she would never do that. So, again, they sent me the real person's Facebook, and they're like, we're trying to, like, get in contact with her and let her know that, like, her images are being used for, like, catfishing, and, like, I don't know if she can, like, do anything about it. But I was like, yeah, sure, I can, like, message her. So they were like, the real one blocked us. And I'm like, okay. So I messaged her. She never ended up answering me. But then I was like, okay, so, like, who was the person that I was talking to, like, for a month? Like, who was I on the phone with? Whose family did I, like, get to know or whatever? And so they sent me another screenshot of, like, another person's account. And the person that I was talking to was, like, my fit, my build, like, brown hair, like, cute girl, 15 years old, right? The person I was talking to was, like, a bit older, a bit bigger, and just different looking, like, a whole different look from the person that I had been talking to. And so I was like, honestly, like, I guess thank you for telling me, but at this point in my life, none of this really matters. I didn't end up pursuing her. We don't talk now. Like, if anything, let the real person know that someone else is using her pictures. But yeah, I got catfished. Isn't that crazy? I never thought. Be careful out there. People are crazy. People be catfishing you. I should have called up, who was it? The catfishing people, Neve and something. Should have called them, figured it out. Because that would have been crazy, going to Louisiana. And if anything, we like low-key talked about it for like 5 seconds, and I would have shown up and it would have been this person, like this older person. Weird. Super weird. So yeah, that was the time I got catfished. Stay safe out there.
Today I acted like a Karen for the first time in my life, and I do feel a little guilty about it because that's not who I am as a person, so I'm going to tell you what happened. To start this off, I want to say I 1000% believe that there are some places who will take advantage of you if you look young or they think you are young because they don't think you know better, they don't think you'll say anything, so they'll give you bad or below average service. Today I went in as a walk-in client to get a spa pedicure done, and whenever there's a wait or they need time to prep, usually they fill up the sink with water, tell me to put my feet in, relax, and they'll be with me shortly. This girl doesn't. She says she's going to prep to keep my feet up because she'll be with me as quick as she can. She's with me within 10 minutes and does not fill up the foot tub. She just immediately gets to drilling and putting acetone on, which everyone's different, so I don't even question, even though this is not the typical service I get. As she's working, the salon fills up and there's no girls available for walk-in clients. A client comes in asking for her specifically for a walk-in full set acrylic. Instead of asking for confirmation with anyone else if they could take her or if someone could take me on, she instead leaves me in the middle of my service and starts to do this girl's acrylic. She says someone will be with me shortly, and in front of me takes this girl no wait and starts working on her nails. I already find this to be pretty disrespectful because I've already spent time waiting for her. She's in the middle of my service, and now I'm waiting again, watching her as she's doing someone else's nails in front of me. It's not even like I'm having a relaxing, comfortable wait time. I'm sitting with my feet out, covered in acetone. Probably 20 minutes into waiting, another girl leaves her client to fill up my foot tub and tells me that my girl is going to be back with me and just to wait to keep my feet out because they're covered in acetone, don't put them in. After waiting and no one knew helping me, my girl decides to take 2 clients on at a time and comes to me, wipes off the acetone, clips my nails, and goes back to the acrylic full set. I ended up waiting for so long that the water in the foot tub actually turns cold. I've been texting my best friend and I decided I'm just going to leave. So I take my feet out of the foot tub, I wait for them to dry, and as soon as they dry, I'm already getting up, getting my bag. As soon as they see that I'm getting my bag, everyone then wants to pay attention to me. Everyone then wants to force me to sit down. And I know it's not forced because I do have free will, but there's like 3 girls who crowd me and they're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, don't leave, you're gonna ruin it, don't leave. My bag's on, I'm trying to get my shoes on, they're standing right above them, and I tell them I no longer want the service, I've been waiting, and I'm ready to go. At this point, a new girl slides her chair over, starts to grab at my feet, while her other 2 coworkers stand on like each side of my chair so I can't even get out. She starts repeating the service like French tip, regular spa, like she's just repeating services at me, and I'm like, for the same price, because I'm not willing to stay there if I'm going to be charged the same price for below average service I've already received. She's just repeating like, I got you, like repeating the services as the other girl's like, oh yeah, stay, she's right here. At this point, the entire salon is staring at me like I'm the crazy one, as if there's not 3 grown women who are standing, ambushing me, trying to make me stay. So as she's grabbing my feet, I ask her, okay, but not at the same price, right? In response to my question, she says, French tip? I'm not the type of person to be mean or like passive aggressive, but my energy is literally so off, and I know like they can read it, they can tell, but I literally feel like they're playing in my face. This lady takes another client when she already took on me, and then I try leaving, they don't let me leave. I'm asking them a question on a discount, they don't answer me, they just grab my feet and just go with it anyways, you know? A couple of girls know me from there because how often I usually go there, and they know I always talk with all the people who do my nails, always make conversation, and I'm just not. Like, she's asking me a question, and I'm like, oh, is this a good length? And I'm like, because I'm literally like, if I say anything, like, I'm gonna sound so mean, like my tone is gonna be so mean, even like I'm just that mad. The real kicker is the new client the girl took on instead of me finishes, pays, and leave before my service is even halfway done. Like, this gives you like perspective on how much I was waiting. A full set was quicker than pedicure. Towards the end of the service, the salon is practically cleared out. Like, all the clients who were there when I started and when it was super busy are gone. So there's a bunch of girls who are just sitting, waiting for walk-ins, and they try making small talk with me, try to like make it better with conversation, and I'm just not having it. Like, I know that's pretty rude, but like they're like, oh my gosh, like you come here in often, and they're like, oh my gosh, I saw you last, and I'm just like, because I cannot. Like, I know it's probably rude, but like I cannot. Like, I was so upset. Towards the end of my service, I'm debating even tipping, which is like so weird to me because I tip even like rude servers at restaurants because I'm like, everyone has bad days. I get it, like I understand, but I'm like, this service is just like so incredibly bad, disrespectful, rude. Like I am just so angry, but at the same time, I'm like, it's not this girl's fault. It's a different girl than the original girl who started my service. It's not her fault. Like she gets a tip. I really should tip, but they're not going to give me a discount. Like I just didn't know what to do. When I'm checking out, I asked the girl, can I get a discount? No explanation needed because everyone was there, everyone knows what happens, and I'm like, I'm not going to explain myself, I'm not going to validate why I need a discount, everyone should know why I need a discount. So I asked, can I get a discount? She's like, yeah. She sends me the paper, she gives me a $5 off discount. At this point, like, I just made like the quick judgment that money comes back, but like character is everything. So I ended up just tipping her the $5 that they gave me off. Like I just gave her the $5 because I was like, I should always be nice to others. So I'm like, but was that rude? I don't know. I feel like a Karen. I really kind of feel bad, but I don't know. It was really bad.
What's up, guys? Do my makeup with me while I tell you guys another fun story time. This one we're going a little bit further back in time to elementary school. I think this all went down just after my 10th birthday party. I forgot to self-tan my face yesterday when I did the rest of my body. I don't know how I managed to do that, but I'm using these sun-kissed bronzer drops today to make up for that. So I got a diary for my birthday. I had a cute little birthday party at this like little trampoline place. And I got a diary for my birthday, and I had a lot of different like journals and diaries growing up, but I all used them for different things. And so this one, I decided I was gonna get like a little scandalous in this diary because like I was 10 and I was feeling like, I don't know who I was feeling like. And in this journal, it had an owl on the cover of it. It was pink. I think I might be able to get that out later today to show you guys. I wrote a little tutorial on how to kiss a boy. Mind you, I had never once done that in my life at the age of 10. I was getting absolutely no play. But I thought I had it all figured out, so I guess I was just like writing it down for future reference for myself, like I guess just whenever the time came. I was also writing about my little hallway crush, not even hallway, that was my playground crush, who like this kid did not know me, I didn't know him, I just thought he was cute, so like I was writing about how cute I thought he was in my diary because that's a God-given right, I'm a 10-year-old girl. But where I messed up was where I brought it to school. So a couple of days later, I was just like showing my like couple of best friends. And this was not one of the ones that has like a lock on it. This is one of the ones that you just open it. Like it's not a password journal. It's not, there's no security in place to protect these things. I'm going to be using this concealer today because I forgot that this is the shade that I like to use in the summer. And I've been using my winter foundation for way too long. I mean concealer, not foundation. But yeah, I was showing my friends, and then I think we showed a couple of more people, and I thought it was kind of funny. Like I was very much like being a pick-me about it. I liked the attention, but it did end up getting a little bit out of hand beyond just like the hee 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 ha ha, this is so funny, like oh no, everyone's reading my diary, this is so bad, but like it was kind of funny type shit. It got blown way out of proportion. After recess ended, we had lunch directly after, so the diary got brought with us into the cafeteria, and it just like we were passing it like down the lunch tables. It did end up getting passed to like the kid that I was writing about in it, which was like low-key not ideal because he did not know who I was and I didn't really know him either. Sorry, twin, if you still remember that. Like I promise I'm not a creep. I was just being a really stupid kid when I was 10 years old. I would never do something like that now. Hello. But yeah, it got passed around just about the entire cafeteria. Like everyone was reading that shit and I was like, okay, like this is getting to the point, like let's reel it back in, guys. So me and my friends are all like trying to get this diary back from whoever had it, because I'm pretty sure whoever had it, like I knew that it being in their hands wasn't gonna end well, because I'm pretty sure it was someone that I didn't get along with or something. I don't know. 4th and 5th grade were very drama-filled years for me, as much as I tried to avoid that.
But yeah, lunch was wrapping up. We still didn't have the diary back in our hands. I was like, this might be a little cooked. Like, this is really not ending well at all. The next thing I know, my friend turns to me, and this girl is giving my diary to one of the teachers. So it was at that moment that, like, my heart kind of dropped, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm cooked. The rest of my week, like, this is a world-ending event when you're 10 years old. But it wasn't my teacher that the diary was given to, and I didn't think my name was in it anywhere, so I figured I'd be fine if I just, like, laid low. That is not what happened. I ended up sitting in class, like, the class right after lunch, and my teacher wound up flipping through my diary at her desk while I'm focusing on my little, like, worksheet or whatever. I'm just, like, looking across the room as my teacher is reading my diary right now. Like, what the hell? So I knew time was ticking for me. I'm like, okay, it's only a matter of time before I get in trouble. There's no way it can possibly get any worse than this. So my teacher calls me up to her desk after she finished reading my slop, and she was basically just like, yo, Marin, like, you can't be bringing this stuff to school. Like, you need to keep this private, like, obviously. So I thought that, like, she would just give me back my diary. She was like, no, I'm gonna have to call your mom down here to pick that up. So at that point, I was like, yep, it's wraps for me. Like, I'm absolutely cooked. I got a birthday party, and now I'm gonna be grounded for the rest of my life. So my mom obviously marched her ass right down to that school, came bursting into my classroom, and of course I stand up from my chair and I was like, Mom, please, no, like, and she grabs my journal from my teacher's desk. I was like trying to say something to her, I don't even know, and my mom was like, no, come with me, we're leaving, and she yanked me out of class early that day too. I was just overly bad as fuck for no reason. The original content of that diary is now lost media. After my mom finished reading it, she ripped it all out and threw it away. My mom was really not happy with me. She kept that journal away from me for probably like a month. Like, I still had access to all my 700 other journals, but I don't know. I did definitely learn my lesson after that. When she finally did give it back to me, she was like, don't be writing about kissing this time. Unfortunately, I did discover Wattpad only 3 short years later, so I did end up writing about a lot worse in my later years. After that, I'm pretty sure the first thing that I wrote in that diary was a story time about what happened with that diary the first time and how I was, like, too scared to use that diary again. And I'm really glad that I still have this fuck-ass diary because I keep, like, all of the journals that I've always owned, like, as a kid. I don't know, I just, like, hold on to all that stuff just in case I ever want to look back on it later, because I'm, like, a very nostalgic person. I'm actually so beyond curious what all is written in it at this point, because I don't remember. I also do think I've told this story before, but I couldn't find it anywhere on this account, so it was probably on one of my old accounts, so if you do remember me telling this story before, you're not crazy. I probably have. Hopefully you don't mind hearing it again. I am actually going to try to find the diary for you guys right now. I'm pretty sure I know exactly where it is, but I want to know exactly what's written in it. Never mind, guys. I thought I knew exactly where it was, but apparently I only know where every single journal I've ever owned in my life besides that one is. Yeah, guys, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this story time.
I'm sitting here in the parking lot to the post office, and I just want to share something with you. I have 2 children biologically. I have a stepdaughter that I got in the divorce, but I have 2 children. And I talk a lot about my youngest son, who's a football player, and he's in college, but I never really talk about my oldest son. And this past weekend, I went to see him in Wisconsin. And I have been grieving the situation since I left. But it didn't hit me until yesterday that I was grieving the situation. Because nobody prepares you or talks about when you have a child or a family member for that matter who has a broken brain. My oldest son has a broken brain. And I have
Never fallen asleep behind the wheel. Never. Not one moment. Every single step of the way, I've tried to watch, analyze, help, get him assistance, get him therapy, get him all the things. Last year, he wanted to move back to Wisconsin, moved him back because he just wasn't thriving in Florida, and we moved him back. And I went into town specifically to watch him because he can only fake it for so long. He's really good, at faking it with other people. Life is good, he's great, all those things he'll tell you. But obviously, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool your mom. He can't fool me. But it took me 3.5 days or 3 days to dial him in. And once I finally dialed it in, I realized that things were not going well. He is not thriving in Wisconsin either. So immediately I engaged. Immediately I started going through my checklist of, is he in therapy? No. Is he taking his medication? He ran out, of course. Has he gone to his doctor? No. Sleeping all day, up on his video games all night, doesn't have a job, has money in the bank because he worked a job to put money in the bank. But he's very siloed. If he has a job, he focuses only on his job. He can only do the job, and then he sleeps all day. Or if he's working all day, then he sleeps until that it's time to go to the job, and then it's done. That's all he does. If he's in school, that's all he focuses on. He can't think outside of that. And I couldn't articulate what I was feeling. I put into words that it's like he's stuck at the age of 16 years old, and he's going to be 24 in September. And I was at dinner with my youngest son before he left to go back up to college because for him, he's got to start football practices. And he said to me, it's like he's stuck between 15 and 16 years old. And for the first time, I realized that he and I have been through absolute hell together, but he sees me. My youngest son sees me. He sees his brother. And he's probably the only person who truly understands everything. He's, of course, hardcore with take his video games, take his all that, treat him like he's a child. And he doesn't have reality because he's his brother and not his mother or his father. Now, my ex-husband is nowhere to be found. He took off when my kids were in their teens, and he never looked back because this right here is what he didn't want to deal with. Narcissists don't like to have things in their life that aren't perfect, and my son isn't perfect. But I have been grieving this situation since I left Wisconsin. Grieving a person that's alive but isn't living. Grieving what motherhood looked like for me with my oldest son. Just heavy. Just really fucking heavy. So if you got to the end of this video and you're a mom or a dad who has a child that has a broken brain, I send you all my love and my support. I send you a big fat fucking hug to tell you that it's okay to grieve, and it's okay to not know what to do, but we can't give up. We can't give up on them, and we can't give up on ourselves. So keep fighting the good fight. Until tomorrow.
I went to dinner a couple nights ago by myself, and I sat at the bar, and there was a man sitting next to me at the bar as well. We got there at the same time, sat down, like there was space in between us. Mind you, this man's like 50. We start chit-chatting, like it's nothing crazy, just two strangers just, sitting at a bar together, whatever. And we just kind of get into conversation of like the stock market, investments, like all of this. I'm asking him questions. I'm picking his brain because I'm gonna get something out of this conversation. So he gives me like kind of the baseline rundown of like what I should be investing in, what accounts I should have open, like a Roth IRA and investing in a 401k, whatever. Which like I kind of already knew this. I already have all of that invested, but I was just picking his brain to kind of see what just advice from an older person, just, you know. And the conversation's not weird. Like, he's not creepy, he's not weird, like, it's not really anything. It's just a conversation between strangers. And then the waitress comes up to us because we're sitting at the bar, so there's still a space in between us. And she's like, oh, is the check together or separate? Because she saw us talking the whole time. And I instantly go, separate, like, split the bill. And so she brings over 2 checks. And then he's like, no, like, I insist, like, I'll pay for your meal. And it was only like $18. So, like, it wasn't anything crazy. I'm like, no, like, you don't have to, like, it's okay. He's like, no, I insist. So I'm like, okay, if you want to pay for it. And he was very nice. Like, he was very nice. But then, like, we kind of get up and leave, like, not together, but, like, we both start walking out at the same time. We're still kind of having a conversation. And he's like, do you want to go on a walk? And I'm like, I don't really know. Like, I have to get up pretty early in the morning. Like, it's just not, like, the best timing for me. Like, thank you for dinner, though. And this man literally was like, can I get a hug? So, like, I give him a side hug because I'm, like, weird. And then he goes in for a kiss. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, whoa. He's like, oh, well, I tried. And I said, yeah, you did try. I literally can't make this up. And then he's like, we're probably not going to exchange numbers then, right? And I said, yeah, no, sorry. And then, but before any of that happened, when we were kind of walking, he was asking me, like, about my roommate situation. Like, if I lived with anyone, if I didn't live with anyone. And ladies, if a man asks you that, say that you live with a man. Just say it. So I got really creeped out by that. And then, like, I was just like, okay, I gotta go. Like, I gotta get out of this situation. So then, like, the hug happened and, like, whatever. And I don't think that he meant any harm by asking those questions. But there are a lot of creepers out there, like, that will stalk you and will follow you home. And it's just not a chance that I'm willing to take. So I called one of my friends. I'm like, what do I do? And she was just like, walk around your apartment building like a couple times, scope it out, make sure you're safe. Of course, I'm safe. But why, as a man, are you asking me who I live with and where I live? Like, that's just not okay, not acceptable. So short story short, if you give a man an inch, he will run a fucking marathon with it. And always be aware of your surroundings, because I've been in situations where I wasn't aware of my surroundings and a lot of shit happened. So be smart.
Story time. So a few weeks ago, I had matched with this guy on Hinge, and he was like, let me get your number. I want to plan something for us. I was like, okay, cool. And so I gave him my number. And once he took my number, he did everything but actually plan the date. He, started making conversation about, like, how's your day? How's your week? That kind of thing. So at some point, it was a Friday night and I was hanging out with my friend. So I didn't respond and I got back to him the next morning. And to that, he goes, where were you? I responded saying I was with my friend. And he goes, you were on a date, LOL. That was red flag number 1. I hate when guys say that. I was like, yeah, it was a girlfriend date for sure. And then I had some other things to do and I went to take a shower. Came back to a missed FaceTime call from him. I was like, why did this guy try to FaceTime me? So I responded saying, what's up? And he goes, oh, I was just trying to see you for a second. Blocked. Immediately blocked. Why are you trying to FaceTime me without asking? I don't even know you. Mind you, he had still not talked about availability or planning, nothing. Still just going back and forth, playing these games, tried to FaceTime me. We haven't even made a plan. What the fuck are you trying to FaceTime me for? So blocked him, thought that was over, that was that. A few weeks later, I get a message request on Instagram and it was this guy. So he had found me, stalked me on Instagram, slid up on one of my stories I had posted at a dinner with my friend, and slid up on it saying, oh, you're supposed to be on a date with me. Did you fucking plan it? Where was the plan? And so I was debating whether or not to respond to him, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to respond. And so I responded saying, did I miss the message where you planned the date?
He responded saying, oh, that's what I was trying to call you to tell you. Why do you have to call me to tell me that? You can't text? You've been texting, clearly. So to that, I just responded, I don't answer unplanned FaceTimes from people I don't know. And he just said, okay. Again, I thought that was that. I thought that was the end of it. A few weeks later, I realized that he had been continuing to keep up with my Instagram, watching my stories, and I wake up on a Monday morning to 2 DMs from him. One that was sent at 11 p.m. on a Sunday saying, please let me know when you're free. I want to take you out. When are you free? I didn't see it, obviously, because I was sleeping. And then again, that morning at 7 a.m., he had messaged saying, hey, text me at so-and-so number. Please let me know when you're free. I really want to plan something for us. Okay. I was like, let's do it for the plot. Let's actually see what happens here. I unblocked his phone number. Yes, that was my first mistake. Don't come for me in the comments. I did unblock his phone number, and I messaged him saying, hey, I'm free on Saturday. And he responds like almost immediately saying, okay, awesome. Like, yeah, Saturday works. Love to take you out. I know we got off on the wrong foot or whatever, but I just really love to get to know you. I'm very interested in getting to know you. I was like, okay, cool. And then, you know, he asked some more questions about how my day was going or whatever. And Wednesday comes around and he's still just doing this back and forth about like, really looking forward to seeing you, really interested in getting to know you. And on Wednesday, I asked him, okay, so where are we going on Saturday? No response. Thursday rolls around. No response. Friday rolls around. No response. Saturday rolls around. No fucking response. How are you gonna ghost me when you double, triple texted me begging to go out? How the fuck does that make sense? How are you gonna ghost? What is it with men just wanting to stay in your phone? God forbid you make a plan and actually meet up. No, the moment it comes to making a plan, it's done. But you ask them to just be in your phone and yap, they're there. What was the need to do all that? What was the need to stalk me, double, triple, text me? Like, what was the need to do all that? In conclusion, Hinge is demonic.
So I just saw this girl's video. I reposted it, but I can't even say it without laughing. She was talking about being in her hoe phase. Granted, she's not a hoe. She's just dating, and she's not necessarily dating for a relationship. And I just related to it so much because in my 20s, I dated a lot and I had so much fun, and I wasn't looking for a serious relationship. I wasn't really looking for a partner. And I think when you're in your 20s, and you're so focused on finding a partner or finding the one, it really takes away the joy of just being in your 20s, meeting new people, making mistakes, having experiences, and being able to really experience life. And it also, when you're so focused on finding the one, I think it takes away the sacredness of what a true partnership is, because when you get married so young, say when your frontal lobe is still not fully developed, those relationships don't normally last unless you're like fucking Mormon and you're forced to stay together, but that's beside the point. But those relationships don't last because you're just not mature enough, and you really don't know what it feels like to truly love. You don't know what adversity is yet. You don't know what it is to truly go through hardship and come out at the other end while staying in a relationship with somebody. So I'm just really happy I wasn't in a relationship early in my 20s. I think I dated a lot, and I had the best time. I had so much fun. Oh my God, living in LA and just traveling the world and living in different countries. I had so much fun, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. I had a lot of hard times during the last 12 years of my life. Now that I'm in my 30s, talking about my 20s, I had a lot of hard times, but I also had a lot of incredible experiences that I will remember for the rest of my life that a lot of people don't get to experience. So I feel like if I was in a relationship, I would have just been stuck maybe in my hometown in one city, raising a kid. What? No, I can't imagine myself not. Yeah, no, that wouldn't have worked for me. Anyway, that's just my food for thought for the day. Okay, bye.
I went on a date with a model the other day, and it was really interesting. So he actually liked my profile on Hinge, and he had his Instagram handle, and I looked him up on Instagram. This man has 40,000 followers, and that's a lot to me. And he dresses really well. He has he's killing it. Really tall and handsome. Yeah. So I was like, something just didn't feel like I should match with him, basically. So I did like a picture. I liked a picture. And then I went back to Hinge and did not match with him. Like 5 minutes later, I get a DM and it's from him. And I was just like, oh shit. Okay. So we started chatting and it was like fine or whatever. And then he asked for my number and, you know, we texted a little bit. And like the next day he asked me, like, tell me a little bit more about yourself. And I'm just like, oh my God, I just don't have time for this right now. I didn't say that, but I just didn't respond for like 4 days. And then he was like, so are you not interested? And I was like, no, that was just a loaded question. I prefer to get to know you in person before I spend a lot of time texting. So he was like, okay, would you like to go out Saturday? And I was like, okay, sure, let's go. Picks a restaurant and everything. I looked so cute that night. I was wearing like a really cool outfit, all black. And then he shows up in a really cool outfit, all black. This man is from West Africa, but he grew up in Paris. So he has like a French accent, and that's where he was a model, was in Paris. Pretty weird that he lives here, but he was in LA and had a baby with a woman who's from here. So I'm in Central kind of California. So I was just like, what is a model from Paris doing here? Anyway, we walked into the restaurant. We looked so good together. Like heads were turning. I was just like, okay, I love this. Heads were turning. And walked all the way to the back. Same thing. Everyone's like, what? Who is that? That's what I felt like. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. But we sat down at our table. He orders 2 glasses of champagne and oysters. And I was like, okay. Because he knew I liked that. Anyway, that was essentially the best part of the day because, and that was like 10 minutes in. We had nothing to talk about. We literally sat in silence. Like, we sat in silence. And, like, I've never, like, I can talk to a brick wall. So I'm over here, like, I can't believe we're not, like, cracking up right now or anything. And it was very uncomfortable. But he started pulling up, he Googled himself and started showing me pictures of himself. And I was like, okay, cool. Super awkward. Anyway, other stuff that were like so random. The date ended and he was like, do you want to go get a drink somewhere else? And I was like, sure, why not? Maybe he was just feeling nervous or something. And sometimes I wish maybe I should have just been like, no, actually, whatever. I was like, sure, let's give it a shot. And we go to this place. And awkwardly enough, I knew 2 people there and they like came up to me and said hi. And I was like, oh, this is so awkward. I'm just like sitting here like looking around trying to like think of something to say. Because like the conversation still wasn't going. Anyway, he asked me to come home with him that night. And I was like, I actually feel like I don't know you at all. Don't really feel a connection, but I'm always down to make friends. He's kind of new to the city and he just doesn't have a lot of friends, but that was like me being nice. I'm like, but yeah, I said no. So then he like walks out. I can tell he's like a little bummed and I was like, okay, attitude. But he gets into his car. It is the nicest fucking car I've ever seen in my life. I was just like, what? Genuinely, I don't even know what it was, but I was like, oh my God. So yeah, money, looks, and status just means nothing to me. I'm glad I learned that. I mean, it really does all the time. I'm like big on personality. But yeah, super, super weird date. He keeps hitting me up, trying to hang out. And I'm just like, look. And he's like, well, I didn't bring my best. And we're just like, well, what is happening? Me?
Okay.
Hey, friend. I got a story time for y'all. Y'all, and I swear, if somebody would have came and told me this story instead of it happened to them, I probably wouldn't even believed it. I'd be like, girl, you lying, go. But it happened to me. I had the date from hell. I don't even know if, should I call it a date since we was...
Yeah.
Okay, I had the date from hell. Let me tell y'all what happened. Okay, so let's take it back a little bit. So, we live in Indiana, and I met this guy from Louisiana who's currently living here now, okay? Y'all, a fine specimen. Do you hear me? Dreads long, he got a beautiful smile, he got dimples, personality top tier, okay? Then his sense of humor. Like, when I say he will have you cracking up from the time you step foot in his presence to the time you leave. Like, I'm not playing. Funny as hell. And me, that's the way to my heart. Like, I love a funny, goofy person because I'm funny and goofy, okay? And then the accent, too. Like, I'm an accent girly. I love a man with an accent. Whew, drives me crazy. Okay, so fast forward. We're seeing each other. We're talking to each other daily. We done started doing the grown people stuff, hunching on each other, all that. Everything cool, okay? Okay, so fast forward to yesterday. So this is my birthday weekend. My birthday is actually on Monday, okay? So I basically told him, like, I want to start celebrating yesterday. So I texted him the plan. He like, all right, bet. When he got off work, he called me. He was like, all right, I'm going to go home, shower, get dressed. And I wanted him to go pick up my friend, too. I'm going to shower, get dressed, and I'm going to come pick y'all up. We're going to hit the liquor store and get a room and just chill, have fun. All right, cool. Oh, mind y'all, I don't even drink, but I chose last night to have a couple cut waters. So we pick my friend up. We go to the liquor store. We go get something to eat. Okay, it was one point he got out the car. So I'm like, friend, what do you think? She was like, friend, I really like him for you. He's handsome. He's cool as hell. Like, he seemed like a vibe. Like, y'all vibe, you know, y'all vibing. Y'all vibe is vibing. Like, I like y'all together. And I'm like, I know, friend. So you think he's a keeper? She was like, yes, friend. He's definitely a keeper. Okay? So we up at the room. We playing games, we taking shots, we having fun, like vibing out, y'all. The vibe was vibing, okay? So then me and my friend, we step out to go have a smoke. Then we come back in, okay? Everything's still cool at this point. So when we come back in, my friend goes to use the bathroom, okay? I go over on the bed with him. We cuddling with him, hugging up on him, kissing up on him and stuff. And then all of a sudden I hear him say, your friend just said, are you outside? So I said, what? He was like, she just said, are you outside? I said, no, she didn't. Like, what are you talking about? He was like, yes, she did. I know what I heard. I'm like, she did not say that. She's literally FaceTiming one of her friends, okay? So he set up, and it seemed like as soon as he set up, you heard a knock on the door, okay? So then he jump up, he goes to the door, he like, fat, hand me my shirt. So I hand him his shirt, and then he was like, ask who is it? And I'm like, who is it? I look out the peephole, nobody's out there. In my head, I'm just thinking like, it's some kids playing on the door. That's what kids do at hotels. They knock and run. They do it on TikTok all the time. So then my friend coming out the bathroom, right? So he put on his shirt and he look at her and say, if anything happen, I'm taking your head off first. I turned around and looked and said, Lucifer? Okay, so I'm not going to make this too long, so y'all got to come back for part 2 so I can tell y'all how I met Lucifer, Javante Satan last night in the flesh. Friend, did you come back for part 2? You're definitely messy. You're definitely messy. Okay, part 2. So I looked at the Lucifer, and I'm like, why? Like, what is going on? Like, I'm confused, right? Like, what are you angry about? Like, why are you coming at her like that? This dude talking about she told somebody, she asked somebody, was they outside? She's got somebody coming up here to set me up, to rob me. This is that and the third. I'm like, bro, what? You are being real crazy right now. She never said that at all. You are tripping, okay? So he gets on the phone and calls his brother. So he shares his location with his brother. So his brother's on his way up there. His brother on the phone talking stuff. So not only is the brother on the way, he on the phone talking stuff. He act like he finna knock my friend out. Y'all, he is holding us hostage in this room. Okay? He is standing in front of the door and will not move. And every time we trying to get to the door, he's like pushing us back, like acting like he's finna knock us out. Y'all, so him and my friend steady going back and forth. He like, fat, get your partner, get your partner. I'm like, I am getting hurt, but you gotta calm down too. So they going back and forth. Before I knew it, he slid the bag off the Crown Royal bottle. Had it like that, like, and was getting ready to crack her with it. So I grabbed his hand like, you not doing this. You need to calm down. Like, what are you? Nobody is trying to do nothing to you. Nobody's trying to do nothing to you. Y'all, this man does not even carry cash on him. Everywhere we go, he tapped to pay. I've never even seen him use a debit card. I always see him use his phone. So what they was finna come up there, put a pew to your head, say, put your face in the phone and do the face ID and empty your cash up? Like, what? I'm confused. What are you talking about? At this point, I'm so pissed off, I take my cut water and I just launched it. And it hit the AC unit and the whole AC unit broke. And I didn't care at that point because I'm ready to go. You are tripping. Like, why would I try to set you up to get robbed? You know where I live at. You know where my mom live at. My kids live here. Why would I do that? And you use tap to pay. I'm confused. So the brother get there, he barged in the room talking stuff to us. They all trying to talk to. We are two females who did nothing to you. Like, y'all feel real tough, two females? Y'all, what's so crazy, if they would have stayed there 5 minutes longer, they would have seen the lady cussing out her two sons for going around and knocking on people's doors when they were supposed to be going downstairs to the vending machine and back. If they would have stayed there 5 minutes, they would have seen it. Crazy. Needless to say, we get outside. I'm trying to get, he pushing me away from the truck. Talking about, you trying to set me up, F you, da, da, da. Y'all, I'm so done. And what is so crazy, y'all, I really, really liked him. Like, I really liked him a lot. He even met my kids. That's how much I liked him. Like, I can't believe it. Like, I don't want to talk to nobody else. Like, I'm done. Done. I'm over it, friend. I'm over it. I'm done.
I don't have very much to say about this at the moment, but I've gotten some comments asking why I went to the mental hospital. Long story short, a man drove me clinically insane. I went fucking insane, and I didn't even enjoy any part of the relationship. I don't fucking know, but like, I was with him for like 6 years of my life, and he broke up with me one afternoon. It was fucking stupid. Okay, I'll give you this. The day before, it was a Monday, right? He was supposed to come over, but that morning he texts me, I'm gonna have a personal day to myself. I'm gonna be home all day. I take a nap at like 5 to 7. I check his location. He's at the fucking gym with his friends. That doesn't sound like a very personal day to me. And then I talked to him about it, and then he was like, I need alone time. I need separate time from you. And like, basically that he needed space from me, right? So we leave off on that. Next day, he was supposed to come over again because he didn't have work, and then he had work for the rest of the week, and then I had my Christmas party that Saturday. So Tuesday, I wake up, I text him, hey, am I still seeing you today? And he's like, that's up to you. And I'm like, literally, no, it's not. You can't drive, you're coming to my house. You're the one that wanted space for me. He's like, no, it's up to you. And I'm like, I tell him that, and he's basically, no, it's up to you, no, it's up to you. And I'm like, okay then. Like, it wasn't very clear what I was saying, but I was like, okay, then come over. Like, come over. I'm asking you to come over. I'm asking you where you are. It's 1 p.m. at this point. You told me you were coming over. You're not here. So another hour goes by after I text him if he's coming or not. We both didn't really give an answer. Like, I just explained that, whatever. It's 2 p.m. I'm like, so are you not coming? And he's like, there's screenshots of this on my phone somewhere, but he's basically like, you didn't say you wanted me to, yada yada, and somehow that turned into an argument. And Some more details into our relationship. This dude did not hug me, did not kiss me, did not hold my hand in public. Like, I'd go to hold his hand and like 3 seconds later he'd be fucking messing with his hair or something. Like, I don't even know. Anything but holding my fucking hand and loving on me, right? And when he would come over, fuck, TikTok and leave. Or TikTok fuck and then leave. So, right. He would only come over when it was convenient for him. Say, like, he came over after school because he lives 25-ish minutes away from me. The school is 12 minutes away from my house. So when he was at school, he'd just come to my house. Or if he was going to work, which is like 2 minutes down the street from our school, he'd come over after work. And then at that point, it'd be like 6 p.m. And then he'd leave at 8 because he has to go to sleep. Bitch would stay up until like 2 to 3 in the morning playing Siege, and then would be mad when I'm like, I thought you were going home to go to bed, yada yada. It's personal time, it's personal space. Okay. Just say you don't want to be with me literally fucking ever. And there was times he's left my house extremely early because he had to, and then he goes and hangs out with his 19 fucking boyfriends and then have sex and drug alcohol parties, drinking parties, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So, yeah. Basically didn't care about me at all. Didn't really do nothing for me, to be honest. But I forgot the main point, because now I'm just complaining. Oh, so he broke up with me, and for some reason I went crazy. Like, obviously I was devastated, because it's like 6 years of my life meant fucking nothing. It literally meant nothing. So I'm like freaking out. But the thing is, he texts my mom and my best friend before he tells me he's breaking up with me. So my mom's coming up here, and she's like, are you and so-and-so arguing? And I'm like, no, because I hadn't read the message at that point, like, of him breaking up with me, because he texted my mom, me and Ash's relationship is going to end soon. So my mom comes up here, and I look at my phone, I start crying, obviously. Whatever, I freak out. She won't get out of my room. See, I don't know how far into detail I should go about this. I leave my room. I'm in a jacket. I'm in my underwear. My house is secluded. You can't see my house from the road. I live on top of a hill. There's a long driveway going up. I wasn't going fucking anywhere, but because she wouldn't leave me alone, and because I was trying to talk to this guy, I was trying to call him, and he didn't fucking pick up. Sorry, I have acid reflux. And he wasn't picking up. I was just freaking out. So I ran out of my house. I wasn't going anywhere. I was just trying to talk to him without my mom being up my fucking butt, okay? She runs after me, tackles me, takes my phone. I run away. I run in my house. She comes in my house behind me, and, like, she, like, scoops me up with the inside of her elbow. Like, she has me by my neck, and I'm on the couch, and she's over the couch. Like, she's behind the couch. She has her arm. She's over me. Does that make sense? I don't fucking know. And I'm screaming, I can't fucking breathe. I can't fucking, because she's choking me. Trying to get, calm down, calm down. Okay. Because I'm going to calm down with your arm around my neck. But, so, at some point, I, like, grab her by her hair, and I'm like, psh, psh, psh. And that's when I think she called the police on me. But, let me just finish this. My dad comes in the house after, or, like, during this, and he's like, what the fuck is going on? So, and it, like, gets her off of me. I run to my room. I lock the door. They lockpick the door. I tell them, leave me alone. They won't leave me alone. And this is really bad. I don't know if I want to say this. I try to push my dad out of my room, which results in me. And then I said I wanted to die. But how serious was I? And that's when my mom said she called the police, right? But I'm sitting there. I just got attacked by my mom and my dad. I just got broken up with. I realized that, like, our relationship didn't fucking matter. He never cared about me in the first place. I don't really know what else I was supposed to do in that moment. I don't really know. Like, I couldn't even cry without them being up my fucking butt. But, yeah, so my dad steps out in the hallway after realizing what he said, which I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say that. But, that's what prompted me to say that I want to die. What he said. But I'm not gonna say that. He steps out of my room for a second, and I'm like, can I shut the door? Can I shut the door? Because I literally, I don't have my phone. I don't have a way to talk to him anymore. I just want to be alone. And I was saying this the entire time. But he won't let me shut the door, and he's standing outside of the hallway because I guess my mom is calling the police. I don't fucking know. But, so he won't let me shut the door. That's the point. I run to my bathroom window to escape. No, but like, I was trying to get away from the situation. I was trying to escape. If you get it, you get it. But next thing you know, my dad is back in the room and he's yelling at my mom, and then next thing I remember, I'm like standing like over in this corner of my room, like away from my dad and everybody. But next thing you know, a police officer comes in my room and he's like, so tell me what happened. So I tell him everything, and because I said that I want to die and that I tried to jump out my window, they took me to the ER to get evaluated or something. I was there for like a really long time, until the next day, Wednesday. And then they tell me I was going to Three Rivers, a mental hospital. And I missed my fucking Christmas party. And yes, I do blame this fucking guy. He drove me insane. I'm telling you. And don't tell me I could have left. I fucking know. I regret that third portion of my life. It was like a third of my life. Yeah, but I don't really know what I expected when staying with a cheater and a liar, a serial liar and manipulator, and a guy that wanted to kill me. He said that he wanted to be the reason that I die, the thing to take my life. Anyways, end of story for now. I have 20 seconds left. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it.
So after my dad met me, he always visited my house, okay? And he did have a wife, so I already had another built-in stepmom. But I didn't care because I wasn't chasing no kind of like parental-child relationship. No, I just wanted to know like the facts. But he pushed to have a relationship. Like, he honestly adored me and my husband. He loved us, and he loved hanging out with us because we were young and we drank a lot, and it was just really cool. You know, like, it was kind of like we were all just drinking buddies. But I mean, I don't think his wife liked that, and I don't think she liked the idea of him investing time in me, because she wanted him to invest more time into her daughter. Because basically, like, I was just like a stranger coming into the picture, and I'm like, hey, you know, I'm your daughter. But like I said, I was not looking for that. Never was. I never needed anything from these people. No, because my man has always handled business. I never asked them folks for money or anything. But when me and him started getting closer, they asked me if I wanted to go on a beach trip with them without my dad, without my bio dad. Because at this time, I wasn't talking to the people who raised me. Because since they don't want to act like parents, I wasn't going to honor them as parents. So I was like, fuck you, I'll get a new dad. But not really. That was the ongoing joke, though. It is what it is. They really pushed having me in their family, and I accepted. You know, like, I was okay with coming around and folks always text me when I'm trying to do this. I was okay with going around, you know, my biological family and getting answers and just getting to know my biological grandparents, you know. I was fine with that. But the beach trip, they asked me to go on a beach trip with her and her daughter and her daughter's daughter and all her daughter's friends, and they all rode horses. They were all in like barrel racing, like a group of barrel racing girls. Okay, so I grew up, Y'all know how I grew up, okay? So there was definitely no money. We could not afford to have expensive hobbies like this, so I don't relate to these women. And back then, I was kind of rowdy. I was kind of, some would like to say white trash. I am fucking white trash at heart. You can take the girl out the trailer park, but you can't take the trailer park out the girl. I'm a fucking trailer park kid. And I smoke cigarettes, and I drink beer, and I cuss, and I don't go to church, and I don't mold into what they wanted me to be. Okay? With that being said, I don't want to go to the beach with these women because I'm scared. And it hasn't even been that long that I've been involved. It's been like, I don't know, a year, give or take, less than a year. No. And after I said no, shit got weird. It's like they didn't want me around anymore. They quit talking to me. When I got pregnant with my daughter, I sent out a group text announcing it. And I got a congratulations, lowercase letters, no emojis, no hearts, not a nothing. And my biological dad did not respond to the message. It was sent to him and his wife. Neither responded. Like, I immediately peeped that shit and made a mental note in my mind. Oh, they're being weird. Okay, so now I got to be over the top weird now. Not really, but I eventually got to that point though. But I invited them to my baby shower, and I didn't want to invite them, but my husband told me that I needed to, just to see what would happen. So I invited them. They didn't show, and later I seen that the day of my baby shower was the day that they had their grandson's birthday party, had a pool party for their grandson. No, I'm sorry. It wasn't a baby shower. It was a gender reveal. They didn't come to the gender reveal. They didn't come to the baby shower either, but I didn't invite them to the baby shower. I only invited them to the gender reveal to see how they would act. No show, no response, nothing. They didn't even communicate to me that, oh, we're not going to be able to do that day because we're going to have a birthday party and, this has already been planned in advance. If there's anywhere that we can meet and, see you, talk to you, be there for you, celebrate you and Trent, go out to eat, anything on any different day. Nothing like that. Now, we had been on vacation with these people. We used to go over there all the time, every day, and swim. I would go over there and talk to my dad for hours on end, hang out with him, bond with him. We went places together. We had a good relationship going. But when I got pregnant, they were kind of like, hands off, don't want anything to do with me now. I'm not sure why. I don't know if it's because I said no about going on that girls trip. I'm allowed to say no. If I don't want to fucking do something, I don't have to do it. If I don't feel comfortable doing it, I'm not going to do it. They didn't want Trent to go. They didn't want my dad to go. So, no, nobody I know is going. So, no, my answer is no. And his wife had been weird to me anyway. And her daughter. And her daughter didn't like Trent. She got mad at Trent one time because when we very first met them, I got married in April. My birthday's May 12th. So, I got married in April, and my birthday is May 12th. So it was like that time frame. Trent tried to throw me a surprise party. Not a surprise party. It's more like a surprise birthday dinner. I knew I was going to get something to eat, but he had invited everybody, blah, 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 blah. And he didn't invite the stepmom's daughter. So now her daughter has a problem with Trent, and it's a big thing. And now nobody is speaking to Trent. So this new family is also toxic. And also she would get mad that Trent, when we were in Tennessee, he was watching football and was cussing, because how men are when they yell at the TV. She got mad. And so Trent just never really liked her since, because, why are you so uptight? But, yeah. They did not support me at all. And then when I had my daughter, if you are an OG follower, then you know that I had a very traumatic birth. She had a very traumatic birth. And she was 10 pounds and 6 ounces. She got stuck in the birth canal for 4 minutes, lost 4 minutes of oxygen, and was basically in ICU. Well, she was in NICU for 12 days. This lady reaches out to me and says, hey, we heard about Austin, and I just wanted you to know that we put you on our prayer list at church. I did not respond because I felt like that was rude. Don't put me on no motherfucking prayer list. I don't need prayer. I'm protected. I have my own belief. I ain't worried about y'all or what y'all think I need help with. Because I don't drink anymore. I don't smoke anymore. I don't even do all that stuff anymore. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. And I don't drink anymore. I still cuss. Because I season. It's seasoning. Word seasoning. But yeah, apparently I need prayer. I don't need your prayer. I needed y'all's presence. We were getting attention on Facebook. Everybody was, loving on us, giving us attention because Austin was in bad shape. Then they want to reach out. And still my dad hasn't reached out to me. I have not heard from that man to this day.
I just wanted to share something that just happened to my mom. She was scammed in the most horrific way possible, and I'm going to share this story just so you know what scammers are capable of right now in this day of age. So yesterday, my mom received a call that I had rear-ended someone or got into a car accident, and I was crying and I was about to call the police. This never happened, but this is the story that they made up. I was crying and I was about to call the police, and the people I ran into were illegal, drug cartel people, and they said to my mom in very broken English that they had drugs and guns in the car, so the police could not get involved, and that they had taken my phone, they had me in the car, and as long as my mom cooperated with them, they would let me go and everything would be okay. And the worst thing is, because of the technology we have nowadays with AI, they AI'd my voice, because I do post on social media. They got my voice. So my mom thought she was speaking to me, who was hyperventilating, tied up. She literally was speaking to me as an AI generated voice, thinking I was tied up in someone's car. My mom thought I was in the situation for 1 or 2 hours. They had her on the phone, transferring money, going to different banks. If she wasn't talking to them, she had to be counting the whole time so that they knew she wasn't asking for help. They literally said they had my phone, so if she went to text me to check if I was okay, they would have hurt me. And maybe she should have texted one of my friends to call me. Maybe she should have gotten another device out to check my location. But when you're in that state of emotion and they play on your fear, I can't blame her. She could have sent so much more money. It could have been so much worse. But still, the amount that they got and the way that there's no way she could find them. She's already filed police reports and talked to her bank and done everything you can, but when you get scammed like that, they know how to freaking cut it off so you can't see it again and they can't be found, and it's heart-wrenching. And at this point, it's not about the money. We're just happy that this didn't actually happen and using it for awareness for my family, for my loved ones. And now I'm posting this just so if you see it, to tell people that this is happening. They can AI generate your voice and take advantage of you and play on your fears, whether it's your family member, your friend. Information is out there, social media. It makes it easy to connect people and play on their fears. So please spread the word that this is happening and stay safe. And I know that God will take care of those scammers, and just karma's a bitch, but this fucking sucks. And my heart and my mind will never forget that phone call I got from my mom when she thought it was all over and I was let go and I was just on the Stairmaster in the gym. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Ripley. I'm 22. I'm an alcoholic. I've been sober from alcohol since April 7th, 2024. And the story I have for you today, I have been so embarrassed of for so long. I have literally only told one person about it, and that was my best friend Cole, and he said that TikTok needs to hear about it too. So this is my first ever night of college. Allow me to set the scene for you, okay? So I was 18, heading off for my freshman year at the University of Arizona, and I was moving into my dorm, Huachuca. Cream of the crop, I know. Built in the 50s, has not been touched since. I think they're closing it next year to redo it. It was not redone when I lived there. I'm from Colorado, and there were 7 of us from my high school that ended up going to University of Arizona. So somebody's mom organized a cute little barbecue thing over the summer. So got to hang out with all the people that were going to U of A, knew who all was gonna be there. The day I moved in, 2 guys from that group of 7 offered to come help me move stuff up to my dorm because there was also no elevator in my dorm and I was on the 3rd floor. Rough. Super nice of them. They came over, they helped me move some stuff in, and then they left. And I spent the rest of the day putting my dorm together, putting all my stuff away, hanging things up, etc. Go to dinner with my parents, they drop me back off at my dorm, and I'm like, let's fucking go. What did I pack? What did I pack for college? I packed vodka for college because I didn't know where I'd be able to use my fake ID to go get alcohol, so I brought my own. So in one of the many trips up and down the stairs, my handle of vodka was in there somewhere, so I cracked that bit open and I invited those 2 guys back over to my dorm because I didn't know anybody else at U of A. By the time that they got to my dorm, I was already plastered. I was already drunk, and then we all drank together.
getting later and I am just drunk plotting. I was like, yeah, you'll do. I want you. The other guy ends up leaving. That guy ends up staying. So, yeah, I was not sleeping alone in my twin XL my first night in my dorm room in college. Woke up in the morning, barely spoke. He left. I went on a walk. I put on my like little Lululemon set that I got on sale from the outlet mall because it's like a heinous green color. That's why it's on sale. But like your girl can't afford real Lulu. I'm on a walk. Like clearly I look like a local already because like someone stopped me and was like, where is the nearest dispensary? And I was like, girl, I got no clue. I have no idea. I literally just moved here. And then made it back to help my roommate move in. The fact that I've brought my own vodka because like I didn't know when I could get it next, that like that was the first thing I wanted to do the second I had freedom from like my parents and I'm like now living on my own, is like black out and like hook up with someone like I didn't really want to hook up with like that much. Unfortunately, it only gets worse from there. My second night of college, didn't even make it home. So night 3 of college was the first time that I like slept in my bed as you're supposed to do. Yeah, that's what I did with my first ever taste of freedom. Just blacked out. Great.
Do you guys want to hear some small town Ohio drama, but it's about me? I'll give you the tea. Okay, so it is April 15th. It's April 15th and this has been the worst fucking year for me. Okay, let's start in January. I had a boyfriend of 2 years, and the whole 2 years, it was nothing but lying. I took care of him and his kid. He never had a job. I took care of him and his kid. Like, he didn't pay for anything. He really didn't do anything. I still had to clean the house. I don't know. Sydney, I'm really kind of a dumb bitch, right? I don't have a dad. I have daddy issues. Anyway, so, 3 days after I break up with him, and he's still not leaving my house, but like whatever, my boss decides to call me because he just got out of jail for a DV between him and his wife both went to jail. Okay, so he calls me and we were like, we were pretty friends, like we were friends, right? And never thought anything before this, whatever. So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll meet up with you for a drink, that's fine. I go ahead and I meet up with him and he hits on me that night. And I was like, okay, maybe it's just the trauma, he just got out of jail, maybe it's the trauma. So, then he asked to meet me for dinner the next night. Who am I to say no to a free dinner? I love a good Applebee's. Anyway, so, meets up with me and hits on me again there. And I was like, you know what? Like, he's really funny, he makes me laugh, he's really nice to me, he tells me I'm pretty, we have a pretty good friendship. And, what's the best way to get over one person is to get under another. So here we are. So yeah, by that weekend we started sleeping together. Hashtag Red Roof Inn. You know what? They got redone and they're not that bad. They're pretty cheap for $70 a night. Anyway, so fast forward to Valentine's Day weekend. I'm in the service industry. If anybody knows, in the service industry, especially in nice restaurants, which is where I work in, it's just absolute hell. It's not great. It's not great. We think World War III is going to happen now. Nope. It's every Valentine's Day in the service industry. Anyway, so that Thursday, I'm getting a call from my ex time and time again. And I'm like ignoring it because like, don't bother me. You know what I mean? Well, long story short, I finally answer it. And he tells me, I had 3 dogs at the time. He tells me that my sweet boy Miles Garrett, love you Pookie. Anyway, so my sweet boy Miles is dead, and he claimed that my other dog, who I'd had for 5 years, never once been aggressive. He claimed that dog that has 3 legs and is 30 pounds less killed Miles, okay? Anyway, long story short, found out my ex-boyfriend killed my dog. Yeah, okay, so I didn't go home for a few days after that, stayed with my manager in a hotel. We should also note that I was told that he was in the process with a lawyer to get divorced, and I don't have a reason not to think that, because like all that happened with him, and I'm like, yeah, you probably are getting divorced. Okay, so he's like super nice to me every single night. We're giving each other kisses after work, talking about our day, blah, blah, blah. Like, he's texting me, telling me I'm so pretty and I'm hot, and he's coming over to my house because finally my ex-boyfriend left, right? So he's coming over to my house and whatnot. Okay, well,
I had a lapse of judgment one night, and my manager wasn't answering his phone, and I drank some margaritas and a bottle of wine, and sue me for being a girl and not trying to add to the body count, but I invited my ex over. Okay, invited my ex over, whatever. Well, that time when he was over, yeah, no, he hid a camera in my bedroom. Okay, so then we fast forward to my manager comes back over later that week. I'm sorry, okay? I'm really not like this. My body count's not that high. I'm a 28-year-old girl. Sue me. Anyway, so he hides that camera in my bedroom, and we're in the middle of the act, my manager and I hear a knock at the door. Okay? And I had past instances where my ex, who didn't have a license, would just show up at my house on like a bike, a motorized scooter. He would like freak out over something. I would have to leave my house, but he would always like knock on my bedroom window. If I was in the shower, he'd be knocking on my bathroom wall, like, you know, losing his mind, telling me he's gonna himself, like all the things, like, oh my God, okay? So once I heard the knock and then I did not hear a knock at my window, I was like, that's crazy, because that's definitely not going to be him. Look at my cameras and it's the police, okay? So when I looked at my cameras, I noticed that my ex had called me 5 times. I'm like, that's weird, because like, what are the odds, right? Anyway, so he did a fake wellness check on me. I looked at the cops and I was like, I'm fine. I was naked like 10 seconds ago, so I think I'm okay. They laugh and they go, okay, cool, whatever. So then after my manager leaves, I then text, oh yeah, because that was also a red flag. He wouldn't want to stay the night. Okay. So then I go ahead and I text my ex. I'm like, if you don't give me enough reminders as to why I broke up with you, this is one, because you're insane, whatever. Sends me a recording of what I just did. Okay. So anyway, now he's in jail. I have court for that tomorrow morning. And then today, April 15th, so this started back, like January 12th, probably somewhere around there. I get a message from my manager's wife. And I say wife, not ex-wife, because they are very much still married. And he was very much sleeping with me and her and lying to both of us, because he was telling me that I have all these text messages too, which I do plan on sending her when I get home. I have messages of him saying that like, oh, she's just so mean to me. I told her I didn't love her anymore. I just want her out of my house. All these things, blah, blah, blah. Not the case. He told me he was staying at his grandma's house, his dying grandma's house. He wasn't staying at dying grandma's house. He wasn't doing that. He was at home the whole damn time. Well, that's not coming back on. Anyway, so yeah, yeah, so that's really fun. I need this light on. ADHD. Any whoosies. So, yeah, no, he's been staying at home. He's been fully married this whole time. He's been telling her nothing is going on. He's been whatever. Also, she drops the bombshell on me that not only is he sleeping with me and her, but he's been on Grindr. Okay, going to like the multiple ones, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so that was really cool today. You know what? I really hope he doesn't have a job after this. I hope I still have a job if I don't have a job. I don't know who's over here in the Mid Ohio area that's hiring very experienced and really good bartenders. I'm really cute. I have red hair. It's natural. Anyway, yeah, so that's been my year so far. I'm gonna go to court tomorrow morning and do a victim thing. You know, the video that was taken by my ex from a hidden camera in my bedroom of me and my manager, who now is just like the nastiest, most vile person I think I've ever met. Because don't lie to me, because I'm really fucking chill, okay? I'm chill, but I'm also batshit. And just remember, if you play checkers, I do play chess. And I will play chess every time. Okay? Yeah, so it's just been like a really, really fun year. You know, I've had my kitchen sink piping messed with. I've had my, my ex tried to tamper with my washing machine. There that goes again. You know, everything's fine. It's fine. If you're feeling bad about yourself, don't, because it's only April and I'm losing my mind, okay? Yeah, so anyway, I'm really just waiting on Noah Kahan's album to come out on the 24th, because I think I need it. and it's going to be really good. And I really hope that he releases Staying Still, because that's not on that album thing, and I'm going to lose my mind if I don't hear that song, like actually hear that song. Anyway, I have way more stories and I could probably go in depth. So I guess just let me know if you want to hear more, because like everything's great. Bye. Love ya.
Okay, so here's the neighborhood tea that's going on right now. So we had to redo our invisible fence, and we have an invisible fence in the front and a fenced-in yard in the back. The invisible fence in the front is really important because we can't have our dogs getting out, and that's a liability issue for everyone. Also, we had an issue with our neighbor's dog and my dog, and it occurred on our property, actually in our garage, while my neighbor's dog was off leash. So there's that. Anyway, so we get our invisible fence redone, and we have the little flags out, right? And they've been out there for a while, the flags. I don't know. I mean, I probably could have taken them in sooner, but we have an empty lot on one side of the house, and we have a neighbor that we had this skirmish with on the other side of the house. So the empty lot side, the flags, the neighbor like stalked me, and he like, as I'm like pulling in, it's like he was waiting for me to like come home one day, and he was standing out there waiting. It was so obnoxious. And he flags me down and it's like, oh, hey, you know, you have these flags. I think they're over. I think they're too far over. And I'm like, I really don't know, because I haven't paid attention. My dogs aren't even out front. This is just kind of like a fail safe. So they're not just like hanging out there anyways. And he's like, well, I think they're too far over, and I think they're a bother. And I was like, okay, I'll look into it. So I don't even get a chance to do anything with these flags. And he calls code compliance from the city on us. So he calls the city on us. The city doesn't say anything about our flags, but they're like, oh, we can see a ladder on the side of your house and the garbage cans on the side of the house from the street. So because of that, you have to fix that. And we're like, whatever. So now we're going to put up bushes along this empty lot, because he's so torn up about the empty lot where he doesn't live, where my dogs aren't at. Okay, so this is in regards to my invisible fence neighbor drama. Yes and no. Okay, so in the front of the empty line and my invisible fence, it's in the correct spot. Towards the back, where we don't go, because it's all the way in this back corner of our property, and we don't go anywhere over there, it kind of turns a little bit, and that's where it's over maybe about 10 inches, maybe that. But the issue is if you come up to me and you ask me to see if there's a problem with it, and I was very nice about it. I was like, sure, let me look into this and I'll see, and I'll look at this, because I honestly did not check the way the back corner is, because the front looks fine. So I didn't check the back corner, and it's not his property. He's on the other side of us. So he didn't even see this back corner. But whatever, I said, sure, let me look into it and see, and I'll take care of it. But you don't even give somebody the opportunity to remedy the situation. So the invisible fence is not something that I can move myself, right? So the invisible fence people have to come and move it. So it would take them coming out to the property and moving it, which is, again, not like, fine, whatever, we can fix that. But it's going to take a little bit of time, and it's not going to be tonight or tomorrow. You tell me at 5 p.m., it's not getting fixed tonight. Like, I can't even call the company, they're closed. So if you really want to work towards a, compromise, a solution, me fixing the problem, then you also have to give me an opportunity to fix it, right? I mean, that's just like common sense. And it was not done like maliciously. Again, this is not on his side. This is on the other side of the property. And nobody even uses that lot back there in the corner too, because it's a pinched lot. So it's on like canal access. And so that lot there is oh, there's one of my dogs, is the issue. So, we try really hard. Guys, invisible fences are great. So I think everyone should have to understand the limitations of an invisible fence. It's not the same as a physical fence, but the dogs are trained, okay? We have a fenced-in backyard, but we cannot have a fence in the front. So that's just the city ordinance and guidelines. We have rules about what we can and can't have. And so we have an invisible fence in the front, and that is more like a fail-safe. Our one dog has a really high prey drive, and we have a lot of rabbits in the front yard. So he used to sneak out to get to the rabbits because they just made him like crazy. He'd have like rabbit fever. And when we put the invisible fence in, he knows he can't go past it. So my dogs are very well trained with the invisible fence, and they work fantastically, okay? Really, the invisible fence is all about training for the dogs. And you know, kind of how you teach them and what level the invisible fence is, because they have different levels in terms of what kind of shock and warning they get. The dogs are just fine, and we have to do this for everyone's safety. Now, again, things can always happen. Other people's dogs can get off leash. The problem also is my neighbors just routinely on a every single day basis allow their dogs to walk off leash. And they're not walking right next to them. They're meandering along and going into other people's garages and other people's property. So that's kind of on them. We do our part to keep everyone safe, to keep our dogs safe, right? Because we have to keep them safe, and we can't let them just get out of the home and the yard, and that puts them at risk. So we do our part, and invisible fences are amazing. But again, you have to understand the limitations of them, and the dogs have to be really well trained with them. And you still have to be kind of a responsible dog owner. So this is us being responsible. I don't know why everyone dislikes them.
So I dated a man for 3 months who apparently did not find me attractive and then put me in the bro zone. What the fuck? Basically, this man and I, we met in February, okay? February. It's May. We had our first date in February. That's a long time to be going on dates. And we went on some really good dates. Like, we went to a Broadway show, and we went mini golfing, and we did events, which I love because I don't drink. And he loved that I didn't drink, and he would think of ideas for us to do that didn't involve drinking. We went to Yankees games. We went to everything, okay? It was so thoughtful. And this man, he traveled a lot, okay? So, like, I would see him maybe, like, 2-3 weeks consecutively, and then he had to travel for, like, 2-3 weeks consecutively. So there would be, like, a lot of gaps in between our dates and whatever. But we were still talking every day, texting. I was like, damn, like, this guy really likes me. And you know what? I really like him. Now, here's the pickle that we found ourselves in. I am moving. I am moving to Boston in less than a month. I move at the end of June. It is coming up fast. And this man, he was anxious. He was nervous. He was scared of me moving. He brought it up so many times. He don't know if he could do long distance. Fine, I get it. That's a lot. But I was like, hey, you know what? I'm having fun right now. Let's just keep it going. Let's see what happens. And we'll deal with the future when it comes. And he was always like, great idea. Let's do that. On one of his trips in April, he texted me and goes, you know what? I've decided I can't do long distance and I think we should end it. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, not much for me to do there, you know? I just kind of let it go. I was like, all right, fine. We'll end it. No big deal. Fine. A week later, who's in my text messages? He is. He goes, hey, I miss you. Hey, I think I end things too fast. Let's get together. And I was like, all right, cool. Sounds good. So we hang out again. Except from that point on, we go on 3 more dates. Three more dates. He does not kiss me once. Not a single kiss. And I was like, this is getting kind of weird. This is getting kind of strange. And our dates progressively went from let's go watch a game at the bar to let's just hang out in my apartment and watch the game. And now listen, I am all for sports. I love sports. I worked in sports. I'm all for watching sports. I don't want to watch sports every time I hang out with you, okay? I want to be doing other things. I want to be getting to know each other still. I want there to be some sort of expectation. I don't want to just be hanging out in your apartment watching sports, okay? But that's what he did. And on the last time we hang out, which was like 3-4 days ago, this is recent, He invites me over. He's like, let's watch the hockey game. I'm like, of course. Why would we not watch the Stanley Cup playoffs? Of course. Hockey game's over. He goes, let's put on the Cavs game. I was like, Jesus Christ. Okay, fine. Let's put on the Cavs game. I am so angry at this point. I'm so angry at this point. And finally, at this point, he still had not kissed me. Now, meanwhile, there were 2 other times that we hung out. I slept in this man's bed. He did not kiss me once. I was on my side of the bed. He was on his side of the bed. There was no cuddling. There was no kissing. There was nothing. So finally, he's putting on the Cavs game. And I was like, you know what? Is something wrong? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, is something wrong? What is going on? You won't even kiss me anymore. Like, what is wrong? And he was like, huh. I guess I hadn't realized that. I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean you haven't? He's like, I just haven't realized that, like, yeah, we haven't really kissed him much. And I was like, yeah, because you haven't initiated it, and every time I try to initiate it, you pull away. He goes, oh, if I'm doing that, it's not intentional. I was like, then why are you doing it? What's going on? What's wrong? What is happening? And he was like, huh. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just see you more as, like, a bro. A bro. And I was like, are you attracted to me? And he was like, yeah, you're really pretty. But I was like, that's not what I asked. I know I'm really pretty. Are you attracted to me? And he said, I guess not. I just really like hanging out with you because you like to watch sports. And I said, go find a friend. And I left. I'm so done with New York. See you soon, Boston.
My sophomore year of high school, I used to do some crazy shit, so I'm gonna tell you guys about it while I do my skincare. So in the summer of freshman year going into sophomore year, I got my first boyfriend ever. And it's usually supposed to be a cute story that I could retell to my kids about my first love, but no, he was very lustful. And little 14, 15-year-old me thought that was love, which now looking back at it, I know it's not. But he would ask me to come over sometimes, and you know, it was like 2 a.m. And no sane parent is letting their kid leave their house at like 3 a.m, 2 a.m. So I would like prop my door open and sneak out at 2 a.m, walk in my dark neighborhood. It's in the suburbs, so it's still like, it's pretty dangerous for a little girl to be walking out at night, and like walk maybe like a mile to his house. I would get to his house and, you know, we did God knows what. And then around 4 a.m, that's probably when we would be done hanging out and doing whatever. And I would literally walk a mile home. This was happening like mostly every weekend too, by the way. So I would genuinely just sneak out of my house every weekend to go see this man and do whatever. And in the dark, by the way, like this was so dangerous. I don't know why I was doing this. And my parents still have no idea about it. Another thing that I used to do was I had a basement in my house and I put LED lights all around it. Me and my friends decorated it cute, put a mattress down there. And you know what we used to do? We would steal from our parents, like bottles and bottles of them. Like one time my friend, her dad like had this house that like this lady died in, and he like owned the house, so they went in and like was clearing her house out, and she dead ass stole alcohol bottles and would bring them like to our basement. And that was like our little spot, because you know, like when you're at that age, like you're curious, like everyone's drinking around you, so obviously like we want to try that. But I think like we did it a little bit too much. But we would genuinely do like everything down there, like anything bad we were doing down there, and my parents had no idea. They would be sleeping upstairs. I would invite like groups of my friends over just to do unspeakable business. And then one day my parents went down to the basement to clean it up, and they found every single thing, and they crashed them. I genuinely thought like my life was over. I was like, oh my god, like I'm going to die, like this is the day I'm going to die. And they went to all of my friends' parents' houses, took photos of every single thing that was down there and like showed them, and I was like, and then I got my phone taken away. But the next day was the first day of sophomore year, so honestly like I had a good run in the whole summer, and then exactly like on the last day, like before school, I got caught. But I feel like enough time has passed now where like I can talk about this and not like get in any legal trouble for this. But yeah, now my skincare is all done and everything in this video is alleged. Like guys, I swear.
I had the weirdest fucking time last night at the bar because I've been talking to this girl for a couple weeks and we were really getting along. We were really into each other. Or so I thought. I don't fucking know. I'm confused. I'm confused as fuck. And as of lately, I've been kind of backing off of her because I thought that she wasn't into me anymore. Because like, yeah, you're a queen, I'm gonna put effort in, but at the same time, I'm also a queen, so I'm not about to put my energy where it's not being valued, you know what I mean? Like, the fuck? Like, and we had plans to hang out yesterday,
But then she posts on her story that she's gonna hang out with her other friend. So she didn't even tell me, but she posted about it. So that's why I'm like, okay, so her and her friend are gonna go out to the bar tonight, even though we had plans. I'm like, okay, whatever, like, it's fine. Like, I don't make a big scene out of things. I'm just like, all right, I'll go do my own thing, you know what I mean? And then later on, she texts me, she's like, oh, are we gonna hang out? And I'm like, I guess, like, we could, yeah, fuck it, we can hang out. So I'm like, I'm assuming I'm gonna meet you guys at the bar. She's like, yeah, like, well, I'll meet you there. And I'm like, okay. So our was supposed to be date night turned into a hangout with her friend at the bar, which was also fine. Like, I was just like, whatever, like, I didn't make a big thing out of it. And I meet him at the bar, and then when I walk up to them, immediately the energy is fucking weird. Like, I immediately feel unwanted. Like, as soon as I walk up to them, I'm like, oh, hi girls, like, you know, bringing some energy. I'm kind of nervous to meet her friend, but I'm just like, oh, hey guys. They instantly look at me like they didn't know I was fucking coming. Like, I fucking interrupted a date with them. Like, that's the fucking energy was giving. Like, I fucking interrupted them because I know they were having a good conversation. I could tell they were getting like, you know what I mean? Like, they were having a girly conversation before I walked up, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, hi. The fuck? Bitch, you should have been like, oh my god, hey girl, oh my god, you look so cute. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the energy was not giving what it was supposed to give. And then I stand around for a minute. They're both sitting down, and there's not a chair for me. And so I'm just kind of standing there for a second, and like, I'm trying to talk to them. And then after a while, like after a minute, the conversation goes dead because they're not putting energy into talking to me. Like, I feel so unwanted, and it's fucking awkward. And at this point, I'm feeling like I invited myself. Like, they're over here acting like they didn't know I was coming. And so I let the conversation go dead for like a minute. They're sitting here like dead quiet, not even talking to each other at this point. And I'm like, this is hella weird, this is fucking awkward, you know what I mean? And so I'm like, I'm gonna go inside. And no, I actually forgot to mention, okay, so as soon as I woke up, their energy is like hella weird. Like, they're over here acting like they don't fucking like want me here. So I give it a minute, and then I'm like, I'm gonna go get a drink at the bar. And then I go inside, take a couple minutes, grab my drink, and then I go back outside. And then I'm trying to have a conversation with them. I offer them my pen. I'm like, you know what I mean? Trying to talk to them, and they're just giving me nothing. I was like, okay, I'm clearly not wanted here. You guys clearly were enjoying your time together. You guys were having your girl time, and it feels like, you know, like when you're having your girl talk and a fucking man walks in, like your boyfriend walks in, you know, and the conversation goes dead. So I was like, okay, that's what it's giving. I'm gonna go inside and enjoy myself because I'm clearly not wanted in this conversation right now. So I go inside and sit at the bar for a while. I'm talking to the bartender, and we're just like chit-chatting, drinking my drink. And then I go to the bathroom. Well, I go in line to the bathroom, and this guy comes up to me, and he starts talking to me, and we like start having like a full conversation, like a full ass conversation while we're waiting for the bathroom. And we're having a very good conversation, and he's telling me, he was like low-key, I don't know, I think he wanted me, I don't know why wouldn't he, you know what I mean? But I'm just playing. So he asked me, he's like, so are you single? And I'm like, technically yes, technically no. I was like, I'm here with that girl, but it's hella awkward. Like, I'm confused as fuck right now, you know? So I was being honest, like because we're not together, but I was trying to pursue her, you know what I mean? So I was being very honest, and I was like, I'm single, because I am, but I was like, but I'm here with her, but it's fucking awkward, and I feel so unwanted right now. And I was like, so I'm kind of doing my own thing right now. He was like, oh, you should just go talk to her, blah blah blah. And we're like talking about it, and I'm telling him what's going on, and I'm like, dude, like, I feel like they don't want me here. And I'm telling him literally exactly that. I'm telling you guys everything right now, and I'm telling him how I'm feeling. And then out of nowhere, when I'm like talking to him, they fucking come out from behind the curtain to go use the bathroom. So I'm pretty sure they just overheard that whole conversation. And then I'm over here trying to introduce them. I'm like, oh, here are my friends, and they just walk past, fucking ignore me. And I'm like, and it's fucking awkward. And then he like realizes, he's like, oh, those are the girls. And like, they're over here acting like we're like fucking like we don't get along, you know what I mean? So they walk out from behind the curtain. I'm pretty sure they heard that whole conversation, and they're fucking pissed off at me. They fully ignore me when they walk past me. I'm trying to introduce them to my new friend, and I'm like, yo, these are my friends, and you know, like, I'm trying to say their names, and they just fully walk past me and they go into the bathroom. And then I look at him and I'm like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, they're acting like I'm the fucking off or something, you know what I mean? And so they're in the bathroom for a minute, and the energy is just so weird. Like, they are not fucking with me. And then eventually they walk out, and she walks past me, and she's like, we're gonna be outside if you want to join us. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll join you guys in a minute, because I'm not no fucking puppy dog. I'm not about to go outside because all of a sudden you want me around. Like, no. I'm like, even if I were to do that, even if a friend were to treat me like that, like, I wouldn't want to, like, no, I'm not gonna stay where I'm not wanted. Like, you know, I would do the same, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just how I am. And so I'm talking to him for a minute, and they're outside, and I tell him, I was like, I'm gonna go meet them now, you know, after a couple minutes go by. And then I'm walking to go outside, and then she meets me inside, and she's like, hella, like, dead energy. She's like, we're gonna go. And I'm like, oh, okay, like, I guess, like, I hope you guys had fun, have a great night. I was like, you look beautiful. And she's like, yeah, okay, cool. So like, instantly I'm picking up on the energy. I'm like, okay, she doesn't fuck with me anymore. She thinks whatever she thinks in her head, and her walking in on me talking to this guy clearly didn't look good, you know what I mean? So I'm just like, all right, whatever. And so I try to hug her bye. She doesn't even hug me. So I'm just like I take the fucking hand. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go fuck off, you know? And I say bye to her, and then I go back to use the restroom because I was like fixing up my makeup or whatever. And while I'm in there, she like knocks on the door, and I didn't know it was her, and I opened it, and she's like, oh. And I'm like, yeah, go ahead, use the bathroom, whatever, you know? And she comes back outside, and then she's like, yeah, we're gonna leave right now if you want to say bye to us. And I'm like, I just said bye, but yeah, I'll go outside to like say bye to you guys. So walk her back to the bar, and then her friend is full on ignoring me. Like, she's giving me this bitchy ass attitude, and I'm like, not even attitude, just energy, you know what I mean? Like, she's not even looking at me, like she's fed up with me, you know what I mean? And I'm like, all right, whatever, like, we're not friends, so I don't care. And so I just go outside because I'm just like, they said that we're gonna go outside to say bye, so I'm just gonna meet them out here because clearly this is so fucking weird. And so I go outside, eventually they go outside, and then we're saying bye to each other. And then for a second, they're like saying bye to each other, and I'm like standing right here, and they kind of look at each other like hella awkward. They're like, how do I say bye to each other? Like, in my mind, it looks like they want to fucking make out and like kiss goodbye, but I'm right there. You know what I mean? Like, that's the energy it was giving. Like, I want to kiss even my parents right here. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it was fucking giving. Like, they wanted to kiss each other goodbye or something. And so I take the fucking hand. I go inside, and I'm like, all right, bye guys, good night. And I go inside to order another drink because I'm big chilling. Like, I can enjoy my own company. And then she comes inside, follows me right after, and she's like, what are you doing? Like, I wanted to talk to you, blah, blah, blah. You just walk away. And I'm like, I'm confused as fuck. And I'm like, I thought you guys were leaving. And she's like, well, yeah. And then we go outside and we talk, and she's like giving me like this, I don't know. She was like, are you even into me? Like, just let me know. Like, be for real. Like, don't waste my time. Like, do you even want me for real? And I'm like, I'm so confused. And I'm like, and I'm trying to talk this out with her. I'm trying to like communicate with her, and it's just not working out. We're like going in circles, and she's just so dead with me. She was like, okay, cool. And me, I'm still trying to communicate, and I'm like, I do want you. I'm just fucking confused. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how you're feeling. I don't know how to go about this. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to do too much. I don't want, like, you know what I mean? And it was just so weird. And I was trying to talk to her for, like, we were talking for a good minute, and the conversation just kept going dead because she wasn't putting any effort into the conversation. So I was like, clearly she doesn't want to be here. And then I'm like, I'll just walk you to your car, like, good night. And we didn't even like kiss or hug or nothing, good night. And I walked her to her car, and I'm like, drive home safe. And then she texts me, she's like, we can still hang out if you want.
I'm Tiana. I'm sober because I make poor decisions when I drink alcohol, and I'm going to tell you about one of my absolute worst hangover scaries of all time. Okay, to set the scene, I'm a sophomore in college at Arizona State University, and it's finals week in December, but I had one online class where the tests were every like couple months on a Saturday morning at 9 a.m. So it's Friday night. I have my final exam Saturday at 9 a.m. Most people have already left campus and gone home for the holidays, but I didn't because of this test. So this Friday night happens to be my old like RA hall monitor or whatever, like in the dorms. It's his power hour, which if you don't know what that is, it's like a big thing at ASU, and it's like an hour before you turn 21, you like drink a ton and like throw a party on that night, and then at midnight you go to Mill Avenue, which is the street with all the bars, but like you can't get in with a fake ID, so it's like a big deal to go to Mill at midnight. But at that power hour, you can invite everybody who's like not 21 yet, me, to like party with you and like drink a ton until it hits midnight. So everyone who was on my like dorm hall, we all loved our CA, and obviously when he was our CA freshman year, like he couldn't obviously drink with us or anything. He was no longer our CA as we're all sophomores, and so he invited us to his power hour, and I was like, hell fucking yeah, I get to drink with so-and-so, and we were like super hyped. So naturally I went to well, I didn't go to the store, but I had somebody go to the store for me and get a big bottle of blue raspberry Svedka. I am chugging this Svedka, and I am like slap happy. I'm sending my parents, who were in Europe, which will be important to the story later. They're in Europe visiting their friends. My dad's from England. And I'm sending them selfies, and like they're like, don't you have an exam tomorrow morning? And I'm like, oh, it's fine, like whatever. And my dad is like, go to bed, like stop. Anyways, I'm hammered. I'm out until 3 a.m, absolutely hammered. I ordered like a ton. I DoorDashed like a bunch of sushi, which like, why? That's when you know that you're like not right. I think I also went to Taco Bell. So if that gives you an idea of like where I was at. So the plan for Saturday was for me to take my exam, and then I had a flight at noon that was going to take me home to Minnesota for winter break and like the holidays. I wake up on Saturday at noon to a text that says, your flight is now boarding. And I literally have never felt panic like that in my life. This is also at a time where like my parents are booking my flights. Like I don't really know how to do that. I mean, I know it's not that hard to figure out, but like my parents are booking my flights, and yeah, so I realized my parents are in Europe. I just missed my flight, and then it sets in on me that I also just missed my final exam. I'm gonna get a 0, which is gonna tank my grade, and I'm not gonna pass, and then I'm going to need to retake this credit next semester. So full panic sets in. I wake up, I immediately start like crying. I'm seeing like sushi and soy packets, like shit like that, on my floor, and I'm like, fuck my life. So I start calling just like anybody that I can, because again, my parents, I can't get a hold of them. They're in Europe, so they're at like a dinner. It's like 8 o'clock their time, and I'm calling all my friends' parents, my friends, like my friends' friends, like literally anyone, being like, what do I do? Whatever. And I remember one person said to me like, luckily you're Tiana and you're gonna have a Christmas miracle. And I was just like in that mindset of like, what can I possibly do? Like, okay, it's gonna be fine. So I emailed my professor, and I'm like, hey, I am so sorry. I completely missed my final. Is there any way that I can come on campus and take it right now? And like, in my head, I was like, I'll worry about the flight later. I can just buy another flight, whatever. And he responds pretty quickly and is like, hey, Tiana, like I sent out so many emails about the final. Like, did you not know that the final was today? And I responded, I'm like, I did know, like I slept through my alarm and my flight, and I missed my flight home. Like, is there any way that I can come on campus? Like, it's been a day. He responds and literally says, hey, Tiana, unfortunately, I already left campus, but so he's like, you cannot take the test in person, but what I can do is average your other test scores and give you a score for the final. So I got an A on a test that I did not take because I was too blacked out and hungover and slept through my alarm. Then I finally get a hold of my parents, and I'm like telling them, I'm like, obviously I fucked up. One of their friends like takes the phone on FaceTime and is like, Tiana, I'm disappointed in you. I immediately start like bawling. So naturally, my mom like feels super bad for me, and my dad's like, okay, one sec, gets on the phone with Delta. And my dad's like a 1,000,000-mile status or whatever, so like I don't know if he gets to like a specific hotline, but he gets on the phone with Delta and he's like, my daughter is an idiot, she like missed her flight, is there anything we can do? And they're like, yep, we will put her on a flight later this afternoon. So I got another flight for free at like 3 p.m. I got an A on my final. And this was like the best day ever afterwards, and I had 0 consequences. I mean, the anxiety alone was enough to scar me for life. But my parents were like, one day you're gonna fucking learn. And my dad's like, but today is not that day. So that is probably the most iconic story that I have of getting out of like just a terrible situation in college, but it was definitely one of the most traumatizing days ever, but worked out. It's funny now, but don't drink alcohol.
Okay, I have so much to tell you, so just sit tight, please. Sit with me, hang out with me, listen to what I have to say, because this is like insane to me, and I have done nothing but cry happy tears for like the last 2 hours. Y'all, I could literally, like, I'm trying not to cry. I am so overwhelmed and overjoyed. I have chest pain. The feelings, like, okay, so make a really long story short. In February of 2020, my ex headbutted me in the face. He shattered the left side of my face. He broke my jaw. He broke my nose. He shattered my orbital. Shattered 8 teeth. Like, it was bad. Everything was the left side. Top bottom, whatever. And I still had to go to work. I had children I had to take care of. So I went to work for 3 days until my jaw literally burst open at work.
I was so full of infection at that point because I had all these injuries, and within 3 days, my body's trying to fight everything, and it just was a fucking mess. Anyway, I ended up having surgery. I was in the hospital, okay? And then fast forward, a year later, he ends up shooting this girl that I was in the process of trying to save. And she died in November. And then I had to go to trial, okay? So the last 5 years of my life have been fucking traumatic. Even more traumatic than like the actual abuse itself, I think. I don't know. I don't even know how to get these words out. Like, so I've been going to dentist after surgeon, after dentist, after surgeon, after dentist, after surgeon. It's like I'm bouncing back and forth. I'm going to Pittsburgh. I'm driving 2 hours for certain surgeons that are skilled in this because nobody wanted to mess with what I had because I had so much reconstruction done that they were afraid. And everyone's like, we'll just pull. And I was like, no, you're not pulling my teeth. Like, I was absolutely beside myself. And then everyone's like, oh, well, we can pull your teeth and you can spend $30,000. And I don't have $30,000, okay? Today is the anniversary of the day that Savannah got shot. And I had a dentist appointment. Woo! And I'm a nervous wreck because I'm just like, I don't like when people look at my x-rays because then they ask questions and then I have to talk about it. And there's just all these things, right? And honestly, the part that I don't like is just how shocked everybody is because I talk about it so frequently and so much, and it's such a reality for me that it's like, you want me to lie to you? Like, what happened? I got headbutted by my ex. He shattered my face. And I've had multiple surgeries to try to fix everything. And now I'm left with extensive dental work that I can't afford and nobody is willing to help me. And for 5 years, I have searched high and low. I even considered going to Mexico. I was like, I'm going to go across the border in the midst of all the shit that's going on in the world. And I'm going to go down there and I'm going to be able to afford it. And my boyfriend's like, you're not going to Mexico. Like, I was ready to go to Turkey. Like, I would literally go anywhere in the world, okay? America, we need to figure out why dental work is so expensive because there are people that need help, okay? And it's not the dentist's fault. It's not. Anyway, I go to the dentist today and I walk in. And I'm a mess already. As soon as I walk in, I'm a fucking mess. I'm crying. Everyone's like, are you all right? Like, is everything okay? And I was like, listen, this is just very traumatic for me. I have a very hard time with this, but let's just do it. Like, just ignore my tears. Like, I'm okay. I'll be okay. Let's just get done what we got to get done. And this guy comes in, this dentist, and he comes in and he's talking to me, and I'm terrified. I'm petrified, and I'm praying in my head. I prayed the whole way. I'm like, Lord, please, anything but the same thing that everyone has told me. Like, please let this dentist tell me something different. I need some sort of hope because I can't do it anymore. Been almost 6 years of this shit. I can't do it anymore. So he looks at me and he's like, I can fix you. So then I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for it to be like 30 grand. It's only 6. Y'all have no idea. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what to do with myself. I have never... It's like March 26th is just the day my life keeps changing. So, I have never had this much hope before. I don't know. And my boyfriend's like shitting over 6 grand. And I'm like, oh my God, no. I don't care what I have to do. I don't care. I will get it done. I will work 7 days a week for the next whatever. I'll get it done. I'll get it done. I can do this. And he's going to do it in parts. And he's like taking his time. He's so gentle. This dentist is like, okay, we're going to pull these 2. We got to give her time to recover. Because they got to mess with my jaw again. And, he's like, you need recovery time. I understand that. And so, like, he broke it up enough to where I think I'm going to be able, like, no, I am going to be able to do it. But I just came on here to tell you because I thought today was going to be like this sad day of just like remembering everything that happened. And I am sad about it, but I just feel like, holy shit, that healed a part of me that like I didn't even know I was carrying. Like the overwhelming feeling I have is just insane. Like, I cannot even put to words to you what that man just did for me, that dentist, and the way that he said that he can fix me is just incredible. Like, I will do it with no Novi. I don't care what I have to do. I don't care. I'll climb a mountain. If you can do it, I'm making sure it's done. I've been battling this for so fucking long. Everything I did, every time I took a bite of something, every time I went to eat, the fact that I struggle with eating because I've just been holding on to so many things that have needed to come out of my mouth. But I'm just like, I don't want this fucking asshole who's in prison to be the reason that I suffer longer. And I've been suffering because of him. And it's like, I think I can let it go. Once it's done, I think I can just go, like, just, I think I can heal. I don't know. Does that sound far-fetched? I don't even know right now. I am a hot fucking, I'm sweating. I'm fucking it's hot as hell. I'm sweating. I'm at the gym. Look at me. Y'all, I don't know what to do with myself. I've never, the mental anguish that I have gone through. I called my boyfriend at work. I'm like, oh my God, listen. He said he can fix me. No one's ever said those words to me. No one has ever said those words to me. I feel like there is hope in healing this injury that I have been battling and fighting for the last 7 years by the hands of somebody else. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overjoyed. I'm so thankful. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. This man has no idea how much he's about to change my life. He has no idea. Absolutely none. Oh, he was alarmed at my crying before. Just wait. I wish I could gift him like something, like, cause I don't even know. Oh my God. What is, you guys, I'm such an advocate. I'm such an advocate for anyone that's ever been abused, because people just don't understand the scars that it leaves. And when you have an injury that you have to deal with every single day, like day in and day out, it's my mouth. I feel it every time I talk, every time I swallow, every time I brush my teeth. Everything I do, I am reminded and triggered by what happened to me. And I just brushed it under the rug because I just said to myself, I have my life. Savannah's life was taken. I have my life. I'm able to be a mom to my children and enjoy this life that God gave me. And I'm safe. And I've just taken that. But there's a part of me that I've been very bitter because I've struggled and suffered still. And it's hard to tell people how much I suffer because I'm alive and she's not. So it's like, sometimes they look at me like, well, you have your life. And I'm thinking to myself, like, if you only knew the battles I go through daily, every minute of every day, every hour of every day, like, there's so much I go through. And it's like, now there's like finally a light at the end of the tunnel that I never thought would be there. And yeah, I'm so fucking excited. I can't even begin to express my happiness and my joy that I have right now. And I am just so thankful that God waited and made me learn along the way. But it's possible now. And yeah, so maybe March 26th doesn't have to be the worst memory ever. I don't know. But I know that I'm happy and I'm so thankful. And I just want to tell you. And if you are a victim of domestic violence, please do me a favor and reach out. And I will do my best to help you and guide you out to safety. You guys are so incredible. You've already raised enough on my GoFundMe to get me through my first appointment. I'm so thankful. I think I'm running out of tears to cry. I've just cried for days with joy. And I made that GoFundMe because you guys talked me into it. I swallowed my pride. My dad had made me a GoFundMe back in 2020, and that was when I was hospitalized, and I was unaware of it. And the pictures that he had posted with it were pretty horrific, but it gave a very good transparent vision of what was going on. I don't want to post those horrible pictures. I'm not opposed to it, but I don't want to seem like I'm looking for pity or my hand out, because I've worked very hard to be like this
head held high, walking around kind of person, because I want to be the example, and I want to be the reason that somebody else leaves their horrible relationship so that they can save their life and their children's life. And I really have turned everything around to be an advocate against domestic violence, and I want to save as many people as I can. I carry a lot of survivor's guilt because I was unable to save Savannah, but Savannah and I made a lot of promises, and I'm going to go into that story after, and I am going to keep you guys updated with all the dental work that I am getting done. I have about 5 appointments, and he broke it down in increments, which I have all the paperwork to show you guys that is where the money is going. But I'm so excited because my first appointment is like $360 and it's already $340 in my GoFundMe. And I am just absolutely floored. That takes such a weight off me. And I'm so excited to go to my appointment, even though the first one is going to be the roughest one. That's when I get like my bone cleaned and the teeth pulled and all the yucky things. And I'll have some healing after that. But I do want to kind of give you a little bit of context because I did have some people be like, but your teeth look so good. Thank you. They're fake. I would not have them if it wasn't for this incident. And that is what really gets me. I don't tell people that ever. Like I don't tell anybody. I had one person go with me to have a minor surgery once, and it was a family member, and she's the only person I've ever allowed that close to me with that kind of situation. But I was battling a really bad infection. And the truth of the matter is I've been battling infections on and off for 5 years, every 2 months, sometimes quickly, even sooner than that. And my face will just like blow up. And not only is that hard for me, but it's really hard for my kids. It's hard for my son, most importantly. It's hard for my boyfriend. It's hard for people to see me that way. Anytime that I am sick like this, my dad just has this rage-fueled anger because he knows why I'm going through this. So anyway, I am on the road to getting it all fixed, and I just cannot even explain to you the way that this is going to change my life. And I am so incredibly appreciative of anybody that's helping me. I do want to let you know that even though I set the goal at what the total cost is for this procedure, because I do have even more work to get done, that will come with time. I'm okay with this. I just want to be healthy. And I told the dentist that's my priority, is to get rid of this infection and be able to eat. I hide it very well. I've learned to hide it because I'm embarrassed by it, and that's just the truth. It makes me feel little, and it is a constant reminder. And that is the hardest part for me. So unfortunately, like the final revision is going to be like a lot of money, and it's okay. Like I'll figure it out. Like whenever we get there, if we ever do, that's okay. But if I no longer have to battle infections and my face doesn't blow up anymore and I'm able to eat, I'm okay if that's all that ever happens for me. Like I'm okay with it. I will deal with the rest of the struggles. That's okay. That is enough for me. I promise you that is enough for me. I had somebody ask me, like, did I seriously go to work after my injury? Yes, I did. I had babies to feed. What was I going to do? I was in fight or flight. I didn't know what to do. I was limited to what hospital I went to due to the fact that this man was looking for me for 2 days after it happened, because it took 2 days to get him arrested after he did what he did to me. So I had to wait for a specialist, which obviously they come few, far, and in between. But by the grace of God, everything happens for a reason. And 2 days later, when I was at work, my body created fistulas, which is basically a tunnel. The infection was so bad in my face because my sinus was smashed. Your sinus is a filter. It holds bacteria to clean it out of your body. And my nose it's just all of it. So anyway, it was COVID. I was able to cover up with a mask. I swooped my hair over my eye. I hid it the best that I could until the fistula broke open through my skin. And I was literally just pouring out of infection. And my boss was like, you need to go to the hospital. And I'm a nurse and she's a nurse. And she was like, you need to go now. This is nothing to mess with. So I went, I told her everything that had happened. Of course, she's like, why are you here? All the questions. And then I ended up going to the hospital, and I had this wonderful plastic surgeon who was able to keep me pretty. Her name is Beverly Prince. She is from New York. She happened to be doing a locum. If you know what that is, she was traveling at the time. She had like 40 plus years of experience, and she does not look a day over 30. And I remember her coming into my room and being like, hi, I'm your surgeon. And I was just like, you're not old enough. You don't have enough experience. And she said, honey, yes, I do. She is the one that made me look the same.
Okay, there are some slight differences, but she is the one that essentially was able to fix my face so that I didn't look deformed for the rest of my life. And she did a phenomenal job, obviously. I don't look like I had the left side of my face reconstructed, do I? So with that being said, I just wanted to give you a little bit of context that, like, I've gone through the works, and slowly but surely over time, before I got my bone grafts, like, the only thing she could do was clean my bone, clean the debris out of my face, get all the bone that was shattered out, fix my nose, which did essentially fail, which is very common, but I will never get my nose redone again. Nope, that was horrible. The recovery was absolutely horrendous. So I had all these things done right away. And then slowly but surely I started working on dental, and eventually I ended up having to get a bridge, and it is what I have now, and I don't like to talk about it because I'm embarrassed, and I don't tell anybody how. I don't even think my boyfriend really knows all the details of it, but that's okay. I keep it secret because it's something that is very hard for me to talk about. He's gonna know now. I mean, he knows, but he knows, but yeah, I have hid this from the world, and I feel like safe now. I've never talked about how bad it really is. And anyway, you guys are helping this end. And it is something that there's nothing I will ever be able to do to repay all of you for even helping. Even if you're just leaving a comment, I want you to know that my hand is not out. I made a GoFundMe because you guys told me to, because you told me it would work, and I did it. I don't need your money. I mean, your money is a huge help, but I don't ever want you to think that I'm being ungrateful or that I'm walking around with my hand out, because there are people that need so many things way more than I do, and I can survive with what I have. I will be okay. I'll get through it. But I just want to let you know that your generosity and your help has been such a light and a help for me that, like, I will never be able to repay any of you guys for what you've done. And I'm just so appreciative that my story has made an impact on you guys. But most of all, I want you to remember me. I want you to remember my story, and I want you to remember how strong you are as women, and that you deserve nothing but safe love. Like, that is the only thing you should ever settle for. Again, if you ever need any help trying to get out of a situation, I'm here to help. I will guide you the best that I can. That is my goal. I wish I could just travel the world and save all of you. I would do it in a heartbeat. But I'm so thankful that we are here, and you guys, I'm having a hard time keeping up with all your comments. So I'm just making this video to let you know that I see you, and I am so incredibly appreciative, and I am going to take you on this journey with me. You guys are going to see all the gore, all the stuff I go through. We're going to get there together. I am so thankful for all of you, and I'm thankful that you guys have convinced me to make a GoFundMe. I need to let go of my pride, because I do think that my story can change the world, and I want it to. I want it to change the way women think, because we think that we're weak. We think that we have to walk with our head down when someone destroys us, but we don't have to. Even if we're broken, we can pick our head up, and we can move forward, even if everything is not perfect. So that's my message to you today. I love you guys so much. I will never be able to repay you for what you're doing. Even the support alone and the love that I feel is the best thing you could do for me.
My boyfriend cheated on me, and I stayed with him for about 3 to 4 months, and now it's been 5 or 6 days, give or take, since I broke up with him. And I started these videos to, like, document my healing, but I actually realized that I never got into how I found out he cheated on me, how he cheated on me, all of that stuff. I never got into it, so we're gonna talk about it. So to begin this, we basically met on, listen, hear me out, we met on Wiz. And I know that it sounds bad, and it is bad. We met on Wiz because I was a lot younger, and one of my friends was like, hey, like, you should try this app, it's fun. And I was like, okay, cool. I didn't know it was a dating app. I was just on it to be on it, right? And then we ended up, like, having this, like, really good conversation, and I was like, oh, this guy's sweet, because he had, like, texted me, and I responded, and then, I don't know, like, the conversation was just flowing. We followed each other on Instagram, we started talking from there, and things were cool. And then we ended up going on a date, and the date went really well, and so we went on a second date, and then a third date, and so we just, like, started talking, like, getting into it. But The thing is, we had been talking for 5 months, almost 6, and he never asked me out, like officially never asked me to be his girlfriend. And I also noticed that he was liking some weird stuff on Instagram and following a bunch of random women. Now, when I say he was liking weird stuff on Instagram, I don't remember specifically what he was liking or like what it said, but it was just these random like relatable type of content where it would say something like, oh, when I leave my phone open around her so that I can save money on Valentine's, or like find some stuff about lusting or missing an ex, or it was a lot of stuff about exes. And then there was also some stuff about like finding your homegirl's friends attractive and stuff. And I remember I had checked the date on some of those and it was like recent. So I knew that he had been liking it while me and him were like a little thing. So I ended up bringing this up to him and I was like, hey, because it was hurting me that we were, you know, I felt like we were hitting it off, but then at the same time I'm seeing you basically like lust after all these women and I don't know how to feel about that. So I brought it up to him and I was like, hey, you know, I'm seeing you like all these like really weird things, and you know, if there's somebody else or something else is going on, I'd really appreciate you just like being honest with me. And he reassured me. He was like, hey, those are really old posts. Like, I don't like that type of stuff anymore. What you're saying is most likely really old when I was like that, but I'm not like that anymore. And I am interested in you and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I told him straight up, like, if I continued seeing stuff like that while I'm scrolling on Instagram, if I'm seeing you like some weird stuff, I'm gonna stop talking to you, because I had opened up to him and told him, like, I had been through so many terrible relationships that I had been cheated on in every single one. So I was like, I'm just gonna take that as a sign that you got something else going on and I'm gonna move on if I see it. Now, about a week after we had that conversation, there was maybe like 1 or 2 days where I didn't see anything and I was, you know, everything was good. But basically after that, the next like 4 or 5 days, I just kept seeing him like all this weird stuff about wanting other women, and I was like, okay, I need to go. And low-key I was really down about it, but I just knew I didn't want to stay for that. And then I ended up getting back on Wiz for like a day or two, and then I broke up with him, and I basically sent him a text saying like, hey, like I'm still seeing you like this stuff, so I'm not interested anymore. He said he understood, and I was like, hey, but you know, why continue liking that stuff after I told you? Like I don't get, like, you're telling me you're interested in me, but I see you acting online as if you don't want me, so what's that about? And I don't remember if he answered the question or not, but he deflected saying, well, you were back on Wiz, so. And I'm like, I went back on Wiz like the past couple days, but you've been doing this since we started talking, reposting about your ex, and like there was repost too, I don't know if I mentioned that. And yeah, he got really upset the fact that I was on Wiz and said like, well, you're a cheater, like you were on Wiz while we were talking. And I'm like, okay, and you didn't ask me out for 5 months, and you were liking all these posts about wanting other women, and then you were following a bunch of random girls, you were reposting about your ex, and come to find out, he also hung out with one of his girlfriends one-on-one without telling me. So it's like, okay, you're mad that I'm on a dating app acting single, but what are you doing? So we broke up, we stopped talking. And then like 3 months go by. During the 3 months that we had stopped talking, I prayed for him every single day. I journaled a lot. I was genuinely hurting a lot since, I don't know, like the whole time we were talking, everything felt so magical. I felt like I really truly could love this man, and like it was just a big disappointment when we stopped talking. But I tried to have like a positive outlook on the relationship and like prayed for him and just wished him the best and all of that. But come to find out that this man, during that 3 months, he was snorting, I don't know if I can say that on TikTok, and drinking and driving and clubbing and hitting up all these women. But the way he would hit them up is as if he wanted a hookup, and he was following like so many women online. Like he followed like 400 plus women as soon as we broke up. So we obviously handled things very differently. And now I remember seeing this stuff because I had looked him up a couple times, but I was just like, you know, he's hurting in his own way, so like I can't really, it hurt me, but I was just like, you know, some people heal like that, whatever. Now one night he ended up texting me, I guess he got drunk, and he was like, I miss you. And I said something around the lines of like, I don't know what to say to that. And then he was like, oh, I'm sorry, I just got drunk. And I was like, oh, you're good. And then that was it. And then like another week passed, and he texted me again, and he was like, hey, I just wanted to see how you've been. I just want to check on you. How are you? And I was like, I think I was just being dry, and I just said something like, oh, I've been good, hope you as well, that type of thing. And then he kind of kept pushing for a conversation, but the conversation felt like it was going nowhere. So at one point I was just like, hey, like, what was the point? Like, what is the point of you telling me all of this? Because it was just, the way he was texting me was so weird, because it was just like random conversation. Then he was like, yeah, my uncle got deported. Like, Okay, I haven't spoken to you in 3 months. Why are you telling me this? And then he was just like, okay, yeah, like I texted you because I was hoping maybe we could try again. And I'm gonna have to stop the video here because it's getting like really long, but I'm gonna make a part 2. This is part 2 on how I found out my ex cheated on me and how he did it. In the last video, I said that basically he had reached out to me saying, I miss you, and started striking up a conversation, right? And then eventually he brought up the idea of us trying again and just giving it another shot. But what's crazy is he also told me in that same breath that he didn't go out and do anything and he didn't talk to any people. Which, the reason why that's so crazy to me is because after we started dating again, I later found out that, like I said in the last video, he had hit up a couple clubs. He would he followed like 300, 400 plus women after we broke up, right? And some of those girls, the way he would DM them, I only really remember one, but the way he would DM them is like as if he wanted to hook up. So like one girl, she posted a picture of herself at the gym and he slid up on it saying like, hey, gym date and then cardio after. Like at these clubs, I mean, I don't know what all he did because he only told me like a little bit, but he would, and yeah, he did a bunch more of other stuff, but that's like the general gist of it. But yeah, he still told me, oh, I didn't go out and do anything. But like I said, at the time I didn't know. I thought he was telling the truth. I was like, oh yeah, he didn't go out and do anything. I believed him, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'm willing to give this another shot. Because he also admitted that he felt like he messed up and that what he did was wrong, and he admitted that like he overreacted and all that. And so we started talking again, and from there things just went downhill. Now I want to preface this by saying that this part of our relationship is complete blur to me, and that details, like, it's hard for me to remember some details just because I genuinely, like, I got so depressed at one point. Everything is just a blur to me. And I don't remember what came first, so I'm just gonna list events that happened, but I don't know if that they're in order. One thing I remember is he told me that he was going to his girlfriend's birthday party, his homegirl's birthday party. The reason it made me uncomfortable though in the moment, and looking back, like I feel like I really did overreact about it, but in the moment I was just so like, I just didn't know if I could trust him or not, right? But he told me, you know, he's going to his girlfriend's birthday party, but I noticed that a little bit before that he had actually reposted one of her, or it was like when we weren't talking, so it was like a month or so before that, but he had reposted one of her thirst traps on TikTok, and I don't know why, it just made me so uncomfortable because it's like I said, I had seen Instagram likes about like wanting your homegirl, so I was just like, you're reposting her thirst traps and I'm seeing these likes, are you sure she's just a homegirl, and why do you want to go to her birthday party? Like, because it was a house party, it was at her house, so we were long distance too, so I was just like, I don't know how to feel about this, I never met her, whatever. He reassured me, he was like, hey, I only reposted that because she told me she was trying to blow up on TikTok, it was literally just because she told me to do it, and like, he was saying basically like it's nothing to worry about, that she's just a friend, and like he knew her for years, and I was just like, you know what, he told me that he wouldn't go if I didn't want him to, and I was just like, you know what, no, like I'm gonna suck up my insecurities, like go have fun, like if she's a friend and you tell me she's a friend, she's just a friend, it's okay. And so we resolved that. Same homegirl, months later, other stuff happened in between this, but I'm gonna get to it. But months later, I asked him to go through his Instagram DMs because of some other stuff, and I find out that he slid up on a story of hers while she was at the gym in a pair of leggings showing her ass, and he was like, hey, have you been working out? Your ass looks like it's getting fatter, like it looks really good. But it gets better. Now he had another homegirl that, you know, again, he would say is just a friend, but he would talk about her, and some of the stories that he said, like he would basically call her a hoe. And after I, again, went through his phone, after I don't remember what argument we had or like what made me do it, but I had gone through his phone, and I remember I searched up her name to see, and I went through their conversation as well, but I had searched up her name to see if I could find anything like about this homegirl, because like, or like him talking about her, because I don't remember what it was, but something, maybe it was the other girl that made me feel like, oh, maybe he is this way with all his girlfriends, let me see. But something just made me like feel like I needed to check up on their like relationship. So anyway, I had searched up her name, and I found a conversation from a couple years ago where he was basically saying like he was talking to one of his guy friends saying like, oh, like everyone's saying her ass got fat, but I don't know, I don't see it. And he would talk about women and like call them bitches and stuff. But not only that, found a conversation from like a couple years ago, and he was talking about how he wanted to impress her, and like he was like basically like trying to go for her. He told me the reasoning about that was because he was in a really abusive, toxic relationship and he got out of it, and everyone was saying, hey, you and her would look really cute together, you should go for her. And everyone was saying like, oh, that she would definitely go for him. And I was like, why is everyone saying she would definitely go for you? Are you saying that she had a thing for you or you had a thing for her? Like what? Like what? And anyway, he had all these different excuses, but I'm like, well, you just straight up told me that everyone knew like that she would immediately like say yes and go for you. So it's like, and the texts are here, like you're talking about how you want to impress her and blah blah blah. And then I found texts from like literally like a couple, maybe like I don't want to say, it was like a couple days like before me and him had actually officially met. And he had went to a party and he texted his guy friend saying, dude, I got so drunk, I don't know if I kissed her or not. Like he don't remember if he kissed his girlfriend or not, but he kissed somebody and I think it was her. Then another girl, he tells me, this is where it gets really, really frustrating. There's this girl that I see on his Instagram, and I remember I had stalked him a little bit whenever we broke up, so I noticed her. I thought it was like a girl that he had followed when we broke up, and I was like, hey, who is this? Because I'm like pretty positive this is a girl that you followed when we were not together, so like why are you still following her? He said, oh, like, no, that's just my friend. And I was like, okay. And this was like, I think a little bit before all the other stuff happened, so I was like, let me trust you. But this is like the event, I'm pretty sure, that led up to me going through his phone and like looking at his other girlfriends. So anyway, something he said, he told me a story, I don't remember what it was, something was not adding up, so I was like, I'm gonna text this girl, like I'm gonna be crazy, I'm gonna text her and be like, hey, how do you know my man, because like something was just not sitting right with me. So I text her and I say, hey girl, can I ask you if you know my man, because I think he's being weird behind my back. She was a girl's girl, she said yeah. I asked her, showed him whatever, and she was like, I don't know him, like he just followed me on Instagram. So I confront my man and I say, what the fuck? Like you literally told me that this is just a friend, now she's telling me no. And then he goes, well, she's not a friend, like she's just a friend. Then he gets into like how they met, because I'm asking questions and I'm like, their story was not aligning. Like she was telling me that the way they met was he just followed her on Instagram one day, and that he would, and I later on saw the conversations, but he was always reaching out, which was true. Then he's telling me, no, like we met at an event on college, on the college campus. It was like some event, she was running a booth, and then they ended up talking and getting each other's Instagram before me and him met, and so they were just friends. Then I asked to see the conversation and he only showed me a little chunk, and so I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna be crazy and ask to see the full conversation. And the cut, like the little bit that he showed me, it wasn't like weird, so I was like, you know what, I'm overthinking this. But then later on I'm like, nah, show me the whole conversation. Then I see that he was actually trying to hit up a club with her whenever we broke up, and he was like, oh, I got a homeboy for your homegirl, no, you're gonna teach me how to dance, like you're gonna have to show me, hey, I'm thinking about getting an Airbnb after, all of that. And he's trying to convince me that this is like a normal thing, like it's all in my head, like this isn't weird. I'm like, bro, this is so weird. Like there's no way, looking back, like how the fuck did he convince me that this shit was normal? There was also other girls that he was following that I asked about. He straight up told me like, I haven't talked to them in years, like I just went to school with them. And I was like, okay, whatever. Like I do the same with guys, like I haven't spoken to some of my guy friends, but I'll still follow them, so like whatever. But then some of them, I had seen that he liked a bikini picture of one of them, and like another one, she had her ass out and he liked the picture. And it's like, the more that I saw that type of stuff, the more I would search for it, right? One day he ended up telling me like it's my fault for getting hurt over all this stuff because I went looking for it. Mind you, when me and him broke up, he like straight up tried to like turn the blame on me and say like, well, yeah, like it's your fault that you got hurt for all that because you went looking for it. Not, oh, I'm sorry, like I was so messed up of me to even do that in the first place for you to find. But that's not even the worst of it. When you hear the next part of the story, bro, like, I don't have enough time in this video to talk about it. I'm gonna make a part 3, but I'm gonna record it right after this and try to upload it. I've been so busy, I have not been able to upload. But I promise you I'm gonna upload right after this. This is the part 3 about how I found out my boyfriend cheated on me and how he did it. In the last part, I completely forgot to mention, but the homegirl that he had basically like was talking about her butt to his homeboys, and he actually like, he told me like, oh, I never had a thing for her, but later on I found texts about him saying that he was literally trying to date her. And then he got drunk one night and didn't know if he kissed her and all this stuff, right? Completely forgot to say, but while me and him were in a talking stage, he hung out with her one-on-one. Which, mind you, I don't even care about that. This is the issue that I have, is not with that. The issue that I have is that while me and him were talking, he found out that I was on a dating app, right? But he continued to keep talking to me. But once I ended things with him, that's when it became an issue, and he was like, well, you were on a dating app while we were talking, so you cheated, you're a cheater. But mind you, because he was saying like, oh, you know, when I'm in a talking stage, I treat the girl that I'm talking to like we're already in a relationship, but even before, like we're exclusive even before, right? If that's really how you feel, why the hell were you hanging out with your girlfriend one-on-one without telling me? Why were you liking reels about, you know, lusting after other women? Why were you liking reels about cheating as if you, like, obviously you relate to that shit? Why are you talking about your homegirl's butt to her and saying, like, complimenting her ass? Why are you talking about your homegirls in weird ways to your homeboys? Like, why are you doing any of this? And why didn't some of your girlfriends you're telling me are just friends don't even know you? But you're mad because I was on a dating app. Like, bro, he was just really trying to redirect it, the blame on me, basically. But anyway, so basically the ending of the story, all of that shit made me want to go through his phone even deeper, because I was like, ain't no way, like you are hiding something, you're doing something behind my back, all of this is so suspicious. So I go through his phone. I think I found a screenshot or something. I honestly don't remember what led me to it, but it was something from Twitter. So I go looking for Twitter. I can't find it on his phone. I go to the app store. I see that he had it downloaded, but he had deleted it. So then I re-download that shit. And if anybody doesn't know, if you delete Twitter off of your phone and you re-download it, it will automatically log you in. So I log into it. His username is daddy and then like some numbers after. Then I see that he is following a bunch of random girls on there. They're corn stars. It's literally just a bunch of corn that he saved. Then I see some DMs in his inbox, and my heart literally sunk to my ass when I tell you. So I click on it because I'm obviously, and he is straight up asking them to hook up or to be friends with benefits. The friends with benefits part really hurt me like deep in my soul, because like I said, before this we literally had arguments over girls that he would tell me are just friends, but like I would find out like he doesn't even know them, right? Like that happened more than once. So in my head I'm thinking, you were gonna make friends with one of these girls, follow them or do something, and then you were gonna tell me, oh, she's just a friend, meanwhile y'all are hooking up or something behind my back. So I remember this was over at my old house. He came over and he was asleep. It was probably like 2 or 3 in the morning. I'm going through his phone and I'm like literally like like shaking aggressively, could not stop. And I was like not even sad or crying. I was just like, I just felt justified, like to feel the way that I had felt that entire time. I felt like I knew it, like I was right. But I wanted to keep going through that shit, so I went to my bathroom, I locked the door, and I just like kept going through it. And then eventually I was like, okay, I need to think about how I'm gonna handle this. And at first I was literally just gonna try to handle it with grace and just, you know, let him sleep. Sorry for the angle change. I've been having to record this over the past couple days, but I'm gonna continue the story. But yeah, so essentially I wanted to handle it with grace, and I was just gonna let him sleep, and when he woke up I was gonna confront him about it then, and just like I didn't want him to suspect that anything was wrong. Basically, I wanted to catch that man off guard. But I came out of the bathroom and I had put his phone up and I laid back down, and I think he had cuddled me, like he rolled over and like started cuddling me or whatever. And I remember looking at his face and he looked so peaceful, and I was literally puffy red. I was still shaking, like I could not stop shaking. And I wanted to sleep, but I literally I couldn't sleep. Like the adrenaline was so high, I just couldn't. And then I was like, yeah, this is not fair. Like he's sleeping so peacefully and I'm over here, I'm stressing because I just found out my man cheated on me. I'm gonna wake his ass up. So that's what I did. I ended up shaking him and I was like, hey, we need to talk. And he went, what? What's wrong? And I said, so I found your Twitter. And yeah, I could tell his heart dropped. Again, like this part is such a blur just because my emotions were so high. Like I don't remember, there's like blanks in my memory basically. But I said, yeah, I found your Twitter. You want to explain to me like why you were trying to hook up with all these girls? And he said I was just trying to see if they were bots. And now this really pissed me off. And I just remember like after that, I think I laughed in his face. I was like bro, ain't no way you're really, because out of all of the excuses that I thought he would give me, like I really didn't expect to hear that come out of his mouth. And anyway, eventually I got like so pissed off because he just like really stuck by that story, and I was like, this man really thinks I'm like stupid. Like you really just played in my face and now you're giving me the most lame excuse ever. And so I started laughing in his face. I was being like super mean to him and just like degrading him. And yeah, eventually he cried and like he was hugging me. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Like he looked pathetic. I had thought he was pathetic in other points of our relationship. This point I was just like, this man is like really pathetic. But as disappointing as it is for me to say now looking back, I stayed with him after that, because what is the word? I was so codependent on him, and I just couldn't, like, it literally was not registering in my brain that, like, this is the same man that said he wanted to marry me, the same man that, like, we met each other's families, and he, you know, we had talked to each other's parents about marriage and stuff. Like, we had our whole life planned out together, and it's like you reassured me so much over the course of our entire relationship that you would never do something like this to me. You knew my relationship history, you knew what I've been through. I was going through a lot at the time in my life as well, and it's like, you really did that to me. But I could not register in my head that he did that. So I was like, no, it was an accident. Like, this is a mistake. Like, I was just telling myself what I needed to hear at the time to, like, comfort. Like, I was in denial, essentially, right? So then I stayed with him after that. I think the day, like, that day, because mind you, I woke him up at, like, probably 3 or 4 in the morning. We continued that conversation till, like, well into the evening. And then eventually I took him home. Because again, we live a couple hours away, so I drove him home. But we had went out a couple times, and, like, we were hanging out for the day, and in between that, it was just super awkward. Like, we were still basically going on dates, but it was just super awkward, like, tension between us. And then the span of, like, 3 months after that I stayed with him, it just continuously and gradually, like, our relationships just got so much worse. There were little things that he would do in between that really irked me. He got a motorcycle, and I told him I didn't want him to get it, but he was like, well, I'm still gonna get it. And he said he was doing it for me because he wanted to be able to come see me because he didn't have a car. And I was like, well, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'd rather, like, I don't mind driving to you. I don't want you to get a bike that's dangerous, especially driving for hours and hours. I don't like that. But he was like, but it's okay, I'm doing it for you. And I'm like, well, you're not doing it for me because I don't want it. Like, I'm straight up telling you I don't want it. He didn't care. He would make jokes about dying, and I'm like, oh, but you're doing it for me. He pushed my boundaries in so many other ways. Like, there were little things that I told him I didn't want him to do, and he would just do it anyway. And then I was like, wow, I cannot control this man, and said, I need to go. Like, I cannot make him be good to me, so I need to go. But I think the major thing that made me want to leave him is every time he would tell me he loved me, every time that he told me that I was the prettiest girl, every time, you know, he complimented me or tried to make me feel beautiful or loved, I could not believe him at all. Like, everything he said, I couldn't believe him. Because now I know what you're willing to do to lie in my face. I know that you're willing to go behind my back, so it's like nothing you tell me matters anymore. None of the reassurance he gave me mattered. It didn't matter how many times he reassured me, how many times he complimented me, how many times, like, he shared his location or, like, went out of his way to, like, take videos of where he's at and who he's with and stuff. It just didn't matter anymore because it's like, you still did it. Like, you still did that shit to me. And it's not even that I couldn't forgive him. I just, like, couldn't be with somebody like that. I couldn't forget what he did to me. So I stayed with him, and then I started noticing that at the end of our relationship, like, he would always wanted to FaceTime me. He wanted to call every night, and I would just be like, ugh, like, I don't want to call you. I don't want to do this. Like, he'd want to hang out, and I'd be like, I guess we can. He'd want to talk all the time, and I was just like, and I started ghosting him more and more, and it's just, I didn't even want to share my day with him at the end of the night. I would rather share it with my friends and my family, but him, it was just like, I don't want to go back to that at the end of the night. And that's when I knew, like, okay, yeah, this relationship's over. There's no coming back from it. And so, yeah, I sent him a text one day. So essentially, before I went into work one day, he had texted me good morning. I said, I didn't say good morning back. I think I was just like, what are you doing today? And then he was like, work, why? And I said, what time are you off? He told me, and then I was like, can you come over for a little bit? And he was like, you're scaring me. Is everything okay? I ghosted his ass because, you know, couldn't figure out what to say. Then he sent me a paragraph saying, I already know you want to break up. And then I was like, yeah, and then we broke up, basically. And he told me, you know, like, I want to try again in the future. You think that's possible? I said, no, don't get your hopes up. I have 15 seconds of this video left, but that is basically the entire story about how I found out he cheated and how I handled it and how staying never fucking works. Don't stay with cheaters. So my ex cheated on me, and I stayed with him for 3 months, give or take, I think, after I found out that he cheated. I tried to make it work with him because I loved him and I was stupid. He didn't physically cheat on me, if that even matters, and I don't know. I think at the time my brain could not comprehend. I don't know why this is making me want to cry. My brain could not comprehend that, like, the same person who did that to me was the same person that I, like, loved and stuff, you know? Or, like, I just couldn't comprehend that somebody who treated me so well in every other aspect was also the same person who did me so dirty. But anyway,
I stayed with him for 3 months, and let me tell you, the resentment just kept growing and growing and growing until I just couldn't do it anymore. It wasn't on purpose, but I stayed with that man for all those months, and just like slowly but surely I just lost feelings for him. And like, it's not even that I don't love him anymore, it's just that like I've like come to accept that like this is what it is, that I just can't be with somebody who would do me like that. And it's so crazy to me, like when I was with him I cried every single day. I was so upset every single day. He would tell me that he loved me, that he thought I was beautiful, and that like no other girl compares and all this other stuff. And it's just like I could never believe what he told me. Like I couldn't believe what he was telling me, because it's like, how can you tell me that you think I'm beautiful, or that I don't compare, when it's like you obviously, you know what I mean. But anyway, okay, obviously cheating fucks you up. This is my 4th relationship that I've been cheated on in, and it's now been like bro, it's been like 4 days since I broke up with him. And this is honestly the first time I've like cried about it. I think it's just because it's like also been a minute since I've talked about it out loud, so now that I'm saying it out loud, it's making me upset again. But anyway, my point of making this video is that I don't want to feel like shit anymore, and I don't want to let somebody like that make me feel like this, you know? So I am gonna, I guess, like document my healing and like basically just show, because I don't know, like when I'm going through something, I watch videos like this of like people going through something similar. So like if you're going through something similar, you can, I guess this might help you. But I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go live my life, I'm gonna go have my fun, not be a hoe like him, and I'm gonna go to the gym and go to work and get my money up and document my healing process, I guess. Also to like, I'm kind of doing it for myself as well, just so like I can look back on like where I started and then see where I end up. I've also just had a lot going on these past couple of months. Like I moved out, I got kicked out of my house pretty much, and I'm living with a friend right now, and I need to get my own place. It's just made me want to cry. I dropped out of school, I couldn't afford it, and so there's like a lot of goals that I have. Give me one thing. There's a lot of goals that I have for myself that I want to accomplish. So yeah, this is like just me documenting getting my life together, and I guess you can stay for the journey if you're interested.
I got pregnant at 18, and not surprising, I am now a single mom at 21 to a 2-year-old with an absent father. Here are the ways that I fill the void of her dad. Number 1 is that I do not bring up her father at all, pretty much ever. I don't say, let's call daddy. I don't say, daddy loves you. I don't say, oh, here's a book about daddy. I don't say, here's pictures of daddy. I just don't bring it up because I don't want her to ever feel like, oh, daddy didn't stick around. Daddy didn't love me enough. You know, like, I just don't want her to ever try to think about that, really. So I just never bring it up unless she brings it up. Number 2 is that I try to give her so much love that she never feels like there's any type of love lacking in her life. I will pick her flowers while I'm at school, and I will show them to her. Look, I was thinking of you today, so I got you these flowers. I will pretty much buy her whatever she wants. Like, as long as she's not like throwing a temper tantrum over it. You know, if she likes something, I'll buy it for her later. Or I throw her nice birthday parties, and I try to get her all the nice things for Christmas. I just try to give her so much love, so that she's always like, oh my gosh, I thought of this last week. Mommy is thinking about me and she got me this. You know, I just try to show her so much love, and she'll never feel like that she's lacking love from another person. The third way that I had to step in as a father figure is that I had to start being a lot stricter. So she very much knows that there's 2 sides to me. I am in my father mode, like I am strict, I'm to the point, I will put you in timeout, I will not give you what you want, type of parenting. And then I have my loving motherly side. And I feel like this kind of goes for, like, it might go for mothers in general, like if you have 2 sides, but I am a lot stricter, I feel like, than most mothers would be. Like, you are not messing around with me, I am in charge, I am your mother, I am your friend, but I am also in charge of you. But then I also have my, oh my gosh, you're my best friend, I love you so much, loving, caring side as well. The fourth thing that I try to do to help her grow up with a healthy concept of what a good relationship looks like is I do not stray away from, if there's happy parents and happy families in public, I'm like, oh my gosh, look, the daddy loves the mommy so much. And if they're hugging or they're kissing, I have little statues around of like the husband holding the wife, like a little tiny trinket. My parents are very happily married for 40 years or something like that. So I let her see what a happy marriage looks like, and I do not try to ever down talk her dad in front of her. I really just don't bring up her dad that much. So I do not stray away from showing her what a healthy relationship looks like, and that was really important for me. I think the most important thing that I do is I keep our routines going. We go to school in the morning, we go to swimming, we go to soccer, we go to the library, we go to the park, we go to the pool. We just do everything, like all the after school activities. We eat dinner together, we talk about our days, we do bath time and shower and reading books and, getting ready for bed. Like, we just keep going. We're go, and not in a stressful way, but in a fun way of, oh my gosh, I have so many things to look forward to throughout the day. So like, I'm never really thinking about daddy, or anything like that. So I just keep it very routine, and we do the same things over and over again, unless like we're going on vacation or something. And it really just kind of makes us forget that there's ever anybody missing. I'm sure some of these things are going to change as she grows up. I'm going to have to talk about her dad more. She's probably going to ask questions. But this is just right now what I'm doing, what works. It might traumatize her. It might not. I don't know. Everything's hit or miss with parenting. But let me know some suggestions in the comments if you guys are a single parent or what I could be doing better, because I'm always open to learning.
I haven't been dating or even been interested in dating for a little over a year now. And yesterday I met with a customer for some golf clubs that I was selling. And I think I've changed my mind. So I had no idea what this guy looked like. Nothing, this was all just professional. And there was a lot of like back and forth about him buying the set because he was buying it for a friend of his. And so he had to like, contact him and then get back to me. And, so this took a while. And I noticed that he was like really nice and really polite. And then we ended up, when we finally made the deal, we ended up exchanging phone numbers because he was going to Apple Pay me a deposit. Normally I don't ask for a deposit, but there was another guy that wanted them at the same time. So this guy wanted to secure it and was like, I'll send you, whatever you want, like however much you want. And he's like, I know I'm gonna for sure come and pick him up anyways. So he Apple Pays me some money. And then he tells me like, when he was leaving, and he was like, I'm just gonna stop at In-N-Out. And I was like, oh, how funny, I'm at In-N-Out right now too. And there was definitely more conversation between him and I than there usually is with a customer. But I still didn't think anything of it, because I'm just like, this is a customer. I'm not thinking anything else. So we end up meeting, and I pull into the parking lot next to his truck, and he gets out of his truck, and I'm like, oh shit. Oh shit. Like, I can't even adjust my titties. I couldn't even adjust my tits. And like, I totally wanted to because I was wearing a low cut shirt, and I was like, he's gonna see me. Like, and I was like, no, this is business. No flirting, no giggling. Don't act stupid. Don't be dumb. So I get out and I'm just like cool as a cucumber. Like, I'm literally shaking like a leaf inside because this man is so fine. Like, he was so hot. And I was like, he's younger than me. Stop stressing. It's just a business deal. So I get out, I get the golf clubs. I see him like kind of check me out, and I'm like, no, he didn't. Like, I'm like gaslighting myself. No, he didn't just do that. And we do, I give him to him. He hands me the money, and then we chit chat a little bit more about like more personal type things, where he works, what he does for work, what I was, I told him that I was looking for a job, And if he knows of anything out in his area, you know, serving positions, he tells me he knows somebody that owns a restaurant. He can, you know, let me know. So we agree to keep in touch. And at this point, I probably should have thought something, but I still didn't, you know? I'm still like, nah, like, he's like way younger than me, and, you know, it's not even a thing. So, I shake his hand, and I leave, and he waves at me as I'm driving away. And I'm like, he's gonna text me. Like, I just knew it. I knew it. And I figured it was just gonna be like a nice, like, thank you so much, you know, whatever. Like an appreciative text. But this is like, we've taken this off marketplace by this point, you know? So I just had a feeling. And sure enough, within probably 15 minutes, he sent me like, you're the best. Thank you again. And I was like, it was a pleasure meeting you. Just polite, really polite, you know? And hours go by, you know, the rest of the day goes by, and I end up texting him about something we had talked about, and it was still business, totally business related. He said that he gets golf clubs from his clients. A lot of times they'll just give him golf clubs because they're rich and they just want to upgrade. And he had like kind of let me know that he would, you know, keep in touch with me about that. And so I was like, hey, you know, something like, you know, like, keep me in mind next time you get some golf clubs. And he was like, yeah, for sure, like, text me anytime. And I was like, okay, cool, like, I'm gonna save your number. I'm still not thinking anything of it. This is all business, okay? Literally all business. And then I get a notification, and he's like, hey, so you mentioned you have a daughter. How old is she? I have 2. Come on. We know what that means. This is no longer business. This is personal. So this goes back and forth. We start texting a little bit, and I couldn't help but like be like cheesing the whole time. And I was like, stop it. Like, stop it right now. You can't be doing that. You don't even know this guy. Like, stop it. But I do think he is younger than me. I don't know how much younger, which may or may not be a problem. I don't know. But he has 2 kids, and one of them is between the age of my kids. And so he really is in the same stage of life as I am. And that's actually more important than age. So we'll see. He said he would text me today. If he doesn't, no worries. Like, life goes on. But he's definitely really cute. He's tall. Kind of blonde, blue eyes, and I've never really, like, I've always dated like Hispanic men, so to like meet a really handsome white guy with blue eyes, I was like, okay, all right. But yeah, he kind of looks like a country singer. He's just handsome. Oh my goodness, he is so handsome. So I will keep you guys updated about this cute little marketplace meetup, because you never know.
I want to talk about the time that I realized my dad laced me. So I was 18 years old. It was 420. And, you know, my dad and my aunt's boyfriend at the time, they were outside smoking. So, you know, I come outside, I'm talking to my dad, and he's like, hey, smoke with me. And I just remember feeling very strange, because it just felt like he was trying too hard. The best way I could describe how it felt was like when you're hanging out with a guy that's interested in you, and he's trying to like peer pressure you into doing something with him. And he's like, oh, you scary. It was just very strange. Like, the interaction didn't seem very parent to child. And so this man that was also there, he's staring at me the whole time. Like, I don't even know if the man blinked, but I could see out of my peripheral vision that he's just staring at me. Like, now I could say he probably could have been drooling. Like, he he was staring at me like a hungry animal would stare at some food. And so, you know, I ended up standing firm on my no, and you know, I went back in the house because I was uncomfortable, but I didn't know why I was uncomfortable. So when they got done smoking, they came in, and my dad's like, oh, here, we didn't finish it, you can have the rest of it. So I did accept what I was given, but I didn't smoke it for like another week. Mind you, at this time, like, I was dating a guy and I was smoking with that guy, so it wasn't like I was on a smoke break at that time, or I just wasn't experienced in smoking. So when I did finally smoke, it was in the middle of the night because I worked nights. So, you know, it's maybe 2 a.m. by the time I spark this up. You know, I'm in my car alone. Everyone in the house is asleep. And after I smoked, like, I realized that is absolutely the highest I've ever been, to the point where I didn't feel comfortable getting out the car because I felt like I was so high that I was going to leave the car door open, and I was going to leave the front door open. So I sat in my car for 3 hours. And still, at that time, I didn't realize that he had laced me. I didn't realize until years later. So luckily enough, I was able to, I ended up getting out the car because I saw the sun was coming up. So I realized like how much time had passed. So I get out the car, you know, I'm moving very slow, but I'm scared because we live in the hood. So I get out the car, you know, I handle everything appropriately. Close the doors, lock the doors, get in the house, close the door, lock the door, get up to my bed, get to sleep. And I was safe because he was already asleep by the time I got in the house. But that did not stop him from trying again. And this time he changed his method. So the next time, his girl asked me to take her to the plug's house. She said she just wanted to get some weed. I don't have no problem with that. So I take her, and I'm sitting in the car because we have her toddler in the car. And she gets in the car, and she has, I promise you, she has like everything but weed. She got pills, she got powders. She has so much stuff in her hands that I have never seen, and none of it was weed. So I'm minding my business because that is not my circus. That's not my monkey. So, you know, we start heading home. And this day I had to work. So we had to go straight home. I had to drop her off so I can change and get ready to go to work. So we're on the way home, and she's like, hey, you want something? You want to try this? You want to try this? I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, weed is enough for me. I don't do nothing more than dabble in some weed. She's like, oh, you scared? Like, it's not going to make you paranoid or anything. It's just going to make you do your job better. And I'm like, no, like, I'm fine with, you know, how I do my job. And I want to say at this time, this was about maybe a month and a half later. Yeah. So, you know, she just kept pushing it. I was very firm on my no, because, baby, drugs? Please don't play. At this time, I didn't even drink. So, I mean, and I still really don't drink. So my no was very firm. So, you know, we keep riding, and she goes quiet for maybe 10 minutes. And she's like, oh, you know, your dad wanted me to give you some of this. And then when you passed out, he wanted me to go tell him so that he could rape you. The reason I'm telling you this story is because these are the type of men that are walking around in the world. And I need y'all to pay attention. It's not just your daughters that you need to worry about. It's your sons as well. You need to worry about the little boys, the little girls, and the grown women. This man was actively messing with men, women, and children. Again, this is your reminder to keep your eyes open. You don't know what the hell is going on in the next person's head.
Hey guys, I wanted to hop on and give you guys a quick update. As some of you guys know, my husband is a Detroit police officer, and back in September of 2025, he made a traffic stop along with his partner. During this traffic stop, they encountered a mom who was visibly in distress along with her 2 children in the vehicle. My husband and his partner soon realized that the mom and her boys were living out of that vehicle. She had 2 sons, one age 8 and one 14. The 14-year-old had severe autism. Basically, she told the cops that I can't do it anymore. I can't take care of my children. I can't take care of myself. I need you to take my kids and just place them with CPS or something because I'm at the end of my rope. At the time, I did have a TikTok account. I barely was on it. I had maybe less than 500 followers. It wasn't something that I was like actively doing or actively trying to pursue. I have a full-time job. I'm a mom of 6 myself, so it's not like I was trying to be a content creator by any means. I did what I thought was the next best thing. I created a GoFundMe account for her in the hopes of trying to raise at max $1,500. And to me, I thought that was a stretch, but I was like, what do I have to lose? So I ended up making a video. I posted it along with the link to the GoFundMe, and I was just praying over it, hoping that it would reach the right people, the right audience, and anybody would feel compelled to help. To my surprise, the video ended up doing really well, and it reached millions of people worldwide, not just in the US. We were able to raise over $40,000 for this mom. It was an incredible act of just pure kindness from strangers. I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it. But the reason I'm back is because of your guys' efforts and because of the collective kindness of everybody on this app. We were able to really make a difference in this mom's overall well-being and provide a stable and secure future for her and her boys. Recently, my husband and his partner were awarded Top Cop of the Year for their life-saving efforts, and I just wanted to come on here and share that with you because it truly would not have happened without the help and support from all of you. So I just want to thank you and let you know that you guys made a difference, and please don't stop being kind to strangers, to each other. Let you know that you can make a difference. I made that video with less than 500 followers at the time, and it just gathered so much traction and the support of all of you wonderful people. So thank you. Enjoy this clip from the award that my husband and his partner received, and I will see you guys back soon.
They encountered a distressed driver, a mother who was visibly upset and crying. The officers observed her writing down personal information and instructing her children in the back seat not to lose it. When asked, she explained she could no longer care for her children and wanted the police to take them. The situation quickly revealed deeper concerns. One child, age 8, was wearing only underwear, while the other, a 14-year-old girl who was severely autistic. The mother disclosed that they had been living in the vehicle. Following protocol, the officers arranged for the vehicle to be impounded and contacted Child Protective Services and their supervisors. They also located a family friend who was able to pick up the mother and her children. Moved by the family's circumstances, Corporal Dobas and Officer Farley took further action beyond their official duties. With the help of Dobas's wife, they organized a fundraising effort to support the family. Their initiative resulted in approximately $35,000 being raised, which was used to dramatically improve the family's living conditions. The funds secured a 2-year lease on a new home, which the officers helped furnish with essential items, including beds, a washer, and a dryer. Additional support included providing each child with funds for clothing, paying off overdue utility bills, and covering past court fees so the mother could regain her driver's license. The family's vehicle was also repaired, restoring reliable transportation. Importantly, the funds helped cover urgent medication for the autistic child and ensuring his health needs were met. To maintain transparency and proper management of the funds, the Detroit Police Safety Foundation assisted in establishing an account with all donations handled through the organization. Through their compassion, initiative, and commitment, to helping those in crisis, Corporal Dobus and Officer Farley went far beyond the call of duty. Their actions provided this family with stability, dignity, and a fresh start. They exemplify the values of service and community that define the Detroit Police Department and are highly deserving candidates for District Officer of the Year Award.
I'm an only child, and I'm over here just thinking about some shit, and I've been thinking about this for a little while as I've been getting older, and I want to know other people's experiences being an only child. So I'm not one of those like take people. I'm one of those like overgiving people, because I don't think that I had anybody to share my shit with. And so now that I'm like older and I have stuff, I'm like, take my stuff. I want you to feel like my shit's cool, because nobody was like, give me that. I had nobody to fight with over like, that's mine. And I watch my kids do that, like their brother and sister, and I watch them fight over things like, it's my turn, or that's mine, don't touch it. And the biggest thing is that I don't have anybody to bounce memories off of. So I'm like, I'm not in touch with my mom and dad, and I'm the only child for a reason. Like, I think they had a kid and they're like, this is a fucking bad idea. And then I just bounced back and forth a lot. My mom moved me around a lot. And so I had no stability, and I was alone by myself because of single parent situations, and I just was by myself. And so now that I'm older, I'm by myself. And I don't ask for a lot of help, and I don't hang out with people. Like, I go to the movies by myself. I do basically everything by myself. And I'm good with it, but I also wish that I had somebody that I've known my whole life that I could ask, hey, was this true? Am I resentful over this because my memories have changed, or is this real? Do you feel the same way about our childhood, or like, what's your perspective on the way we grew up? And I don't have anybody to fall back on, nobody. And so I have to be completely reliant on myself. And through that, I don't talk to anybody about it, because that's just my life. That's what I do, because that's what I know. And so I have friends that do things with their siblings. They like, I don't know what they do, actually. I just know they have them, and that they like, oh, I'm hanging out with my brother. I'm going with my sister. I'm like having coffee with my brother or sister, I guess. And then, so I think it's weird. I think it's weird that I have these memories and they're just in my brain, and they end up eventually, if you don't have anybody to talk to about your memories, they don't matter. They're just yours, and they don't really have importance, because, I mean, if you don't talk about it and you don't share them, then you don't like have camaraderie in that with somebody. So if you're the only child, I want to know if this is the same experience. Like, do you enjoy being an only parent? An only child? And what's that like for you? Is it lonely, or do you just feel like selfish or self-sufficient? People can tell if you're an only child or if you have siblings. Usually there's like a difference in personality. And I know that I'm different. I have no doubt in my mind that I'm different. But I wonder if that's because I have a sibling, or if that's because I'm just a fucking weirdo. So if you have kids, don't just have one. If you can afford it, have another one. Because as you grow up, I imagine myself alone, independent, and sitting in a chair and letting my leg hair get long and eating whatever the fuck I want. I got this cat. This cat is so cool. He just is always just with me. I just get animals. I'm going to be a cat person. But these cats are so cool, because they just want to hang out with you all the time. And so that's why I did that. But, I'm starting to really love my life. I just am not loving the fact that I'm this independent. Like, I just got a motorcycle, and I'm like, I'll just ride it by myself. What if I die? What if I don't know what I'm doing? What if I crash? Because I'm like, I'll just do it by myself. So just food for thought. I'm just thinking about, like, if I have a sibling and they were here and we're going to the gym together, they wouldn't be motivating me to sit on TikTok and make these. They would be like, let's fucking go, bitch. And I'd be like, oh yeah, we're going to the gym. But I don't have that. I'm like, oh, I'll go to the gym when I want to go to the gym because I'm not affecting anybody else. I guess that could be no, that's not selfish. It's selfish for me. I wouldn't be selfish if I had a sibling. I'd be like, okay, I'm taking up your time. We're taking up each other's time. Or we would just be chilling and talking. And then we both not go to the gym. Know what I mean? So this is just what I'm thinking about. Like, what's it like for you? Is it the same? Are you close with your parents? Are you just independent from them because that's what you know and that's what you do? I'm really curious. So I'm 42 and I'm obviously used to it by now, but I'm starting to get like a little sad. Like, it's kind of sad. I have friends, but I don't stay in touch with them because I don't know how to reach out and be like, hey, want to do this? Or, hey, let's go here. Or, how was your day? Because that's not my life. That hasn't been my life. And so I'm just alone, and I'm happy with that, I think. But I also miss the fact that I don't know how to build long-term relationships because I haven't had it. So anyway, what's your experience? I want to know. I want to know if it's the same. Like, are you highly independent and lonely? Or are you just like, are you close with your parents because you're the only one? Look at this cat. Look at him. His name is Kevin. Actually, I changed his name to Kevin because he's just a man, you know? So yeah.
Online classes are literally so hard. I feel like I learned nothing. And yes, maybe if I unmuted my professors, I would learn more. But I'd rather just watch the screen move and have no idea what's going on and then complain about my confusion. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
We have a ruptured AAA coming in. He looks at me. He said, "I'm sorry to ruin such a quiet night." Hi, I'm a nurse in the operating room, and this is the story of my first ever code in the operating room, not only as an operating room nurse, but as a new grad. This is not going to be a funny story. It's not going to have a happy ending. I'm solely posting this for the purpose of getting my healthcare community together and sharing stories or just feeling for each other, a little empathy for each other, because we've all been there, done that. Yeah, you're not alone, because codes are very fucking traumatic. Let me tell you the story. So at this point, I had been out of orientation for about 6 months on my own. I had been on call that weekend, which basically when you're on call, you'll do Friday night, Saturday night, and then Sunday night. But one of those days you'll get a call for, which means there's 3 people on call that are getting called if a case comes in. The 4th person, they really would only call you if they like really need extra hands. Sunday night, I was call 4. I was on call starting at 7 o'clock. I feel like it was like 7 o'clock on the dot. I got called. She basically was like, hey, we need you to come in. We need extra hands. We have a ruptured AAA coming in. For non-healthcare people that might be watching this for whatever reason, if you're just interested in what I have to say, a AAA is an abdominal aortic aneurysm, which basically means the giant arch that comes off your heart, it goes down your body and supplies basically your whole body with blood. It's a huge vessel, ginormous. If you get an aneurysm in this, basically it's like if this is your blood vessel, an aneurysm can happen if you have like high blood pressure or something, and basically you get like an outpouching on your blood vessel. The vessel wall just gets a little weak there and it protrudes out. If this goes on for too long, it can rupture. It's bad. It's really fucking bad. I get there, the scrub is already set up and scrubbed in, ready to go. The circulator had just went to the ED to grab the patient. We get him into the room. He's talking. I mean, you could tell he was in pain, but he was talking. Honestly, he even was like cracking jokes here and there. I could tell he was really super nervous, but he seemed hopeful that everything would work out. So we go to slide him over onto the OR bed. We're just getting him positioned and ready and whatever before he goes to sleep. Right before he drifts off to sleep, he looks at me and he said, "I'm sorry to ruin such a quiet night." Then the CRNA put him to sleep. I mean, within 30 seconds, the CRNA was like, "I'm gonna start compressions." And me, I'm like, compressions? Like, what are we talking about right now? I look at the monitor, blood pressure is like 33 over whatever, not good. The CRNA started compressions. Me, I'm like, I've never been in a code before. I didn't really know what to do, but get the crash cart. We bring the crash cart in. I know that I need to call people because there are about 4 people in the room right now, 5. That's not enough people. Hit the code blue button, called the number that I was taught to call when there's a code. Within a minute or 2, I mean, the room was like flooding with people. I'm so grateful that so many people were in that room. I felt really safe just knowing that everybody in that room, they were professionals. There was an anesthesiologist was in there. Oh, before people started flooding into the room though, there's this control room. There's a glass basically between a set of computers and the OR. So sometimes the doctors will like go behind the glass and chart or whatever. There was a brief second where the surgeon had no idea what was going on. I basically was like jumping up and down, waving my hands at him. And I'm like, we're coding in here. We're coding. I did end up doing a couple rounds of compressions, 2 minutes each, sweating my balls off. If you've never done CPR on a human before, it is very physically demanding, okay? Like, I was sweating my balls off, but it's fine. My adrenaline was up there. Like, I was out of breath and everything, could not fucking breathe. But at the end of the day, there is a person dying in front of you, so you need to get to it. In the meantime, I'm like looking around at my coworkers. I'm like, do I need to do the Foley? Because we literally didn't even get him prepped. Did not get him prepped, did not get him draped. All we did was move him over and put him to sleep. So I'm like, do you want us to keep prepping him? Do you want us to keep, like, while they're doing the compressions? So I'm putting a Foley in. One of my coworkers is like trying to prep his belly, prep his groin area, like getting him ready to make an incision. And the doctor's just like, we're not gonna be able to make an incision. He's not stable, which, like, duh. Either way, if there does come a point where we can drape him and make an incision and get this fixed, like, we want to be ready. So we're literally prepping him, putting the Foley in while they're doing compressions. Anesthesiologist is like putting lines in him and his groin, and like, unfortunately, after like 45-50 minutes of coding him, they decided to call it and he passed away. I was not circulating this case, but my coworker she was haunted by the sounds of the family shrieking in pain over their deceased husband, dad. I can't imagine. The thing about surgery is that people expect to live through it. I feel like as an OR nurse, it's like really shocking when we have someone pass away in the OR, because that is not supposed to happen. A lot of people that come in, they're having elective surgeries. They know that they're having these surgeries ahead of time, and they come prepared for them, and they've got their labs checked, and we know they're healthy, we know that they're ready for surgery. So when there is a code, when someone does pass away in the OR, it is really traumatizing, like, especially to the families that think that when their family member gets out of surgery, they're going to be better again. And I don't think the family knew the extent of this surgery. My coworker who was circulating, she had also told me that they were kind of just like, love you, dad, bye, like, kind of playful about it, like, didn't really understand, like, this is serious. As soon as they pronounced him dead, and we stopped coding him, I immediately just started bawling my eyes out, because I was really holding it together during the compressions because my adrenaline, you know, but as soon as there was a come down, I was just absolutely bawling, like, ugly crying. I feel like I was the most upset person in the room, and it made me feel a little silly, but I thought about it again, and I'm like, you know what, like, this family would probably be happy to know that I cried and cried and cried over their family member. I cried a lot. I went home and I cried all night long. I cried myself to sleep. I cried to my mom. I cried to my fiance. I cried every night for the rest of the week, because his last words were to me. He looked at me and said his last words, having no clue that 30 seconds later he was, you know what I mean? Like, traumatizing, absolutely traumatizing. So if you have ever been traumatized by a code, I empathize with you. I want to hear your stories, because I want people on here to know that you are not alone, okay? Healthcare is traumatizing. We need to be paid more, but it is what it is. We're here to help people and try to prevent these things as much as we can. So I learned a lot that day. I think my next code, I don't think I necessarily did anything wrong. Like, I was just following orders. I got the crash cart, pressed the button, called the number, did compressions. Like, I did what I was supposed to do in my role as a nurse during a code, you can always do better next time. So that's the takeaway from this. Hopefully there is not a next time, but I'm sure there will be. So now I know. Share your stories with me, okay? Love you.
This is a shout out to all the girlies that are in the dating pool right now. I'm not trying to flex, but I'm so glad I'm not. Oh my god. The stories that I hear about the heinous dates that they have to go on. My best friend cannot afford any more mental breakdowns and she's fighting demons. Apparently one of them is named Kevin.
Hey, my name's Carly. I'm a pharmacist and I want to tell you about the time that I was reported to the Board of Pharmacy and kind of how that process worked. But first, let me get into the complaint. I was working on a Sunday. Probably about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I got a prescription from the Children's Hospital, which is like 2.5 hours from where I work, for a patient who was barely 18 years old, barely weighed over 100 pounds. And it was for lorazepam, 2 milligrams, take 3 tablets every 4 to 6 hours. And immediately I was like, this can't be right. So I start digging deeper into the prescription. It was an electronic prescription, so there's like a few pages you can flip through looking for diagnosis codes, the actual diagnosis, etc. Any kind of prescriber notes. There was nothing. The prescribing doctor was a resident at the hospital, and whenever I tried to call the number that was on the e-script, it went directly to voicemail and was like, we're open Monday through Friday 9 to 5. Nothing about being open on the weekends, anything. It was all just like, I don't know, there was nothing I could do to get any more information at that point. So anyways, the patient shows up right before we're going to be closing on this Sunday evening. Because like I said, they had, I guess, driven in straight from Little Rock, to get the prescription. Well, they get there, obviously they're mad because I'm like, I will not fill this until I get further information from the doctor. I also looked at all of our like drug resources and stuff, trying to find like any reason why she'd be getting like such a large dose. I couldn't find anything. It was literally like 10 times what her dose should have been. So I wouldn't fill it. Well, they got mad. They called the hospital. The resident and like the supervising MD, neither one was at the hospital or on call, I guess. They put me on with a doctor that was on call, like down in the emergency room, and he was like, yeah, it says here in the chart, you know, what the directions are or whatever. And I'm like, do you have a diagnosis? And he's like, no, it's not here. And I'm like, but you're okay putting, you know, signing off on this, telling me to fill this? Like, you're willing to put your license on that? And he was like, I guess it's in the chart. And I'm like, sorry, bud. No, like, no. I'm gonna need, like, more clarification. If you can get more information about what was going on with this patient or anything, discharge note, something, like, I'm gonna need something more than, yeah, just fill it, because that's what the order says. So anywho, fast forward, I mean, the family was mad because I wouldn't fill it. However, fast forward a couple weeks later, I get an email from the Board of Pharmacy with like the complaint statement and all that kind of stuff, and they're wanting like my side of what happened, why I refused to fill the prescription, all that kind of stuff. So I gave them all the information I had. I sent them, you know, the prescription, all the notes that came with it, all of the communication I had documented. Documentation is so important. I had chalked that thing up left and right. It was full of notes from everybody I had talked to. I sent them all of those notes, all of the, like I said, the notes from the doctor, or lack of notes from the doctor. It was actually the supervising MD that had sent in the complaint, because I wouldn't fill it. Come to find out, like, the patient was catatonic, and that's why she was on such a high dose of lorazepam. But I'm sorry, if they're that bad off, like, why are you discharging them on a Sunday afternoon? You should have known that was going to be an issue. Like, I don't know. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But anyways, and then secondly, you had a resident send in the prescription and then didn't even have a phone number where y'all could be reached at. Like, come on now. But anywho, I sent all my stuff into the Board of Pharmacy and I never heard back anything on it. The board came around to do like their inspection on my pharmacy like sometime over the next year, and I asked her, I was like, hey, I never heard back on this, like, what's going on? And she looked through all their investigations and whatnot. She's like, oh no, this has been closed out. But then I explained it to her and she's like, oh gosh, no. She was like, absolutely, you did right. She was like, you were protecting that patient whether they believe so or not, and seems like that doctor should have included a lot more information than they did. So anyways, that was the time that I've been reported to the Board of Pharmacy, and they sided with me because I was doing what was best for that patient, whether the patient or the doctor believed it or not or whatever. But just goes to show that, like, maybe the prescriber should include a little more information before they start getting mad at us for having to call or want clarification or whatever. So anywho,
Rare aesthetic. I'm drinking this coffee right now because I'm about to take a final, but I'm realizing that the timing is going to work out, that I'm going to need to take my coffee poop while I'm taking the final, and that just, like, really isn't going to work out for me. So like, if you can relate.
Okay, this might be a little bit of a mini series. Yeah, this is just crazy, so buckle up. Little backstory first. I grew up an only child. I knew I had a half-sister from my dad. Didn't know who she was, didn't know where she was, but I knew of her. Fast forward, I was older. She found us on Facebook. We got to talking, got to know her, and then she came up for my wedding, and we got to meet her. She got to meet her dad, my dad, our dad. So that was pretty cool. She's awesome. We still talk. So I do have a half-sister. That's it. I grew up an only child, but I have a half-sister, and we talk. Okay, so my parents split when I was younger. Oh my gosh, stupid cat. So my parents split when I was younger, like 13, and they never remarried. My dad passed away, and then my mom passed away last year. So I'm going through her stuff. Sorry, bear with me. I'm going through her stuff. Went through everything, and I only wanted sentimental things, like all the pictures, stuff like that. So I took what I wanted, brought it home, and then I was selling off the big things to get, that was like the last thing, was like selling off, some stuff. And pretty much the house is empty except for some big items that I'm working on selling. Someone wants to buy a dresser. Perfect. Go over there. I have my husband with me to help me. We're moving the dresser, and there's like something stuck to the wall behind the dresser, and he's like, oh, look, babe, and it's photos. I'm like, oh, they fell behind. the dresser, you know? Cool. So we go sell the dresser, and then he's like, I'm gonna go upstairs and turn the light off, and I was like, oh, grab those pictures, I want to see them. Okay, you know, grabs them, comes down, and we're just like in her house, just opening them up, you know. He's like, he has them, and he's like, oh, he's like, you know, going through, and he's like, these are of you as a baby. And I was like, oh, cute. And he's like, but he doesn't know what I look like as a baby, but he's like, it doesn't, like, I don't know, do you know what you look like as a baby? This doesn't, like, look like you. I don't know. It just looks different. You know? See? My mom holding a baby in the hospital. And presumably me, right? And he's like, I don't, like, it just doesn't look like, do you know what you, I was like, I don't know what I look like as a baby. Like, I mean, I do, but I don't know. Babies are babies. And then he's, like, flipping, and he's like, this isn't you. And I was like, come again. And he shows me this picture of my mother holding said baby, and it's hard to not, there we go. And the date is on there, and it is June of 82. I was born July of 87. So, and there's like multiple different pictures of this baby with the date on it. So I'm like, huh? What? June 82. So I don't know. That's freaking crazy. I was like so confused. I don't even know. I was so confused. And then I don't know. Honestly, this looks a lot like my mom when she was a baby. So this is a different photo, and I don't know if this, I think it's the same baby. I don't know. And anyway, so we're flipping through this, you know, these pictures, and then I come across this letter. Let's see. That's the address. It's in Seattle. It's from Seattle. Addressed to my mother at her parents' house here in town. So I opened it. This is it's an adoption agency in Seattle, addressed to my mother. I'll read it to you. So it's dressed June 25th of 82. So that's like, I don't know when this baby was born because it just says June of 82. But that's like literally probably right after she had it. It says, Dear Shar, thank you for the pictures. Your letter to Ashley and card to Sheila and me. The family is quite delighted to have pictures of her very early life. Ashley was placed with her family on Friday, and we have one very, very happy family. The children participated in naming her. She is an exceptionally good baby. The father is entranced with her. We took a picture of her in the dress you bought her, but I am afraid the picture did not do justice to her or the dress. However, we are enclosing the picture, but we'll send you another one soon. She had a slight eye infection, which is cleared up nicely. I will be writing you again soon. Sincerely, Amy Hara, social worker. And yeah, this is Medina's Children's Service in Seattle, which I've looked this up, and it is no longer open. I mean, this was a long time ago. But they do the adoption of special children, minority adoption program, and school age parent program. So I don't know. This is wild to me. I was in shock. So apparently I have 2 half sisters. My mom never said a word about this one to me. So she kept this to herself for years. And I was like asking her closest friends, do you know anything? No. Then I went to my grandpa and I asked him, and he said, yeah. He said, I knew. He said, I figured she would tell you after all this time. And I said, no, she never said anything. He's like, wow. He said, yeah, she put her up for adoption and never spoke about her again. So it's just wild. And I said, well, do you know who the dad is? And he said, yes. The dad is Danny Barton, which was an old boyfriend of hers growing up here in town. So, so I know who the dad is. I know that he passed away because my mom actually reconnected with him before he passed away here in town. So unfortunately, they're both gone. But I know who the dad is. Obviously, I know who the mom is. I don't know. I'm going to make a part 2. So, follow. And I'll be right back. Okay. So this is part 2. I'll catch you up. My mother passed away. I found out I have another half sister that she adopted in 1982. Kind of crazy. I don't know. Took me a while to process this. It made me sad for my mom to like keep this to herself for so many years. But it's crazy to think that I have another sister out there. Because I already have one. And so I did do an ancestry thing when my dad passed away, because I thought, if I'm gonna have another sibling, it's gonna be from that man. So I did an ancestry. Nothing popped up crazy. Like, obviously, like my half sister from him popped up. Yeah, nothing like out of the ordinary came up on that one. And so when I found this out, I was like, oh, well, they've never done it, obviously. Or like, because they no one popped up. And when I found this out, I text my sister and I was like, you want to hear some crazy shit? And she was like, we have another sibling. It's kind of funny, but I was like, I do. So I told her, and she's like, oh my gosh, that's so crazy, you know. And but yeah, anyway, like, it's just wild. I took, like, I needed some time, obviously, to deal with my mom's stuff and figure that all out, and give me some space as well for that. Yeah, still struggling, but yeah, I am becoming more curious. I did order a 23andMe, and I know people are like, don't do that because they're going bankrupt, whatever. I did order that because that one is way more common. Way more people do 23andMe. I know Ancestry is also popular, but nothing came up on that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try it. So I ordered a kit. It is on its way. So I will be taking that and letting you know if anything pops up that way. I did find out that Danny did have a daughter. So at some point I will be reaching out to her. I don't know if she knows he had another kid or not. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, so that'll be a whole conversation. What else? I don't know. I know that my mom's friend sent me a video of another adoption agency that took on the cases of this Medina's Children's Service in Seattle. And they took on the cases from that adoption agency because apparently they had files full of people's stuff and like things that they were supposed to be reconnected or whatever with the families, and this adoption agency wasn't doing what they were supposed to. So they had like files full of items and personal stuff. And I know, and in the video it says that they were trying to help people. They're basically trying to make that right and like reconnect people or whatever. So I don't know. Now that I'm done with school and have some time, maybe I'll dig into some of this and see if I can track down any information. Because I don't have a lot. I really don't have a lot. Obviously, it says she wrote a letter to Ashley and a card to Sheila and this Amy Hara social worker. This was a long time ago, so I don't know if any of these people are still around. But, so I have a couple names. I have June of 82. I don't have an actual date, obviously, of when she was born. Sometime in June of 82. So, if you know anybody, or you are this person, born in Pullman, Washington, I do know. So maybe there's like hospital records somewhere. If anybody knows, can you get hospital records from like a long time ago? And this is from a hospital that is no longer in Pullman. We have a new hospital. But I do know that she was born in Pullman Regional Hospital of June of 1982. And then she was adopted in June of 82, probably shortly after her birth, because June 25th is this letter, and she went to a family then. And it's in Seattle. Medina Children's Service. So I don't know if anybody has suggestions on like how to track someone down like that, if they know anything about this adoption agency or has ever dealt with anything like this. I don't know. I think it'd be pretty cool to figure out like who this person is and if they know they're adopted. I don't know. There's just so many possibilities. It's crazy. But just thought I'd put it out here in the TikTok universe because I know some crazy stuff happens on TikTok, and just share my crazy side of the story, what I discovered. And yeah, comments, let me know what you think, maybe some suggestions on what I could do if you know anything. But yeah, let me know. I will keep you posted on when I do the 23andMe kit as well and everything. So I'll just post any journey, this journey in general. I will post it. So stay tuned.
This video is for United Airlines and specifically Kyle, you wonderful, wonderful person. We had like the worst experience I have had with a human being, I would say, at the Nassau airport coming back from my bachelorette trip with my friends on Wednesday. We got to the airport over 2 hours before our boarding time. We walk in the airport before we don't even start walking in the direction of a specific airline yet. We just walk in the door. Haven't said a word, nothing. Kyle starts booking it towards us, and says, "Are you going to Chicago?" And we were like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Flight's closed." And we were like, "What do you mean the flight is closed? Like, it shows us on our app right now, we still have like an hour to check our bags. Like, we are over 2 hours early." And he goes, "Nope, flight's closed." And we're like, "What do you mean?" And to preface this, our flight got delayed by 2 hours. So he goes on to tell us that to get on this flight, we would have had to have been there over 3 hours before our original flight time. So basically, we would have had to just sit at the airport for over 6 hours to get on this flight, which makes no sense. So we're like, is there anything we can do? Like, we just checked out of our condo. We just took a $110 taxi to get here. Like, we all work tomorrow. We need to get home. And he's like, "Nope, nothing you can do. You can get on the flight tomorrow. Flight's closed." And we're still like trying to say like we don't understand. Like, can you please? And he's like, "Doesn't matter that you don't understand. I'm the supervisor. I say flight's closed. Flight's closed." Offering zero explanation. He was yelling at us to begin with before we even opened our mouths. Speaking so rudely. I have never experienced somebody talking to me in this way that I don't know for no reason, let alone a customer service person. It was truly like baffling the way that he was treating us. After this, he proceeds to go sit with the other United gate agents and sit there laughing at us while we all cry on the phone with our parents because we've had a long week. We're all ready to go home, and he's telling us that we have absolutely no options to get home and giving no explanation, no like, let's see if we can figure something, nothing. Won't even like entertain a conversation with us, and he's sitting over there laughing. So I get on the phone with my parents. My dad calls United customer service. He's on the phone with them, and he's messaging me saying that United is telling him that there is absolutely no reason why this should be happening. If we're there over 2 hours before our boarding time, we should be able to check in. Our apps say the time that we have to check our bags by. We're plenty early for that. There is absolutely no reason. And United is like, "We don't understand why this is happening. We don't understand why he's saying that. This should not be happening. I'm sorry. We're going to try to figure it out for you." They can't get into contact. United customer service can't get into contact with Bahamas Airport. So we're just trying to figure it out. We can see other gate agents from other airlines coming up to talk to him, trying to figure out why he won't let us get on our flight. My parents tell me I need to go ask for his name. I go ask for his name. He like scoffs at me and tells me his name. I ask, he mumbled it under his breath multiple times, so I had to ask a couple times. And then when I repeated it back to him, he was like, "Yep," and like rolled his eyes and started laughing. So he was absolutely disgustingly rude to us. It was insane. So we go talk to Delta, who is able to get us on a flight that is already boarding. The flight is like inactive boarding, and they're able to book us a new flight and get us on this flight and check our bags. Explain that to me. Doesn't make any sense. So we have to buy this Delta flight, which with checking our bags and everything cost more than our round trip tickets to the Bahamas that we had with United. Then that flight, we're trying to get back to Grand Rapids. That flight only takes us from Nassau to Atlanta, Atlanta to Chicago. So that night, we didn't land in Chicago until midnight. We were supposed to get back to Grand Rapids at 9 on our original United flight, but we didn't land in we didn't land in Chicago until midnight. So then we had to get like a hotel there. The only thing that United has done to help us out with this situation is they got us a flight from Chicago back to Grand Rapids the next morning. So we got the hotel that we had to pay for. We had to pay for food and everything through that whole situation. And then they got us the flight from Chicago to Grand Rapids the next morning. that is the only thing that they've done to help us. We've filled out refunds and reimbursement forms, and one of them got denied from one of our friends, and others have just not been getting responded to. And I get married in less than a month. Like, I don't have the extra money to just spend on a whole nother flight when I already had my flight, to book a hotel, to miss another day of work. On top of the fact that all of my friends and bridesmaids that came on this trip with me, it's already a decently expensive trip that I was very thankful that they came on. They were not expecting to have an extra, like, $700 that they had to pay for this trip. Like, United is not doing anything about this, not responding to anything. And let's just say, even if, which they have, United themselves have told us that there's no reason he should have not let us get on that flight. Even if he did have the, like, correct grounds to do that, the way he treated us was insane. Absolutely insane. Ridiculous. So we would love for United to do something about this. Preferably help us out a little bit with the situation that you put us in, and maybe also put Kyle in a different line of work, maybe not customer service. Something tells me that's not his strong suit. So yeah, we'd love for you to do something about this, United. It's been a very stressful situation for all of us, being stranded in another country. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, follow-up video. There is no update. We have not heard anything from United besides the one denied refund reimbursement request a couple days ago. So there's no update there, but I do want to shout out Delta. Being stranded in another country was an extremely stressful situation for us, and you guys saw us freaking out and helped us out and got us on a flight that day, on a flight that was already boarding, and got us back to the United States. And you guys helped us out so much and relieved so much stress for us, so I want to shout you guys out and thank you for that. And I will definitely, along with my friends, be prioritizing flying Delta from here on out. I appreciate you guys a lot for that. Also, to some of the people saying that this is our fault and that we should have arrived there earlier, that could partially be true, but we were going based off of the time that the United app told us to get there by. When the flight got delayed, there was an updated time to get there by, and then we had to check our bags by. I understand that when flights get delayed, if the situation gets handled, they can move the flight back up, but that wasn't the case here. The flight took off at the delayed time, so we were there on time, and we were there by the time the app said we needed to check in by. So at the very least, this is a flaw in their system with their apps and everything that should probably be worked out so this doesn't happen to other people. And on top of that, I think you guys are missing the point that, yeah, the situation sucked, but we're more upset by the way that we were treated in a stressful situation. We're getting yelled at and laughed at by a United agent and absolutely no willingness to have a conversation or try to, like, help us figure something out. And that's the issue here. So if you don't see an issue with the way that we were treated, then I don't really know what to say to that, but I will let you guys know if there's any updates. I really hope there are, because this situation has honestly just sucked, and not a great ending to a bachelorette trip. And yeah.